Yo, what's up, gamers? Welcome to Tricky Gym. Thank you so much for tuning in. We have got a very cool event for you all today. The Gym Leader Challenge $3,000 cash tournament to celebrate the release of the Mega Evolution set. We just had our standard event yesterday with Emma Hagen taking the whole thing down with her Flareon Terrabox deck. She's back again today for the Gym Leader Challenge 3K. We've got 90 players competing for that grand prize of $1,000, a $3,000 prize pool being divided up amongst our top 8 finishers, and 4 different countries represented in today's event, actually.
Yeah, really exciting stuff. People coming from all over the world to play Gym Leader Challenge here. I mean, I think amongst the scale of Gym Leader Challenge tournaments, these are kind of like those tier 2, like high level events as it comes to Gym Leader Challenge. You got the best of the best coming to compete for that $1,000 grand prize for first place. And I'm really excited to see how Mega Evolutions impacts the metagame. We saw yesterday how powerful cards like Lunatone and Solrock are in the standard format. And I would say if they can hold up to the scrutiny and speed of standard, you got to imagine those sorts of things are going to be really impactful in GLC, and a multitude of other really fun options being added to the format as well with Mega Evolutions. Things like that Forest of Vitality, Mystery Garden for some of our beloved types like Grass and Psychic, and plenty of more exciting additions out in the field. Andrew, I'm just pumped. I'm really amped to see how people are modifying their decks with these new cards. I feel like Gym Leader Challenge players are so apt to take on the challenge of brewing and working with the new concepts in a new format.
Oh, absolutely, Riley. And there's a lot of cool new stuff to work with. I mean, in Gym Leader Challenge, fighting, getting draw support, I mean, this is big news, right? I mean, Solrock and Lunatone, you could tell from yesterday's stream, are big news in standard format. But then in Gym Leader Challenge format, I mean, fighting has not been granted draw support like we've got with Lunatone since Black and White. I mean, so that's the Gym Leader Challenge card pool, is a card pool that goes from Black and White all the way up through the most recent expansion. And since the release of Black and White, there hasn't been any draw support for fighting Pokemon. So fighting decks have just had to make do with various supporter cards and just playing high counts of them. But now with Lunar Cycle, oh, baby, we could draw cards. You've got the Solrock, an incredible lead for fighting type decks as well. And in Gym Leader Challenge format, there are many different ways to buff your Pokemon's damage output. You've got Muscle Band. You've got Strong Energy. Both of those increase your fighting Pokemon's damage by 20. You've got Fighting Fury Belt. You've got the new Premium Power Pro, which fighting decks can play as well. So it's pretty reasonable to get turn 1 attacks with Solrock. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot more fighting represented in the field today than we've seen in Gym Leader Challenge events past.
Which is crazy. I feel like fighting has been on a major upswing in the last handful of months. I remember back at the Destined Rivals event how excited you were about fighting, and that was pre having the Lunatone and Solrock, right?
For sure.
And obviously fighting has gone through iterations since then. I mean, the addition of a support Pokemon, a true support Pokemon, I think is really groundbreaking for fight. When I think of fighting as a type, even agnostic of a format, I think of kind of low to the ground, 1-2 energy, punch, do a lot of damage, efficient attacks. But I've never really associated fighting with, draw engines, for example. So having this Lunatone be introduced is really huge and groundbreaking for the type.
Absolutely. So, yeah, fighting decks I'm expecting to see more of today. I'm also expecting to see, maybe players mess around with Grass and the new Forest of Vitality Stadium, giving them the ability to break the rules of evolution after the first turn in the game has passed. So that could be another thing that we see. Early Gym Leader Challenge format did have Forest of Giant Plants, and that card eventually ended up being banned from the format. But Forest of Vitality is, the power level is just tweaked slightly in a way that's very meaningful, as it doesn't allow you to have these kind of really ridiculous turn 1 pop-offs. So I'm excited to see if anybody takes on the challenge of brewing with Forest of Vitality. But I think the big story of the day is going to be that fighting buff that we get with the Lunatone and the Soul Rock. And I mean, it really pairs well with some of the other tools that fighting has at its disposal. Okidogi is one of the strongest big basic Pokemon in Gym Leader Challenge format.
I mean, frankly, one of the strongest single prize basic Pokemon ever.
Yes, right. It's capable of having 230 hit points with a Darkness Energy attached to it. As a basic Pokemon, like that gives up one prize is like that's insane, right? Like I mean, like Pokemon EX and V have like 230 hit points. They give up 2 prizes. Like, but Okidogi, with that ability, the Adrenopower ability, only gives up 1 prize, can have 100 more hit points, and can do 100 more damage. With the Darkness Energy attached in Gym Leader Challenge, very easy to negotiate because you've got these all these different rainbow energies, like rainbow style energies that you can play in order to activate its Adrenopower ability. And then you could just go, turn 2, start swinging for 170 damage with 230 hit points.
Yeah. And I will say, this fighting rise, I think, will key into what will be the metagame of today, in the sense that Psychic has always been one of the biggest types in Gym Leader Challenge. I mean, I feel like every one of these events we've talked about how the purple cards must be like one of the core game designers' favorite color is purple, 100%. Because Psychic has just a litany of powerful support options. And taking a look at our meta today, we just got a snapshot from Natalie. Psychic is the most popular deck substantially in the field. There are 27 different representatives of Psychic in the field today, and that is huge. Now, that's a variety of different sub-archetypes within Psychic. There's Garbodor, the Kirlia and Gallade variants. You have the Cursed Kiss that we had talked about in the last tournament with that Togekiss to take extra prizes, amongst others. So a variety of different archetypes, but Psychic leading the charge in the field. But fighting, second most popular deck, 16 folks on that fighting deck, and trailing just behind that is Water with 15 representatives. We're seeing a diverse field though beyond that, lots of different, like somewhere in that like 10-ish player range. For example, Colorless is up there, Dragon up there, Grass also up there. So definitely going to see a good mix out in the field. But Psychic certainly leading the charge. Almost a third of our 90 players are on some form of Psychic deck.
And here we are. Yeah, that is a huge proportion of the field. And I think that a lot of that is potentially counterplay, right? I mean, kind of with the fighting deck expected to be one of the biggest, most popular decks in the room. What has a good matchup against Psychic against fighting is Psychic, because you've got Okidogi with a Psychic weakness. I think the concept of being able to power up a Okidogi every single turn, 230 hit points, 170 damage. I mean, it's pretty frightening, but Psychic doesn't really worry about that at all. Psychic's been a long-time favorite for a lot of Gym Leader Challenge players who notably did not. I think it was the most popular deck of the Destined Rivals event as well, and did not win.
It didn't win. I don't even think it had a particularly great showing in the later stages of the tournament. So certainly we're seeing this dominant presentation from Psychic, but we'll have to see if that turns over. However, I will say Psychic, I feel like, was a good kind of default pick in Destined Rivals for folks who are playing Gym Leader Challenge. Psychic has all those different options. But now it gains a very noteworthy, potentially positive matchup in fighting. Now, That's not to say fighting is helpless, right? It's not belly up as soon as you sit across from a Psychic player. But you like to have weakness on your side when you can take it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, fighting can hang with Psychic for sure. I mean, I've played that matchup a bunch. It's something that you can work with, especially with an early Soul Rock, being able to just punch for 70. You can take knockouts on Pokemon like Ralt or Not-To, and you could even take knockouts on the stage 1s with a buff like Muscle Band or Strong Energy or
absolutely.
Premium Power Pro. So fighting is low to the ground, can be very aggressive. You can run Psychic decks over, and if your opponent isn't shutting off Okidogi's ability, you're still doing 170 damage for 2 energy. So the upside Okidogi is that usually the Okidogi is like able to survive a hit. Against the Psychic decks, it doesn't. That's like the biggest thing to try and overcome. against the psychic decks. But I'm excited to see that we've got so many fighting decks in the field today. That is 16 fighting decks. We've got 13 dragon decks, 10 colorless, 1 lone metal soldier. I mean, look at all these different psychic variants. I mean, that's part of why psychic ends up being such a huge percentage, because you have like all these different ways to play psychic, because its card pool is just insane.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, and that's getting back to what I was saying earlier. Like, psychic is just a beloved type in the Pokemon TCG. It gets a lot of support over the years, and you see that reflected with all of these different variants. And really, I would say all of these are reasonably powerful decks, like top metagame contenders.
I think I was giving you my rundown of like my top 5 gym leader. I was giving you my power ranking, right, of like my top 5 gym leader challenge decks, and you told me it's like you can't have top 5, it's got to be top 3. I'm like, all right, well, I think I trimmed it down. I said my top 3 I thought was Psychic, Dragon, and Water.
Yeah.
And what do we see today? Psychic, Dragon 13, Water 15. So like you've got your fighting. I said fighting
And to be fair, when you said your top 5, the other 2 were fighting and colorless.
Yes.
And then when you look at our meta here, like that's where you start to see things start to drop off. Is after colorless.
That's what I'm saying, right? Fighting and colorless. And then I said grass and metal were the next 2. And there they are, right? And then I was like, in the bottom 3 are like not worth playing.
I'll give you your props.
And then here they are. And then like, literally the bottom 3 are like not here, right?
Yeah.
So like I think my meta prediction was like almost spot on. I think Lightning is a bottom 3 right now with the amount of fighting that you have, right? 16 fighting in the field, and then like Psychic is like not a great matchup for Lightning either. You're just like, it's a bad time to be a Lightning deck for sure. I know,
and Dark has just really not been able to keep up since losing access to the double colorless and twin energy. Just feels like there just needs to be a little something to.
And it's not that like Lightning and Dark are bad. It's just that they haven't gotten like the crazy buffs that other types have gotten lately.
And there's a cycle, right? There's a cycle. Like certain types will get featured in every single set, and whatever those types are the ones that are going to get the most value out of that set, of course. And so we see things like fighting getting a lot of value because things like Mega Lucario were a focus point in Mega Evolutions. And, that'll cycle
Dark
around.
Buffs are coming right around the corner. I mean, there's a bunch of new Darkness cards that are coming out in the upcoming set. If you look at Darkness as like like an archetype, right? It hasn't gotten any love since like Liepard. Yeah. Like honestly, like what has Darkness gotten?
Nothing transformative, yeah.
Nothing that like really is like, oh yeah, you got to play this. There's like the new Zoroark, which is like a slight upgrade on the old Zoroarks, but honestly is like almost exactly what the old ones did. So like you're not even really gaining much there, right? So, but then it's like that happens, right? Like Grass is in a situation now where it's getting like one of its biggest buffs since Torterra,
probably since Torterra.
Fighting is getting recently fighting has been getting like a bunch of upgrades, right? Like it's crazy to think that fighting just got a Terrakion that revenges for 130. Like
I know. And Terrakion Revenge is like such a classic.
I know, right? Like since Black and White we didn't have that, right? But finally we've got a new Terrakion, 140 hit points, revenges for 130. Like that's modern. In Black and White, like that's modern. Okay, like it looks good, right? So really, things don't get upgraded evenly, which actually makes things exciting, right? Because then you get to see spikes in playability of decks and things, the tectonic plates of like the GLC meta kind of like shift around all the time, right? Yeah.
Now I think Fire to me is like really the unfortunate story for GLC. I feel like Fighting and Fire were kind of fighting for like, man, who's getting the least love in this family? And I think Fire just has finally triumphed in this competition.
I've been saying that Fire is the least loved by the game designers for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes the Fire strategies will work in like standard where you have access to like 4-ofs and a little more consistency in your engines. But the types of things that Fire tends to do in the TCG, I just don't think jive well with a singleton format.
Right.
Honestly, they don't even consistently jive well in like standard format either. So, it's just when they really juice up the Fire stuff that it's good in standard.
Yeah.
But the discarding a bunch of energy to do a lot of damage, just like that doesn't really work in my opinion in a singleton world.
Burn is like a total joke. As like
burn is like unserious.
Like fire's like main special condition is like a special condition that has not been taken seriously by the game designers the entirety of the game's existence. The game designers seem to always like to print fire cards that like do a ton of damage and cost a ton of energy and discard the vault. Like, and it's just like that kind of thing doesn't really bode well with the format either. So, you know, it is what it is. I feel like fire is kind of like at this point where it has a lot of pieces, and honestly, with like a few more things, fire does actually become like, you know, much stronger as a type. It just needs like a couple more things to really kind of like put it all together. Fire could end up being one of those decks like Dragon. Honestly, you look at like Dragon's like the big basic archetype. It just has all these different kind of like high power level basic Pokemon that can outrun the opponent. It's not really a lot of like evolutions. There are almost no evolutions that get played in your most popular Dragon lists. And you know, I could see fire operating like that. It's got some pieces. It's got your Volcanion. It's got your gouging fire. It's got your Chi-Yu. And you know what else we got, Riley?
We got round number 2.
Yes, we do. You know, thank you, Totodile Dundee, for that $5 dono over on YouTube. Appreciate it. Thank you, SGX Lunatic, for the Prime sub over on Twitch. Now, we've got a very exciting round number 2 for you. Andre Costella on the left playing Metal, and Jesse Lynch on the right playing Dragon. Andre Costella is a notable Gym Leader Challenge player from Portugal, very active in the Cardboard Warriors Discord. Made the trip out here to Akron, Ohio to play in the biggest Gym Leader Challenge tournaments available.
And not only that, Andrew, Andre is our one Metal player at this tournament. So not only coming from Portugal, but rocking his Metal brew and confident that this is the deck for the event as a solo representative of a type. Very cool stuff here. I'm excited to see what kind of stuff Andre is able to break out with his deck. Jesse will be playing a Dragon deck, so one of the more popular archetypes in GLC right now, especially with that big basic strategy that we've seen dominate the GLC field ever since Journey Together when we saw that on stream. I think this is going to be a really fun matchup, Andrew. I really like getting to see those less popular types in these early rounds get exposed, like what the nuances of the field may look like. And I'll be really interested to see what Metal is looking like in today's meta.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Andre Castella's Metal deck is looking like. It should be really cool. I mean, Andre is a proud brewer in Gym Leader Challenge formats, loves a good brew. So I'm stoked to see what his Metal brew looks like. I am, you know, I know Castella is a player who has invested a lot of time into kind of perfecting the Hitmon combo deck, like the Hitmonchan, all that. So to get to see his take on Metal, I think will be a lot of fun. And
also shout out the silver sleeves with the Metal deck.
With the Metal deck, I mean, just awesome, right?
Yeah. I feel like we see this all the time on the GLC tournaments, is the matching the sleeve to your type.
Oh yeah.
I think that's so fun.
You know, the feng shui of the of the way that the deck feels. It's like a big part of playing Gym Leader Challenge format. You know, not just with the sleeves, not just with the play mat, not just with the, I mean, like you switch your deck less often in Gym Leader Challenge format. I mean, you could really main a type and kind of just like stick with it. So like,
yeah,
you can get your whole kit like aligned.
Oh yeah, decked out for sure.
Yep.
And here we go, jumping right in. Jesse off rip with Dragon. And Andre starting that Varoom as his draw engine support. It looks like Jesse maybe is not playing a full big basic deck with that Axew start.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a Haxorus featured, which is really fun. Haxorus is a very strong Pokemon in Gym Leader Challenge, one of the premier evolutions that you would consider featuring. We also see that Jesse is playing the Ultra Necrozma, which is a lot of fun as well. Ultra Necrozma, it's one of those cards that's just like, dang, dude, feels so nostalgic for me. It's an old one, but a good one, and it's got this this ultra burst ability, which it just makes it so it cannot attack unless your opponent has 2 or fewer prize cards. And thank goodness, because it's a 2 energy 170 attacker, and you discard an energy from your opponent's active Pokemon. I mean, just like an awesome card, and it does have that ultra burst ability holding it back. However, you can turn that ultra burst ability off with cards like Silent Lab, so that you can power up Ultra Necrozma and start swinging as early as turn 1. So Ultra Necrozma, very powerful. We also see that Jesse is playing not only the Haxorus, but also the
Gible line.
Yes,
so potentially getting that Sonic Slip Garchomp out as well. I mean, I feel like that Garchomp was one of the original, like, okay, Dragon could be a serious thing type of cards. The ability to just be fully immune to damage from your opponent on that first turn the Garchomp's put into play is so strong. Can potentially take 2 knockouts back to back without your opponent even being able to respond to it. No weakness on that card either. So very powerful, but a little bit different than what we're typically seeing from the Dragon types these days. I feel like Dragon has definitely predominantly focused on the big basic strategy more recently. So it's a little bit refreshing as well to see a little bit more evolution focused of a take.
Yeah, and really, it's not that. I mean, the Dragon evolutions are incredibly strong, right? They're really good. You've got the Haxorus does 230 damage for 2 energy with its Dragon Pulse attack. That's just going to one-hit KO almost everything in the format, and then bring down the axe for just 1 energy. If your opponent's active Pokemon has a special energy attached to it, it's automatically knocked out. So that can one-tap a card like Ogie Dogie if it's got
that Prism energy on it.
Yep. And here's a really cool card from Castella. He's got the amazing rare Jirachi in the active, which is notably not the Stellar Wish Jirachi. I mean, you really got 2 different Jirachis that you might like consider playing in the Gym Leader Challenge deck, the Metal Gym Leader Challenge deck. But yeah, this amazing Jirachi is super neat.
Yeah, most folks I feel like have opted to go with that Stellar Wish Jirachi with the rescue board, but the amazing Jirachi, I mean, you were super high on this card, Andrew, in standard format even.
I know.
A couple of years ago.
I know, man.
You were big. This is going to be the revolutionary.
It wasn't.
Engine in standard. Never quite panned out, but
still a fan.
I think Amazing Jirachi is actually quite good. It's a little more flexible than the Stellar Wish Jirachi because you're not putting yourself to sleep, and you can add any of the cards to your hand as opposed to only those trainer cards. So, there is kind of pros and cons to each of those. I think Stellar Wish, of course, digging deeper into your deck is a major upside as well. So it ultimately comes down to both what you're hunting for off these Pokemon and your own preferences as far as the immediate add of any card versus the digging deeper into your deck.
Yeah, I think like the major win of the amazing Jirachi is that you could just put a U-turn board on it and you're just moving, right? Like you can just have that pivot for the whole game to give you that incremental draw in combination with Varoom and Revavroom, right? And Revavroom just allows you to discard an energy from your hand, fill your hand to 6. Then you can use Jirachi to reach 2 cards more, like consistently, and allowing yourself to see, up to 8 cards is just really powerful. So I like the addition of the amazing Jirachi. Maybe it can be less good at maybe digging a dead hand out of trouble, which is something that the Stellar Wish Jirachi is quite good at. But this, incremental draw of the Dreamy Revelation Jirachi is certainly something that I'm excited to see in action. We see that Jesse has got Gabite online, and it's easy to see why the Garchomp line is such a revered line in the Dragon Gym Leader Challenge pool, right? Because you got not only the Garchomp with the Sonic Slip ability, which makes itself invincible when you evolve it and does 160 for 2. I mean, that's like really solid. Some good words on that card. And then there's some really good words on this card too. Gabite Dragon Call, just every single turn being able to just tutor a dragon Pokemon out of your deck, put it into your hand, is going to allow you to snowball your evolutions and set up a powerful board. And we can see that Jesse is playing quite a few evolutions in his dragon build.
Yeah, and these evolutions are quite strong, like you were saying, Andrew. We see the Dreepy come down. Dracloak, of course, a staple in the standard format today because of that Recon Directive ability. And why not play it in GLC too, right? That's a very strong draw option to add to these decks. And the more basic focused dragon decks can sometimes struggle with having like that onboard draw option. You really only have the Regidrago as a consistency ability in the basic focused decks. Dragon Call, also a very popular style of ability in GLC. You think of things like the Grottle or Grovyle and the grass decks that are supremely important, particularly that Grottle. And Dragon Call is kind of the original iteration of an ability like that.
Exactly. And I mean, just look at all this consistency, right? Tatsugiri, attract customers. Gabite using Dragon Call. We've got a Fracture now on the bench with an energy. I mean, Jesse is setting up a very powerful board state for sure. Whereas maybe some of the big basic dragon variants would have really wanted to be attacking on turn 2. Jesse's saying, I'm going to take like one additional turn to evolve up some powerful Pokemon and then go from there. And Andre, whoa, check this out, Riley. Did you catch what just happened on Andre's side of the board?
With the Cypher,
and then stacked what? Did you see?
I didn't see what he stacked.
Well, it was the Metagross that's in play now.
Oh.
Because he top decked the Metagross.
Oh, yes, I see. That's fun. That's awesome. How often do you think that actually comes up?
And the argument is with like Amazing Jirachi, you could make it happen a little more, I think, than you would otherwise, right? Because the Metagross has the emergency entry ability. It says once during your turn, if you drew this Pokemon from your deck at the beginning of your turn, you may bench it and draw 3 cards. So we saw Andre stack his deck with Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, top deck the Metagross, then use the emergency entry ability to draw into the next 3 cards. and now Andre using Ultra Ball, go get Metang online, and just such a cool little thing, right? And Meteor Mash does 100 damage, and then if you used it the turn previous, does 100 more damage next turn. So it's an attack that snowballs, and we'll just start doing 200 for 2 energy.
Whiffs off the Metal Maker with the Metang. It is kind of cool as well to have a Metang and a Metagross on board at the same time.
True.
It's a very uncommon sight in GLC to have 2 of the same evolution.
God, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, like Gym Leader Challenge is a singleton format, so you can only play 1 of each card with the same name except for basic energy. That means that you can only play 1 Beldum, 1 Metang, and 1 Metagross, meaning that it's almost impossible to have a Metagross and a Metang and play at the same time, except for with the emergency entry ability. That is pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I like it. And this does create kind of some interesting interactions too, where if the Metagross were to be knocked out, you could use a card like a Rescue Stretcher, for example, to evolve the Metang and have back-to-back Metagross, which usually in GLC, if you knock out your opponent's evolving Pokemon, you know it's not coming into play, bar any like evolution cheating shenanigans like Forest of Vitality.
And I do like that Andre can, evolve this Metagross the old-fashioned way too. Doesn't have to like cheese it into play. Like cheesing it into play is an option, but could just at the end of the game be like, I feel like getting out my 170 hit point Metagross and just attacking with that.
Yeah, I mean, Metang is so good by itself. You want Metang in your meta list.
Yes, for sure. Like, you're going to play Metang regardless. So, it looks like, did we get the Metagross powered up this turn?
Oh, if we can get that retreat off.
Yeah, just need to move the Revavroom. It's got a retreat cost of 2.
Yeah, so you're going to need like an air balloon or a float stone. This is literally the perfect turn to attack with this Metagross, though, if you can pull it off, because you want to ideally Meteor Mash for a knockout. Meteor Mash only does 100 on the first turn, but you could knock out this Tatsugiri, and then have another 200 damage Meteor Mash ready to go if you don't get a response KO from Jesse.
Yeah, this is a big draw off his Reverie. Can Andre find a switch out?
Oh, I don't know if
No,
I see it.
does not find it off of the Reverie.
Yeah.
Would have needed like a float stone or air balloon, maybe escape rope, something like that. Just going to be a pass from Andre, as he does start to develop definitely a board that is pretty threatening with Metang online. You got to imagine that, at any point 4 Metal Energy could just, vomit into play.
Absolutely.
Now, on average, you're saying like, okay, they'll probably get an energy or 2 into play every turn, but I've seen Gym Leader Challenge players hit 4. I mean, I've hit 4 in standard.
It happens.
It happens, yeah.
Yeah, I would say probably on average, Metang over the course of games hits an energy every turn, more or less. But definitely you can have those really explosive turns, especially when you have more control over your deck contents in the later stages of the game. You can Super Rod 3 energy back in and almost guarantee a multi-energy hit. Now, I think Andre is probably thankful in this moment that Jesse isn't playing a more basic-oriented Dragon deck. Imagine, Andrew, if Jesse had attacked turn 2 with a Raging Bolt and then was still sniping around this Reverie, that would be just a nightmare situation for Andre. But because Jesse has that slower build, Andre can take the time that he needs to develop his board a little more.
That's how Raging Bolt wins games, man.
Yeah, Raging Bolt is it's so good. It's so good.
Yeah.
And if you can start to establish that dominating board presence with Raging Bolt, you can just continue to attach to it and make it harder and harder, kind of increase that barrier to entry, so to speak, for your opponent's Pokemon.
Yeah, right. Like, it starts off with a 2 energy doing 60 to the bench, and the next turn could be doing 90 to the bench, and the turn after could be doing 120 to the bench.
Yeah.
And it's just like, at a certain point, asking your Gym Leader Challenge deck to respond to that is asking a lot. And then, typically you'll back up a Raging Bolt with like a Drudagon and just be like, and if you knock this out, I'm coming in for 160, you know? And that's kind of the winning strategy with Dragon decks now. But I'm really excited to see this Haxorus in play. And it looks like this is going to be the first knockout of the game. Keep in mind, like 13 minutes in, and we're getting to the first knockout here.
Yeah.
That's Gym Leader Challenge, baby.
Both players taking time to evolve their Pokemon. And I will say the Metagross could present a substantial threat to a basic focused Dragon deck if they're not able to get that immediate KO. And 170, that can be difficult for those basic focused decks to hit. But something like the Haxorus has no problem crossing that threshold. 230 damage is almost certainly knocking out, if not the entirety of Andre's deck, very close to it.
Absolutely, Riley. And that is the big weakness of the kind of big basic Dragon build. They play the Dragonium Z, actually, to kind of reach those big numbers, but that's like kind of a tougher play to pull off. This Haxorus can just handle anything with 230 hit points very easily at the cost of having to discard the top 3 cards of your deck, which is not nothing.
Especially in the Singleton format, right?
That's for sure. That's for sure. Now, notably, Jesse was also able to find Parallel City during his last turn and put that into play, which made it so that Andre had to pare his bench down to just 3 Pokemon. So having to get rid of that amazing Jirachi and the Bronzor on his bench does kind of limit his options. And we've got a Pokegear off the top. Keep in mind his Reverie just got knocked out as well. So
effectively getting rid of 3 Pokemon in one turn.
With the Parallel and the knockouts, right? And that's part of what makes Parallel such an incredible card. I mean, you're talking about like a no-cost Singleton card that could just eliminate 2 Pokemon from your opponent's board. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, you do have to be careful about how wide you bench, thinking of how cards like Parallel might impact your board state. But, of course, Andre had to bench out with the hopes of drawing that Float Stone on the prior turn, which would have been essential to that Metagross attack. So, I think he made the right choices in the moment, but it does make that Parallel just sting a little bit more when you're at that 5 versus 4, for example.
For sure. Now, thankfully, Andre does find a Marnie off of the Pokegear, so he's going to be able to limit Jesse's hand and draw a fresh hand of 5. has this Metagross in the active spot, but again, the Metagross is not swinging for a one-hit KO into this Haxorus. Its Meteor Mash attack only does 100 damage, and it's funny saying, just 100 damage. It's not going to do it, And
weak sauce.
Yep.
Oh,
there's the floater off of the Metang, unfortunately.
To be fair, the deck had been shuffled since, so it's not like the floater was like immediately under that Reverie draw.
No. Now, if Andre had found one energy, off of the Metang, then maybe if Andre had found Floatstone off of this Marnie, then could have retreated into Zamazenta and taken a clean one-hit KO on the Haxorus. So, like, that was potentially an option, but now that Andre has not hit the Metang for the second turn in a row, that's back-to-back whiffs on Metang's Metal Maker ability. It's going to be tough. I mean, Andre is going to need to hope that Metal Maker starts hitting in the turns ahead, because this Haxorus is going in for another 230 damage next turn if Andre doesn't answer, and it doesn't look like that's happening.
Yeah, you could set up a situation maybe where you use Meteor Mash this turn, accept that you're being KO'd, evolve your Metang potentially on the following turn, and Meteor Mash again, and that would take the KO and set the Meteor Mash up for the 200 on the following turn.
Right.
And the 170, you saw the Muscle Band was discarded off the Dragon Pulse from the Haxorus, so it could be difficult for Jesse to get past that threshold.
It's true. That is true, right?
Though Fighting Fury Belt Zamazenta presents kind of a similar problem to Jesse. The problem with the Zamazenta is it's not as consistent in its damage output.
Right, because Zamazenta is a revenge attacker. It's only doing 100 base damage, similar to the Metagross, right? 100 base damage, but if a Pokemon was knocked out the turn previous, does 120 more damage. Now, this is a pretty crazy play from Jesse. He's got the Guzma in hand, so going to take this opportunity to target down the Zamazenta with the counter energy attached, and the Zamazenta has base 130 hit points plus the Metal Shield ability makes it take 30 less, so 160 plus 40 more. 200, and kind of identifying, well, this Haxorus is one of the only things in my deck that can actually handle the Zamazenta.
Yeah.
So taking it out of the equation now.
Yeah, I think this does make sense. The Zamazenta is effectively tankier than the Metagross, barring any additional tools landing on the Metagross. But 200 HP is pretty inaccessible for Jesse beyond this Haxorus, at least from what we've seen so far. So taking this opportunity as it presents itself could do something like a Fighting Fury Belt on a Druddigon to get 170 on a future turn.
And then another cool thing that Jesse gets to do is, when he plays Guzma, he gets to send that Tatsugiri into the active spot, attract customers. You can use Dracloak, right? See some more cards. I mean, so even while you're playing a card like Guzma, there's a lot of support here to help you continue churning through your deck. And we see actually Andre kind of, starting to attach an energy to the Metang. Puts Metal Goggles on the Metagross to make it take 30 less damage. So now it's an effective 200 hit points.
Yeah.
And takes the knockout with Meteor Mash. First knockout for Andre. And doesn't play a supporter, though. I mean, just doesn't really have anything going on. Didn't even use the Metal Maker ability.
I feel like Andre's been struggling to get fully online, though I would have liked, I think, to see a Metal Maker here. Get those energies out of your deck. You get a little more insight into the contents and order of your deck as well every time you Metal Maker. So would have loved to see that. At the same time, you got a Metagross in the active with effectively, like you said, 200 hit points, which we had just established could be quite difficult for Jesse to deal with. And if Jesse isn't able to either knock out or push this Metagross, then Meteor Mash is now queued up to do 200 on the following turn, which will almost certainly take a knockout on some Pokemon on Jesse's board. I think the one thing that could be guaranteed to be safe would be, of course, that Garchomp.
Yeah, and I do see a Versa Seeker in Jesse's hand, Riley. So we could see if Jesse's got the necessary energy to attack with Druddigon. We could see a Druddigon Revenge Guzma KO on Andre's bench Metang.
Yeah.
That would not only eliminate Andre's only energy accelerator in play, it would also make it so that Metagross's Meteor Mash gets reset to only doing 100 damage. So that would be huge if Jesse is able to pull off back-to-back Guzma. That would be really bad for a card like Metagross. However, I do see that Andre also has a Guzma in his hand, so
I think there's a trade-off. So I hear what you're saying, right? Andre could Guzma Tatsugiri, potentially, knock it out with the 100. The problem is, if you burn your Gust cards, then all of a sudden the Garchomp becomes more of a threat.
Oh, you're right. Yes, but what if you Gust to knock out the Gabite?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Gabite actually is. So yeah, I guess the Gabite is the superior target in that situation. You could, I guess, go for the Gabite into the Garchomp this turn as well. Like, use the Sonic Slip as a chance to knock out the Metang.
No Guzma, just a Lily from Jesse.
Yeah, not playing it yet, just grabbing it off a track customers.
Oh, okay.
But I think at this point, Jesse's used all of his draw actions.
Right,
so,
and here's the Dragon Call.
Yeah, it looks like we're maybe going in. I don't hate either the just Dragon Pulse with the Garchomp into the Metagross. That's not bad. Really, the 200 damage mostly only matters for the Garchomp this turn, so you could just say, I'm going to do the damage this turn while I can.
Ooh, it's Raihan, yeah. Raihan is the supporter for turn.
So I imagine we're fully committing then to attacking with this Garchomp. Just need one more energy to use that Dragon Pulse. Or Dragon Blade, sorry, for 160 damage.
Yeah, and it's like Andre hasn't played many cards, doesn't have like a very solid board state. Even doing something like Guzma is going to be super weird for Andre this next turn to play around the Garchomp if it's coming into play, because Andre doesn't have a pivot, right? So that Metang would have to get retreated in order to make it happen.
It's almost like you'd prefer the Metang and to be solo Metagross at that point.
Right. But it looks like probably we're seeing Garchomp. First, it's going to be a Stormy Mountains, which allows Jesse to search for basic Pokemon, basic Dragon Pokemon, but I don't even think he wants to play it because use it because I don't know that there are any other basic Pokemon in the deck. Ooh, an Escape Rope too.
Ooh,
okay,
that's brutal.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So
it makes Guzma around the Garchomp easier.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Right?
Yeah, so this turn you can Guzma just not bench anything and say, hey, I know you're not going to knock out this Metagross. You could also, I suppose... Okay, well, not opting to Guzma...
I would have liked to see Guzma before this Nest Ball gets played.
Yeah, I think if you're going to Guzma this turn, you should do it before the Nest Ball, unless there's some metal-free retreater I'm not aware of.
What is this guy?
It doesn't... Well, he should definitely be directly on the bench. Okay.
All right. It looks like he's failing the Nest Ball, and then is going to play the Quick Ball to go get Varoom, and then...
I see.
I think he realized his mistake.
And so he had to fail it, yeah.
He did have to fail it, right? Because he wants to Guzma first. So that was just an error, I think, on Andre's part.
Yeah.
And realized that he wants to Guzma before putting a Pokemon down. I think he was just like a little bit too antsy to play that Nest Ball.
Agreed.
And now it's like certainly going to punish him because he's using Meteor Mash, 100 damage with the Guzma, exactly like we said last turn. So that does play around the Garchomp. It does make it so that he's going to be doling out 200 damage this next turn. But, I mean, Andre's board is just, he hasn't been drawing. He hasn't been setting up. It is looking a little worse for wear.
And Jesse still does, I believe, have that VS Seeker. Now, here's an interesting question, Andrew. Do you think the Tatsugiri is what you would target, or would you target down that Dracloak?
It's tough.
I think they both have a case.
Yeah, it's really tough to say. I feel like I like targeting down Dracloak more just because it's an evolution. It's harder to get back into play. Like Tatsugiri with a U-turn board. The U-turn board comes back. You could just recover the
stretcher.
Yeah, you could just like a 1 step to bring the Tatsugiri back, 2 steps to bring the Dracloak back. If you're saying they're like of equal value, the Dracloak is like harder to recover. So,
yeah. I think they're comparable value. Personally, I would probably assume, since Jesse has a supporter in hand already.
This is devastating.
Oh,
This is Raps, dude.
Yeah.
This is Raps. You know who could do 170 damage?
Ultra Necrozma.
Oh, yeah, he can. And here comes Ultra Necrozma with the Field Blower to remove the metal
and the
goggles.
Silent Lab
to
turn off that Ultra Burst ability, the exact combo that Jesse needed. But it's not shocking to see Jesse draw a combo like this, right? Because Jesse, turn after turn, has been accumulating more cards into his hand with things like that Cloak. And that's where things like this just become almost an inevitability.
Yeah, there's a Mount Cornet, second energy onto Varoom, and oh man, it's looking so tough. There's an Evolution Incense, okay. So, we've got ourselves Revavroom back online. The Silent Lab is gone.
Yeah.
So but still, look at Jesse's
Garchomp
bench.
is fully loaded up, ready to Dragon Blade again for 160. Metagross was the one Pokemon that Andre's put into play to this point that can survive that, and he's perished.
Yeah.
He's done for. So I don't know what Andre's route is from here, really. I think, unfortunately, it just wasn't quite able to establish himself, and yeah, I think that's basically it. He's got to draw with the Revavroom and hope.
Oh, dude, we're vrooming. Yeah, let's go. Draw 5, Rumbling Engine.
Gosh, what a terrible attack on that.
Oh, and now it's just energy. Oh, it's like those were my Metal Makers earlier.
I know.
And like an end.
Yeah, you could end to low.
I think that's
but
it.
Yeah,
That's
nothing
scoop.
really left to do.
Yep, just retreat, and it's going to be Garchomp. And you could tell the frustration from Andre with the way that this game went. And that is GG's.
Yeah.
Jesse emerging victorious in round number 2. Andre's lone metal deck in the field. Coming up a little bit short there in our first feature match of the day. But Jesse Lynch setting up some very cool dragon Pokemon there with Garchomp and Haxorus and Dracloak. Lots of evolutions. You don't always get to see dragon decks with lots of evolutions anymore. So love that we got to see such a cool dragon deck from Jesse.
Yeah, 2 novel decks, which was a really fun way to start the stream for today. And I'm sure Andre has more gas in the tank yet and will go on to do great things over the course of this tournament. But Jesse putting on a great show with his Dragon Evolution deck. Taking a look at the field, it seems like many of our top tables are wrapping up or close to wrapping up their matches. We also got JW out there, and we'll get a hold of him in just a moment to see if we can get a quick winner's interview with Jesse. Look at that. Fighting,
dude. With the new Marshadow, too. The Marshadow is invincible when it takes a knockout. It's a really cool card. We've got water here. Yeah, fighting versus water. That's a matchup
that makes
we're going to be
sense.
Seeing a bunch of this weekend.
There's Jesse. Also playing Psychic
Against
the Dragon. Yeah, kind of an expected matchup, I would say.
Yep. All right. Well, let's see if we can't get JW on for a quick interview.
Yeah.
Dragon over metal in our round number 1.
Yeah, let's do it. There he is, man himself. We're getting a quick hold of JW here. See if we can talk through Jesse's thought process. I'll be curious to hear what his thoughts are on playing the more evolution style of Dragon deck, given that the basic version has been so popular lately. So hopefully we can get some of his...
pitching down to you in a minute.
So hopefully we can get some of his insights as to why that's the right approach. But JW, we see that you're down there. We're super excited to hear from our winner, Jesse. Over to you.
All right, over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. I am here with Jesse Lynch, the winner of our round number 2 matchup with his Dragon deck. We were talking a little bit in the break. Why do you like Dragon so much, and what did you show today in that match?
I feel like I just really enjoy the play style. I like the pseudo aggro type of deck that it is. It's pretty versatile. Got lots of options for cool attackers.
So walk me through, like, what is maybe your top 3? Give me your top 3 attackers. I mean, we saw at the end some pretty powerful attacks being fired off.
Yeah, definitely Ultra Necrozma is my number 1. Just slept on. A lot of people don't know it exists, and sometimes like a Silent Lab combo like early is enough to disrupt their setup. So if they already had like a weak setup on turn 1, they probably have a weak setup turn 2. Afterwards, it's probably Drudagon and then Garchomp.
Drudagon with that revenge attack, right? So being able to pump out some damage after taking a knockout. And then obviously, you have just some really fun options in terms of what energy you play, right? You have the double dragon energy. That's a big one we were just talking about. Really interesting stuff. You have the Drac Cloak. Now, I don't know that we saw the Dragapult. Do you play one in the deck, or is that just for consistency?
There's actually no single prize dragon type Dragapult. So it's just consistency.
Okay, yeah, all right, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, I suppose I need to get back into the dragon deck. So what would you say is the hardest matchup for your deck?
I feel like Psychic a lot of times is 50-50, but the hardest is probably Water. Wailord's just such a problem. It's so hard to deal with, and then they just bring it back and just keep going. I found that the Haxorus really helps a lot with that. But
yeah, that makes sense. I think I've been looking around, like, Water is
It's everywhere. It's very wet in here today.
So anyway, any shout-outs that you want to make to the stream?
Really just a shout out to the Full Grip locals. Everybody's been really welcoming since day one. Not native to Akron, just moved here a couple of years ago, and everybody from day one I stepped foot in, they're very welcoming and gave me tips, and just really great people.
Absolutely. I can't agree more. Like, I've been just walking around, and a lot of players are smiling, laughing, having a good time on the stream, and it's and off the stream, it's just been a lot of fun. So thank you so much for the interview, and we'll pass it back to you guys in the booth.
All right. Thank you, Jesse, for taking the time to chat with us. And thank you, JW, for bringing us that field interview.
And thank you, Jesse, for educating JW.
I know. Yes. For not knowing that there's no single prize Dragapult. Come on. Everybody knows that, JW. JW is on Fraud Watch. We're in our first streamed round of the day, and he's already flubbing.
Come on. A flub in round 7? Okay.
Round 1 flub. Do you play the Dragapult? There is none. So, yeah, Dracloak just there for that recon directive ability. And in Gym Leader Challenge, that's a good ability. I mean,
that's a good ability in Standard, dude. Yeah, it's just a good ability.
It's just a good ability, period. Yeah. Like, worthy to just play the card, just because, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Those subs over on Twitch, Civmaster and Weeder. I really appreciate it. And I saw some word from the hall. Fighting is eating out there today, from what I can tell. I mean, it's a good day to be a fighting deck.
It makes sense. We saw the power of Lunatone and Solrock yesterday. This reminds me a lot of in the Journey Together Gym Leader Challenge event, when we had seen the power of Fan Rotom all over the place in day 1 in the Standard event, and then that translated really well into the Gym Leader Challenge event on the Sunday. And it feels like the Lunatone Solrock is kind of going through that kind of moment.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And the fact that the Lunatone Solrock pairs so well with Garganacl in the fighting deck, too, is just really cool. Garganacl has this ability, Energizing Rock Salt, which allows you to attach a basic fighting energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. And when you do, you can heal 30 damage. And holy cow, this game that we're just watching here, I don't know if you saw that, but like this Wailord just went from 0 to hero. Went from 0 energy to like there's like 5 energy and a luxurious cape on it.
That's extremely scary. Yeah, extremely scary.
Yeah, and this player on the right has 5 prizes left to their opponent.
It's basically
3.
like a Wailord, you're going to go the distance moment here
Like,
that we're witnessing.
Yeah, like this, the Okie Dokie, the active, like.
With the splash energy, too.
Oh, yeah. You know, you're looking at this and you're like, oh, okay. Holy cow, man.
Yeah. How many prizes are left on the other side? Is that
3.
2 or 3? I can't
3.
tell.
Yeah, it's 3 versus 4. I mean, so like this player on the left had a 2 prize advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming down to like, can you knock out this Wailord before I sweep you?
Literally, right? Yeah. This just got like this just got very hectic. Now, I think we do see on the player on the left, I think they've got the Blood Moon Ursaluna on the bench, though, which does more damage for the amount of damage counters on the defending Pokemon.
That's perfect for taking these 2 shots, right? Even with a card like a Mallow and Lana, it can be difficult to get out of range of something like that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Here we go, Solrock. Yeah, Solrock will do just enough damage to keep the Wailord at a range where the Blood Moon can definitely finish it. And the Blood Moon scales up very quickly.
Like insanely. Like this Blood Moon's gonna be doing like 300 damage, like
way more than 300.
It's gonna be doing like 500 damage or something.
Yeah, it's like 50 per damage counter or something with 100 base, I think.
It's like absurd.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So yeah, this Wailord will definitely be eaten by this Blood Moon, which will
for 2 prizes.
Yeah, sometimes I think the Lux Cape almost isn't worth it on a card like Wailord because you're getting probably 2 KO'd either way, and you'd rather give up 1 prize in that situation than 2. Right? So
it's the exact situation, right? You're like, does the luxurious cape is only worth it if it makes the card survive 1 additional hit, right?
Correct.
That it would have otherwise. And in this situation, you're looking at it and you're like, well, it's not actually making it so that not making it so that the Wailord would have survived an additional hit, so it's just giving up an additional prize. And we got Lunar Cycle, yes, Clara to bring back energy.
Ooh, that's a really good combo.
Oh yeah, it is. Clara into Lunar Cycle, dude. I'm getting big on like Clara and Lana's what is it, Lana's Aid?
Yeah, Lana's Aid.
Those are good cards in GLC right now, man. I mean, I've
really always
good.
been a Clara believer for sure. Clara is super good.
It just like when you have draw support, right? I mean, you got cards like Tulip and Nessa, already very good cards. Like lots of decks are playing Tulip and Nessa. Lots of water decks and lots of psychic decks are playing Tulip and Nessa. Yeah,
Clara is basically just generic Nessa.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's basically generic Nessa. Instead of getting 3 Pokemon, you're locked into 2 of 2. And then like Lana's Aid is also like a generic one as well, except instead of being able to get 4, you can only get 3, but you can get any combination. So
also shout out the baller sequencing for the player on the right. They checked their notes to make sure that they had a basic Pokemon prize before they played the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Beast. Yes, beast.
That is so beast.
Yes. But this Blood Moon Ursaluna, dang. I mean, that thing just took a bite out of the whale. That was nuts.
Yeah. Yeah, nasty stuff.
And I think this player on the left, they might not even be playing Garganacl. It might just be like a kind of manually attached, play Raihan type situation.
Yeah, you got Clara plus Blood Moon as well.
Yeah, Blood Moon can accelerate energy into play.
Pretty strong combo. Very reminiscent of the old Clara and Galarian Moltres of yore.
One thing that it's just a hex and a pass.
Oof.
Yeah, one thing that I've been kind of finding lately for me is that I just really value having cards sent to hand over cards sent back into deck. So like Clara and Lana's Aid are cards that just get those cards, those basic Pokemon and energy immediately from the discard pile back to hand, right?
Yeah,
so like,
and the thing with when cards are in your hand, you can play them.
Yes.
So that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it looks like it's true. The player on the left is going to take the win there with Fighting. So we see Fighting taking down a water deck.
Hey,
there's Jesse Parker. I know he's on Psychic. There's Jack looking good in the Tricky Gym red shirt. What do we got going on here?
Looks like Psychic type Pokemon.
That's Gallade with a Lux Cape.
Yep, that is a Gallade. Hey, Lux Cape shows itself again.
And then we got The glare is really
There's
bad.
Parallel. There is like a window, I think, right behind this person. So
it's a psychic mirror for sure. I think part of psychic's inflation. All right, I'm gonna keep it 100, Riley.
okay, keep 100.
I'm keeping it 100. I did a little propaganda ahead of this event. Yeah.
Yeah, you're no stranger to that, I don't think.
No, well, here's the thing: is that I can't play in these events, so I try to just like
Live vicariously through others.
yes, and
Yeah.
like help build the winning list, right? So I just like, I was helping to brew a psychic deck ahead of this event because I thought that psychic was the play.
So walk me through your brew, Andrew. The alleged brew that is entirely your responsibility.
It was, I built the deck in a room by myself.
That's what I hear.
Yeah,
with no one else involved.
No.
So,
But
just to be clear.
But then there ended up being some additions and subtractions that happened at the hands of many of our locals. But the concept is just a psychic deck with no Gallade. You take Gallade out. You play psychic.
That guy sucks.
You play psychic lower to the ground, just basics and stage ones, right? And that's the idea. And you just play Malamar, Xatu, and Garbodor, and you try to.
But Andrew, Garbodor turns off Malamar and Xatu.
It does. However, you could use the abilities when your opponent field blowers the Garbodor. You can just accelerate energy into play and then lock your abilities. You could also field blower your own tool off of Garbodor, use your abilities, and then put a tool back down on it. Or you could play Shopping Center to pick the tool off of your Garbodor, accelerate energy into play, and then lock the abilities back down.
A stadium many folks are not familiar with. I think the only like noteworthy finish for Shopping Center ever was when Sander played it in his Umbreon VMAX stall deck. Do you remember that one where you'd swap off the badges and the other tools?
Yes.
So yeah, it lets you rip a tool off your Pokemon so you can actually willingly take a tool off your Garbodor mid-turn, which is pretty interesting. And the concept of playing Garbodor with abilities isn't entirely foreign either. I mean, there's a world champion winning deck, the Zoroark Garbodor deck from Robin Schultz. It's kind of the same concept, right? Of you don't need to necessarily have access to your abilities all the time if you're locking down your opponent as well. And so it's a tried and true concept, right? And Psychic has a lot of really strong attackers. I was thinking about this the other day. I feel like stage ones are like the platonic ideal of Pokemon TCG for me, because they evolve, so they get the evolution stuff.
Yeah.
But they're not janky like stage twos are, where there's this like multi-stage process to get them into play. So I kind of vibe with your idea of just playing basics and stage ones, because to me the stage ones are the goats of Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, I think for me, I think that Psychic, it's like Psychic, I think Psychic's like the best deck, right? Like I really do. Like I think Psychic might be the best deck in format. It's got the strongest pool of cards, but it wasn't BDIF, right? And I'm kind of like looking at it, I'm like, what's wrong with Psychic right now? And I think it's that I think Gym Leader Challenge and the Pokemon trading card game is turning into more of a big basic format. Because Pokemon keeps printing very strong big basic Pokemon.
It's just natural power creep, right?
Yeah.
As more cards come out over time, there will be a larger pool of big basics to pull from, which means a larger portion of your deck can be filled with big basics.
Yes.
So this is kind of the inevitable fate of a long-standing format.
Well,
in some ways.
The problem is that Pokemon is not power creeping the stage 2 Pokemon at the same rate they're power creeping the basics. So your stage 2 So your stage 2 Pokemon just still have 160 damage, but like a recent development in the Pokemon TCG is that basic Pokemon are now just doing 160 damage consistently.
Yeah.
Which was not a thing. When we started Gym Leader Challenge, like kind of the magic number was like about 130. Like 130.
Yeah.
Now the magic number that a Pokemon ought to hit is more like 160.
Right. Which is getting more into like stage 2 HP territory now.
And stage 2 HP territory should be like 220 to 2.
It should definitely have a 2 in it.
It should have a 2 in it. Yes. Stage 2 single prize Pokemon should be 200 is like kind of the floor.
I totally agree.
That's the floor of where they should be. Not just for Gym Leader Challenge, but also for standard
they're
format.
not even consistently 180 is just bonkers to me.
That's what I'm saying. You have basic Pokemon with 180 hit points.
Right.
Like Snorlax. Like, what the heck, dude?
Yeah, but stage 2s can't?
That's what I'm saying. Like, doesn't make any sense, right? So I think that there needs to be some sort of like kind of mass reckoning with the way that Stage 2 Pokemon are designed in the Pokemon trading card game. And until that point, big basics are just going to be the strongest cards because those are the ones that Pokemon are printing to be the strongest, whether that's because of standard format or just because of the way the game designers like it. Basics and Stage 2s used to be a little bit more balanced back in the day, but like the gulf has just been widening. Or I guess the gulf's been shrinking, I should say. The gulf's been widening with EXs, but shrinking as far as like your single prize guys, right? Like the basics have been getting closer to the Stage 2s.
Yeah, it's like the relative power budget is widening, and so like the basics is getting further ahead relatively for the effort.
Yes. So then my thought was like, okay, well, how do you like? What if we built a psychic deck that felt like a big basic deck? And psychic's like not quite at the point where it could do that, because you really just have like you have Iron Boulder is kind of like the one. He's got 140
really
hit points.
Good, though,
140 hit points, does 170 damage. You've got like the Revenge Attacker. You've got Mimikyu, right?
Yeah.
And then you've got like Mewtwo. Okay, incredible when there's 3 or less prizes remaining on your opponent's side of the board. You want like one. You want like one more guy. And like the one more guy is probably Necrozma, but then you like got to get the special energies weaved in there too.
Still annoying. Yeah.
Exactly. But like you should be able to kind of play this low to the ground, like, you know, hard hitting big basic psychic deck, and then you play lots of tools to boost your HP, and then you put the tools on Garbodor too to lock abilities. That's like the concept.
Yeah.
And you know, if you don't feel like setting up Garbodor, you could just play with like your Balamar and your Xatu and just do that, right? Like cycle some really good attackers.
Yeah, I mean, big basics plus ability lock has been a tried and true concept since the beginning.
That's what I'm saying.
Of the Pokemon trading card game.
That's what I'm saying.
Tried and true concept.
Yeah.
So like trying to find ways to create that gameplay loop makes a lot of sense in GLC, and Psychic I think is getting the tools to allow that to exist.
It is. And I just felt like Psychic should have a good matchup against Fighting. But I'm getting word from the floor that apparently some of our psychic players out there took fat L's to Fighting decks in round 1.
Well, I was talking to Alex Holtz this morning, and he was talking to me about how he thinks Fighting is favorable, but he does think they can run away with the game if they get those like really early aggressive knockouts. And with cards like the Lunatone and Solrock, I mean, you can take those early knockouts off of like one Guzma Hala, and you have everything you need to KO whatever's in the active, basically, if it's an evolving support Pokemon or even just the lower end big basics. So, yeah, the Fighting, I think, could just get off to the races and disrupt the flow state, so to speak, of the Psychic deck. And then it gets to a point where maybe it doesn't matter if the Okidogi isn't like 2-for-1ing anymore because you've taken such a substantial early lead.
That's right. I mean, the other big thing to kind of try and overcome is just the resistance, man. The resistance is so ridiculous. You got like Iron Boulder with 140 hit points and a minus 30 fighting resistance. You're like, what do I even do like about that, right?
That's true.
There's not really a lot of options. I mean, you've got Okidogi is the only card that's like taking a clean one-hit KO, but then God forbid there's a tool on the thing, and you know then you're dealing with that whole can of worms. So the fighting resistances could be really tough. Gallade could be really difficult to knock out if you're playing against a psychic variant.
So if everyone that you're shipping off without Gallade.
All right. I think so. I definitely was doing some pre-event propaganda. I was trying to hype this big basic, you know, stage 1 Garbodor deck, and I think like Ben Morse really took a liking to it. Alex Holtz really took a liking to it. They started tweaking it and putting a lot of work into kind of refining the final handful of cards. But I think there's probably like, I don't know, 8 players in the room, you know, that are playing this deck, you know,
or very similar.
Yeah, or similar. So, and I think that then there was just a lot of locals in our area that were like, oh yeah, Fighting's hype, we're gonna play Psychic. Like that was kind of just like,
and Psychic again was the most popular ever since
Destined Rivals, right?
The new Hall of Fame list was released.
That's right.
So Psychic's been pretty popular. It's actually, I think, a pretty stable amount of popularity between these two events, though like maybe the meta landscape that led to that decision has changed. But if I recall right, Psychic was also about a third of the field in Destined Rivals format too.
It's true. So today, I would say if Psychic fails to make it to the finals today, Psychic's on like incredible fraud watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would agree.
If Psychic doesn't make finals, it's like, all right, guys, time to hang it up.
Pack it up. Yeah. Pack it up.
Because it's like, it was a third of the field of the Destined Rivals, what I think made top 8, maybe a top 4. But I don't even think top 4. I think it was just top 8.
Yeah, it definitely made like 1 or 2 in top 8.
I think like Brooke lost in top 8.
Yeah, and it was Brooke, and I don't remember if she made it to top 4 or not, but yeah, just kind of a tragic, especially with how much of the field was Psychic. Like 1 top 8 is pretty tragic.
That's what I'm saying.
Standing. Yeah, it just, to me, it's so confusing because Psychic has like everything. It has
really has
items.
it
has the supporters. It has the stadiums. It has like useful special energies. It has amazing ability. It has every like permutation of useful ability you could ever imagine. And yet it's still not quite able to close.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't get it.
What's going on, man? What's going on? It's got everything. So I think today's storyline for me personally is going to be like, I even tried to do a little propaganda. I tried to get in there and help with the Psychic deck building. I like, can Psychic be BDIF?
Yeah.
And if not, if the answer's no, then dang, dude. All right. Like it's just like, I don't know, like a tier 2 deck, which is just the most popular tier 2 deck.
The most popular deck being a tier 2 deck is crazy, for sure.
Like, is it true? I don't know. I mean, Psychic did win one of our release weekend events like once back in the day. Trey McCartan won. I mean, that was a while ago. That might have been like the Astral Radiance one, I think.
Yeah, that's like ancient history.
Psychic has not cracked finals since, or top 4, I don't think. Was it the Brilliant Stars one? Might have been the first one. Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. It's been top 8 city for Psychic ever since. It's like right there. But I want more. I desire more. I desire a finals appearance for Psychic. I want to make it happen, and that's kind of the crazy thing about
Maybe
like
today.
That's what the fun thing to me. It's like. It's so fun about Gym Leader Challenges. The meta is so malleable like that, right? Like, I mean, in standard,
that you have all this influence.
Well, that
you like
do.
to exert upon the meta.
People do. Individuals can.
Yeah.
Anybody who's like a serious brewer can come into Gym Leader Challenge and make a big difference.
Oh yeah,
and that's to me that prospect is very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a huge part of the culture of Gym Leader Challenge is the brewing aspect of it
for sure,
and not just being successful in your own right, but like your brew being successful.
Yes.
It's like there's a lot of pride in that in GLC.
Which is why I put so much effort. I was like solitary games with this Garbodor deck by myself. like
that is what solitaire means, yeah.
Anyways, I'm excited to see if it can actually convert today.
Absolutely.
Well, that's the deck that I've got my eye on personally. But a lot of good players out there in the field. A lot of good players. 90 players. And you know what? We are getting ready for round number 2 right now, Riley.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're super excited. Let's see if we get word on our matchup here. Looks like we got Sarah Wilson with her double grass deck. If you remember this from, I think it was the Destined Rivals tournament, we saw her featured as well with her jump fluff variant of grass that attacks multiple times per turn. Super fun. If I remember correctly, she did like a double knockout on their opponent's only 2 Pokemon on play in turn 2, and that was very, very exciting. And we got DeAndre back as well. I was chatting to DeAndre after the Swiss rounds yesterday. He wasn't quite able to make that top 8 with his Grimmsnarl build, but he said he's actually here for GLC. He's a GLC player through and through, and so given his success yesterday in those first 4 or 5 rounds, I'm expecting good things from him today if this is truly his specialty. So I'm amped for this game. Got 2 very exciting players to see at the table.
Yes, we do. Oh, I'm so stoked to hear that DeAndre is like a GLC main. That makes me like incredibly hype, honestly. And Sarah with her double hit grass deck. DeAndre is on colorless. Sarah's deck looking gorgeous in those art sleeves with the Dragon Shield clear outer sleeves. Sarah is one of those Gym Leader Challenge players who likes to keep her deck looking super fresh, and I just love it. I love watching players' decks personality really kind of shine through in the feature match. JW, get your butt over here, dude. All right, so our round number 3 is underway. DeAndre playing first. Got the Minccino and Squovit on the bench. Doduo in the active spot. Dodrio is a nice single prize attacker with the zooming draw ability and ballistic beak attack. I say single prize attacker. I mean, like literally every, card in the format's a single prize attacker. But anyways, Dodrio, nice single energy attacker, I should say. With the ballistic beak attack. It's kind of like Spear Tomb from the Dark Pool of cards. Does 10 damage plus 30 more damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. And then you can place damage counters on it with the zooming draw.
Yeah, the zooming draw is cool, right? It's another consistency buff for the colorless deck. Not that it really needs all that much help, right? You got the Bibarel, got the Cinccino, but having more cards is generally better than having less cards. I would say, overall, in the Pokemon trading card game, unless you're playing maybe a deck like Grand Bull from many formats ago, but in any case, yeah, that Dodrio is both a potent attacker and a strong little bit of extra draw.
And that's it. It's been a really interesting kind of voyage to watch with the colorless builds.
Yep.
Because of the recent ban to double colorless and twin energy in Gym Leader Challenge format. Previously, colorless decks were all about just looping those very powerful double energy cards, and having access to double colorless, twin energy, and double turbo energy essentially meant that colorless decks didn't need to worry about any sort of energy acceleration, could just reach for the most powerful attacks and available to them, and with the double energies, and then just play supporter cards like Mela and Raihan to kind of piece together the extra energy attachments throughout the game. But now, being limited to just double turbo energy as their double energy of choice, now colorless decks have kind of needed to reinvent the wheel a little bit. And colorless, still a very successful and popular archetype, even with the double energy bans.
Well,
now you got to rely on single energy attackers.
You talk about archetypes that have a wide card pool.
Oh,
colorless is that, right? You have some nice stage 1 draw support. You have the big basics. You do have some stage 2 options too, right? We'll see if that plays a factor here in for DeAndre, but things like the Slacking, things like the Ursaluna, right? These are great cards for colorless. But, there's a lot to like. There's a lot of options to choose from with the colorless deck, and we'll see which kind of build DeAndre is opting for here as the game goes on. Now, from Sarah's side of the board, I wouldn't say the strongest setup. Nothing here I'm particularly worried about if I'm DeAndre. Got the Petlil in the active, Applin on the bench, and a Hoppip. I mean, these are probably the cutest board that Sarah could have assembled at this point in the game, but I'm not sure the most potent.
You don't know. Does he know, Chet? He doesn't know.
I know.
He doesn't know.
It's cute. They're cute, though.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. All right, so we see that DeAndre has got Cinccino online, and draw power is the name of the game with the colorless deck, right? Everything draws cards. You've got Cinccino, can make do, discard a card, draw 2 cards. You've got the Dodrio, zooming draw, can draw an extra card from the deck. You've got Bibarel, can fill your hand to 5.
Hey, don't forget Squovit.
Oranguru, which can fill your hand to 3. And then, of course, with these cards like Bibarel and Oranguru, which fill your hand to 3 and 5 respectively, that's where Squovit comes in, because Squovit has the Nest Stash ability, which allows you to put your hand on the bottom of the deck and draw just 1 card. So it allows you to cycle through your deck without actually pitching resources, which is something the players really like. As we can see, DeAndre's got that Squovit on the bench right now, and is using Battle Compressor to thin his deck a little bit.
Now, Battle Compressor is not a card you see too often in GLC. I feel like that's, there are maybe cards that do a little bit more for a lot of these decks, but DeAndre here using it less to really activate too much and more so to get rid of cards that are now useless, right? You see the Battle VIP Pass hit the discard pile. You see the Ditto hit the discard pile. Those are really great cards on turn 1. And we are well past that.
Exactly. And that is something that you're starting to see more with Gym Leader Challenge builds, is that they are taking risks, like deck building risks, like playing Battle VIP Pass and cards like Ditto that are very high power level cards early on in the game that become useless as soon as the first turn is over. So playing a card like Battle Compressor, which can get those cards out of the deck and optimize the deck for later in the game, is very nice. And then Battle Compressor can also actualize some other cards like Raihan and Mela if DeAndre is playing those in order to make them live plays to accelerate energy into play. So I do like the inclusion of Battle Compressor. I never feel bad about seeing a Battle Compressor played. It's just a solid card all around. We do see that DeAndre is actually setting up a line here with the Cinccino. It's got the powerful colorless energy attached to it. Adventure Bag is in hand. So DeAndre can use Adventure Bag to go search out a free retreating tool to get this Doduo out of the active spot. And then Cinccino can use Energy Assist to take a knockout on this Petalil and attach an energy from the discard pile to one of his benched Pokemon.
Now, do we see the Dodrio in the deck? Maybe that's why DeAndre opted for this play. I almost feel like the Cinccino is a bit of a stronger draw engine overall than the Dodrio, so I maybe would have liked to see that energy be attached to the active, evolve into the Dodrio, and then knock out, because it's going to do 60 damage if you draw a card and put the damage counter on it. So
Dodrio might not be in the deck.
I'm assuming that Dodrio is not in the deck based on this play, so this makes a lot of sense. But Dodrio, of course, would be hitting for 60, similar to that Cinccino there.
For sure, right? This does cheat an extra energy into play, which is nice, and we are seeing that DeAndre is very cognizant of like his need for draw power. So went and got that Oranguru with the Instruct ability, and can now use Nest Dash to put his single card hand on the bottom of the deck and use Oranguru's Instruct ability to fill back up to 3. We see Verse Seeker, Hex Maniac there, some really strong cards.
Good cards for sure. So you're right. I think, and maybe even if the Dodrio was in the deck, maybe you still want to accelerate energy, right? You know, going into the later stages of the game that this Hops Snorlax is going to be one of the pivotal attackers as we move into a mid-game situation that can hit for a lot of damage, obviously has a lot of HP, and is just an all-around solid attacker for the colorless deck. So in this position, you know, I really like DeAndre's board. It's looking very solid. He's got a couple of draw options. Obviously the Squova we talked about, the Oranguru, Cinccino's in the active, and you're powering up another attacker. So by and large, DeAndre has established what he's wanted to do in this early game. So we'll see if Sarah can match that same energy. We see the evolution into the Diplin and a Hoppip active, but Pelil in the discard. We do see a Roselia come into play, and not the greatest position.
Does he know, chat? That's the thing. So, like, Sarah is playing a double hit grass deck, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are things that can be done, right? To take multiple knockouts in a turn, which is pretty cool. That's kind of the idea of this grass deck. I mean, obviously, the festival lead Diplin can do the wave for 100 damage twice. So, like, if you get that going with the Festival Grounds Stadium.
But that's a lot to ask, right? Sarah,
it is a lot to ask.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? It's like, yes, they can attack twice, but if Sarah's only attacking for, at this point, 40 damage, that's not even a knockout on the Cinccino. And we saw Sarah play the Avery. Again, not really a card that you're looking for when you're trying to establish a board, which Sarah doesn't have.
No, right, for sure.
You know, you're looking for the stadium, the festival lead stadium. You're looking for more basic Pokemon to increase the damage output.
100%.
And
yeah,
so,
she needs more going on.
You know, you keep saying, does he know? Does he know? Yeah, I know. And what I know is what I'm seeing, and I'm not seeing anything great.
But what I know is that I'm not impressed. Yes, that is fair. That is fair. Sarah would have desperately liked to find a Turtwig this turn. I mean, it looks like she's got like a weird handful of energy off this Avery and doesn't like have a lot to love going on. And the thing about Sarah's deck is like these Pokemon are all so weak. that Chinchino can like knock out almost everything on the board right now with energy assist, which is like not what you want.
For sure.
No, because every time DeAndre attacks with energy assist, it's like.
And sacking the Roselia, do you think that this is?
I mean,
the
Sarah's
best
hand is so bad.
Sack? I mean, I see the Roserade as being kind of crucial at this point for Sarah to get back into the game, get maybe a disruption supporter, and then take a big knockout like an N or a Marnie.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
So I feel like the Roselia at this point, I would be saving that and just letting the Hoppip get blown up, and then maybe you try to recover that later.
Yeah, I would have liked to see, I think, the Hoppip just left in the active spot, maybe top decking out to a Roserade, which is then, makes your board live. And DeAndre is going to be very happy to see this. Now, something that is interesting. The Roselia's got, I think, the poison point ability. Mm-hmm. So, like, maybe
and it's not
poisons.
Getting knocked out, right? It's, I think, 70 HP on that Roselia.
60.
Oh, it is 60 HP?
It is 60.
Okay. Yeah, because there is a 70 HP Roselia, which would be out of range for this board.
I know.
The Chinchino doing 60.
Prepping for the Chinchino strong energy. Yeah, the poison point Roselia. There is a 70 hit point Roselia.
Yeah, there is.
Yep.
There's a few, actually.
Now, the real argument for the 70 hit point Roselia is that it does dodge the double dragon energy Raging Bolt. Which is very popular.
Yes.
So, like, 70 hit point evolving basics have become extremely vogue, I would say.
Yeah, no kidding.
In the last, since Raging Bolt was released. I mean, you know how chaotic early Raging Bolt could be in standard. I mean, imagine in a format where, you got a bunch of little guys that you're bullying around and access to, Guzma Hollow double dragon energy. It just,
That's real.
Yeah,
it
gets in there really fast.
Yep.
And so 70 hit point basics have become kind of the new norm. I've had to, give up my beloved Rapid Strike little Sobble and Remoraid.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now I'm playing some random 70 hit point ones.
Wow. And what a punishing play from DeAndre. This is looking just turn after turn. He is making what I would consider, optimal plays, right? We're getting this Snorlax set up. You saw the Hex Maniac come down on DeAndre's side of the field. So even if Sarah were to get a full board, there's no attacking twice in this position. So
no, and the Hex Maniac plays around the poison point ability.
Yes.
So Sarah's not even getting those couple of residual damage counters.
That is crazy. So we see an escape rope. There is the Diplin heading to the active, and DeAndre happy to sacrifice a Doduo. See what
is
Sarah
it even a sacrifice? I mean, how much is this thing doing? 40 damage?
Yeah.
No, it's really bad. It's 20 times the amount of bench Pokemon. It's 20 plus 20, 40. You're literally just putting damage counters on the Doduo. And then Sarah, I think, forgot to use Artisan this turn. It's just all bad.
It's not looking great. I mean, that's certainly what can happen when you miss a few beats in the early game, which I would say Sarah certainly has, is that you get a little flustered. You're not really playing to your outs. Certainly Artisan here would have been great to find something else.
You're definitely going to want to use Artisan for sure.
So, the body language there on that full shot is...
you could tell just...
there's a VS Seeker for a Hex. It's just... getting ugly.
And now this Hops Snorlax with the Hops Choice Band is dealing almost 200 damage. Not 200 because it's turned off his own ability there, but 170. And I mean, Sarah does have access to Artisan now and can use that. Go get another basic Pokemon out of the deck. Super Odd's going to chuck some things back in, but at this point, DeAndre is just marching, right? I mean, we saw 2 knockouts with Chinchino. Was it 2 knockouts with Chinchino? And then
we just saw a knockout?
And then a knockout. So DeAndre should have taken 3 prizes, right?
Yeah, that's actually that's a call down. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think that I actually have a walkie down there, so...
Well, we're gonna have to go call Natalie.
Do it the old-fashioned way.
That should be 3 prizes. I believe you're right. The Cinchino took a couple, and that Roserade.
Hey,
or the Rosalia.
Can you send Riley up here to come get a walkie-talkie? Also, I think DeAndre has taken 3 knockouts and should have taken a third prize, I think.
Yep. Yeah, I think it'll be an easy fix because DeAndre didn't interact with his deck in his hand at any point, right? There was no N played, there was no Marnie. So he should just have an extra card. Now, there may be some wind back with the Oranguru, right?
Because there's a Super Rod, put one back in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It was the double with, it was two with Chitinchino.
Yep. And then he just took one knockout with the Snorlax. So it definitely should have been 3 knockouts to my knowledge. So the players are getting this
100%. That's what it
reversed.
was. Yes.
Players are getting this all reversed. We're going to have to see, unfortunately, a judge call. I'm not sure at this point the severity because we do have that Squobit. We do have the Oranguru. So, yeah, technically, I don't think the card can come to hand because he did interact with the deck. I forgot about that interaction. So
I can...
Hopefully, they can get it resolved. Hopefully, they come to a reasonable resolution.
So DeAndre took 2 knockouts with Chinchino and 1 with Snorlax, and then Sarah rotted one of the guys back in. Yep. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So unfortunate. You know, that's just like,
it's not a problem. Got
well, I mean, technically it is. Depends on how serious this is, right?
No, I've gotten words from I've been chatting with a judge throughout the weekend, and the goal is always to de-escalate if we can.
Sure.
If it's an easily reversible thing, that's what we're doing for today's
I think you argue that it's not easily reversible, though.
Just take a prize to the hand, dude.
No, but he's interacted with the deck in between the taking.
But how do you know? I mean, what if it was Sarah's turn when I caught it?
Right. So DeAndre, I think,
just needed to. I mean, I don't think you know which prize.
No, I think it was the second prize that he made. I could be wrong. Maybe it was the last prize.
If it was the last
prize, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think it was one of the other middle prizes. But in any case, they have decided that this is a play-on situation, and DeAndre with the escape rope into the Applin, really making sure that Diplin does not have an effect on this game. Of course, Sarah would need the Skip Loom and the Jump Bluff to get an attack, and we already know, of course, Sarah has access to the Diplin. So taking that out, probably for the best. And there is a draw off of the Oranguru. An attachment of the Therapeutic Energy to the Snorlax.
Oh, and Lost City.
I want to talk about Lost City because when I was down on the floor, we were talking about this last night.
Oh yeah,
there was a lot of Lost City.
I told you.
I was seeing
I
maybe
told you.
it was weird because I was like, okay, there's a Lost City in like a deck that I'm not necessarily used to seeing it in, but there's a Lost City. And then I walk over to another game and I see a Lost City in play, and then I'm looking at the game down the table and there's a Lost City in the discard pile. I'm like, probably half or more of the decks in this room are playing Lost City.
There is a
it's
high
like absurd.
Proportion. I wouldn't say half, but I'd say probably like a quarter, maybe a third.
Okay.
There's like a large.
It's like a staple.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is like, I would say in the last in the last year or so, I mean, Lost City has really started to become more popular as these kind of like strategies where you reuse single, basic Pokemon over and over again become more popular, and you kind of have these, your deck's ace, right?
Yeah.
Like being able to Lost Zone a Wailord is very good.
Yep.
Being able to Lost Zone an Ogie Dogie, those are like game-winning plays against those decks.
Sure.
So you can kind of like kneecap a deck entirely by taking like the one attacker that your opponent was planning on using their Night Stretcher and their Rescue Stretcher for,
right?
And just like instead of making those Night Stretchers and Rescue Stretchers live, you make them like useless because instead you're punting the card to the Lost Zone,
right?
And that's just like a lot of decks are built that way to recur attackers that way, and Lost City kind of like hits at like kind of like a just like hits right at the heart of the way that a lot of GLC decks are being built.
Mm-hmm.
Right now.
Yep.
Instead of going wide and including many different kinds of attackers, A lot of decks
They're
are
kind of
becoming hyper
narrowing in on
Yep.
getting that one attacker established
Over
as
and
often
over.
as possible.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like let's try to get like 2 Wailord going in a game.
Sure.
And then like piece together the rest with everything else. Like let's
Sure.
try to get 3 Ogie Dogie going in a game. Like, if you get a 3rd Ogie Dogie going in a game, like, dude, I mean,
Well, and that's where, you look at these decks. I think like Colorless. Like Colorless has a ton of attacking options, right? And that I think plays into, a card like Lost City, where you can afford to have it out on your turn, because even if your opponent responds with a knockout, as long as you're knocking out, like you said, their ace,
yeah,
their commander card, right?
exactly.
Then even if you get your attacker lost owned, you got like 2 or 3 others that are pretty reasonable to use in that situation. So, I think, great card. It was just very interesting seeing on the field.
A lot's
down
changed.
A
lot has
just
changed
like Lost City, like just
in the
people,
last couple years.
It's on the rise. Stocks
Yes.
are on the rise. For
Oh
us.
yeah, dude. Lost City plays are up. And a lot of that, you have to kind of shout out to the Drago Box deck and
Yep.
the Special Whales deck. Those decks are kind of decks that had been really utilizing it well.
Yep.
The Drago Box deck is the, kind of like the Team Turbo Blaze creation that is the big basic dragon deck. It doesn't play any evolutions. It's just like 6 or 7 basic Pokemon. And you're playing cards like Guzman Hala. You're playing cards like Colress's Tenacity, which just allow you to go get your double dragon energy exactly
Right.
when you want.
Right.
But they also go get you stadiums, right? So being able
Colress's Tenacity is so nasty,
yes,
because it's like another Guzma Hala for the dragon.
it
decks.
is. It's literally
Yeah.
double dragon, Lost City, bang.
Yeah.
your guy's gone,
Man.
right? And like being able to play out of situations like that. And you think about as well, you've got like the Raging Bolt, which is sniping with double dragon, right?
Yes.
And so like say like I go Colress's Tenacity, Lost Zone, your Inky, your Inkay, Lost Zone, you're not to,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And then it's just like there's decks that are just like that
That's gross.
is a game loser.
That's gross.
right there,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Or you're going Colress Tenacity for Silent Lab to turn off your bench barrier.
Yes.
Bang.
Yep.
Knock
Yep.
out your
Knock out the bench barrier.
bench
Knock
barrier.
out the Mew, right?
right.
Yeah, that's
So like
crazy.
your Drago Box deck is playing like Lost City,
Silent Lab.
Silent Lab, Stormy Mountains to like go get a dragon, basic.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, just like all these nasty stadiums. So
Yeah.
then you get cards like you get counterplay. Like
Chaotic
your
Swell.
water decks, Chaotic Swell. Like
Big
Chaotic
card.
Swell is a big one.
Huge
I was
card.
talking about playing Chaotic Swell in fighting. Similarly, because you don't want your Ogie Dogie to get lost zoned in the fighting
Well,
deck.
or imagine getting a Soul Rock or a Lunatone lost zone.
Don't want that either.
That's hard to deal with as well.
You don't want that, right?
So
You don't want that. You don't want that.
yeah. What do you think is the deck that's least impervious, or that's most impervious to lost zone, like the lost zone mechanic?
So which deck utilizes lost zone the best?
No, is least impacted by lost zone
Oh,
or
okay.
by the lost city.
That doesn't care as much about the Lost City. I mean, Dragon's the deck that plays it, right?
Yeah.
And arguably that's because they don't care. Because
Yeah.
they just have like 6 or 7 basics, and like losing one of those isn't really usually like the end of the world.
Yeah,
Because you
and
just-
I think the big basics, right, is in those early stages of the game. It's hard for opponents to respond to 130, 140 HP basic,
Yeah.
or even more when you have various tools attached. So you can afford to like have the Lost City early, and then you can bump it later, right? We're talking about these other stadiums that they can play. So
But it's all about like how you use the Lost City too. So like really every deck can use it.
yep,
Right? And it's just about like, okay, I'm wagering that I'm going, like, when I play it, I'm lost zoning one of your guys, knowing that you have the opportunity to keep it in play and lost zone one of my guys. So it becomes this like really cool kind of like back and forth, like, all right, does the opponent, a lot of times the opponents will just get it out of there immediately because my deck's not built to like utilize Lost City in maybe the way that yours is.
Sure.
I didn't think of that as part of my game plan. But some decks, your opponent will keep it in play and then choose to lost zone one of your guys. And then that passes the ball back to your opponent. Like, do they want to keep it in play and go again
right,
to lost zone another? And it becomes this like kind of really interesting little mini game
yeah,
that happens.
yeah. Who's gonna
Blink
bump
first.
first? Yeah,
like who's
exactly.
going to blink first to get rid of the Lost City?
Yeah.
So I do think that Dragon is probably the best deck at using Lost City because it has all of the ways to go search it out. It also has the access to knocking out bench Pokemon and lost zoning little guys before they get to evolve up. So like Dragon is definitely the deck that uses Lost City the best. And but I'm excited to see the different counterplay that we see, or maybe if we get to see some major Lost City plays happen in top 8 as well. I mean, you said you saw quite a few of them.
I really did. It was quite a lot. I mean, there were some of these decks. I saw a few players playing colorless control.
Yeah.
So that's a big
That's
card.
a deck that plays Lost City, dude.
Well, of course, and I think it makes sense, right? Because they have so many ways to pick up cards from their discard pile. So even if that Lost City, we talk about like maybe a one-time use for most decks, right? For the Dragon deck, it's no real. I mean, maybe Lusamine could
just
recycle that,
once.
but you're reasonably just using it the one time. But when you have cards like Bunnelby or Ursaluna that can recycle those cards for you, you get down to a late stage where your opponent's wasted all of their resources, all of their stadiums, and then that Lost City just sticks. And that's
a lot of times
scary
a deck might only have like one guy that can deal with the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah.
So then like
160 HP.
It's got 180 and
180,
does 200
180.
damage.
Yep.
So like a lot of decks just don't have many things that can deal with it. And then I wonder. Yeah, it's crazy. And being able to Pete Hunt as well.
Yep, exactly.
Let's see. Do we have Riley? Yes, we do. All right. So I am going to call down, and we're going to get an interview with our round 3 winner, DeAndre. Just going to call down to Riley and get this going. All right, folks. I'm excited for us to hear from our round number 3 winner, DeAndre. Got to see him on stream yesterday, but we're hearing that he is a GLC main. Showed off his colorless deck. Let's hear from DeAndre and Riley down on the floor.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you for taking your sweet time getting over here. Just kidding. I'm joined by DeAndre. DeAndre and I were chatting yesterday, and he was telling me that, Standard was going pretty well for him, but he was more excited for GLC today, and it's showing, right? 3-0 start, showing pretty successful, and you're feeling pretty confident. Tell us about how you're feeling at this point in the event.
So I definitely feel like I can take it. Instead of practicing standard like I should be, because new season regionals, I guess ever since Destined Rivals came out, I've been just playing a lot of GLC. My first event was actually here for the JTG cash tourney. Me and my friends, we drove out here with a different set of friends, but I definitely feel like I have what it takes to win this event.
Yeah, I mean, you're showing it so far, right? 3-0 start, can't complain about that. Just probably need 2 more wins to seal up that top 8. So walk me through your deck choice. Colorless, of course, has been a historically popular type in GLC, but has fallen off a little bit post double colorless and twin energy ban. How are you feeling about where colorless sits in the meta right now?
So first of all, I have to shout out my good friend Mark Vogel, because he put me onto this deck really well. Me and him went back and forth on it. We said that even though with the double colorless and twin energy ban, we felt like this deck had tons of potential, playing just a heavy item line, being able to thin our hand down with Squavit and Oranguru, just refiltering through the deck to find the pieces that we need, instead of going for the heavy supporter line, playing Crispin and Welder, stuff like that. I felt like this deck was very smooth, never problem. I haven't changed a card since I started playing it.
Very nice. Yeah, I mean, that's proof of the pudding right there. You're really confident in your approach. Now, fighting, of course, has been majorly on the rise with the Lunatone and Soul Rock. Does that make you anxious at all for the rest of the day?
Fighting is definitely on my radar. Unfortunately, I haven't played it yet. I have little to none testing against it, but I feel like if I go fast, we should be able to beat it.
Yeah, just go fast, right? Knock them out before they can knock you out. That's always a tried and true approach to Pokemon trading cards. Well, DeAndre, it's always really fun talking to you. I wish you the best of luck in the rest of your rounds, and hopefully your confidence shows through and we can see you in the top 8.
Thank you so much.
Is there anyone you'd like to shout out quickly before we wrap?
Dang, you left me hanging. Definitely. Oh, yeah. Definitely shout out Mark once again. Definitely shout out Coach Joe Storino for always helping me play GLC, and he came with me the last event. Shout out Fred. all the TGS guys at home, the Slice Abode crew, all of Chicagoland actually.
Awesome. Yeah. Shout out Chicago. Well, thank you so much, DeAndre. And we'll head it back to Andrew and JW in the booth.
All right. Thank you, DeAndre and Riley, for that interview. Cool to hear from DeAndre and people that made the trip out to beautiful Akron, Ohio for the Mega Evolution 6K doubleheader. I know there's quite a few players that are playing in both events, but there's also quite a few players that are just GLC mains.
For GLC.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's got to be exciting for you as a format creator that you would have players travel from across the United States and the world to be here.
It's just fun, man. It's just fun. I mean, I had a lot of fun playing Standard yesterday, or watching Standard be played yesterday too. But it's so much fun. Variety is the spice of life. When we got into the game, Expanded became a thing.
Yeah.
Like really early on. I always loved that.
I really like Expanded.
I just loved having multiple formats.
Yeah.
It just makes the game more fun.
Well, and it really like it benefits players that really go hard into one, as opposed to like spreading their energy between the two. Like the GLC heads, like they just know so much about the format versus, if they're trying to juggle between Standard and GLC. Like I feel like, of course, there are some translations over, but I think that you really gain a lot of depth of information when you just hone in on one format.
To me, that's true. And the Gym Leader Challenge players know a lot about the format. It's crazy. If you're just like kind of waltzing into the format, there's a lot to learn about the metagame and the way that decks are being built right now. However, the thing that impresses me the most, and I've made this very clear to my locals, like if accolades, wins, those are great. What impresses me the most is your ability to win in both formats. Not just Standard or not just Gym Leader Challenge. If you're the best Standard player at our league, great. If you're the best Gym Leader Challenge player at our league, great. But what makes you the best player at our league is being best at both. Yes. Because that really shows your merit as a player. We got players like Grant Manley who have come through and didn't just win. I mean, Grant Manley came and he won the Fusion Strike release weekend Standard 3K and the GLC one. Like brewing his own control deck. Like that to me is the sign of like a top player. Like you can excel at all formats. Retro, Gym Leader Challenge, whatever. You're just good at card games, right? Yeah, and you just understand the way that the card pool works and the way the cards work together. Azul is another player who is like, he finished in, the top cut of GLC and Standard at our events. At the Journey Together one, we had Ben Moore's top 8 Standard with Gardevoir, which is a deck that we did not expect to be good back then.
And I think he was first seed, wasn't he?
Yes. And then he won the Gym Leader Challenge bet. So to me, that was like an incredible accomplishment on our local level. I always try to gas our locals up when they go out to like the regional championships to go play Standard. Yeah. Like especially our GLC locals, because if you could do both formats, it's like I feel like that really kind of sets you apart as a player, showing your depth and versatility as a player. For us, it used to be Expanded. I mean, that's just like what we used to do, right? And it was so fun getting to hop from like Standard to then going into Expanded, where I felt like I could really flex my card pool knowledge. I could really flex my card interaction knowledge, and it did feel like it felt like a superpower that you had playing Expanded, just knowing how everything worked together and having seen all the cards played during their time in Standard, right?
Yeah, absolutely, right. Having that context of, okay, this was in a limited card pool back when we first started, and then moving into the Expanded format where now you're looking 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years out from those original cards. Knowing that context of when they were played, why they were good, when they were in format, and then now being in the Expanded format, that is a really fun thing, and certainly one of the benefits to having multiple formats. Now, you bring up the kind of personality of the decks. I heard you were talking about that a little bit earlier, and so one thing that I got to give a lot of credit to our GLC players is that they are all in when it comes to card arts.
Oh, yes.
And bling. And flash and personality. And it's really fun. You have players that have fully blinged out decks, or all the gold cards, or all the supporters that are, max rarity. And then you also have players that do, other interesting things, like they have signed cards.
Custom cards. Signed cards. Yep.
Foreign cards.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a lot of fun too when you're walking around on the floor.
It is, and it's something that I've always wanted to encourage as the creator's format, as the format's creator, to have players express themselves through their deck building. I think another thing that kind of sets Gym Leader Challenge apart from Standard is that players have their decks, have had their decks, and have been working on their decks for, at some points, years.
Yes. And
that kind of legacy style format is something that's like really missing from the Pokemon TCG, and that this deck is a deck that I've had that is not a stagnant retro deck. It's a deck that's like growing and evolving, and I have grown and evolved with it over the last 3 years. Like if you have a Hydro Pump deck in Gym Leader Challenge, when Gym Leader Challenge was created, like 4 years ago or whatever, you could have built that on day one.
You could have.
And you would have watched that deck evolve up into what it is right now. And there's a lot of cards, like Bling cards and stuff like that, especially the older Bling cards. Those cards are never going to be bad. Versus Seeker will never be bad.
Quick Ball
will never be bad, right? You're like N will never be bad. That's always going to be a good card.
Right.
Like you look at a card like Guzma and Hala, card's always going to be good, right? Lusamine, that card's always getting 2 stadiums and 2 supporters back to the discard pile. That'll always be good, right? So when you're investing into, kind of like your bling and your nice arts, right? Like I think recently I just picked up a Cynthia and Caitlyn from my collection, full art, right? Couple $100 card.
Oh yeah.
Yep, and I spent store credit on it. I had some store credit here at the shop. Spent a couple $100 on it. It's like, that's a lot, but like also it's a forever card. So it's like, yep, that's just what it is. Yeah. And you don't feel bad because it's like the card's not going to rotate. It's like if you were invested into a legacy format, it gets better with age, man. It's just like the cards you don't feel bad like saying like, oh, I'm going to bling out my deck and then it's going to like rotate or like whatever.
Sure.
And then and then I have to like sell all my stuff and then buy more stuff. Gym Leader Challenge decks, like they kind of grow with time.
They do. They do.
And you get really lived in. They feel really lived in.
Yeah, and I think one of the fun ones is the signed cards. I think that's really cool. That's not something that has been allowed in the trading card game for a while now. And so, you can do it in Magic, right? That's pretty common, right? And you have maybe different artists or your favorite players sign cards, so you can play with those. It doesn't really impact how the game pieces interact, right? As long as you can read the text, then there's no issue with the signage. And so that would be an element of this where it's like you have a deck that's so personalized to you because you have signatures and you have little artworks and doodles on these cards that, yes, they're yours because your deck as a whole is your brew, your 60, but then even the individual cards within with the signatures, with the doodles, with the artwork.
You got like Lee and Spence from like the Turbo Blaze guys. Like those guys show up in every single card in the deck. Has like a custom illustration on it.
Yeah,
every
it's cool. Yeah, I was seeing their energies. Has a bunch of art around the side.
The winner of the last Chucky, the winner of the last Destined Rivals Gym Leader Challenge 3K, won with his Hydro Pump Wailord deck, and he gave me his art rare Wailord that he won the event with, and it's got his signature on it, and the Wailord is wearing a top hat. I mean, it's like, that's just freaking cool, man. And it's like, that's like an artifact now.
Yeah.
That is like a Gym Leader Challenge artifact. And I think like customization, player expression, it's something that is really unique to Gym Leader Challenge format that you don't get in standard format. In standard format, you're not allowed to play with foreign cards. You're not allowed to play with modified cards that have signatures on them or anything like that. But that kind of stuff is encouraged in Gym Leader Challenge format. And it's another thing that just kind of gives the format a little bit of a different flavor than standard, which is something that the players really appreciate.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, we've got our next round coming up shortly. It'll be round number 4 of 7 at today's Gym Leader Challenge $3,000 cash mega evolution event here in Akron, Ohio. Don't go anywhere, folks. We will be right back with round number 4 after this quick break. This tournament is sponsored by Dragon Shield. Dragon Shield makes the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games, like the Pokémon TCG. Dragon Shield sleeves are super durable, making them perfect for tournament play and collecting. They also come in a huge variety of colors, so there's always a great choice to match your deck. You can even turn your favorite photograph or design into a custom box of Dragon Shield sleeves using the Sleeve Crafter on DragonShield.com. Head over to DragonShield.com and place an order for your favorite sleeves today. Use code TrickyJim at checkout for 5% off your order. Again, that's DragonShield.com for the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games. Huge thank you to Dragon Shield for being a continued sponsor of the channel.
And we are back with round number 4 shortly on the horizon. JW and I will be covering round number 4, and it seems like we have a wealth of interesting potential options in the field. Natalie was texting about some pretty spicy decks that we could see on stream here for this next round. So while we wait for an update from her on what our stream table will look like, I gotta say, I was exploring the field and I did see some cool decks. JW, I'm a huge fan of the Ursaluna colorless control deck, and I did see several players piloting that archetype, including Emma Hagen,
our winner of the standard event.
Our winner of the standard event, yeah. And last time we had a standard event winner playing a colorless control deck that I can recall was Grant Manley,
right?
Which he did turn over into a 2-for-2. So maybe there's something there.
Maybe there's something there. Definitely the parallels are paralleling.
The cinematic parallels are absolutely there. Oh, it looks like we got Alex Holtz on the table. So
Alex playing the Garbodor deck. This is, again, Andrew was talking earlier on stream about his brew. Came up with it in a room by himself and gave that list and those ideas over to Alex. So we'll see if Alex
selfishly took them.
Yes. Well, I think Andrew was happy to share it, right? So, and I think Andrew would be happy for Alex to do well in this tournament, right? Alex, we were talking to him. He drove us over this morning. Self-proclaimed best player in the room. Now it's time to prove it. Alex, with a 3-0 start, nothing to scoff at, putting yourself in pretty good position for a top 8 berth. But, of course, as the rounds go on, they just get much more competitive, much more difficult, and this will certainly be a big test this afternoon for him.
Absolutely, JW. And, Alex has always been a fairly confident player, right? He thinks highly of his abilities, but he did have the win in the 2002 tournament not that long ago. And Alex is a GLC grinder. He is a self-professed GLC grinder. So
he does enjoy that format, without a doubt.
Tremendously enjoy the format. He's on the ground with folks like Ben Morse, who we saw win one of our Full Grip Games 3Ks. So no stranger, of course, to the meta, and Psychic being the deck of choice for that group at this tournament.
Yep, absolutely. So Alex getting set up. Luna, who we also featured yesterday, is playing a very interesting deck.
Yeah, so Luna is playing a oft maligned, I feel like, grass deck. The Egg Mill Control variant of grass, featuring the Executor that can blockade out supporter cards.
And look at that. We also see expanded / GLC favorite if you're playing it, and maybe not favorite if you're not. The Vileplume, locking items down.
Yeah, the Vileplume is another classic card in our history of the game. I feel like the Vileplume with the item lock abilities are just so classic, and we see it featured here in Luna's deck. Now, with the combination of the blockade attack from the Executor and the irritating pollen on the Vileplume, all of a sudden, most of your deck starts to get locked down. You don't have supporters, you don't have item cards.
That's true.
What are you supposed to do?
Not a lot. You have to rely on having
abilities and cards in hand.
Right? Cards in hand. Just, I think, energy attachments, right? Maybe just a big attacker that you can consistently attach energy to. For Alex, the counterplay there is, of course, plays the Garbodor. So I'm sure from Luna, she will be identifying that was a major threat, right? The Garbodor being able to shut down any abilities on both players' side of the field. So you could establish the Garbodor and then shut down the Vileplume and 100%. Play items, right? So certainly that counterplay will be something to watch in this match.
Well, it's interesting too, because that is another consequence of the tool item errata, right? So tools used to be classified as a subset of item cards, which meant that if a Vileplume was active, you actually couldn't attach a tool to Garbodor and couldn't turn it off. but the irritating pollen ability only specifically affects items, and tools are no longer classified as such. So
Right.
we'll see how these players are able to overcome the unique strategies they have to lock each other down. And we see Alex actually starting with the Frillish.
Yeah, that's probably his best start. Now, you'd want to start with it going second to be able to attack. We don't even see an energy attachment to the Frillish here from Alex, but certainly Luna is going to be dealing with her own item lock here, starting from turn 2, and there's an N from Luna. I think I would have liked to see from Alex's side, I believe, started, so would have liked to see the energy attachment there. I believe they had a psychic energy in hand, but shuffle up off that N and draw cards equal to the amount of prizes each player has remaining, so 6 for both players.
Yeah, absolutely. 6 for both players. Start this game. I'm going to correct that timer as well. And you always hate to play an N right when you see your opponent having a kind of a weak opening hand. Now, granted, that does usually imply with the modern rules in the Pokemon TCG that Alex probably had like a supporter or two in his hand. But still, why give him an extra 6-card draw, when you know he's not doing too hot?
But no energy in hand from Alex, so this might burn him. I was saying I felt like the energy attachment on the first turn of the game might have been the way to go to remove Luna from playing items, stop Luna from playing items, but that might not be an option for Alex depending on whether or not he has a way to find some energy here. So from Luna, has a Deerling in the active and the Roselia on the bench, and we see an Evolution Incense hunting for the Grovyle. And that Grovyle is something that Luna will certainly be looking to have established, or the Grottle. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah. The Grottle is something that Luna will certainly want to have established because the Sun-Drenched Shell ability can search the grass Pokemon.
Yeah, and the thing with these grass decks is they are extremely evolution heavy, right? And so having cards like the Grottle will help to fuel the engine even under things like item lock. Now, we are taking a quick pause. It looks like Luna may have drawn 7 cards by mistake off an N, perhaps confusing it with a card like Professor's Research. So we're going to see if we can get that reversed here, which may take a moment or two to resolve.
Yeah.
Go back and look at them.
Yeah, we're going to have to go back, review that footage. So while we wait on that, we'll...
Yeah, again, looking in this event to de-escalate where appropriate, this would be a pretty simple fix in any sort of like non-official environment, right?
As long as we can identify.
As long as we can identify the last card that was drawn, there should be no issue here, and I'm sure that a de-escalation will be taking place and just a resetting of the board, and eventually play will continue. But have to take some time here, determine what the judges want to do in this case, and what that 7th card was, of course.
Yeah, and of course at a regional level, drawing extra cards is already a multi-prize penalty, and especially when you combine that with like searching through your deck. However, the argument for winding it back would be, hey, like the deck was just shuffled as part of the N, and so re-randomizing it isn't really no harm, no foul there, as long as we can unwind the actions.
Yep.
So that's where it's really helpful in a situation like this to have access to that footage.
Oh yeah, exactly. Being on stream means that there is a way to reverse all this.
Yeah,
right?
And it looks like the Evolution Incense was the extra card, potentially.
No, they are doing...
Are we doing the random card back in the decks?
That is interesting. I don't recall exactly how Luna... drew their 7, so this could be... Yeah, it seems like I think the Roselia got shuffled back.
Yeah,
so
that's extremely impactful.
That's a huge loss from that hand from Luna, and so you might imagine, we don't know if there's a prize penalty assessed. That might be something we could get some clarity on, but certainly, from my estimation, probably a worse hand at this point, because you want some basics, and It didn't look like Luna had a way to get out any other basics on that turn.
As well, the the Roselia
2 prize penalty,
critically
it
will
seems.
evolve into the Le Parfum Roserade, which is a great way to play under item lock from a card like this Frillish. A 2 prize penalty.
We did see the Roselia. So it was a different card.
Okay.
It was a different card that was shuffled back. Thank goodness.
Yeah. Well, the Le Parfum, like I was saying, is a great way to have consistency under something like item lock, and we see even grabbing it off of the Evolution Incense here.
So Luna shuffling up. Gotta feel bad because it's a 2 prize penalty. So you're playing a bit of a slower deck, trying to get a lock established, and then it's
huge in this format too.
Yeah, right. Because you're probably not taking prizes particularly fast as Luna. You know, you're just locking your opponent down and hoping that they can't do anything themselves. So to lose, you know, a couple of turns, right, of the game because you got a 2 prize penalty is certainly not what you want to see at any point in the game, and having that advantage for Alex. Maybe he plays things a little bit differently. Maybe he decides to be a little bit more aggressive or passive, but just a pass from Alex.
Okay.
Game on, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, really disappointing start from Alex here as we see Luna evolve into her Sawsbuck, which will allow her to draw extra cards over the course of the game. Very nice addition, especially when you got to bear in mind, like, item lock applies to yourself with Vile Plumes, so you need ways to play under it, right?
You do.
So having cards like the Sawsbuck to just incrementally get extra cards here and there will allow Luna to, you know, still progress their game state while under an item lock.
Right. And even the 1 card a turn can make all the difference, because when your opponent's drawing 0 cards a turn and the games last 10, 15, 20 turns, that's a major advantage over the course of a game. And for Luna, getting that established so early, the benefits are just going to compound on themselves. So from Luna's side, we see the Arven, the Sawsbuck, of course, in the active position with that Roserade on the bench. Sawsbuck is an attacker here. Could power that up with the bounce attack. It does 60 damage for 2, and you can switch this Pokemon with one of your bench.
Probably not what you want to use.
Probably not what you want to use.
Although if Alex keeps drawing like this, you're maybe fine just bouncing.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Luna will probably go for here is just a retreat into the Badoo, and that's exactly what we see. So Badoo active, has the Roserade in hand, and then the Roselia as well on the bench. So could use that to... you know, of course, make some strong plays for searching out certain cards, whatever in the situation that they deem is necessary. We also see a
little bit of item lock war going on.
I know. Finally, Alex.
But the
with
thing is,
item
Alex needs to find a basic like now.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, he does.
The Frillish is in the active. It only has 80 hit points.
I mean, that looks like an Inkay to me in Alex's hand. So I'm not.
Why would you opt not to be playing that?
And I think there's a Mimikyu as well.
Okay, so he should be able to dodge any sort of craziness. Or the Frillish only has 80 hit points though, so I really would have loved to see something last turn.
That's an Inkay. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know what Alex is thinking here. Maybe he's just thinking, I want to make sure that I have this Frillish active for as long as possible. That makes sense, I suppose. But I think you'd want to get your evolution Pokemon established as soon as you can.
Well, I think especially, I would just be anxious if I'm in Alex's position that somehow Luna could piece together a knockout, right? That they have access to the Le Parfum, which gives them any card they want out of their deck.
Right.
And you don't know if there's some sort of crazy approach that Luna has that could just take this knockout and end the game.
So what we saw there from Luna is a Team Flare Grunt onto the only energy that Alex has in play, and draw looked like a Raihan, which will do exactly nothing in this position. That might be a Nihilego on Alex's side. So at this point, Alex isn't even going to be able to item lock, isn't going to be able to take a knockout, right? And getting that extra card would be huge for him. He just has to pass it back over to Luna, who is able to now play items, search out more cards from the Roserade and the Grottle, draw with the Sawsbuck.
Oh, and there it is.
That's knockout.
That's game.
Okay.
Yeah, Torterra, of course, with this Evo Press attack, will be doing more than enough damage to clear off Alex's Frillish. And that's the game. Kind of an uneventful game we were watching here. We didn't get to see either deck really fire on all cylinders.
I think the most exciting thing from that game was the 2 prize penalty.
Yeah, very much so. But hey,
them's the breaks, and I think
Them's the
Alex didn't
breaks.
do himself any favors. So when I watched that back, the misplay, in my opinion, that I saw from Alex, and I'd have to review the tape because I wasn't exactly sure, but I think he had a psychic energy in that opening hand. I would have liked to have seen him attach
I think
that.
so too.
I would have liked to
another
see him
basic.
attach to the Frillish, because at the what ended up happening was that he got end into a hand without an energy, and then Luna was able to set up with the Buddy Poffin a few more attackers. The Buddy Poffin got out the Torterra basic, right, eventually evolving up in Torterra.
The Turtwig.
The Turtwig, exactly. Yes. And was able, the Venonat, I guess, which didn't matter much, but was able to just establish more of a board without being under item lock.
Right. Yeah. And even then, knowing that Grottle was coming into play, knowing that Roserade was coming into play, you just have to imagine that Luna's going to be able to put together some meaningful pieces into their board. And acknowledging that, you probably want to go a little wider. Just your Frillish can't be too long for this world.
Yeah. It looked like there was an Inkay, right?
Yeah.
It looked like there was one other basic, I think a Nihiligo. I'm just very curious to hear what Luna thought of that game and overcoming that prize penalty.
Absolutely. Well, let's dive right in. We got Andrew on the floor right now and get an interview with Luna, who just emerged victorious in a very interesting game here. Andrew, over to you.
Yeah. Hello, I am here with Luna. Unfortunately, not the most exciting maybe win here in round 4, but playing the Egg Mill deck. I'm sure that you have quite a bit to talk about. Your first few rounds of the tournament. Luna, how's the event been going for you so far?
Oh my gosh, it's been going really well, much better than I expected it to go. I'm really happy with how it's been performing, but I've been learning the decks for the past 9 months, and I've taken it to every full grip since, and today's the day.
It looks like it. So, what, 4-0 so far? Okay, and you said you started working on this deck 9 months ago. You've been really kind of honing your skills with it then. What is it that you like about this version of Grass as opposed to other versions that maybe accelerate energy into play?
Well, it's an anti-deck. You beat every deck, including Control. GLC decks hate to see item lock. They hate to see supporter lock. And they hate to see item lock with a big beefy Torterra. And so I'm winning more games with that than the final lock. But I did win a game today where I was able to go blockade for a turn that prevented an Iono, and then I won with Bella and Bryson Man. So that was fun.
Goodness. Okay, so what percentage of games today would you say that you won by taking prizes, and how many games did you deck your opponent out? And what's the primary strategy of this deck, or do you just kind of feel it out as you're getting into the game?
So one deck so far, about 25%, I won through deck out. But the other game plan that this deck loves to do is grinds your opponent to a halt and makes your opponent play in a specific way that's just very difficult, that they have to play around, Venomoth, they have to play around Blockade, they have to play around just so much, and so you're asking so many questions from your opponent, and oftentimes Torterra is just enough to win you the game. I had a game where I didn't even need Vileplume, or Vileplume was stuck in the prizes, so I was just Torterra, hope I get it, and then eventually I grinded him down, so it was fun.
Obviously, you got the top 8 yesterday. We're looking for a repeat here today. Which accolade would mean more to you? I should say, the GLC accolade or the standard one?
Honestly, any one of them. I just love Pokemon. I love Eggmill, and I love just competing here and coming to Akron for it.
Well, we appreciate you coming out. It's excellent to see you doing well again. 4-0 with the Egg Mill deck. We're going to watch out for Luna to see if she can repeat her top 8 performance from yesterday with another top 8 here at the Gym Leader Challenge Mega Evolution 3K. Now, we've got a lot of exciting matches that are still taking place here, so maybe Riley and JW back up in the booth. can show off some of these other matches that we got going on in the tables right here at the front of the shop. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Andrew, for that great interview with Luna. And gotta say, JW, I appreciate Luna's just love for the game, right? Andrew asked.
That's one poke lover.
Andrew asked what value Luna would place on standard versus GLC, and Luna gave the best possible answer in that. I just love Pokemon.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, very diplomatic answer.
Very
for
diplomatic answer. Yeah, no feathers being ruffled today. Though maybe a purist for either format would be ruffled by like the lack of a stance.
Sure. Right. Yeah. Maybe having no opinion is an opinion.
Is an opinion. Yeah.
Right.
Much to
Makes
think
you
about.
think. Makes
Much
you
to think
Yeah,
about.
Certainly. So, was able to explain their deck a little bit. I do hope that we get to see a bit more from Luna in the future rounds. I mean, I do hope we get to see a bit more from Alex too, right? I'm not saying that I don't want to see from Alex, but from Luna's perspective, I think they have a very unique deck in the field. Grass generally, I would say, played as this you're trying to evolve up into the big attackers. Torterra is obviously a major attacker for the deck, and then just go start swinging. Maybe you put a luxurious cape on the Torterra, put that up to 270 HP, and you're swinging for upwards of 300 damage on that Pokemon. That's pretty scary, right? But Luna taking a bit more of a different perspective on the grass archetype, playing a bit more control variant, and I would have liked to have seen a complete game, but that's just how the cookie crumbles. Those kinds of donks, dead hands are certainly a part of the game, and you want to build your deck to mitigate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, JW, it looks like out in the field we do have plenty more Psychic decks to come.
Mm-hmm.
Taking a look at table 1 here and see a Psychic mirror match unfolding. So Psychic still a prominent player at this event, even in spite of Alex's recent loss. Looks like we're taking a gander at maybe is that a Kirlia on the bench? Can't get a...
Yep, looks like that. Curly on the bottom. And we have an Acrosma. Another Pokemon. That is the Iron Boulder. An Inkay, perhaps? And then the Glare of the Sun is blotting out that final bench Pokemon on the left side of the field. Oh, Giratina, maybe?
That's a Togepi.
That is a Togepi.
That's a Togepi.
Well. What have we got here? A Togepi, eh? So that's going to evolve into that Togekiss, be able to flip a coin when you take a prize, then you could potentially take another prize. Double prize takes in the GLC format are enormous. You think about Guzzlord. You think about back when we had Amazing Rare, Raikou was a big factor in the format. Kyogre eventually got banned, but that also could take multi-prizes in a turn. I mean, this is a way to essentially cheat the rules of the game,
right,
and get out ahead in front of your opponent.
Accelerating the pace of the game, maybe beyond what folks are anticipating that you'll be able to do. Right?
Yeah, and being able to steal wins, right? In a singleton format like this of one prizers, you flip 1, 2, potentially even 3 heads, and the game is over that much quicker. So it's a risk worth taking, I think, for a lot of players, right? They think that, okay, I can give up 1 prize, I can give up 2 prizes, and I still have a realistic shot at making this comeback when I incorporate a card like Togekiss.
Yeah, absolutely. And that also combos well, and I don't know if our table 1 player is rocking this angle, but the Dusknoir,
yes,
if you're able to take a knockout on the active
right
with Dusknoir, that actually
does proc
the Togekiss. It does have to be the active, but you can proc Togekiss,
and then you can take another knockout. Yep, and that's a huge deal, right?
That could be 4 prizes in a single turn.
Which is unheard of.
Yeah.
Unheard of since, I guess, the Kyogre, the Amazing Rare Kyogre days.
Right. Yeah. Well, that was pretty intense, for sure.
That was sick, for sure. Yep. So there is what looks like a mysterious treasure being played, and a search of the deck from Johanna. Going to find a Giratina?
That looks like a Giratina to me, JW.
Well, let's talk about Giratina. Why is Giratina so good in the Psychic decks?
Well, I mean, Giratina offers a lot of really great things for Psychics. First, it's just got a reliable attack in Shadow Impact. Now, the damage scaling of Shadow Impact isn't quite what it used to be. There are more and more cards at the basic level that can survive 130 damage, but it does 130 damage. It does require you to put 40 damage onto one of your Pokemon, either Giratina or a benched Pokemon, and that is a notable downside. Back when Giratina was standard, you would frequently see it place damage onto itself, just knowing it would be knocked out regardless. But in GLC, like, that math could be a little more impactful. However, if you play a card like Monkey Dory, you can actually leverage
It's
that
actually a
damage
benefit.
as a pseudo benefit. So not totally a downside, but Giratina also can continuously bring itself back into play from its ability, where it can place itself onto the bench and put a damage counter into 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. So it gets a little extra spread, get a little bit of softening up, and continually recurs. So you don't need to Night Stretcher it, you don't need to Rescue Stretcher it, don't need to Super Rod it.
Right, and
you
it
can always
does
get it back.
does a little bit of damage to your opponent as well.
Right, 130s.
Well, no, and
yeah,
the 10
putting
damage
one
counters,
on-
right? Yeah, so
1 damage counter.
yes, the 10 damage
Onto 2 bench Pokemon.
of your opponent's bench Pokemon.
Yeah,
so
which
like,
is relevant.
it certainly is, right? It
Yeah.
certainly is.
Think
And
of like
so-
the Iron Boulder, for example. It has 140 hit points. Bring it
Right.
down to 130.
Right.
Or, for example, imagine you place 1 damage counter on an Iron Boulder. So now it's at 140 and minus
Right.
10 for 130. If they have a Fighting Fury belt on that Iron Boulder, now your own Boulder can take that knockout
Oh my goodness.
without a tool of its own.
Now
so
that's a combo.
the math definitely does math there. The math is mathing for sure.
So a Mr. Mime in the active with 2 energy. I don't know that I see that all that frequently. Mr. Mime, best for its ability, which prevents damage done to your bench. Has a very lukewarm attack. 2 energies, 30 damage. Flip a coin if head's paralyzed. But Iana was able to leverage that for a knockout on a baby Pokemon, the Cleffa, which only has 30 HP. So, very good stuff.
Absolutely, JW. As we watch this game unfold, what do you think is your preferred variant of Psychic from what you've seen so far?
preferred
I think
variant
the
of Psychic?
premier ones that I
Yeah.
see are kind of the traditional Gallade, the Cursed Blast with the Togekiss,
Yeah.
and the Garbodor variants.
Well, I would say that, yeah, the Togekiss, I think with Dusknoir, that's pretty cool, right? Being able to proc Togekiss twice in a turn is nuts. And so that would be something that I would explore, certainly in this format. One other combo that I was thinking of as I was seeing these Psychic decks play, I was thinking about the Galarian Articuno.
Yeah.
And I
with
don't know
Tulip.
with Tulip, with Clara, it's very easy to recycle that kind of effect. Even with like Super Scoop Up, right? You could attach the energy and then move the energy off. So I was thinking like, well, what if you did something with, any of the energy manipulation cards? You have Energy Switch, you have Ends Plan. You could just
you're
like
thinking get a little creative with it.
yeah, that's what I'm like thinking. Well, what can brew with that? Where you go
Do
for
you
like
really
a turn 1
need that?
Articuno?
I guess you can get an earlier attack off, but do you really need that? Like Psychic does have a decent amount of acceleration options.
It does, but you maybe save a little bit of space, right? And I don't know if that's worth it.
Do you though?
I'm
Because now
thinking
you're
about
playing Ends Plan and Energy Switch.
Okay, well, dude, come on. I'm just trying to think here.
Okay,
I'm trying to brew, right?
You're trying to brew. You're trying to brew. We've all been there. We've all tried to brew, and some of us have failed.
Some of us have failed. Many of us have failed.
Many of us have failed. Probably most of us have failed. Really, there's always kind of that select few sets of archetypes that feel like they rise to the top. But GLC players got lots of creativity, and with this wide card pool and the combination of that with the singleton format, it does create this interesting array of options that you can use, right?
Yeah.
It's never really totally possible to fully predict what your opponent might have in their arsenal.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's such a narrowing of the format with just the single colored type But within each of those archetypes, you can have different wrinkles, which is very fun, right? We talk about like 3 different builds of Psychic, right? So even though your opponent flips over a Psychic Pokemon, you don't know quite what they have in the back, right? Or Colorless is another great example. You could play like a very aggro style of Colorless, or you could play this control variant, like very drastically different styles of the same color. So I think one of the things that a lot of players dislike about the format, right? An argument against the format is that, well, there's not a lot of deck building creativity because you're limited to singleton and just one type. But I would maybe argue that those restraints bring out some deck building choices that are very interesting.
Yeah, it forces you to think about problems in kind of interesting and creative ways.
Yeah.
Now, JW, way back in ye olden times, you had actually won at Full Grip Games GLC. I think it was a 1K at the time.
Yeah.
For Brilliant Stars, I believe.
Yeah.
Brilliant Stars. And you rocked up with your Darkness deck.
Oh, yeah.
Darkness seems like it's a little worse for wear. There's actually no Darkness representatives in the field today.
Which is crazy to me. So one of the benefits of Darkness was that it just has so many relatively cheap attackers. I mean, you look at the Guzzlord, that was your way to cheat prizes. That was a bit of an energy hog because it needed 4 energy. You could cheat that a little bit with both B-String and Double Colorless or Twin Energy, which are now in limbo.
Yeah.
And then you had pretty much for the rest of your attackers, you had Weavile, which is insane. It does more damage based on the opponent's abilities.
Right.
So,
and a lot of GLC decks are going to be putting quite a few abilities.
Oh, yeah. And like the basics have abilities. The stage 1s have abilities. Like everything has an ability.
Like as people are looking to, like, what is the optimal Bulbasaur, and then this actually doesn't apply to Bulbasaur specifically. Like, what is the optimal X Pokemon? And a lot of times it's like, okay, it has this niche ability.
Yeah.
So
it's like I might as well
play that one.
Might as well play it. Right. So you got the Weavile, which is probably the best like energy to damage output attacker that is in the format.
Yeah,
I would
or at least
say.
like potential damage.
Well, of course it's, but your opponent can play around it, but like realistically, you're swinging like 200 for 1.
Yeah,
which is like nuts on a stage 1. Like we're not talking stage 2. We're not talking about the games. We're talking about practice.
Yeah, about
right?
practice.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we actually are talking about the games.
Oh, yeah, we are talking about the games. Good point. Good point. And so, you had that. You had the Zoroark, also another energy efficient attacker. You could use the Double Colorless or the Twin, rest in peace, to do damage based on your opponent's board, right? All their benched Pokemon. So you could hit for 160.
Yeah.
For a single energy attachment. That's pretty good, too. You got things like the Liepard to discard a card and draw 2, right? And so I think one of the issues with Dark back when I played it was that you didn't have much of an engine, right? You were just really relying on these basic Pokemon and stage 1s to do big damage.
Right.
But then the Liepard came out and you could draw a little bit easier. You also have the Spiritomb that is parallel.
Very efficient. Yeah.
That's parallel to the Dodrio that we saw in at least had the potential to see in our earlier round with DeAndre. And that from the first turn of the game can start taking those quick knockouts on your opponent's evolving basics. But then if you leave it on the bench, you can build the Spite with that ability. You're placing 10 damage counters every turn and you're doing more damage based on the amount of damage counters you have on it. After a certain point, this just becomes an inevitability, right? You're doing that like, over 100 damage, 120, 150, 170, whatever it is. Like you're doing that damage and that's pretty inevitable towards the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I feel like Dark, the problems as I see it is the loss of the double energies is huge for Dark. That was key for any of the Zoroarks.
Turbo TM Blind, TM Energize.
It's you lost access to those double energies. That was really key, particularly for Guzzlord. Yeah. And then Zoroark as well was a key beneficiary. And it just feels like, in my opinion, Dark has too many conditional attackers where there's not quite enough of a payoff for the conditions of the attacks, right? Like Spiritomb, you have to put a decent amount of work to get to things that like Iron Boulder does 170 for 2 on a basic Pokemon with 140 hit points. Yeah. And Spiritomb, you have to build that up over many turns potentially, and then you get knocked out by like a breeze.
Yeah, right.
Your opponent's evolving basic.
Somebody sneezes in your general direction.
Right.
And it's all over.
Or like a Giratina pings for 10 and it's knocked out, like stuff like that.
Seriously.
So I think there's downsides to the Darkness
Andrew.
deck that's kind of accumulated over time, and as the power level of the Pokemon has increased, for example, Stand-in Zoroark isn't nearly as impactful as it was a couple of years ago.
No. So yeah, Dark is definitely on the decline. Another deck I got second with at a GLC event, maybe should have won, was Lightning. And that also sucks now. I mean, so it is
Andrew,
amazing.
talk about Lightning. Andrew was Lightning's strongest soldier.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not good out here for the Lightning decks right now. It's just not. You look at a third of the field is Psychic, Psychic.
Fighting.
There's fighting is like another
is
significant
on the
portion of
rise.
the field.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Lightning is just a good deck. It is a good deck. Like it's not like the spread.
happens to be one of the worst of the bunch.
It's just in a bad spot currently. Well, like the thing about it, it's not like when you look at like a pool like the Fire pool, it's like never truly been good.
Yeah.
Lightning like was at a point truly good, and like now it is in a bad spot. So like you're like, yeah, it could come back, right? Like if maybe, I don't know, Mr. Mime, the bench barrier stuff, it's all pretty tough.
What, Mime, Manaphy, what else?
Just Mime and a third of the decks that are a lot of Psychic decks, right? But then you get like Pokemon like Ogie Dogie, it's just not great. So and like Lunatone and Solrock are like support Pokemon that have like 110 hit points. So even that is like a lightning spread deck. You're like, those aren't even little guys to like pick off, right? So it's Lightning's just going through a little bit of like a figuring itself out period, I would say. But it's crazy because we've seen Lightning top 8 each of the last 2 events, and this is going to be the first one that we've done where Lightning probably won't. I don't. You never say never, but like.
Aren't there 0 Lightnings in the field? So probably won't.
I don't. Yeah, that would be a pretty amazing.
I suppose there are no Lightning in the field, Riley. Yeah.
Let's take a look. Andrew or Natalie sent us the breakdown. 7 grass, 15 water, 16 fighting, 27 psychic, and that is across all variants. We talked about Garbodor, Lost Zone, Monkey, the Togekiss, Control. There's Psychic Control. Normal at 13. Or wait, sorry.
Dragon.
Dragon. 13 Dragon. 10 colorless. And a single metal. So, no fire.
No lightning.
No lightning.
No dark.
No dark. Like the two archetypes that I played.
I feel
Out
like
of the
we
format.
have had
Completely
fires. We've had fires and darks and lightnings at all the previous tournaments, even in small quantities. It feels like I can't recall any missing types from our last couple 3Ks. I don't know if you can, Andrew.
I think that the Gym Leader Challenge, as Gym Leader Challenge continues to grow as a format, the meta will start to get more centralized, right? As lists become more readily available, players will start to culminate around those lists. It's like it's natural, right? A metagame will shape, and you start to see less like casual stuff and more like everybody's playing the tournament winners, right? So like that's what we're starting to see in Gym Leader Challenge with like, and it was almost, like I said, it was a called shot. I was like, these 3 decks couldn't see it, and they just didn't show up today at all, right? To have 100% of the 90-player field kind of agree with that meta assessment's kind of crazy.
Do you worry that the format will get too centralized?
No, because if it ever became truly stagnant, I would shake it up.
How would you plan to do that?
I don't know. I'd have to spend a lot of time thinking about it. Right?
Well, one thing Andrew and I were talking about earlier as well was there's different like spotlight types in individual sets, right? And so as you go through the natural ebbs and flows of the release cycle, there's going to be different types that are beneficiaries of that. Like this fighting is a great example from Mega Evolutions. Mega Lucario was one of the poster children for this set. And so of course there's going to be fighting support in the set, which obviously benefits the GLC fighting archetype.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, finally, a draw engine.
Literally, yeah. Finally, we can put away the Lucario that draws 1 card one time. So.
Yeah, or the Lunatone that scries. Yeah, we did.
I love the Lunatone that scries.
You don't need that. Scry is like not a thing in the Pokemon
so
TCG.
sick.
It's not
Scry
a thing,
is
dude.
so good.
It's not a thing in the
Scry
Pokemon
is
TCG.
insane, bro. It's insane.
But yeah, and that's the thing is like you do have these sets that kind of like majorly buff certain types, and we're seeing that right now with fighting. Darkness obviously on the horizon with Phantasmal Flames, and you could just imagine that going a bunch of different ways. I mean, like the Sword and Shield block generally was incredibly good for water. I mean, like the Inteleon.
I know,
right?
Inteleon is
Frostmoth.
so good.
And
those will be good indefinitely.
That's what I'm saying.
A stage 1 deluge ability.
And Grass has that. And it's like Grass has that too. You got to share them.
Yes,
You
right.
just do, right? Like so, like and Grass has Roserade, right? Like you just could imagine there are like a lot of the pieces are there in different archetypes, right? So like one block. What I'm trying to say is like one block can completely change the narrative of a gym leader challenge type with the power level of the cards that are being released right now. And we saw that happen with Water. I mean, Water got Frostmoth and Inteleon in the same block. Some of those Water support cards were being released with like Radiant Greninja and like Palkia V-Star and cards that like we'll never see, like Chen Pao, right?
Right.
But like as a result of Chen Pao EX, we got Baxcalibur, right? Because Baxcalibur got, and so now we've got like, okay, we've got Baxcalibur, we got Frostmoth. But when Frostmoth was released, it's like, okay, well now, like your Water decks have not just Blastoise, but also have, they also have a Frostmoth to accelerate energy. So like you're kind of seeing these, same thing with the Dynamotor Flaffy, right? Because like at first you just had one, now you have two.
Yep.
So like
Yep.
a block can really change the narrative of a deck, and seeing where that deck goes, especially if you get cards that kind of play well with other cards that are maybe printed years apart, right?
Yes.
But like, and they jive well together. Like for instance, you've got the Toxtricity coming out, right? That accelerates an energy into play, and it does damage when it is. So then like, you look at a card like Spiritomb, and you're like, oh well, there you go, right? Like you could just put the energy straight onto the Spiritomb. It allows you to, shuttle energy more easily onto your Guzzlord to get that Guzzlord powered up a little bit more quickly, which is something the Dark decks also want to do. So it's fun watching cards play together that, were maybe not intended by the game designers to be played together. It's fun watching decks get buffs and then kind of rise to the top. I mean, everybody's always waiting for their favorite type to get that buff, right? And there could sometimes be this angst where like, oh, my type hasn't gotten anything in years. Well, like that's ultimately the game designers, right? Like I think that in time, for the most part, you kind of just like wait things out. You just trust that things will work themselves out.
Yeah, trust the game designers without a doubt.
Yeah, if you trust the process, I'd say generally every type will get to an even level, and then Psychic will probably just be like that little bit better.
Oh, awkward handshake there at the end. You guys catch that?
A misconnection on the handshake.
But then you look at a type. I mean, even you look at the glow up that Fighting is having now, right? Fighting considered unplayable like a year or two ago.
Yeah.
Look, Dragon was considered a meme in like 2023.
Yeah.
Was not very good. Was a bottom 3 deck for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're talking about Dragon like it's a top 3 deck.
Yep.
Like, I mean, the format shifts and shakes and moves around quite a bit, considering that it is a more eternal format, and it's fun. It's fun, kind of just hang on, right? Like and you could pick your favorite deck, sure, but like you're always going to be rewarded for being a versatile player who can pick up any type of deck and learn it and play it well, right? Because it allows you to kind of navigate the ins and outs and the ups and downs of the format instead of just being like, oh, well, I'm a Lightning main and now my Lightning deck is not well positioned. Well, there are 9 other types that you could choose from, and let's maybe it's time to pick up one of those.
Well, and Riley and I were talking, right? Like within each type, there is a variety of options, right? Colorless, we were talking about, has a number of options. Psychic has maybe 4 or 5 realistic variants that you could play. So, even if you are a Fire main or Colorless main or whatever it is, like you have those different deck building options within your card pool.
How would you guys fix Fire or buff it in a GLC? Like, what kind of card would you give Fire, knowing that this has been the worst for wear type for basically the entire history?
Well, I wonder, the new Moltres doesn't help it out. Because that's
It literally
EX.
does
Yeah,
not
it's
help
like
at all.
Because
Yeah.
I was going to say like a basic 1 energy blow up guy, like quick, like a Hoopa, like a Zapdos, like a Lunatone or a Solrock. Something like that I think would go a long way. And maybe it has that first attack that can do something on the first turn, take a knockout on the first turn of the game, and then has one of those historically large energy hog attacks, like 180 or above for like 3 or 4 energy for the late game.
Yeah, I do feel like it does start to feel like every type needs to cross that barrier to entry of like, I have my basic 1 to 2 energy, deals with problem, or like knocks out basic evolving Pokemon type of guy. And I don't know if Fire really is clearing that threshold consistently.
Yeah. I've always kind of said for my GLC decks, I want to have that early attacker, that early aggressor. That's why I liked Lightning and Dark, right? Have the Zapdos and Hoopa respectively. I wanted to be able to take multiple prizes. And so for Lightning, that was Raikou. For Dark, that was the Hoopa. Or that was the Guzzlord. And then I just wanted to be as consistent as possible. Obviously, the consistency, that just is a deck building choice. You have enough supporters to be able to figure that out. Fire doesn't have a great litany of options when it comes to onboard draw, but you got enough to work with there. So I would say, those other two, right? You don't have an early attacker. You don't really have a way to cheat prizes. So, where is your advantage?
Yeah, wasn't there another Moltres that was printed? Like
Grand Stars.
Yeah. How much damage does that one do? Is 80?
20 plus like 70 or something.
If there's a counter on your board or something?
A counter on it.
So you need to like rainbow it. Yeah, that's just like a little too annoying, I feel like, as compared to like Zapdos or Hoopa. Just a little more straightforward of a condition. So, I don't know.
I know. Here's how you fix Fire. All right. Fire's got a lot. It's got some cool stuff. It's got discard a Fire, draw 3 on Salazzle. You got Meg Cargo. You could stack your deck. You've got the Rapidash, draw 1. You've got, I'm saying you've got like a lot of pieces. You've got Charizard, doubles up your energy. You've got Emboar, could accelerate infinite energy into play. You got a lot of different things. What Fire just needs is a beat stick attacker that has 130 hit points and does 160 damage for like 2 energy. It just needs its own version of like an Ogie Dogie or like an Iron Boulder or like a Snorlax from Lost Origin or like Hops Cramorant. It just like needs basic Pokemon that keep up with the rest of the best deck and formats basic Pokemon, because that's the way the game's going. Look at like Dragon, right? Dragon, all those basic Pokemon do 160 damage. Like, okay. And that's just where the power level of the game is going. So either you're banning all big basic attackers, which is like not what we're doing, or you're just sitting around waiting for your type to get its glorious big basic attacker. Now Fire started getting pieces. You've got your like Gouging Fire, does 170 for 3 if your opponent's at 4 or less prizes. That's very good.
That's very good.
But it does not lead the charge, right? You like kind of compare Gouging Fires almost to like the Mewtwo that's in Psychic decks, which does 180 for 3 if they're at 3 or less prizes. So like Gouging Fire is definitely there. You've got Chi-Yu there, right? Like bam, that's 140 revenge attacker for 2 energy.
Yep.
You've got Volcanion, great lead. If you're going second, you can accelerate 3 more energy into play on the first turn of the game. That's an incredible early game lead. There's also another Volcanion that does 160 for 3, 2 fire, and if you have a water attached to it, it does 160 for 3. So like that's like another option, but a lot of times players are going to choose to play the Volcanion that accelerates energy into play. It's also got a nice 2 energy attack. So really like the basic attackers are all there. You look at the energy acceleration options. Fire can use trainer-based energy acceleration options. You've got the Magma Basin, you've got Welder, you've got Blacksmith, like you've got a draw engine to make it all work. Like it's all kind of there. You just don't have like a good fat guy who's like, huh?
I've got it.
What is it?
Fire decks can play 1/2 prize Pokemon. Like, give me an Entei.
Yeah, I've been saying for years that Fire
Give me Reshiram and Charizard.
should be allowed to play a Reshiram. I've been saying this since the originations of GLC, because Fire has always been this bad. And it's always needed a little something. And you know what? I don't even think Reshiram and Charizard would be that good in the Fire deck.
I don't think so.
I think it actually might just be bad.
It might be worse.
No, I am gonna counter that. I'm gonna not let that stand. I'm gonna say Reshiram and Charizard would warp the format. I think.
It wouldn't. Iron Boulder 2-hit KOs that thing for 3 prizes.
You just like would heal it. You'd mallow it a lot of. Yeah, you'd be fine, bro. You put like a bravery charm on it, like. Yeah, no. Make no mistake, Reshiram and Charizard Tag Team GX would be very broken at Gym Leader Challenge. Do not let him convince you otherwise. He makes a very strong argument, a very strong case, but we will not hear it.
How are you getting the wealth?
Yeah, right. True. Yeah, I think it's a reasonable
I think
change.
I think tag teamers listening to this, if we could just all rise up,
Yeah.
Reshiram and Charizard and GLC,
Yeah,
one permission slip for Reshiram and Charizard.
Exactly.
Just
I
one.
think just if you like that idea, make sure to tell Andrew. Let Andrew know.
Stop him in person.
Stop him in person on all his videos. Comment right into the shop. You know, the shop's address is public information. You can write into 121 Market Street here in Akron, Ohio. Send him a letter. Say, hey, Reshiram and Charizard Tag Team GX. Let that guy get into the Fire decks. I mean, we really need to start a movement here.
It's the only way.
It's the only way, and we need your help.
Well, with that, why don't we take a quick break before our next round? But stay tuned because round number 5 is coming up.
This tournament is sponsored by Dragon Shield. Dragon Shield makes the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games, like the Pokémon TCG. Dragon Shield sleeves are super durable, making them perfect for tournament play and collecting. They also come in a huge variety of colors, so there's always a great choice to match your deck. You can even turn your favorite photograph or design into a custom box of Dragon Shield sleeves using the Sleeve Crafter on DragonShield.com. Head over to DragonShield.com and place an order for your favorite sleeves today. Use code TrickyJim at checkout for 5% off your order. Again, that's DragonShield.com for the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games. Huge thank you to Dragon Shield for being a continued sponsor of the channel. I'm happy to report that the Reshizard conversation is still
It's ongoing.
going on. Yeah, dude.
We've been sorting out the logistics for getting an event underway where players can experiment in real time with Reshizard, but that's neither here nor there. We have an event in front of us right now.
Where Reshizard is not legal.
And Reshizard, to be clear, is not legal for this event,
Right.
which is why there's 0 fires in the room.
Yeah.
And so we do have round number 5 queued up on the table right now, and we're just about ready to dive in.
Yes, we've got Noah on the right versus William on the left. Noah is playing that Cursed Kiss Psychic build. It is a Psychic deck that uses both Dusknoir and Togekiss to take bonus prizes and Iron Boulder to take big one-hit knockouts. So a very cool, intricate Psychic deck. I mean, there are 3 different Stage 2 evolution Pokemon in this Psychic deck. And William is playing a colorless deck, an attacking colorless deck. It looks like, I don't think it's colorless control. But,
I believe it is Technicolorist, because
Yes.
that's the energy that restores the special conditions right there.
yes.
So that would be most useful on an attacking Snorlax, for example. Now, when I was walking around the room, I did see Noah playing several times, and yeah, Noah rocking that Cursed Kiss build of Psychic. That was one that was extremely popular at the previous GLC 3K here at Full Grip. Didn't have quite the same level of popularity going into this event. A lot of folks pivoted to that Garbodor-based strategy. Very similar looking opening hand for
I
William.
know, right? Was there a shuffle there? I see the Bravery Charm and the Therapeutic Energy again.
Oh, yeah, you know, that's just variance, Andrew.
Yeah,
that is literally just variance.
It
So.
could certainly happen that way. Yes. Well, Cursed Kiss was my last meta manipulation.
And that didn't work out. So
No, it didn't
So
buff out.
you're saying that your brews are worthless.
They were the 9th place deck at the last one. Alex Holtz, I think,
Okay,
just
well,
bubbled out.
Now, I recall from dinner last night
Uh-huh.
that there has to be a cutoff, and that cutoff is actually between 8th and 9th place.
That's facts, Riley. It's true. If you finish in 9th place, you don't, in fact, top 8. I learned that the hard way many times in my career. At the 2015 World Championships, for instance, found out that 9th place does, in fact, not top 8. Except nowadays, everybody gets a trophy, and 9th place can top 8, okay, because of ASIM. So
9th place still doesn't get anything
that's facts.
when they go home, though.
Uh-huh.
So you just get a chance.
It's true. All right, looks like William has finally got a starter, and we can get this match
Looks like that was 3 mulligans there.
started.
All right, let's dive right in here. Noah off the rip, starting Mr. Mime. Probably not too useful in this matchup, but with so many opening cards in their hand, you have to imagine that Noah has plenty of good options to search out of his deck.
Yeah, and here comes a nest ball. Going to do a quick prize check. Make sure that certain options are available in the deck. I mean, we see him, kind of taking a look at Gallade, the evolution lines, which support Pokemon are there. Like I said, there are 3 different Stage 2 lines in this deck. You've got Gallade with its Buddy Catch ability, which allows you to search your deck for a supporter card. Once during your turn, put it into your hand. You've got the Togekiss with the Wonder Kiss ability. When you take a knockout, you flip a coin. If heads, take an additional prize card. We saw that this card finished in the top 8 of the World Championships.
Yes,
So-
Goldango.
Yeah.
Yeah, Goldango seems to love all these cards that end up being later GLC features.
Right.
Goldango rocks yesterday as well. Cool thing with Togekiss is it also synergizes with the Dusknoir. And Dusknoir, of course, is a staple in Standard, knocking itself out and placing 130 damage anywhere on your opponent's board. But if you use it to knock out your opponent's active, Togekiss does not specify attacks for the knockout. So you do get that Wonder Kiss flip, and you can get crazy 4 prize turns if you get enough lucky Togekiss flips, which is unheard of in GLC.
Yeah, Riley, it's pretty nuts. Being able to not only take multiple knockouts in the same turn, which is something that Noah's deck is trying to do. You can use Dusknoir's Curse Blast, take a knockout, then use a big basic attacker like Iron Boulder, take another knockout, but then not only saying, okay, I could take multiple knockouts at a single turn, I could also take multiple prizes on those multiple knockouts. That's like the high end, right? That's the high-end potential of the deck. Now, getting it all to sing together in harmony is not necessarily the easiest thing to do, as you do have 3 singleton stage 2s in your deck. You probably have a stage 1 Pokemon. Let me see that Malamar there to help accelerate energy into play. So, because all of these different pieces that are moving around are so kind of difficult to get to work nice together, you really rely on the most simple attackers, like your Iron Boulder and your Mimikyu. Both of those attackers are 2 energy cost attackers that could do lots of damage. Iron Boulder, of course, could Adjusted Horn for 170. Mimikyu can copycat attacks used by the opponent for just a Psychic and a Colorless. With Dimension Valley, you can use them for just 1 Psychic energy instead of a Psychic and a Colorless, and that's basically how this deck wins games.
Absolutely. And we see Noah getting right away into his Bide Barricade Wobbuffet. This is one of the strongest cards in Gym Leader Challenge, in my opinion. There's the ability to immediately lock your opponent out of abilities, unless they're a Psychic Mirror, is so impactful. And Psychic Assault is honestly fine. Like, if your opponent's going slower because they don't have ability access, Psychic Assault is very serviceable. It racks up pretty quickly.
Yeah, it really does. Wobbuffet, I agree with you, Riley. It's one of the strongest cards in the format. I can't imagine a deck. If this card was any color, you would play it in that color. Like, if it was a water Pokemon, you would play it. If it was a dragon Pokemon, you'd play it. If it was a fighting Pokemon, oh yeah, you're playing it. Like, whatever color this card is, you're playing it because it's that good of a card. Ability lock on a basic. And we see Noah, turn 1 going first, was able to initiate ability lock.
Yeah, before William even had a chance to play the game.
And that's very relevant because Colorless likes to go turn 1 Fan Rotom.
Yes, Fan Rotom, a key part of the Colorless engine. Being able to search out those multiple Colorless Pokemon off of 1 ability is just so impactful. But the thing is, if Wobbuffet blocks it for even 1 turn, you can't Fan Call beyond the first turn of the game. So don't have access to it from there. Now, Fan Rotom still is useful, and we see with the Jet Energy, we could potentially go straight in with an Assault Landing. William did opt for the Capture Energy to instead maybe widen his board a little bit and use the U-turn board instead. And I like that approach, just keep it simple, get a few more basic Pokemon into play, but still put pressure on that Wobbuffet. And hey, if Bide Barricade is slowing you down, why not just knock it out?
Another cool card we see that William's playing in his deck is the Pelipper. Do love this Pelipper. Just a cool card. Colorless is one of those types that just has so many consistency options that you have consistency options that don't see play at every deck. And Pelipper is one of those cards sees play sometimes. It is quite good. Hearsay allows you to search your deck for a supporter card and put it into your hand when you evolve it, or you could search your discard pile for a supporter card and use it. So not only is it good for consistency early on in the game, allowing you to go tutor a supporter out of your deck to use, it can also allow you to recover a valuable supporter from the discard pile to reuse. And in a singleton format like Gym Leader Challenge, where you only have 1 of each supporter card, being able to reuse it is obviously very good. So cool little card there in William's deck. See the Wingull retreat for free into Fan Rotom for a turn 1 Assault Landing. No better way to break that ability lock than to knock
take a prize
it out.
Doing it. Yeah, take a prize. Yeah, totally agreed, Andrew. I really do like the Hearsay. I think it's exceptionally strong. There's really not a lot of ways to recur supporters repeatedly in Gym Leader Challenge, at least not in a way that is immediate. You get your VS Seeker as a one-off, of course. That will allow you to reuse a supporter, but that's about it. But with Hearsay, you do get immediate access to a supporter. The only other way you can really recur supporters is Pal Pad, which goes into your deck, or cards like Cynthia and Caitlin and Lusamine, where you're playing a supporter to get one back, so you can't do that all in the same turn, typically. So I do like the fact that Hearsay gives you that immediate access, and you can pair it with cards like Scoop Up Net, for example, to even do it a further time.
Yeah, that's true. And being able to instantly reuse powerful supporter cards like Hex Maniac is one of the big draws of a card like the Pelipper, because if you play Hex, it could be a game-changing card, just making it so that your opponent cannot use any supporter or any abilities during their next turn. It actually turns off all abilities from the moment it's played until the end of your opponent's next turn, even your own abilities. And Hexmaniac has been one of the strongest supporter cards in Gym Leader Challenge format, and is one of those cards that allows for the tides of a match to be changed, right? I mean, you can be losing a game, and then it's one of those cards that can allow you to go 2 for 1 with an attacker, because maybe your opponent needs to rely on abilities in order to power up their next attacker, but you deny them those abilities with your supporter card for turn, which means you have to be set up enough in order to play your supporter for turn to disrupt your opponent instead of like advancing your own board state. So it's this interesting card in the format. But then one of the most broken things you could do in any deck is bring it back and reuse it. So, Hearsay can allow you to do that. Same with Boss's Orders. Boss's Orders is one of those cards.
Absolutely.
You just take out whatever you want on your opponent's side of the board. Being able to reuse that to go gust something else can be incredibly effective.
Yeah, it helps you avoid the maybe sense of predictability, in the sense that your opponents can't account for your resources in maybe quite the same way they could against other decks when you have access to Hearsay. Noah did play down that Mystery Garden, fortunately whiffed access to a basic Psychic Energy, so won't actually be able to use the effect here, but has a pretty okay board. They have the Iron Boulder ready to go and swing into the active this next turn, potentially knock out this Fan Rotom if we can get equivalent hand sizes. Fan Rotom will almost certainly be knocking out the Bide Barricade Wobbuffet here, but honestly, I'm liking Williams' setup at this point a lot more, in spite of being under ability lock from the first turn.
Yeah, I mean, William has got some cards in play. I mean, really, it's like neither player really has a lot going on. We say Williams got both Snorlax. It's funny saying both Snorlax in Gym Leader Challenge, Singleton format, but there are 2 different Snorlaxes.
They're different.
Yes, you've got Hops Snorlax, and you've got
legally distinct Snorlax.
Regular Snorlax, Lost Origin, right? Both of those Snorlax represented on Williams' bench. Nestball can go get Squovit. Again, abilities turned off right now because of Bide Barricade, but William is going to draw first blood in this match with the Fan Rotom in the active spot. So then it's going to be up to Noah, okay, well, what is Noah doing with his turn, right? And he's got the response right there. He's got the Boulder. He's got 2 energy on it. He's got Mimikyu there.
Well, it's interesting, Andrew. You could try and make it difficult to equalize hand sizes. Now, we do see the Iono in Noah's hand, which will help him do that. But, William doesn't know that. He could use something like the Nest Stash and try to get to a 1 or 0 card hand, which could be quite difficult to actually match. Bear in mind, Iron Boulder does have a condition to its attack.
Can't Nest Dash right now.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yes, because of this Wobbuffet. So
that dang Wobbuffet.
You know what I like, though, is I actually like, and this is good, right? Because Noah has the U-turn board, so it can promote the Mime and decide later. I was going to say, you got counter energy in your hand. You could just use it now on Mimikyu. You could go counter energy, Assault Landing for return KO on the Fan
still
Rotom.
Have Boulder access.
Pocket the Boulder, because Noah really wants to continue setting up. So the thing is that Noah would love to not be concerned at all about hand size with this Iono. Because if Noah draws into a bunch of search cards to go set up evolved Pokemon,
you don't have to hold them.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
So
good point.
I'm really liking the counter energy drop on the Mimikyu. I'm hoping that signifies from Noah that potentially it's going to be a Mimikyu KO, save the Boulder in the back, and then maybe aggress with Boulder the turn after.
Yeah.
We see Evolution Incense. I think maybe a Necrozma in hand also. And we'll see if he decides to play that.
There is some benefit to putting down basics just for the Mystery Garden, but deciding not to, which I think is ultimately fine. And William also losing the Guzma and Hala, he retrieved back off the Cynthia and Caitlyn on this past turn.
Can Noah scoot his deck and discard in a little bit? Just deck discard in. Thank you.
So off of that Iono, now William has lost some of those precious resources, which may make it more difficult to launch an attack with one of these Snorlaxes. The Snorlaxes are exceptionally strong, but they don't have very cheap attack costs.
Noah's hand is kind of loaded, Riley. If this hand doesn't get disrupted next turn, Noah's got Rare Candy Dusknoir and teammates in hand right now. And you could just kind of see the potential pop-off, right?
Absolutely. And Andrew, on William's side, I think it's going to be quite difficult to even respond to Noah while also disrupting.
Right. So that's pretty much not happening. It's possible. Obviously, you could go like double turbo energy to the Hop Snorlax with the Hop's Choice Band. That's an attack. You could recover the Fan Rotom. That's like the path of least resistance. I would want to say.
Yeah.
Like William's best move would be to recover Fan Rotom and just assault landing. It's not every attacker that can be knocked out with just a simple 1 energy punch. But the Mimikyu in the active has 70 hit points, so perfect for that Fan Rotom take the knockout on, and would also allow William to play whatever supporter that he has available for turn. Raihan would be good. I don't think there's any basic energy in the discard pile right now, though.
I don't think so either. Only really that. Ooh, Cypher. I don't think Cypher is particularly helpful.
Cypher into the stash, dude.
So you need to have a 1-card combo that you could Cypher into that to really be maximally effective.
Yeah, Cypher into the stash. You Cypher for like a Rangaroo.
That's still only getting you 1 card of your choice, though, effectively, right?
A Rangaroo, Night Stretcher. Yeah. Get the Fan Rotom back. And then you got to like draw into energy
off the
off
other
2 cards. Yes.
Oh, man.
I don't love it, bro. But like, is that not where we're going?
I suppose it is. Yeah.
I think that's where we're going. That's where I'm going if I'm making this line.
It's interesting, too, because William did draw into their VS Seeker. And because he had played Cynthia and Caitlyn this last turn, though, Guzman Hala was actually not in the discard pile. So could not Guzman Hala for something like the double turbo energy plus the Hop's Choice Belt to be able to take the immediate knockout.
Right. No, he's literally going for the play. I'm saying, I said the Night Stretcher. I see
I
the
mean,
Oranguru.
I think the Oranguru is like, you want the Oranguru, you know? But then you have to draw into an energy other than the double turbo, actually.
It cannot be the double turbo, yes. Unless your 2 cards are double turbo Hop's Choice Band.
Which would be nuts.
I mean, yeah, that's
a pop-off moment for sure.
Yeah. All right. Not the hand. Whoa. All right.
Nah,
it's fine. Whoa there.
And it's also unfortunate because there's multiple energy in this hand, so...
Oh, yeah.
Those are going to the bottom.
Decreases your odds, right? Okay, here we go. Nest Dash for 1. It's going to be...
Oranguru.
Oranguru. For
That would
3.
be really unfortunate if they were ordered incorrectly.
It was the double turbo!
Oh,
you gotta
my
be kidding
gosh!
me! No!
That is stinky. That is quite stinky.
It's not what you want, dude. Not what you want. No. Oh, man.
Yeah, so I guess it's just going to be a power-up of Snorlax and pass. Could leave the Wingull active with the U-turn board.
Feels bad. It's Enhanced Hammer.
Okay. That's not
Nice
bad.
little hit.
Counter Energy is also not active anymore. So
No.
it would need to attach again to attack with... Well, Mimikyu can't attack at all, but you could attach again to that Iron Boulder and retreat off the Mimikyu. So that's a lot of energy being accosted here.
And I think that this is a really interesting decision from William, right? Because William leaves himself with a 0-card hand, which means like, okay, your counter energy's turned off. I didn't attack, so you can't copycat.
Yeah,
and
I like it. This is what I was saying the last turn.
Yes, for sure.
It's quite difficult to get to particularly low hand sizes because you have to imagine you can only play 1 supporter a turn. So if you have multiple supporter cards in your hand, well, you either need a way to discard them, and it doesn't feel great to just discard supporters willy-nilly, or you need a way to play a supporter to equalize your hand sizes, like a Marnie or a Judge.
We see Noah just has Verseeker in hand, so can just Iono.
Good Iono, yeah.
But
can't play any cards after the Iono.
Right, and would need an energy in hand right now, and does have one, so that could be it. Rare Candy Dusknoir, with the energy in hand, could just be energy drop on the.
I mean,
boulder.
imagine energy drop on the boulder. You can't play any cards
Yeah,
after the
you
Iono,
can't.
though. So
Yeah,
it's
it's
like it's not
tough.
like you can draw into Togekiss.
Ooh,
or
but what
anything.
if you blew up Dustnor and then you're Ioning your opponent to 4? Oh, no, you don't want to do that either because then you Iono yourself to 4. If you
Yeah.
take a prize, right?
It's kind of still the same end result there.
Yeah.
Now you could, if you drew into Togekiss, you could evolve it and then blow up your Dustnor with the hope that you draw the 2 cards back.
Oh, that's so
which would
hype.
be
That's beast,
baller for
yeah.
sure. But I don't think that's probably a well advised choice.
I could always see a good old Filch. I love a Filch.
I love Filch too.
Yeah, Filch for 2, dude.
Pretty good.
Yeah, Filch
Maybe
for
it's Filch
2.
o'clock.
And it certainly could be.
Probably just take the knockout too.
Yeah, we're at 5-5 hand size now, so you just retreat into Boulder.
Yeah,
Nope.
then you have that Mimikyu ready on your bench potentially.
Well, there's Ralts. Okay, so deciding to play a card, the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Well, that's a 1-for-1.
It is, but I imagine that the Ralts is coming down.
Yeah, if Ralts is coming down, that almost guarantees the Filch here. I don't hate just taking a knockout, but I guess it could be quite difficult to power up the Mimikyu this coming turn.
Yeah, the weird thing is you just have like
Like a
the
Guzma
Snorlax
Hollow in
right there.
hand.
You just like have the Snorlax right there, right? And it's like I'm sending up my Boulder into like Snorlax.
Yeah, but Mimikyu is a great response for a Snorlax.
It is, yeah, but
And
there's
you
no
have
energy
Guzma Hollow in
accelerator.
hand. You could go for
Yeah.
Dimension Valley.
I know there's just no energy accelerator in play. Feels
Dimension Valley is an energy accelerator.
yeah, it's an energy decreaser.
Hmm.
When you think about it.
Making it easier to attack.
Yes, does not accelerate energy. It
Is that not just accelerating energy?
decreases the amount required.
Hmm.
No, it does not accelerate. No, instead of
It accelerates the pace of your game.
I would say it's like, oh, Lost City,
Ooh.
dude.
Oh, imagine this on the boulder here.
Lost City on the Boulder would go insane. Oh, the Lost City. Now, this is a card that JW was like really surprised that there's just a lot more of this being played the last time he dialed into GLC.
Yeah, I think Lost City makes a lot of sense in GLC as a singleton format. It effectively permanently removes threats from the game, right? Lost Zone. Pokemon has never printed a way to retrieve cards from the Lost Zone, which is in slight contrast to other card games where like their equivalents of the Lost Zone have gotten more and more accessible over the years. But if Pokemon's in the Lost Zone, it is gone in Gym Leader Challenge,
Sure.
which means you will never have access to that tool again, which, for example, on an Iron Boulder could be extremely disruptive. Now, getting rid of Mimikyu is also fairly disruptive, right?
Especially with just a fan rotom in the active. Like,
yeah. And like you don't really care if Noah puts your fan rotom in the Lost Zone.
Ooh, and the Hex too.
Wow. Yeah, really strong turn from Noah here, or William here into Noah. That's Mimikyu gone. That's Hex Maniac in play, so no abilities on Noah's side. Can't blow up the Dustnor this turn. No access to Wonder Kiss if he manages to evolve that Togepi.
That's what I'm saying. Hex Maniac is just one of those cards that makes the game. It makes the game a lot more interesting and dynamic, in my opinion. The fact that it's like, okay, I mean, and William had a very simple turn, right? I mean, and he could afford to play Hex this turn because it's like a little fan rotom, just energy drop, boom, taking a knockout, Lost City, like big play there. And it does kind of change the game because if you say Noah had Boss's Orders this turn or Guzma and like decides to target down Snorlax with a double turbo and Lost Zone that, then that's like a holy moly, like now we're really we're really kind of in it. Like that's crazy.
I feel like it's really dangerous though for Noah to leave this Lost City in play.
For sure, because if Boulder goes, then
yeah, if Boulder goes, then you've lost 2 of your primary attackers in a deck that doesn't play that many primary attackers.
that's facts. Like I said, it's the Boulder Mimikyu deck.
Right.
That's what it is.
Right. So I think Noah's heavily incentivized to try and remove this Lost City from play this turn, even though it would be nice to try and launch an attack on.
Yeah, I
William.
agree with that take. I think that Noah's best play will be to remove it ultimately, and just kind of keep trying to trade. Rely on what the deck does best.
Right.
Taking multiple prizes all at once to try and win this trade, which at this point has been neck and neck. up until now. So yeah, I would say like don't stress, don't lose your boulder. Now if Noah did somehow lose his boulder, all hope is not lost, but it is not great. You've got your Togekiss. Guess what? It attacks Speedwing 140 for 3. That's not bad. 3 colorless energy means that it's Dimension Valley compatible.
Yeah.
And can do 140 for 2 with Dimension Valley. You've got Gallade, which can do 160 damage for 3. Moves an energy back. And you've got Dusknoir, which does 150 damage for 3. So like all 3 of your stage 2s are, not
decent.
slouch.
Yeah,
like,
they're
not
decent.
slouches.
The math isn't excellent into a Snorlax. The Snorlax with the tool would be able to avoid a knockout from all of those Pokemon, and 140 isn't even enough for the Lost Origin Snorlax, but certainly you want that boulder. So I think, just keeping that Lost City out of play, and if William manages to recur it with something like a Lusamine, I mean, that's his prerogative at that point.
For sure. Here comes the boulder matched hand sizes, 3 and 3, and Adjusted Horn will do 170 damage for the knockout, tying this game up at 4-4 prizes. And now William is in that favorable position that he would want to be in with the Snorlax available to answer the boulder, right? Because like you talk about aces in Gym Leader Challenge format. Now, the Lost City, this game was used not to get rid of Noah's ace. I mean, Noah's ace is the boulder. That is like the main character of this Psychic deck. If there was ever a main character of the colorless decks, it's usually that Snorlax. Snorlax
100%.
can, crank out 180 damage for just 3 colorless energy. It's going to be doing 20 less because of the double turbo energy attached to it, but that is just insane damage output on 150 hit point basic Pokemon. Now, colorless decks of like yesteryear used to try and loop this Snorlax over and over and over again with the use of twin energy, double colorless energy. That's no longer legal, so Snorlax is a little bit more difficult to power up than it used to be.
But not impossible.
Yeah, not impossible. But now we're going to see William's deck rely more heavily on attackers like the Hops Snorlax as the game kind of comes down to the wire, and also the Hops Cramorant are like the 2 that really help you kind of get into the late game. Fickle Spitting being able to kind of carry you until your opponent's got just a few prizes remaining, and
there's that Cramorant too.
Yeah, and now this is a 4-prize turn.
That Bidoof should not be in the discard pile. I think Noah was just reading the ability on the Bidoof, and it somehow ended up in the discard pile. So let's make sure that gets its way back onto the bench there.
Where's the Bidoof?
The Bidoof was William accidentally put it in the discard pile.
Is it in hand or
it was benched?
Is there a Bidoof that's supposed to be somewhere? A Bidoof? Where is it? Yeah, thank you.
Saved him. Thankfully, he wasn't in the lost zone.
Yeah,
we were able to get him back.
Yeah, we would not be able to recur the Bidoof from the lost zone. So thankfully,
he was misplaced.
Good catch, Riley.
Well, I had a feeling that Noah was taking a look at that ability. All right, well, game on. Snorlax is asleep. It's quite difficult to rouse a sleeping Snorlax, but Noah's plan will probably just be to knock it out. The Swirling Slice on the Glade is probably the best way to do that here. I don't know if I see immediate access to it in Noah's hand. But with Dimension Valley, there is enough energy in play to be able to use that Swirling Slice, which would do just enough to knock out the Snorlax, a notoriously difficult attacker to knock out.
That's
for a basic
for sure.
Pokemon.
Yeah, it's just huge, right? 150 hit points. And now Noah kind of weighing like, all right, I have to find Gallade, right? I've committed my Dimension Valley and my 2 energy to this Kirlia, and Kirlia is not doing anything unless it evolves into Gallade. So you have this decision tree, right? You're like, okay, do I do something like Dusknoir now, draw a prize potentially, put my opponent to 2 prizes remaining, right? Feels pretty bad. Do I use Refinement now? Maybe find a better card.
I think that was Gallade.
Nah, Mysterious Treasure, I think I found. That's Necrozma.
Oh, Necrozma.
Right?
Oh, no, that's the... what is that called?
So you're like asking...
The one that's a basic Psychic Pokemon. So
That's Necrozma.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, right, and it's like, okay, so Noah could have used refinement like pre-judge and said like, okay, well, if I find Raihan or if I find like any like teammates or something like that, then I can just go get the Gallade with that. Instead, decided to commit to the judge, disrupt William's hand to 4 cards, and said, all right, off of the 4 cards and a refinement, I'll find the Gallade.
I think that's the right choice.
I think so, but it's certainly something that you're going to think about, right?
Yeah. I think ultimately it's the right choice, though it does put you in a little bit precarious of a position in the final stages of that turn. Noah does find the mysterious treasure, which of course will allow him to search out that Gallade.
Dude, what if... Oh, there's Gallade. I was going to say, what if Gallade is prized?
Well, that would stink.
That would be horrible.
Probably should have
Wait, are we going for Togekiss?
formulated your game plan differently if Gallade was prized.
Can't go for Togekiss. You need the Gallade, right?
So, how much damage does Kirlia do for how many energy?
It's like 50 damage for 2, or like 30 or something. It'd be so stupid.
You could do something. You could do something funny though, where you blow up the Dusknoir and then use the Kirlia to take the knockout with a Togekiss.
Yeah, but you're like flipping a coin to take 2 prizes, where you're sacking like your Dusknoir to not take a prize.
Yeah, but it'd be really funny.
Yeah. So. Now we do get Fog Crystal. I'm gonna go get an Inkay, so there is the potential to accelerate energy into play next turn. But Noah is at this kind of point of the game where he's gonna start running out of steam, right? He's used his D-Valley. He is he has got 2 energy in play total.
Yeah,
that's it. I mean, it's not a lot of energy to work with. You're kind of, in fact, this attack does not launch if not for Dimension Valley this turn.
It is nice that the Swirling Slice does send an energy back to the bench here for Noah, because that will allow him to preserve an energy attachment onto something like the Togetic as a future Togekiss. And with an energy attachment from hand, for example, plus a Malamar, you could build up to that Togekiss attack. Now, I do think it's the right call to use Buddy Catch to grab a supporter you'd want for next turn, but this does obviously telegraph your hand to William, so William is, of course, going to be incentivized to see if he can put together a knockout and disrupt the hand with something like the Hops Cramorant.
All right, so question, who you passing the energy to? I'm passing it to Dusknoir.
Dusknoir?
Yeah, dude. I think that this game, the Dusknoir angle is like starting to, I think, feel fleeting.
So you'd rather just have that 10 extra damage on the attack?
I'd rather attack with Dusknoir, I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, yes. Dusknoir does 10 more damage than Togekiss does. So.
Yeah, well, Togekiss is not in play yet, so that's why.
That's true, yeah, so it's guaranteed through the disruption. I think Noah's saying, I'm going to teammates next turn, but that's bold, because you never know if William's going to disrupt your hand.
Right.
And also, the Togetic on the bench is potentially vulnerable to something like a Guzma.
Hops Cramorant. Yeah, it's like way easier to knock out, right?
Yeah, you could like Guzma Cram.
Yeah.
Guzma Cram would knock it out,
and if
bump
you're
the D-Valley.
If you're William, like, you're thinking to yourself, like, I'm ahead in the trade. Like, I'm ahead in the trade. I'm 1 step ahead in the trade, right? How do I make sure that I stay 1 step ahead? I knock out the Togetic, like 100%, right?
Yeah, I think this is a great turn to knock it out. And we see William Ultra Balling here probably for that Cramorant.
He's got Guzma and Lysander in hand.
Exactly.
So.
He Ultra Balled away the Lysander even. So, ooh.
Okay. Or if it's possible to go like Hex, knockout Gallade, that's like obviously the play. I don't think that. Oh, you can't do that because like you would be using
Arven.
Huh. It must be Hops Cram. So I think Hops Cram is just going to take a knockout on the Gallade this turn. I think that's just what's happening.
Yeah, but you could have on the Gallade.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you've got the boost from the Hops Snorlax on the bench. You've got the Hops Choice Band off of the Arven, right? So like that's just what's going on. So William not taking the opportunity to maybe, still knocking out the Gallade is really good. So like I get it, but you also do give Noah this opportunity.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this line, to be honest. I would have just gone for the Guzma onto the Togetic and then draw with my support Pokemon. And I believe Pelipper also does have 2 retreats, so unless there's a scoop up net. There is. Okay. That's kind of nice too, because it gets the U-turn board back, so you can put it on a different target. like the Squovit.
A little bit scary there for a second, but William had it all planned out. And here is Hop's Cramorant. Fickle Spitting does 120 damage for 1 energy, minus the energy attachment because of the Hop's Choice Band, which also makes it so that William's Hop's Pokemon does 30 more damage. So that's 150, plus the Hop Snorlax on the bench with the extra Helpings ability, which makes it do 30 more damage, and it's 180 damage for free.
Yeah, I still feel like, I don't know if I still love this angle, because you didn't get the extra energy attachment.
No.
You know, so what the band, it helped you do the extra damage, but it didn't do anything, right? You allowed Noah to maintain the teammates that you just saw him grab.
Oh, yeah.
And in exchange, you didn't get an extra energy attachment down. You took a fine knockout, but Noah still has the Togekiss angle, and you know they're going to go for it off the teammates.
100%.
I just don't know if I totally agree with this approach.
Now, if you're Noah, do you go for win here?
With the explosion?
Oh, yeah.
I kind of feel like you do.
I feel like you do. If you flip 1 out of 2 heads, you win.
Yeah, you need Togekiss and like a counter catcher. And if you have access to those cards, you can go for game.
Yeah, I don't think... Right, because the Hop Snorlax will get the promote, which has too much HP and can't get knocked out by Togekiss.
Togekiss and Escape Rope would do it.
Yeah, but I don't think that those cards are available.
Well, you have teammates.
Yeah, but not like rope. Like, I don't think there's a rope in here.
Sure.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's weird because if you play teammates and get like a counter catcher, for example, but if you happen to get heads on the Dusknar KO, then counter catcher won't be active anymore.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
so it's like tough. But you can't counter catcher first because you need to KO the active with the Dusknar.
Yeah, dude.
Very awkward.
I know. Noah is like trying to weigh if he's got like the cards to like try and go for win here. And I'm thinking that Noah is just a little short.
Wait, with the Night, is the Night Stretcher enough?
If you get Boulder and have 1 energy in hand and can match hand size, then yeah.
I think there is an energy in hand. So you have to match hand size.
But then we have to see, like, well, what if Noah flips the heads on Dusknar and you get +2 cards to hand? Can then you match hand size? Like, maybe. Like, dude, it's happening, bro.
William get a card of his own off the Dusknar, so.
It's happening.
This is crazy. This is crazy. Yeah, it could really just come down to 2 coin flips.
Yep. And if either are heads, Noah might win?
Question mark?
Yeah.
Assuming he can equalize hand sizes and assuming that the Iron Boulder is what he's going for. All right, Togekiss. I think you maybe just blow up the Dusknar first and get the information.
Got to blow up the active.
Bye.
So that you can flip on Togekiss.
All right, Cram.
Yep, here we go. Flip.
Oh, this is going to be a chaotic...
Tails. No, 1 prize. Can he match hand sizes with Boulder?
Do not promote that Squovit.
Do not promote the Squovit. No! Oh, no!
I know it has the board, but don't put it.
Noah's like, oh god. All right, I need to match it, but like can't play the parallel in his hand.
Well, now you don't need to match. You can attack with the Togekiss.
Oh, you're right. Just attach and go. You're right. Doesn't need to match hand size. You're right.
So yeah, you just gotta attach and attack, and I think just see what happens at that point. I don't know if there's much else to do.
Noah's like still trying to match hand sizes, but honestly, like this doesn't forget the hand, dude. Like
there's a Squovit in the active.
It's a Squovit.
Maybe parallel? No, you can't parallel.
You can parallel if you want.
Does it have 3 on it?
You can Night Stretcher the Malamars in the discard.
Oh.
And charge an energy
I
if
like
there
that.
is one.
Yeah, I think get the Malamar in parallel and just.
No, we're going for it. All right, let's go.
Forget it.
Yeah, forget it. No way we flip 2 tails in a row. No shot. Oh! That's the game. I know, and you can see William like, why didn't I promote the Snorlax? This is horrible. And just like that, Togekiss, Wonder Kiss to win it all. Riley, I mean, that's what we were saying, man. You got to target down that Togetic on that turn, right?
You got to. Yeah, and just I don't think William realized any of the benefits of that turn. And it's interesting because if they promoted the Snorlax, what Noah could have done is just attack the Snorlax for not enough. Snorlax does significant recoil, and they could go to a sudden death in that situation, which would be kind of fun. But yeah, ends up going to Noah off that Cursed Kiss build, and we saw exactly the way that build was meant to work, right? With the Curse Blast plus the Wonder Kiss to be able to draw those extra prizes.
Yeah, that was a fun one for sure, Riley. I mean, exactly how you draw it up. That is the selling point of the Cursed Kiss deck. You want to be able to trade, go toe-to-toe with most decks with your basic Pokemon like your Boulder and your Mimikyu, and then obviously being able to, being able to kind of win the trade in the end with a lucky coin flip. That's how we do it. That's how we draw it up. And it looks like JW is there on the floor.
Yeah.
And we've got Noah. So let's pitch it on over to JW and Noah and hear about Noah's clincher of a last round. Now 5-0. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Andrew, for that. I'm here with Noah, the winner of our round 5. What a finish to that game. I came in a little bit late, but as they say, with Togekiss, anything is possible. Walk us through those last couple of turns.
So I basically didn't deserve any of that, and it was all coin flips. I'm sure there were many people banging their heads on the table when they saw that I didn't bench Necrozma, even though I could have swirling sliced back the special energy and had another attacker set up for the next turn, and I chose not to do that. Before I made that play in the same turn, I also chose not to stretcher back my Boulder, and I could have attacked with Boulder and kept my Gallade out of the way. I also chose not to do that, which is really cool. So I basically went for the worst route humanly possible and got bailed out by Togekiss.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of Togekiss, though, right? You had the Dusknoir, you had a flip, saw flip tails, but then that last flip went your way, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, I saw that I had 2 opportunities to flip there. So I was like, okay, 75% chance. I'm going to take it. I don't know where all those the luck was. I needed that for base Neo. But, I'll take it here right now. It's good.
Yeah, absolutely. So with your version of Psychic, what are you worried about in the room? There's a lot of different stuff, but it's kind of concentrated, right? There's a lot of fighting. There's a lot of Psychic decks. There's a lot of colorless decks. What are you most worried about in the room?
Well, I've played up against 2 Psychic decks right now, fighting colorless and Dragon. I would probably be concerned to see Dragon again just because they're really big and they put on a lot of pressure really early, and that's kind of hard for my deck to deal with when you saw I was kind of like passing, scrambling there. The Wob sat in the active for 2 turns, which is when the Fan Rotom came down, I was like, he has got escape rope. I'm cooked. I did this all for nothing. But the Wob really got me through that turn. And even though it died, it did a lot of work. It did a lot of work. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Dragon has been a storyline, right? That is certainly one of those decks that is very prominent, like you called out, and those big basics are a lot to get through. So do you have any kind of hopes on the position? I mean, you are 5-0 now, right? So couple more rounds left. Do you feel like you're feeling settled? You think you want to ID into top 8, or how are you going to play these last couple of rounds?
I don't know any of that math. I will probably ask Ben Morris because I have literally no idea what I'm doing. I got the list from Alex. I did barely anything. I flipped heads and I played the cards. It's abysmal. It's a miracle that I'm here.
Well, that's some valuable insight. Congratulations on your win, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, JW and Noah. Noah, 5-0, smiles all around. I mean, you could tell, dude. I mean, when you get that Psychic deck working like that, all the pieces coming together, you saw how the wins can get orchestrated. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah.
You see why? And I'm glad we got to see the Curse Kiss deck like do what it's supposed to do on stream, because that was the deck that I was hyping for the last event, and it came up just short. But at 5-0, Noah's looking like he's punched a ticket into top 8.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty much guaranteed, so long as your opponents are willing to ID, to make it into top 8. And even if you end up in these weird situations where maybe you ID once and you get down paired and your opponent plays and you lose, your resistance is going to be seated very high with a 5-0 start. You know, you just played a 4-0 player, right? Now 4-1, but like that's a really good set of resistance. So I think it's almost guaranteed at this point that we'll see Noah in the top 8, which will be awesome. Getting to see a different variant of Psychic make top 8 with that Cursed Kiss, and we'll have to see if one of those Garbodor versions is able to climb up there as well.
God, I'm gonna. I hope so. I really am hoping that a Garbodor deck can make top 8 as well. I think that would be so fun. I just love the concept of a Garbodor. I've been begging for a reprint in standard format for years now, along with Tropical Beach on my short list of reprints that I would want. If you could have any card reprinted in standard, Riley, do you have a wish list, a standard wish list?
Yeah, probably Reshiram and Charizard Tag Team GX would be... It'd probably be up there for me.
Didn't miss a beat, dude. That's crazy. Yeah.
Now, we do get word from the floor that Luna, who we saw the last round, is also at 5-0 with her Egg Lock deck. So we got those 2 players as our potential first top 8 tickets with Grass and Psychic.
That's hype, dude. That's hype. I mean, the Egg Mill deck is quite good. Luna said that she's been playing that deck for like 9 months now, and has been playing it to all these. I think Luna played Eggmill to the Journey Together, the Destined Rivals, and to this 3K.
Yeah,
and now is like finally on tear with it. So that's really cool to see. It does also look like we've got a couple of fighting, couple of psychic, couple of colorless, and water with 4 wins right now.
Yeah,
is that not what I said?
Yeah, I mean it's good breadth of stuff in the mix right now, and. Psychic, of course, being our most popular type today, though with a variety of sub-archetypes. And I think it's a little reductive to just say only like Psychic is a third of the field, because they're playing different versions of the deck, right? There's in those colorless decks, we just saw how powerful colorless can be, and really if it wasn't for those final coin flips, and even then, like if William had chosen a different promotion candidate, maybe that game goes a little bit differently in that final turn.
Yeah, or if the Togetic gets gusted, like there's a bunch of different
or like if the prior Arvin term is a little different. So colorless definitely in the mix, absolutely. And water is a mainstay, it feels like, of GLC ever since the inception, the Hydro Pump decks.
For sure. Water's always around. So excited to get into our 6th round coming up shortly. Just seconds left in round number 5 now. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll be ready for round number 6 of 7 to see who else can make a play for top 8 at the Full Grip Games Mega Evolution Gym Leader Challenge $3,000 cash tournament. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break. This tournament is sponsored by Dragon Shield. Dragon Shield makes the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games, like the Pokémon TCG. Dragon Shield sleeves are super durable, making them perfect for tournament play and collecting. They also come in a huge variety of colors, so there's always a great choice to match your deck. You can even turn your favorite photograph or design into a custom box of Dragon Shield sleeves using the Sleeve Crafter on DragonShield.com. Head over to DragonShield.com and place an order for your favorite sleeves today. Use code TrickyJim at checkout for 5% off your order. Again, that's DragonShield.com for the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games. Huge thank you to Dragon Shield for being a continued sponsor of the channel.
What is up, guys? We are getting ready for round number 6. Thank you, JW, for your 100 V-Buck emotes that you got off your battle pass. We got an awesome matchup ahead here. We are finally featuring a fighting deck on stream, and we've also got an interesting water brew ahead of us.
I heard they call it LaCroix because it is spicy water.
I don't know if they call it that.
That might be what it's going to be called, though. Let's see what we have here from our players getting set up. That's a great first turn from Johan. I see a Buddy Poffin. So
yeah, on the left we have Chris Hill, and he'll be rocking our fighting deck. And on the right we have Johan Couvain with the spicy water deck, I guess now dubbed LaCroix.
LaCroix. I mean, it doesn't get any spicier than LaCroix. We will have to see. So from Chris, looks like we'll be starting off our game with the Soul Rock Active, probably the best starter for the fighting deck, able to, if you find the Lunatone, attack for 70. And then from Johan's side, probably his best starter. That is the Basculin, the Hisuian Basculin, gathering the crew. This is quite a start from both of these players, to be honest, but Johan certainly pulling no punches with a Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, I mean, with a start like this, Johan's going to be able to fill his entire bench. See
close to.
Close, right? I mean, Buddy, gather the crew. I mean, that's like 4 Pokemon straight to the bench from the deck.
Is that a Cryogonal? Andrew?
We do see a Cryogonal. That is an item locking Cryogonal.
That is an item locking Cryogonal. I haven't seen that since Standard. Maybe is that pretty common to play in the water deck?
No, that's why this is LaCroix. That's why it's spicy, dude.
Exactly.
That's part of the spice. Yeah, it's part of the spice. Just
Very
a little
good.
1 energy item lock error, and it only does 10 damage. It's got 90 hit points. I think I see a Cubchoo.
Yeah, and I mean, the more that I think about it for the water deck, that certainly seems like an archetype that would benefit from an item locker, right? Because you're trying to set these major combos up in the later stages of the game, 3, 4, 5 energy Pokemon. Maybe it makes sense to have that little bit of item lock, a little bit of disruption, and make it so that it's much harder for your opponent to get something going.
Now, I'm not going to lie, JW. I mean, I like Hydro Pump. Okay, Hydro Pump, and there's a Kingdra in here, dude. That's a horsey. I mean, only God knows what kind of Kingdra we're going to see.
This is spicy.
This is spicy. Now, I love Palafin.
The Palafin,
I
yeah.
just love Palafin. I think that Palafin is the coolest. Hydro Pump, good. I mean, Hydro Pump's just a really good deck, but like pretty much every non-Hydro Pump kind of deck I'm trying to play is a Palafin variant. And it's either, this Palafin with Justice Kick, which does 210 if it moves to the active spot. I know a lot of people have been into the Vanguard Punch Palafin lately. It just does 130 for 1 and 10 damage to itself for each damage counter on it.
I don't know. I got to think
I'm a bigger proponent of the Justice Kick.
Yep.
I think that this card just reads really good. 210 damage is clearing like a lot of just a lot of issues in the
without
format,
a doubt.
right?
Without a doubt.
And Chris got Ball Guy. So
this is going to set some stuff up for Chris. I mean, you start the Soul Rock and pass. You hope as a fan of Chris that he's going to find something on his next turn. Ball Guy, I think, satisfies that, being able to get out hopefully the Soul Rock or the Lunatone to open up the Soul Rock Cosmic Beam, and then maybe a few other Pokemon to just round out the setup. So we see Chris kind of thumbing through the deck, hoping that we can find Quick Ball, Nest Ball, Ultra Ball would be some of those targets off the Ball Guy, of course, letting you select up to 3 cards with Ball in their name, excluding Air Balloon. Important to note.
Dude. But honestly, one of the really cool things about Ball Guy, and I think that one of the cards that just keeps Ball Guy relevant kind of as the wheels of the format keep turning is the fact that it just searches out that Hisuian Heavy Ball, right? So
Hisuian Heavy Ball is a big component.
If you do prize a basic Pokemon, then you can just go get it. And especially if you're playing like a fighting deck where you really want to have both your Solrock and your
Yes.
Lunatone.
Yep.
So
That's
long
just pricing
as
insurance.
Yeah, so long as the Hisuian Heavy Ball is in deck, you're like, okay, I'm good. I can go get the piece that's missing if it is missing. But then, Ball Guy is just this versatile card that allows you to go get basic Pokemon to help set up. It could go get evolved Pokemon with a card like Ultra Ball if you're trying to get an evolution Pokemon. It can go get Team Magma's Great Ball out of the deck, which players have been including lately. Just because Team Magma's Great Ball, it's not like it's getting any Team Magma's Pokemon. It's being played just to get a basic fighting energy out of the deck. So you can turn Ball Guy into a basic fighting energy, which is just useful. I mean, you're basically playing the Magma's Great Ball as an energy search in your deck, which is not a bad card. Karina can go get an energy in that
versatile.
way. It's
versatile. Yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely. And you might as well have the option to go fetch that energy off of a supporter like Ball Guy, because Ball Guy, I feel like over the course of GLC has waxed and waned in terms of popularity.
100%.
I remember it was very popular when we first got into the format, and then people were like, well, maybe there are better supporters, and now we're seeing it crop back up in a lot of lists recently. And so certainly seems like a card. I mean, there's plenty of options like you're talking about, and then ways to even just go beyond what you would think of as being good targets for Ball Guy with that Team Magma Ball. So Okie Dokie hitting the hand there, hitting the field for Chris. Certainly want to get that set up as soon as possible. Okie Dokie with the Adrena Power ability, boosting the damage and just making it very hard for Johan to overcome, especially if you have a tool attached to it as well.
Now, unfortunate for Chris, very unfortunate. Didn't have an extra energy to draw with that Lunar Cycle. Maybe not playing Magma's Great Ball or didn't have access to it. So didn't do that, which would have loved to see. Or just any energy drop for that matter on the Okie Dokie would have been massive this turn, because we did see a turn 1 fighting energy drop on the Solrock. Solrock does take the knockout with its Cosmic Beam attack. But now Okie Dokie's Good Punch takes 2 energy in order to launch, and Chris doesn't have an energy drop for turn there. And every time you miss an energy drop for turn, especially in the fighting deck, it's just really big because you don't have the easiest ways to accelerate energy into play. Now this is a Seadra. This is a Seadra, JW. It's a Seadra. This is the first time I've ever seen a Seadra in play in Gym Leader Challenge format.
Why don't you tell me what it does, Andrew?
I don't know. I'm looking it up right now. Call backup. Search your deck for 3 Pokemon, reveal them, put them into your hand. All right, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, and very pretty, right? That's the promo from the Kingdra EX collection box. So you see the sparkle there, and what are you thinking that this is going to evolve into? What's the best Kingdra for his deck?
Well, I mean, because there's
a few options, right?
This guy does have 90 hit points, so it could evolve. I mean, it might survive the turn, which is worth noting. We did see John grab some Pokemon. Yes, and obviously you're going to go get Octillery, which can Abyssal Hand, right? Evolve from the Rim Raid. You're going to go get Drizzile if it's in deck. Can Shady Dealings. Thinking that the Seething Currents Kingdra has got to be the one that sets your opponent to 4 cards, right? Where you both shuffle draw 4 in a way. That's
every
turn,
what I'm
right?
thinking.
Every turn.
Yeah.
Okay, top deck fighting energy. So we are live for
crazy.
Lunar Cycle. Yeah, I'm thinking it's the Seething Currents one, but I'm going to be honest. I don't know.
Yeah, I do see an ability there in the hand, I think, on that stage 2. So that certainly is aligning with your hypothesis. From Chris's side, only 3 Pokemon in play. The Solrock, Lunatone, prioritize that, and then has a special energy attached to the Okie Dokie. Oh, and this is huge from Chris, being able to get some hand disruption. So Johan had all those evolution Pokemon from the Seadra attack in his hand, and now those go to the bottom of the deck. There's a good chance he draws into other things. I mean, we see the level ball immediately, so that can go fetch the Octillery to draw into things, but certainly you'd rather have those cards in your hand, I'd imagine, than on the bottom of your deck. And there is a Training Court picking up that fighting energy for Chris Hill, looking to establish a few more things on the bench for them. So Johan has the Seadra active, has a Remoraid, has a Sobble, and has that Finizen as well. Johan taking a quick peek at what that card is, and it's a little hard to see. That looks like a Ting Lu. Ting Lu, not a card that I am particularly familiar with in the Gym Leader Challenge format, so we'll see how that factors in to this game. We see the Focus Sash on that active Solrock, hitting for 70 into the Seadra, bringing it down to 20 HP remaining. Action passes to Johan with the level ball, eyeing that up as a possibility, and yes, we'll play the level ball. Presumably, I would say to fish out either the Drizzile or the Octillery.
Yeah, so this is definitely a good turn from Chris. Chris was able to get the Focus Sash on the active, so it'll survive a hit. Putting that on the Solrock is nice because then it preserves your Lunatone for a turn. That Ting Lu is the Ting Lu that discards a Stadium and does 30 spread to everything on your opponent's side of the board for just 1 energy. So I think it's like Broken Ground or something like that. Now I'm seeing there's quite a few fighting decks that are not, it looks like they're just like not playing the Garganackle, right? Like not playing that, like no evolution. Like this is just a big basic deck.
Yeah.
Right? Ground Crasher is what it is. Yeah. Ground Crasher. So yeah, this is the Ground Crasher Ting Lu. Can spread damage, and you just got to have a Stadium card to discard.
Interesting.
Training Court, I think it's a really good card, high value card. We're going to see a lot of play with the Solrock and Lunatone combo because the Training Court just gets you that fighting energy back every turn. So every turn that the fighting, any turn that the Training Court stays in play, you're just getting that free, like, I'm going to get a fighting back to my hand, discard, draw three. So that's very good card to have there. And of course the unit energy on the Okidogi is big because now it makes the Okidogi very big. That card has got 230 hit points right now, thanks to the Adrena Power ability.
Yep.
If a darkness energy is attached to it, it gets plus 100 HP.
Crazy ability. That's crazy ability, man.
It's incredibly
Just
strong.
insane. Yep, for sure. So Johan resolving the Drizzile, looking at pitching a couple cards for the Ultra Ball. Maybe just thinking, hey, if I can get out the Kingdra, I can shuffle our hands, and then maybe I'll find a supporter off of that draw for 4, and I can play that and continue, capitalizing on my turn. We've seen Ultra Ball discarding a rare candy, which seems fine at this point. You already have your stage 1s up, and then also the Raft. That's a tool card for water decks. There we go.
The Switch Raft?
Artillery. Yeah, the Switch Raft.
It's an item card for water decks.
Or an item card. Sorry, pardon me.
There you go. Yes, allows you to switch and heal 30. And with Drizzile Shady Dealings, just getting exactly what he wants out of the deck. Going into this field, it's a little bit intimidating, right? Because you've just got the Okidogi there in Chris's back pocket. Like, all right, it's right there. It's going to come up. It's going to be threatening 170 damage. I know that. I'd rather be the one answering it first.
Sure.
Maybe this is a turn for Johan to attack with the Finizen. The Finizen's got this, attack that kind of, evolves itself.
Okay.
And then switches itself to the bench.
So maybe taking it a little slower. We see that off the Ultra Ball, opting for the Octillery. And what do we have? Field Blower here. That's great.
Yeah, got to get rid of that Sash.
The Sash. And then also the Stadium. I mean, let's not count out how important that Stadium is for Chris being able to recycle the fighting energy turn after turn.
Yeah, that's for sure. Octillery, Abyssal Hand, going to fill the hand to 5.
I don't see a meaningful supporter. We have a Lysander in hand, but I don't think that does a whole lot for you if you're Johan. You could. I
think Johan's got Raihan, right?
Yeah, right. I was gonna say you maybe have, you maybe have some options here on subsequent turns that are pretty good.
And then here's the Cadox Swell I was telling you about. Yep.
Oh yeah,
there it is.
That's so good.
Popular card.
Yeah.
For decks, but here Johan doesn't have kind of a throwaway guy to switch into, right? The Finizen,
you might even switch into. Gonna give up the
the extremely cool Seadra. No.
The spicy Seadra.
All right, and that is the Palafin with the Justice Kick attack. That's my favorite Palafin. I know. I think that the 130. I maintain that 130 ain't it anymore. Like, you know, on this other Palafin, I see a lot of people play it. 130 just doesn't get me excited like it used to. 200 damage, that gets me excited.
Well, even the first attack.
Jet punch.
Right?
Yeah.
30-30. Right? I mean, that
30, yeah.
Setting some things up. Maybe if you can use it over multiple turns, or you could take some knockouts on some of those evolving Pokemon, certainly capitalize on a time when your opponent isn't setting up particularly well. So, I think both of these attacks have strong utility in different situations. We'll see how Chris responds to this. Now, again, there's a threat on Chris's side, the Okie Dokie. There's a threat on Johan's side, the Palafin. And
right.
So, you know, who's going to blink first? Who's going to have the upper hand as this goes about? We do see the retreat from Chris into the Tinglu, and will be able to spread that damage with discard of the Chaotic Swell. So Johan certainly playing that Chaotic Swell, maybe a bit of a defensive maneuver. And you maybe make an argument that maybe Johan shouldn't have dropped that Stadium. Maybe didn't quite realize how it interacted with the Tinglu.
It kind of just like gave your opponent's Tinglu a little power there, right?
Absolutely. So the only play that Chris had from our perspective was that Tinglu able to get a knockout and also spread. I mean, this is looking very strong for Chris, and Johan maybe could have mitigated some of that damage by not playing the swell.
Still an option, right? To come up, could have just poked the thing for.
Yeah, but then you don't get the spread. I think the
nice.
Tinglu is just a much better attacker. Period.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Johan's on the back foot. I mean, down 2 prizes, right? Dealing with an Okie Dokie's got an energy on it now, still. And you're kind of asking yourself, like, okay, my ace attacker in play is this Palafin. Mm-hmm. If, you know, and Johan's playing Raihan this turn, right? Mm-hmm. So, like, you have to have, like, an Enhanced Hammer or something right now.
Yeah, you do need
and if you go search Enhanced Hammer, then you're fine. Because, like, Chris would then have to have Raihan in order to respond with Okie Dokie. There's no other way to accelerate that fighting energy on board right now to get that thing going. So you really don't want to give up your ace here while just letting Chris, you know, bring in Okie Dokie easily to just clear it.
Sure.
So it just feels really bad. So, like, you got to figure out, like, what's going to be your route to maneuver around, right? Like, how are we dealing with the dog?
Yeah, is that pretty common then in the Gym Leader Challenge form? I mean, we talked about Lost City as being a counter to these aces like the Okie Dokie. Are you often seeing players play Enhanced Hammer? Because I'm looking through Johan's deck. I don't see him either eyeing it to the front or he doesn't play it, right?
No, probably doesn't play it. Enhanced Hammer would have been like the hot tech for this event. Yeah. Knowing that Okie Dokie was going to be like
that's a good point,
big in fighting.
Yep.
And I have seen Enhanced Hammer on stream so far today. It is a card that kind of like it comes in and out of popularity, right? As players are already trying really hard to fit everything they want into their decks. A lot of times, you know, Enhanced Hammer is that like 61st, 62nd card. It is an incredible tech card, but it's only as good as, you know, as players are playing Special Energy. But specifically against Okie Dokie, your powerful techs that kind of, you know, stray Okie Dokie are Enhanced Hammer, your Silent Lab, you know, these kinds of cards. And both Enhanced Hammer and Silent Lab are cards that that have multiple uses. Like, you're not just playing that as an Okie Dokie counter. Something like a Canceling Cologne. If you're playing Canceling Cologne in your deck, it's because you hate Okie Dokie. Like, you're, but like that, it does get the job done.
It does.
But it's just not a very versatile card in other respects.
Right.
Whereas, like, Enhanced Hammer is a card that's going to be good in a bunch of different matchups. So, like, playing it doesn't even feel bad. Like, it's just a really good card.
So there is the draw off of the Octillery and a benching of the Hisuian the Hisuian Basculin. There you go. And evolves into the Basculegion, of course. That's where we were going to get into. I'm sure that is what Johan is thinking about for subsequent turns. Basculegion is a strong attacker in and of itself, but taking the knockout there on the Tinglu with that Palafin.
Yep. So Palafin Justice Kick. This does not feel great, right? Because you're just looking at the Okie Dokie like, yep. My best attacker is about to get answered extremely easily right now, and Johan doesn't have like a really strong backup.
I mean, what is Johan going to attack with on the next turn? I don't see anything,
Basque
right?
Legion.
It's like Hisuian Basque Legion, but
you hit it and you confuse.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like
it's not great.
That
I'm not saying it's great.
That to me doesn't feel like a very what would I say, like a
game
repeatable,
winner.
Game winner, turn the tide play.
Dude, what if Chris whiffed the energy?
Big if true.
I think there is one in there. Right? It's hard to see. Ah, there it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So the energy way, it was Cynthia and Caitlyn was the supporter for turns, like not the, not you're drawing
easiest.
3.
Yeah.
I mean, like you could whiff it. I don't think
could.
the energy was in hand pre Cynthia and Caitlyn, so.
A little bit of a dire situation for Chris, but does find that retreat into the Okie Dokie, attaches the second energy, and swings for a knockout.
And
that Palafin goes back to hand. We do have that special energy on the Palafin, so returning it back to the hand and promoting the
Octillery. Nice fire red, leaf green, hollow versus seeker there. God, my favorite one. It's so pretty.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, with the hollow pattern. Looks great for Johan. Yep, that splash energy bringing the Palafin back to hand. But at this point, I mean, Johan's got a 2 prize deficit that he needs to figure out quickly.
He's got to close the gap ASAP.
Yes, and not the easiest thing to do when you've got an Okie Dokie coming at you hot.
Yes.
And 0 energy in play also. So certainly an uphill battle now for Johan. I don't know what kind of options are in his deck.
Yeah.
As far as like trying to deal with this thing. So let's see. I mean, Raihan is, just again and again, it's just like
fine. Raihan is a
very good card.
Raihan is a bailout card, but I don't think Raihan is the card that I want to be using turn after turn after turn. Right?
Not right now where you're at.
Yeah.
If you're ahead, then sure, because like you just keep
finding the one piece that you need. But at this point, Johan needs more than just one piece, right? And I would argue that he needs to value hand disruption more than just finding one card from his deck, right?
Yeah.
So, if I'm Johan, like, maybe you can do some damage here with the Basque Legion, evolve that Basculin up and confuse and poke the Okie Dokie, but I think you have to have a stronger response, certainly on the next turn, to what Chris
did
is doing.
Johan prize the Basque Legion?
No.
Is that what's
Did he
going
not
on?
Even check for that. That's a big whiff. If so, it looks like he picked out the water patch.
Aqua patch, bro.
Aqua patch. He's trying to go for maybe an Inteleon play. The Raihan, of course, accelerating that single water energy, so could get an Inteleon attack off, but that is not where you want to be.
All right, I see. Yeah, and the Raihan looking like kind of a misplay at this point.
There's the float stone on the active.
Unless like Basque Legion's in hand, but I really don't with the kind of the pace and the body language. It's looking like that's not the case, right?
Yeah.
You're looking like that's maybe that's looking more like I messed up.
Looking like a defeated look,
that's looking
sure.
it's looking like an I messed up. I really messed this one up, guys.
We've all been there, yo.
You see him kind of tap into the Basculin, and he's like, "Yep, this is horrible."
And he concedes.
No, this is the concession. Johan, no.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm sure. Let's see it. Show me. Yeah, Basque Legion in the prizes. It's sometimes you make like a miscalculation like that, and you just want to pack up your cards.
Well, what happened there? How did we get the Basculin down on the field? Was that targeted? It was a quick ball?
I think it's like was a situation where it was like all he had type of deal, maybe like before okay. I don't remember.
I wonder, there were maybe a few spots in the game where Johan could have prioritized the Kingdra, and I almost feel like, just looking back, like maybe an early Kingdra could have bricked his opponent just enough to build up a board and deal with the Okie Dokie.
Oh, we've got a money game right here. Trevor versus Ben, dude.
Psychic and water. Look at that. Oh, that's very close. All right. Zoom it back out.
I wanted to
There
see
we
the
go.
prizes. It's 3.
It is 3. Thank you. 3 to 4.
All right. Now this is the match that I really want to see right now because Ben has got the Garbodor deck.
Yep.
Trevor's got his Hydro Pump deck. Trevor.
And he snipes out the.
I
Was
know
that the Mimikyu?
Yeah,
That's a great snipe.
I know, but he's behind one, right? And you've got like Necrozma right there in the active, getting ready to take a knockout. So it's like,
Yeah, but what are you gonna do, right?
It's well, and didn't hit the Trubbish, right? So like, this is a crazy game actually. Like this is nuts. It's 3 to 3 prizes, fully loaded Necrozma in the active spot, right? You look, it's like Frostla. It's look at the board. It's literally Frostmoth, Kyogre.
Yes,
Like
that's true.
like nothing else.
But you got. I mean, the potential for Sobble, right? You got
we got
the,
Tulip coming back now. Okay.
Got the Drizzile
Ben.
potential. So Tulip
This is crazy.
and the
Oh,
Mimikyu.
and the snipe.
So is he gonna snipe the
The
Frostmoth?
Frostlat, yes.
That is crazy.
I know, dude. I know.
So we saw the Tulip and attach. Do we have
It's
a
Xatu.
way to get another?
Xatu on the bench, dude.
There it is.
That was
Okay.
it. So like the attachment was the Xatu. It was the Xatu which drew 2.
Got it.
Then you
yep.
attach
And
again,
then
right?
You town map. Go take a look at the prizes. So Guzma and the prizes. That'll be clutch. Close
Yeah,
out this
dude.
game
But then
for sure.
you do have to retreat the Necrozma. It's a 2 retreat. It's not like the
No,
coolest.
and that's fine because you're saying got the Xatu up, and we're seeing the Malamar evolve. So
Oh
that's
yeah.
no big deal, right? The 2 retreat that kind of comes out in the wash, right?
Now I don't know that Ben actually has the second energy. I don't think that there's a. I don't know. I don't think the Mimikyu is live right now.
No.
It's still like fine.
Yeah,
because
you
like
could-
look
you
at
take a knockout.
You take a knockout,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Not as good as it could be though.
No,
right?
you want to just knock out that Frostmoth.
Yeah,
without a
right,
doubt.
yeah.
Yep. And so there's the Guzma grab off the prizes. We have a Psychic Energy and a Hisuian Heavy Ball.
This
left.
is a crazy game. I mean, it's so tight. And these two players, I mean, let's just talk about like storyline. Like Ben Morse, your Journey Together winner.
Mm-hmm.
And then Trevor Redding was also
a finalist.
I think a finalist and a winner. What, did he win one? Or was he just a finalist with Colorless?
I think I beat him.
You beat him?
I'm pretty sure.
And then he got like top 4 last
I
at Deaths and Rivals.
Yeah, it was one of those.
I mean, he's like very accomplished.
He's
but
very
he's
strong GLC player.
exactly. Like very strong GLC player, one of the best deck builders around, but I don't know that he actually has won one of the GLC events yet. I think it might have just been finals. Because I think it was Mike Gibbs beat the Control Gauntlet to win with Grass that one time.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And then Trevor's like made a bunch of finals or like I think Trevor played against Ben in the finals of the Journey Together one.
That's right.
That was
that's
it.
The connection.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. So I'm like this is like a hype rematch. I
mean,
remember it. Yes.
Seriously, you might as well just crown the winner at this point because this is looking like it might as well be finals. We see a evolve into the Drizzile. We see a retreat into a Wishy-Washy.
All right, and it's looking like
attach retreat into the what's that card? Wishy-Washy.
all right. It's
And
looking
another
like
attachment.
we do have Riley ready on the floor. Riley, we're in the middle of watching the Ben versus Trevor game. Let's see, but all right, we won't keep these guys waiting. Okay, all right, let's get over here, and we have got Riley with a round number 6 winner ready on the floor with an interview. So let's hear from these guys and see how things are going.
Awesome. Thank you, Andrew. And sorry for interrupting the intense game you all were just watching, but I'm joined by Chris, our recent winner in round number 6 with your fighting deck. Chris, how are you feeling as you go into the 7th and final round?
I'm feeling hot. Coming in hot all day. And, I'm feeling like it's my day.
Feeling like it's your day. Okay. Well, fighting is obviously on the rise with Mega Evolutions. Are there any decks that you'd be afraid of to sit across in top 8? I mean, Psychic is everywhere. Does that bother you at all?
No, Psychic I actually think is a very easy matchup. I am afraid of Eggmill. I do not want to see that deck.
Yeah, and Eggmill did lock up a spot, so it is perhaps a little scary. Walk me through it. Like, what makes the Psychic matchup so easy?
Soul Rock. Soul Rock just allows you to put so much pressure on. just for low energy. You know, you can just typically take 2 to 3 knockouts ahead of time, and it just lets you kind of like get to the finish line before them.
Yeah, just kind of out pressure, out race them, acknowledge that they're going to be a little slower and that you're just putting on the aggression. That's really awesome. What advice do you have for players at home who are watching you succeed with fighting and thinking, man, either I want to try out fighting or I want to test my own brew?
Yeah. First off, it's busted, so you should try it. A big skill thing with the deck is actually energy. I mean, because I'm not playing Garganackle acceleration or anything like that. It's all about knowing when to attach the energy, when to hold it, and use the Lunatone's ability to draw forward. And so it's just an oddly energy management deck, kind of, I think.
Yeah. Well, Chris, I think you have a really confident yet measured approach. It's interesting that you're so thoughtful yet still have so much brazen confidence going into this top 8. I'm rooting for you, man. You got me hyped up for what's to come. So with what's left here, do you have any shout outs for folks at home or people you test with that you want to acknowledge here on stream?
Yeah, absolutely. I first want to give a shout out to my wife and my family. Thank you all so much for... It gets emotional, you know. Thanks for letting me travel up here to do this, and shout out to my team, Turbo Blaze. We're doing it big, so yeah. And shout out to the Lieutenant Surge's strategists out there too, my control people, you know. But yeah, just really big shout out to the family, and yeah.
That's awesome, Chris. I'll seriously be rooting for you going forward. It was so nice chatting with you, and we'll head back to the booth where maybe we'll take a peek back at the games that are ongoing.
All right, Riley and Chris, thank you guys so much for taking the time to talk with us. We see Chris and Lee there, but I gotta know how this game is wrapping up right here. The Trevor versus Ben Moore's Journey Together finals rematch.
Wait, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
No.
Trevor has 1 prize. That was not how we left this game.
That was not how we left this game.
It was I felt like the ball was
because of wishy-washy.
I felt like the ball was severely in,
dude,
Psychic's court. And
I know. And
Ben,
look at this.
I'm not sure what happened to bring this board state to where it is, but Ben, since we had that interview, has not taken a prize, whereas Trevor has caught up and taken 2.
It's the wishy-washy.
It's incredible.
Wishy-washy with a muscle band on it, dealing 150 damage. Notably, did not get shuffled back into the deck either.
Yes, right.
With its scatter ability.
Yeah. Fascinating.
Yeah. It's also possible... I mean, Ben took Guzma from prizes, but might have whiffed an energy last turn.
Oh, gosh. Not again. So Ben looking through the discard pile, seeing what options they have available. Thumbing something to the top. Another.
Dude, the 2 energy Drizzile too. Like Trevor's got. I mean, honestly, I think Trevor.
Yeah, he's got the Inteleon in hand, right?
And Inteleon's in hand.
Trevor is just evolve, find some kind of gust, knockout game.
I mean, it's like. Yeah,
I mean,
it's looking,
Ben has to. We don't know if he's played a supporter this turn.
Yeah.
Ben's got to disrupt the hand. It's got to be Iono. It's got to be N.
It's looking crazy.
I'd even take him Arnie at this point, but.
Like there's no Octillery on Trevor's board right now.
Exactly. Trevor is very susceptible to hand disruption.
Yes.
And so
even if you just had Iono and missed an attack, you could go Iono and just hope the Wish-Washy goes back into the deck. Right?
And there's the Xatu.
Verseeker and Teammates has got to be as good as it gets, right?
Yeah, I mean, Verseeker, assuming, again, that there is a hand disrupt card. You could maybe, we don't even know if they play Reset Stamp. That might be a card to look out for.
No Reset Stamp. I actually do know this list very intimately, as I previously had mentioned. Yep. Wow. You got to imagine that there's a hand disruption option now. We see, supporter's already been played. That's it. It's game over.
Oh, gosh. That's knockout. Takes 1 prize, and there's the push of the Drizzile.
And Trevor wins!
Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh.
What a game. Look at them.
Crazy game. Like I said, a finals rematch from the Journey Together GLC 1K. Ben Morse came out on top with that one, but Trevor Redding with his water deck and the crazy clutch comeback. Oh, right there at the end. That was an insane game.
I know. I'm really curious what happened in that in-between time, right? We had seen Trevor was behind, panned away for our winner's interview, and we come back and Trevor's ahead. I mean, it's just like a complete flip, complete reversal of fortunes.
Ben going to drop to 4-2 with that, with the Psychic Garbodor deck. 4-2. That is tough.
Hey,
Ben's
zoom into that one.
I'm coming. Yeah. Ben's. He's in the mix with the Garb deck. Trevor's, I would say, one of the best Gym Leader Challenge players in the room, though, has consistently showed that.
Possibly of all time.
Yeah, one of the best.
I mean, these are the you talk about Mount Rushmore of GLC.
Yeah, Trevor's up there.
They might both be there.
I know. Ben Morse is up there. So, that game couldn't have been closer. Would have loved to catch that. Looks like, all right, we've got John and DeAndre over here.
Now, is John also on the list?
No, John's got his own brew.
Okay.
Yeah. John's got his own Psychic deck, been working on building for a long time now. Obviously, we saw DeAndre on stream earlier with his colorless deck. And looks like DeAndre's 4 prizes left to John's 5. So
that is
still got a meaty game.
Andrew, there's 10 minutes left.
I don't know how this occurred.
Yeah. What were and their boards look relatively well developed, right?
I know, you're wondering, is this a fun game?
That's certainly possible, right? I know a lot of these players are here just to get more reps in, and they enjoy the format enough that, whether or not they're in contention, whether or not the game means anything, they just like playing.
They do, and that is the thing about Gym Leader Challenge that I do always see that I always see that players are just trying to get reps in, right?
Yeah.
So even if a round at a tournament is a bust, usually it's hey, you want to just play, right? Because everybody here just wants to play more Gym Leader Challenge.
Yep.
And getting to play with opponents that you don't get to play with every day is also really a treat. Getting to play against decks that you don't play against every day,
100%.
also a treat, right?
Yes.
So that's certainly the culture of Gym Leader Challenge format, and part of that is the game not being available online, right? So you just kind of have to, they're not being official support permanently on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. Now, sometimes on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, you do have they've been having the trainer trials where they kind of have Gym Leader Challenge hosted, but it's only Sun and Moon onwards, right?
Yeah,
so
it's kind of a neutered format.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is still great, and I'm glad that they're doing that. But still, for your real Gym Leader Challenge diehards, that is not going to suffice. You need the whole expanded card pool, black and white on, baby.
Oh yeah, well, as it was intended.
That is true. Yes,
So.
Dude. What do you think? Do you think that? What are your thoughts on does expanded format ever come back? Is there ever a world where Pokemon tries and expanded again, or is Pokemon just saying hey, it's just standard, that's it? Try to focus on growing the competitive player base by teaching them all how to play standard.
Well, I think, right? The problem with expanded, I think in most players' eyes, in my eyes, is that yes, there are a lot of combos, but the games are not particularly satisfying because the EX, GX Pokemon are a little bit too broken in the sense that you are trying to come up with on your turn 2, turn 3, some game-ending combo for your opponent.
100%.
Versus a format like GLC where, you have these big combos, but at the end of the turn, you're taking 1 prize.
Yep.
And then your opponent gets some counterplay. And so what I would love to see, not to kind of toot the GLC horn here, but I'd love to see them introduce GLC as that alternate format that is supported at a, regional level. Because the games are much more satisfying. That's not to say that I don't want to see expanded back. I do think some kind of alternate format, but the problem with expanded is, such as I outlined, there's a lot of, just these broken combos that if you pull them off, your opponent just can't play the game anymore. And that's maybe not as fun as coming up with a broken combo, but you're only taking a single prize and your opponent gets a chance to have a response.
My proposition has always been that I think that the Pokemon Company, as a way to introduce reintroduce and support a second supported format instead of just dropping the GLC regional bombshell. Into that's going to create mixed reactions because like your standard heads are like really obsessed with standard now. They have not been introduced slowly to a new format. I mean, like, it's crazy to think because, like, back in the day, dude, like, we were just forced to play standard at regionals and then had to switch to expanded day 2. Imagine the absolute chaos.
I know.
That
People would
ensue.
be mad.
People would be.
You think people complain now?
Angry.
You think people complain a lot now?
Oh my god!
Imagine
you're getting told that like all of a sudden regional championships are 2 different formats and you got to play expanded day 2. Like that's what all of us who used to play dealt with, right? That just was the new normal. That's just what it was, right?
I mean, could you ever see in IRL play like a neutered expanded, like they go sun and moon on,
all right,
instead of black and white on?
I'm gonna finish my thought first.
Yeah, okay. Sorry.
I think in order to reintroduce a new like additional format into the Pokemon TCG, I think Pokemon needs to start a little bit more light-handed than they did with the original expanded format and instead say like, all right, we're going to have 2 Gym Leader Challenge special events per year where it is hosted as kind of like a non-championship point awarding event where maybe there's prizes on the line and stuff like that, that it's produced to help promote and support the format to show that the Pokemon Company is, you know, supporting the format in a competitive environment or something like that. And then like maybe the special events could have like their own kind of like thing and you're kind of supporting this. You're just basically giving players an additional opportunity to play and enjoy the format, to enjoy like a produced, the format in like a produced setting where there are like, you know, official Pokemon prizes, trophies, things like that.
Sure.
I mean, Gym Leader Challenge players would go nuts for that.
Yeah.
Right. And you might get people that, you know, you might get standard players that are also interested in trying it. So, like, to me, I think if they created some sort of special event, maybe if it had some cash prizing, like,
well, no,
you know, maybe not regional level, but like some cash prizing
think
as well.
Think about this. What about some kind of online event?
No.
Online only. I mean, they do that for the VGC, and it's not unprecedented, right? Back with TCG we had online events.
TCG Live doesn't even have the full card pool yet.
I understand, but you could do a limited card pool, and then, you know, again, to generate interest, it's like a GLC from Sun and Moon on.
I wouldn't want to see that. I wouldn't want to see that, honestly.
You wouldn't want to see that. I wouldn't want to see... If Pokemon came out and they're like, you know what, we're not going to do any official tournament. What we're going to do an official online tournament.
Nah.
And it's going to be Sun and Moon on in the client, like, and then we're going to award.
I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that.
Special prize packs, or we're going to award like a trophy card, or
no, because like the format, the way that the lifeblood of the format, the decks, the meta, the games that people play day in and day out are not in that format. That's Sun and Moon on. It's a truncated. You know, you're cheapening it. Like, don't do that. Don't support a cheapened, you know, don't like double down on supporting a cheapened version of the format. Like, actually go out and put in the work and do the difficult thing of running a tournament with the real format. You know, do that in person. Special event style, 2 a year, 1 a year. You start out 1 a year. Do 1 GLC special event hosted here. Here's the prize money. You know, not here, I'm anywhere, right? Like, here's the prize money. You know, maybe it's at Worlds. Maybe it's part of the Worlds convention, you know? Maybe you just lop it into there, and maybe it gets produced, you know, as part of the World Championships. Like, how crazy is that? Like, just get, you know, I think the Pokemon Company could just like give another way for Gym Leader Challenge player other than just side events, right? And they've kind of started doing that, and that like some regional championships now have like win a switch side event, you know, like that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, you know, and
but that's not. I don't think that's really. I mean, that's not getting you that much closer to an officially integrated format where you're hosting like major tournaments.
And so like
in that format.
I also understand the Pokemon companies, like, you know, I understand how they're like kind of being very thoughtful about their approach as well, because like they don't want to squash something that is like beloved and fan made. They don't want to like overstep. They don't want to like do like what Wizards did with Commander, and you know, a lot of players kind of like gripe about how Wizards kind of took over Commander format and changed the landscape of it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with that. I mean, I know you, obviously, you have a different perspective, right? As the format creator, right? You want to keep things pure, black and white on. That's the expanded format. I'm in some way, you kind of mutilated the expanded format to create GLC. So
The expanded
you
format
co-opted expanded to make GLC. So now
did.
you're like, oh, well, I can't support if Pokemon co-ops GLC to make a different GLC. Like you realize the argument there is doesn't really hold up to scrutiny.
Whoa. My argument, you asked if I would support it. I said no. You didn't ask if it was like correct or righteous or whatever. You just asked if I liked it, and I said no.
Okay.
It was just, and that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't like the idea of a truncated GLC.
Right.
I don't.
But if they did it, you'd be cool with it.
No, I wouldn't be into it. Like I said,
You would riot against it.
I would be disappointed. Yes. Because this is the legacy format. It's a legacy format, right? And
Yeah,
Pokemon
Sun and
needs
Moon
something-
is legacy,
Pokemon,
right?
No. Pokemon,
I mean,
the beginning of the modern era is black and white cards. There's really no reason to exclude those. You can create that. You can make them accessible, right? Just reprint them as Magic has done. It's that kind of. It's not a problem. You're just kind of cheapening the format to cheapen it, right? There's just no reason to cheapen the format.
Well, I mean, card availability. It's
then reprint, create those.
There's limitations on that.
There could be a trainer toolkit. No, there isn't. Pokemon has so much money and resources; they could do whatever they want. They could be an expanded trainer toolkit. How easy would that be?
I don't know, man.
Easy.
It's not
easy. Expanded trainer toolkit, dude.
You have no idea.
Easy.
You have no idea. Okay. It's not like Pokemon is a multi-billion-dollar company,
right?
That owns their own card printing shops. That just, they don't have that full control. Oh wait.
I couldn't tell who won that one. We were yapping. We were having a yap sesh.
DeAndre and DeJandre.
That was a DeAndre
that
dub.
Was a DeAndre
right there.
dub. Classic DeAndre dub for you. Well played, good sir.
GG's.
I tip my fedora to you, sir.
The full grip locals are dropping like flies this round, dude. John Patterson holding the L. Ben Morse holding the L. Oh, yeah, dude. My Garbodor gang.
Yeah, they are not doing well.
They are not producing,
dude. This deck is fraudulent. I gotta say,
it's fraudulent.
Okay, well, it's on
there.
severe fraud watch.
Get me in there.
Tag me in, folks.
Tag me, God. It's on fraud watch. That's fine, It is what it is.
Yep. So.
Yeah.
Top 8 starting to formulate, though. I mean, we have 6 rounds in the books, and so there are some people certainly looking to ID in their last round to bring them to, at the very least, a bubble situation, right? Certainly some 5-0 players, 5-1 players that will be looking to play it out. Some people may choose to ID, but we got one more round, and I'll be excited to see what makes the top 8. I mean, it seemed like from the stream games, fighting has overperformed. Right, certainly a deck we look at coming in as a deck on notice. Solrock, Lunatone, huge for the deck. Okidogi, great attacker as well. That deck has performed quite well over the course of the day. Psychic, just generally speaking, is going to be taking 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 spots in the top 8. We'll certainly see some representation. And then Colorless, another well-represented, highly performing deck this tournament.
This could be the tournament. I mean, with Trevor beating Ben Morse there, I feel like that, the comeback win, that was so crazy, right?
Yep,
and Ben being 1 energy card away from
the Mimikyu.
The Mimikyu copying and knocking out the Frostlass. And
that would have been game.
Or the Frostmoth. That would have been game.
Yes, that would have been game.
So, Ben was 1 card away from taking down one of the best Gym Leader Challenge players in the world
and
here.
That's
and
what
one of the most consistent as well.
To.
Trevor has top-8'd more of these events than anybody.
Yeah.
I don't think he's won one yet. I'm racking my brain. I'm pretty sure it's just finals, but multiple finals. I think he made finals versus you and finals versus Ben. And it's he's just been in top 8 in finals.
He made 3 finals?
But Trevor hasn't won any, right, Riley? No, Riley's saying no. So Trevor's one of the most accomplished GLC players here, but this could be the one where Trevor wins.
I hope so. I mean, there's a lot of people that I'm rooting for, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Jesse's still in it, right? So I'm certainly rooting for Jesse. You got Ben, obviously still in it.
Is he? Is 5-2? You think a possible?
Well, they were at table 3. Do you think that they already had a loss, or did they maybe
Ben
both
did have a loss.
ties?
It was 4-1s.
Oh.
They were both 4-1s.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that might be the end of the run then for Ben.
Do you
Sorry, I
think
wasn't
5-2,
sure.
90 players, 7 rounds?
Well, I think the tournament yesterday was a bit of an anomaly.
Yeah,
Right,
113,
because there were
7 rounds.
A lot of players IDing, and then an extended cut because of the extra
But if
players.
less
we
players
just
ID,
barely
right?
made it to that threshold for an extra round. So yeah, 5-2 maybe. I don't know. That seems like the bubble. Now the more than they were at table 3. Yeah,
I think
they were at table 3.
I think a 5-2 could make cut.
I think multiple could.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
so
that's
he's
what we've
not out
seen.
of it. Okay, so
That's what I'm saying. So Ben's not out of it. He's just going to win.
So that's a great storyline.
Yeah, I know. So
You
it
got
could be a Ben and
you got
Trevor situation again.
I know.
It was a one energy, that game hinged on the game that your interview was in the middle of was absolutely insane between Trevor and Ben, which is a finals rematch from the Journey Together one.
Yeah. We cut away to your interview, and then Trevor was losing, and then we cut back after your interview, and Trevor was winning.
Well, yeah, I was actually watching this game prior to the stream match ending, and I thought Ben was in a really commanding spot. He was early game. He had locked down Trevor entirely with Frillish and had Garbotoxin established and was taking a Frillish KO.
Yeah.
But
I don't know what happened between what I saw and what you guys saw.
When we panned away, it seemed that Trevor was. It seemed like when we panned away, Trevor had taken a knockout with the wishy-washy, or he was promoting that. And then that's when we panned.
So I think what ended up happening was
Ben wasn't able to get the knockout with the Mimikyu on the turn that Trevor used the Kyogre, and then because he wasn't able to do that, he lost his active attacker, and then the Mimikyu just wasn't a good attacker into the Wishy-Washy, and so that was the exchange that allowed Trevor to take the advantage.
Hello.
Diabolical. Getting word from the floor right now.
What are we hearing?
Probably about.
All right, get William and Lee Hoffman on the stream.
Lee.
William and Lee Hoffman.
Lee. All right. We'll be right back with William and Lee Hoffman. A lot of tables IDing out here for round number 7, but William versus Lee Hoffman. I think that's Colorless versus Dragon. That should be an exciting matchup for our final one. Haven't had a Turbo Blaze Dragon deck on stream yet today, so, well, let's check that box. All right, we'll be right back with round number 7 before cutting to a top 8 cut here at the Mega Evolution 3K at Full Grip Games. We'll be right back.
All right, folks, we are headed straight away into our round number 7 here. On the left, we have William, and on the right, we have Lee Hoffman with a colorless versus dragon matchup. This is our first time seeing the Turbo Blaze version of dragons on stream today. GW, you don't have to worry about any evolution dragons, okay? Like no Dracloaks into Dragapult type stuff going
single
on.
prize Dragapult. We will not see that today.
Yeah, Lee with the jumbo foam dice.
Well, actually, that's really good because with the black sleeves, you do not see any shadows.
Well, they
so
kind of blend as
hard.
well. Yeah.
Yeah, very
well,
hard.
Here we go. Regidrago start against that Snorlax.
Hops Snorlax.
Legally distinct Snorlax-like character.
And then a Hisuian Heavy Ball. Now, notably, William benched the Bidoof, but has that Bibarel prized. So
you gotta play your Heavy Ball before you
play
make your bench choices.
Yeah, I mean,
JW.
I think you maybe still play it, but it is a consideration. Like maybe you could discard that, or maybe you don't want it in play. But we do see an attachment from William and a pass on over to Lee. Lee has that Regidrago in the active, and we were talking about this earlier in the show, just how much players can bling out their decks, and Lee is certainly somebody that has customized their deck in a way that only Lee could.
Yeah, Lee's deck, I think every single card has some sort of signature on it or markup, which is very, very cool. It's one of the fun things about a fan-created, fan-run format like Gym Leader Challenge is don't have to play by the exact rules when it comes to things like marked up cards with signatures, which is something that long time ago used to be allowed in Pokemon TCG, has not for well over a decade now.
Yeah.
So very cool to have that opportunity here in GLC. And
and
honestly, that's a great turn for Arvin with this Dragon deck.
So grabbing that Battle VIP pass, actually signed by Barack Obama.
I don't think that's true.
Okay, that's just what I was told, so I may have gotten some poor intel.
Okay.
Either way, it's going to make a difference, and we'll see a couple of Pokemon come down on the first turn. I mean, not a bad start from Lee. This is exactly how you want to be using this Battle VIP.
Really. Yeah, Battle VIP pass, particularly good on the first turn of the game. It does, in fact, have no effect on any other turn of the game. Can't even play it for nothing. It's just a hand clock. Yeah. So being able to retrieve that right off the rip with the Arvin is great. Floatstone is also really awesome to have access to this early. The Regidrago does have a hefty retreat cost, but it also needs to be in the active to use its ability, Dragon's Horde, to draw further cards.
Yep.
So it's really nice to have the ability to pivot it, and only Floatstone really does the job. And with the Max Elixir, we see a lightning hit onto the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, Raging Bolt is a huge card in pretty much every matchup. Now, William did bench a 60 HP Pokemon, but it has an ability that Bidoof having the ability that would block.
Bidoof?
What did I say?
You said Bidoof.
Yeah, Bidoof.
I don't think it's Bidoof, and I don't think you think it's Bidoof either.
Yeah, you're right. Anyway, potentially setting up for a knockout on, I think Lee thinks that William was going to get out the Bibarel, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Lee power up 2 energy onto this Raging Bolt. A third one would mean that he could swing for 120, which would knock out a Bibarel. Yeah. But of course, we know that William has the Bibarel prize. So anyway, we see from Lee the double attachment, 1 to the Raging Bolt and 1 to the Druddigon. Let's talk a little bit about that Druddigon on the bench with the revenge attack.
Yeah, this Druddigon is, in my opinion, this is one of the really critical components of the Dragon deck. Just being able to, for 2 energy, swing for 160 damage if your opponent took a knockout on the previous turn. That's KOing most Pokemon in the format, regardless of if it's a basic, a stage 1 or a stage 2 even. Many are knocked out by 160 damage. So Druddigon is extremely efficient. You can power it up with either 2 attachments or with the double Dragon Energy. That's 1 singular attachment to be able to get in there with Revenge. Now, its Dragon Claw is a little underwhelming in comparison, but they do play the Dragonium Z as well, which synergizes with the Dragon Claw.
That's true.
To potentially do higher counts of damage, like 240, I think is what they're
Dragonium Z, a
for.
tool, you attach it, and for 3 energy, you can discard the basic energy attached, and you do 80 times. So that's a big, certainly late game option to get a big swing for the Dragon deck.
And did William top deck that Nest Ball? It feels like it's just bad timing there. If he had it the previous turn, he would have been able to get the Fan Call off and get those basic Pokemon out of his deck with Fan Rotom. Instead, just getting the Wingull onto his bench to potentially Hearsay on a future turn. Now, if I remember right, his hand is almost an entire dud.
Yeah, only energy, William deciding whether or not he wants to attach. And yes, there's a fire.
Yeah, that legally distinct Snorlax-like character in the active is not yet able to attack. Could be knocked out even before it has a chance to, if Lee is able to get, for example, a double Dragon Energy on that Regidrago.
So the action passes back over to Lee. No pressure being applied by William. We see the Adventure Bag hitting the discard pile. A couple of tools will come to hand for Lee. You got to think he's going to eye up some kind of damage modifying tool. We do see the Muscle Band.
Ooh, a Muscle Band actually in combination with the Raging Bolt's second attack, Dragon Headbutt.
Shoot. Yeah, that's in play.
Yeah, and we know that Lee has the Float Stone in hand from his prior turn off the Arven.
So do we see an energy attachment? And it looks like there's an energy. This is a massive turn from Lee because the only thing that William has at this point is that Hop Snorlax.
Yeah, and it's really scary to be behind on your setup when facing down a Raging Bolt because of that Thunderburst Storm being able to select your targets every single turn. Pokemon on your bench are not safe. So with the Dragon Headbutt and the Muscle Band, Lee does have the damage required to KO our Hop Snorlax here in the active. Only 150 hit points on that thing.
That's a lot for GLC.
It's a lot in general, honestly, for single prize Pokemon.
Yeah.
Now William does get to preserve the Recycle Energy, but I think he'd rather have not had his Pokemon be knocked out. If I had to wager a guess.
Yeah, if I had to wager a guess, you're absolutely right. So Lee is taking control of this matchup at this point. Down to 5 prizes to William's 6, but you look at the board states, there is an energy on every single one of Lee's Pokemon.
Oh, is that the Pelipper? Pelipper's in hand. So, yeah, missed that on William's prior turn. Does have Hearsay access to get something to get going.
What would you grab, Riley? What supporter would you get?
I don't know. Eyeing up the Chorus Tenacity. Now, Chorus could let you get something like an Artisan and maybe a Jet Energy. Could go in with like a Fan Rotom, maybe. That doesn't feel like crazy impactful at this juncture. Arven, I don't know exactly what you're targeting off of Arven here. Could get like a Buddy Poffin, maybe, if William even plays one. What are you thinking is a good target?
I mean, it's hard, right? Because Lee is playing off board extremely well at this point. So hand disruption, sure, maybe matters. But, if you're going to N or, maybe play something like Iono, Lee's still getting 5 cards, and he has a built-up attacker, right? So it does feel like you need something pretty severe. We do see an Iono.
Just a hand reset.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You just need to, you need to draw into some basics, right? You need to be able to, maybe you sacrifice this Pelipper this turn, but you got to put on suppression next turn. You have to take out this Raging Bolt.
Yeah, but the thing is, Raging Bolt is just a little bit annoyingly tanky, honestly.
Yeah.
You need something like one of your Snorlaxes to get in there to deal with it.
Yep.
And then your Snorlax is in harm's way. Lee has 2 Pokemon on his bench that can deal 160 damage. So just kind of an awkward spot for William. I think when you're colorless, ideally you're the one putting on the pressure.
Yeah.
But this basic Dragon deck, this is what it's best at, right?
Well, here's hold the phone. I see a Hops Cramorant.
Oh, Cram isn't yet active. Note from Lee's.
No, but
dice.
I'm saying for next turn.
Sure.
Right, and because I was already thinking like,
well, if
the
I'm
Pelipper
Lee here,
gets knocked
do I just
out.
attach and snipe?
You could knock the Cramorant out this turn. Yeah, that's an interesting call.
I don't feel any obligation if I'm Lee, I don't think, to deal with the Pelipper. Pelipper has 2 retreat. It doesn't really have a threatening attack, so not a lot going on there. I do like benching 2 threats at least to force, if Lee knocks out one of them, at least
But you need an energy attachment on that Snorlax to make it worth it. And there is the Professor's Letter. So we will see 2 fires go to hand. And I would assume for William, attach to that Snorlax. And like you said, Hop Snorlax. Attach to the Hop Snorlax. And you have 2 separate threats. You have the Hops Cramorant. You have the Hops Snorlax that needs a little bit more effort to get going. Yeah. But you're not leaving yourself exposed.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. It looks like maybe there was a card, a sleeve, I think, split during the shuffle there. So easy enough to reconcile that one. We'll get that resolved nice and quick. Always good to keep spare box sleeves on you.
Pro tip.
Yeah. You never thought of that one? Try it out.
I know people that have lost games because they like forgot their extra sleeves.
Yeah, they only had exactly the 60 sleeves. Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to be in that position.
I check my sleeves after every round.
Yeah, you have to, dude. You have to, because
do.
like you can have dings on the sleeves, you can have bends or nicks or imperfections, scratches. And those can get you game losses. Like,
yeah, they can.
You know, maybe not at an event like this. This is maybe a bit more casual than a regional or an international or world's level event, but
why put yourself in that spot?
Why put yourself in that spot? So a trainer's mail on Lee's side of the field. I guess ideally you would want to eliminate one of the threats on Williams' board. So
Crispin in there is
I do
very
see
powerful.
Crispin. That's quite good. You could hit 150 to go after the Snorlax.
You could.
That would be a bit of a risky play, I think, in my opinion.
I don't think that's maybe worth it.
I do think Crispin is the correct grab, and you could Crispin to the active, and like you outlined last turn, going after the Cramorant, and then maybe just hard attaching to the Druddigon, and then you have, if your Raging Bolt goes down to the Hop Snorlax, then you have the Druddigon in response. I think that's probably what I would like to see from Lee, although he is shuffling his deck, which makes me think that he has some other plan for his supporter for turn. So
potentially, or maybe just wants to mull it over. Now, if I'm Lee, I think I would consider... Okay, yeah, searching... Guzmahala is another great pickup, for example.
Maybe he's looking for another like basic Pokemon, right? Like maybe
they only play 6 basic Pokemon, if I recall. So yeah, and there's Guzmahala. So Guzmahala will let Lee get something like the Lost City, for example, alongside a double dragon energy. So you could, for example, power up this Raging Bolt to 5 and snipe the Snorlax and Lost Zone it. That seems pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't hate the Crispin either. You could Crispin. I was thinking you could even just spread your Crispin across the Regidrago and the Druddigon and hit the active for knockout.
Right. Well, no, because if you're saying split it from the active and the Druddigon, then you
the Regidrago and the Druddigon.
Oh, I see. Yeah, and build up 2 separate attackers.
Yeah, just be like,
that does make sense.
Ultimate insurance.
Yeah.
You know, like,
because I think at this point, with the lead that Lee has,
you don't need to be tricky anymore.
You don't need to be tricky.
You just need to.
But
Lee
is maybe being tricky, right? We see the Guzmahala played for the Double Dragon, the Lost City, like you announced, and then that heavy baton. So
that's a wishful baton.
Or wishful baton. Will we see a lost zoning of one of the threats on Williams' board?
Yeah, I think you're gonna probably target down either the Snorlax or the Cramorant to the lost zone with that snipe.
Mm-hmm.
I think I prefer holding the Double Dragon, so I like targeting the Cram here. It's also easier to attack with the Cram next turn.
Sure.
See, keeping the Double Dragon just makes you a little more versatile on future turns.
That's very true.
And like you said, no need to be tricky anymore. Just get rid of the Cramorant. That's the most immediate threat. William needs either the Hop's Choice Belt or a Double Turbo Energy to be able to attack with it, or like a Welder. So it's still a little ways away from attacking with that Snorlax.
I don't see much in Williams' hand. I think if there was a good supporter, we might have already seen that by now. Yeah. So mulling over some options, that looks like a Marnie. That's not what you want.
It's not terrible. You know Lee has the Double Dragon in hand, so you're putting that in the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, but you got to draw the heat. You need a 3-card combo, right? You need some way to move the active. You need an energy attachment, and you need the Hop's Choice Belt.
You don't need the Choice Belt because Snorlax does buff itself.
No, but I'm saying for the energy because it only has 1 energy attack.
Well, you could double turbo it.
That's true, and they did draw a double turbo.
So double turbo plus a switch out would do it. I see the double turbo. I don't see a switch out.
No, wait. Is that the rescue board? No, that's
Pelipper. Pelipper's a little large. Pelipper has two retreat.
Yeah, he does. He sure does.
Takes a lot to move that gigantic, massive beak on that thing.
What's the point of even having wings if you're gonna have a 2 retreat cost? I mean, come on, guys.
It really makes you think, JW. Really makes you think.
Sure does.
Yeah, there is that U-turn board, which would be useful.
Would be good in like any other situation.
Oh man, if the Lost City stays in play, I think that's basically wraps, honestly, because this Hop Snorlax is almost certainly getting sniped down. And this is exactly what I was saying, JW, where if you fall behind against the Raging Bolt, it can just get out of control.
Well, it's got a Bravery Charm, so that is important to note. So bringing it to 200 HP.
Ooh, yeah, very nice.
That is going to be a difficult smack for the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, Mr. Bravery Charm coming down, so
yeah.
unlikely then that the Raging Bolt takes a knockout there.
Yeah, but just another knockout to go down to 3. I mean, Lee almost has the prize map on board at this point of the game, which is pretty crazy, considering we're on, his turn 5?
Yeah, this has been crazy. He's taken a knockout every single turn since using that TM Turbo Energize.
Yeah, absolutely. So tag call is not going to find anything. We do see a Volkner.
A fun inclusion in this deck. I always hated Volkner when it was in format.
Really?
Yeah, I just thought it was terrible.
It was fun in the Pika ROM decks.
Maybe.
And Volkner for the Professor's Letter, grabbing a couple of energy.
Now here's an interesting thing, JW. Well, there's 2 actually different interesting things that could happen.
Lay it on me.
One is, and they're all based on the Snorlax. So the Snorlax does do 80 damage to itself, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So one thing Lee could do is just snipe it for 120.
That is true.
And it would knock itself out, and that actually makes it so cards like N and Iono are less powerful against you in the coming turn.
Oh, that's
gross. And if William isn't able to retreat, then you can just snipe it again and KO it.
Wow. Is Lee going to see that play? I mean, that is like we were talking about not getting cute, but granted,
I feel like that's an appropriate amount of cute.
No, I actually agree with that play, because what happens here for Lee is if Lee takes the knockout on the active,
exactly.
Then that Snorlax may survive. Well, I guess
it
it's
won't, because it'll recoil to itself anyway.
Okay,
but I'm thinking more from the angle of like, yes, here we go, you did it.
For it.
Yeah, it makes you more resilient against cards like N and Iono.
Yep.
And again, worst case scenario, you can just do it again next turn.
Yep.
I guess that's not really that worst case of a scenario.
No, but from William, I mean, we saw the Hops Choice Belt in the hand. There's the Night Stretcher play for an energy. You can
you're going to
attack, and you're going to Lost Zone your own Pokemon off the recoil.
Oh.
Well, I don't know how the Lost Zone or the Lost City.
It's just if a Pokemon's knocked out, it goes to Lost Zone.
Yeah,
because remember the Sableye Dusknoir?
Exactly, that's what I think. Yeah. That's so gross, dude. This is the most disgusting play you'll see all weekend. William is about to swing with this Snorlax, take 80 damage. It's going to knock himself out and send his best attacker into the Lost Zone.
Oh, man. I think you're talking about it with the judge, right? Like, what does this do? I'm fairly sure both Pokemon would get Lost Zoned here, though. I'm thinking back to the Lost Zone Sableye Dusknoir deck. Where you would intentionally knock out your Dusclops to build up to a Lost Mine on turn 2.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think the judge is walking through that right there. And at that point, your whole Hops engine is gone. Your only real attacker left is the basic Snorlax. Rotom, of course, is a noteworthy attacker in the colorless deck, but Assault Landing isn't good enough against these basic dragons.
Yeah, no, definitely not what you want.
There they go. There they go.
Well, they can be best. The Hops Cramorant and Hops Snorlax get to be best buds.
Oh man,
in the Lost Zone.
Away with the legally distinct Hops Pokemon. Our lawyers have reviewed the case, and it is indeed plagiarism. So
absolutely,
off to jail with you. So yeah. And this is just...
I mean, it's funny, right? It's like Lee takes a knockout, and it's Lee's turn.
Yeah, and Drudagon is ready to revenge, right?
Yeah.
Could just revenge this Bidoof and...
Yeah, I think from Lee, like, just Crispin, don't overthink this play. Unless you maybe don't have enough energy in the deck, that's
I think there's still plenty. They play so much energy and trainers in this deck. I think at the very least you'd be able to search out an energy. You could take a gander at the deck with
The Ultra
something
Ball.
like the Ultra Ball here.
Yeah, I don't think you need to get. I mean, because you could just Crispin, even if you don't have enough. Okay, that's interesting.
Well, you can always attach. Like using Crispin doesn't preclude you from attaching from hand.
Yes, right.
You know,
right.
so
Yep. So
we'll see.
really kind of.
I think Lee is unsure maybe of exactly the counts of energy left in deck. Maybe didn't thoroughly check those off the prize search. Could also just be debating. There is VS Seeker in hand if there's another supporter they'd rather play. To be honest, they haven't played too many
Yeah, what would you even
high
grab
impact
here, though?
supporters.
Yeah.
Like the Guzman Hall is good to get the double dragon, but you don't need the double dragon right now,
No,
really.
No.
There's a water.
And
Oh yeah, it's just the one water. So with Crispin, you do need to get 2 different energy to be able to attach. If you only grab one, that one goes to your hand.
Yes, exactly.
It's not like you get to choose. One of them goes to your hand and one of them gets
no,
attached. It's if you add one to your hand, you can attach the other.
Yep. And if you played that card long enough, you have probably been burned by that. So that water energy goes to the hand. For Lee, this is fine. You just retreat.
It really is. I mean,
into the Drudagon. I mean, William, I don't think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Riley, I don't think can build up another attacker on the next turn.
The one way would be something like a welder.
Is that a pass?
Opting to pass.
I
don't get it. Does he realize he
guess-
could revenge for KO?
Huh. Okay. That's curious. I'll be curious to hear what Lee was thinking on that pass, because you take a knockout, you go down to 2, and then you could just attach to the Drudagon and just swing for 120. I mean,
Right,
that's
and 120 knocks out the Pelipper.
Yeah. And you stick him with a Pelipper active like this.
Yeah, I don't really.
Maybe Lee didn't think. Maybe he was thinking about the recoil knockout and just didn't put it all together that William did take a knockout.
That's kind of what I think. But
Yeah.
who knows? So the one way that William could get an attack, well, there's 2 ways. No, one, I think, with the double turbo down. Could somehow recycle the double turbo and get a
energy
Raihan
recycler.
play.
Yep.
With a special charge. Could also welder onto the Snorlax for 2 and then get another 3rd attachment down. Snorlax with that thumping snore is a extremely threatening attack, but seeing a Cynthia and Caitlyn come down for Iono basically confirms that there's no significant attack this turn. And that's all the more reason that Lee should have taken a knockout this previous turn.
And maybe Lee, the brain fog at the end of this day, right? You're like crispening and you think you have a play, but you only have the 1 energy, and then you kind of, mistake where you are in the game and what happened on your opponent's last turn. And so this does open the door just a bit for William. Now, I think we're both in agreement. Lee's still in control of this game, right? Like Lee is firmly in the driver's seat in terms of closing this out, but there's a little bit of hope, right? I mean, on Lee's side of the field, if William can build up 2 attackers to deal with Lee's 2 attackers before Lee can finish taking his prizes, I mean, there is something here, and there is a reason for William to continue on this path. He has the Iono in hand. It looks like he has an energy attachment for turn as well, probably going onto that Snorlax, I'd have to imagine. And you can piece something together here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be really tough for William either way, even with this kind of odd pass here this past turn from Lee. Lee has the Regidrago in play, which does have Dragon's Horde. Dragon's Horde will allow Lee to refill his hand to 4 cards after something like an Iono, so long as he attacks with the Drudagon first.
Yeah.
And there's the Drampa coming down. So Drampa is another kind of just efficient, basic dragon attacker with that Dragon Arcana. If you have 2 or more different types of energy, you do 140 damage. So just a generic. You're always going to have 2 or more basic energies on this thing of different types. So very easy to fulfill that requirement and get just 140 reliable damage turn after turn.
So here's what I'm thinking from William. The best play, in my opinion, and I don't quite know if he has the resources to accomplish this. We know one of the cards in his hand is Iono. But off of this Iono, I think what you're looking to find is, if you play it, again, not sure, the counter catcher on the Drudagon, and then a tool for your Snorlax to be able to survive the Regidrago attack, because Regidrago does 160.
Yeah.
So try to eliminate the Drudagon, I think, or at least put yourself out of range of getting knocked out by the Drudagon. with like a luxurious cape, for instance, and and try to go about it like that. I think that's kind of the play that you have here at this stage. Because like you said, this Druddigon, I mean, at 160, the Regidrago also doing 160. So that Snorlax has 150. You need some way to protect it to make sure that it can last more than the one turn.
If Lee now attaches a third energy to the Druddigon, if he attacks with Dragon Claw on Druddigon this turn, to me that almost entirely confirms that he got lost in the sauce with the double knockout thing.
Yeah, because that seems unusual. I think. Well, there's one thing on Lee's side. You could save the draw. You know that your opponent has an Iono, so you could save that draw, right? So you're saving the Regidrago.
Well, no, I'm saying
yeah,
you could have attacked with Revenge last turn.
Yes, of course.
And I think the argument against not revenging last turn is I want to like develop my board a little more before putting energy in harm's way.
Yep.
But you would actually have invested more now into this Druddigon.
Yes.
So, like, that doesn't totally jive with the game plan, in my opinion.
Right. So from William's side, do we play counter game? Do we play a way outside of the double turbo to?
I don't think there's a counter game.
Find 2 energy for this Pokemon?
Yeah, I mean, it could be something like a special charge off the Iono and then draw into the double turbo with something like the Skwovet Oranguru combo. Oranguru, of course, has its Instructability to draw up to 3 cards in your hand. I mean, this was a major staple in the Sun and Moon era.
Yep.
And that synergized exceptionally well with the Skwovet, which will let you reset your hand to 1 card. So you can pretty much always proc that Instruct for 2 or 3 cards every single time that you use it.
So there's the attachment, the commitment to the active, and an Iono.
So yeah, powerful colorless energy does mean that you're locked out of getting that second energy attachment with something like the special charge. Maybe William does play something like the counter gain. You would need it at this point to attack.
Yeah, you would need it.
I mean, you could. It's not safe to leave the Snorlax in the active right now. It does have 150 hit points.
No, it is.
Well,
because the Druddigon maxed out at 120.
Yeah, it's safe on board, but there's a 2 energy Regidrago on the bench.
Yeah, well, maybe Lee misses energy.
Yeah, but at that point, why not just promote the Pelipper or something?
That's a good point, yeah. So there's the scoop up on the Pelipper. We see the Wingull hit the bench.
Yeah, also refunding that U-turn board. Very nice. Put that
Skwovet.
on a 1 retreat Pokemon this time.
Yep.
Yeah, Skwovet likes to
wise.
scamper, so he's got that 1 retreat cost.
That he does. So looking at William's hand, do you make a Skwovet Oranguru play at this point?
He has a couple good cards in there. There's Guzma, there's Reset
I'm seeing
Stamp.
the Reset Stamp. That's kind of what I'm thinking of. If Lee is able to...
But if the Snorlax gets KO'd, like, what can you do?
Yeah, I don't think anything. I think that's almost a concession at that point.
The craziest possible turn would be if Lee could like Lusamine for the Lost City and just go in.
There's a couple energy off that energy retrieval. And an attachment to...
Druddigon not doing enough.
The
Needs to be the...
There's the
Dragonium Z!
And the Lily's Determination. Oh
yeah, Dragonium
gosh.
Z would be enough now to take the knockout. Dragonium Z turns that Dragon Claw into
that just gains another attack, right?
Yeah, the devastating Drake attack gets added to it, which
yeah.
will do 80 damage, I believe, for every energy you discard.
Every basic energy that gets discarded. So you discard them all, so it's going to do 240. I mean, I don't know. Does Lee want to just retreat at that point? Like, I think he'd be better off attacking with the Regidrago, but you're getting down to this, this end game, taking another prize, putting yourself at 1 remaining. It's kind of hard to lose.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, discarding all your energy and then your Regidrago getting gusted is your lose con. So I actually wouldn't hate to see just retreat the 2 and then have a 1 energy Druddigon on the bench.
Yep.
So that way, if your Regidrago gets knocked out somehow, you still have 1 energy away from revenge.
But I think Lee makes this play saying, you have nothing.
It's
you
also
have no attacker.
extremely unlikely that a gust happens and a KO.
Exactly. Yep. I mean, we do see it from William, right? There is the reset stamp and the Guzma, but there is just no other attacker.
Yeah, I mean, realistically though, you probably need to play a supporter to be able to launch an attack off with something that can KO the Regidrago. And if you're playing your supporter, that means you can't use Guzma, right? So you would need something like a counter catcher plus like all the other pieces available.
Lee using the Artisan, finding the Snorlax that he just recycled with the Ordinary Rod.
Yeah, this feels reminiscent of Colorless in the Journey Together format, where you just over and over again get the Snorlax into play and power
But it was
up.
way easier back then, man.
It was, because you had 3 different double Colorless energies at the time. Now, only with the double turbo, this is a significantly taller order to power this thing up.
And what is that?
Is it like a Guzma stall angle? Guzma reset stamp stall?
This just feels like delaying the inevitable.
You could reset stamp Lee down to 1, maybe. I mean, honestly, you don't even need to Guzma. There's a 2 retreat Pokemon in the active.
That's true. That's true.
You could
So
reset stamp to
Pelipper,
1.
There's an
Or
Iono.
Iono to
Okay,
1.
Iono's fine. You save the reset stamp for later.
Yeah, draw 5 more cards.
Okay. Yeah, this is fine from William. You know, certainly if you have any hope. We outlined, right, knocking out the Regidrago is going to be the way that William wins this. Now, is that going to happen this turn? Unlikely. Is that going to happen next turn? You know, potentially also unlikely. But there is that special charge. That's a big component of this.
Yeah, special charge is huge. Could use something like Colress's Tenacity maybe to get that double turbo back after a special charge. And even after the damage reduction from double turbo, the Thumping Snore is still easily KOing Lee's board. 160 damage after the reduction.
Wow. Wow. So Lee.
And does have the 1 basic energy on William's side as well to attach from hand. It's still a long route, though. And part of the reason I say that is the Snorlax does have a significant downside on Thumping Snore. It's not an attack that you can just sweep a whole board with blindly.
No, there's
know?
there's a pretty severe issue that you have with the asleep in between turns. Not just any asleep though. You got to flip 2 coins.
Yeah,
so
Snorlax is an infamously drowsy individual.
what did Lee pass?
Oh,
That's a
draw
pass.
pass.
Oh, this is exactly what William needs. Oh, there's a welder. Why didn't we attach from hand?
I think it was
turn?
to save for Welder.
Okay. There's a draw 3.
Yeah, I mean, it still kind of puts you in the same spot now.
See.
So you could attach this powerful colorless. Now you're ready to go for the following turn. If you can get a therapeutic energy onto this Snorlax.
Yeah, that might be good. Yeah,
if you can get a therapeutic
really
energy on this Snorlax and gust the Regidrago, there could be a legit sweep. Which would be nuts. And to be honest,
nuts.
if it happens, I go back to that 1 turn
that Lee
Lee took off. And there's a therapeutic.
Dude.
This could happen, JW.
This is very real. This is very legit. This is very real. Lee playing from what looked like an unlosable position.
Oh, does not have anything useful.
He drew the stormy mountains here. And no Pokemon to search. Oh my gosh, Lee, no.
So Lee's out from here. He does still have Tatsugiri in play.
I think it's a Raihan play, right? But he's already played Raihan,
Well,
did he not?
I think Double Dragon's still in deck.
Oh, that's true. That's true. So getting that knocked out and then hoping that William can't follow it up with another gust on the Druddigon before he can find a Double Dragon. Okay, wow. This
Here
is
we
coming
go.
down
There's
to
the
wire.
therapeutic energy in hand.
And there's an Ultra Ball. That's actually huge for getting the hand down for the Oranguru because you need...
Well, you can always get the hand down with the Squovit.
Yeah, but if you want to draw the maximum amount of cards, you do it... You know, you discard, you draw 3, and then you Squovit, you could draw 4, right? Now you're only seeing potentially 3 cards. You get a 1-card advantage if you Ultra Ball first. Tag Call, I think you just play it to thin the hand.
Yeah, I think so.
Play
Because
away.
really, you want Guzma here. Really bad.
Or Lysander or whatever you play for Gust. Okay, and opting not to... I don't see it.
You can probably take 1 more turn if you need to, just with how slow Lee has been.
That's a pass. Lee, what do you
And
have?
remember,
There's a Lysander. That's not going to do it.
Yeah, Lysander's actually not that useful here because realistically, William's looking for Guzma anyway.
Well, you could Lysander the Wingull. That maybe gives you a couple turns.
Well, Guzma will swap you.
Or the Pelipper, I
right?
should say.
So
that's true.
I think the out is still
or the
ultimately
Oranguru, that
same.
also has 2. So there's the Boss's Orders Lysander edition on that Oranguru.
Yeah, legally distinct. Oh, Pokegear is a great pickup.
Jeez, dude.
Oh,
We're seeing in real time victory snatched from the jaws of defeat. William has a real route, whereas 5 minutes ago we couldn't have said that.
yeah.
It was looking dead in the water for William.
There's
Lee
the
is down to
Lysander.
1 prize. Imagine, Lee, if you'd taken a prize on the turn you passed. Or imagine that play discarding the energy to retreat and having a Drudagon with 1 energy.
So here we go.
Right.
William found a Lysander, and there is a Mallow and Lana in deck. So what William could do is he could tag call for the Mallow and Lana now,
Yeah.
just swap into the Snorlax,
Wait
and then
one
next
more turn.
have that Lysander ready to go to bring up the Regidrago.
William, the thing about William's hand, though, he also has an energy to attach. So I think he actually quick balls away the tag call. Oh, okay. I think he's going to make the play that you outlined. Because I was thinking
You're
he
thinking
could
hunt for the Guzma?
Yeah, I mean, just draw a couple. Because you could get into
You're just
the
not drawing
Malala.
that many cards, though. So this does save you some resources.
Wow.
This is going to come down to the wire here.
I'm
and
very
Lee is
invested.
not completely out of it. It really comes down to if you can find that double dragon energy before William can handle the Drudagon. Okay, yeah. So thinning the deck and then going for the Squovit play. 1.
Interesting. Because this, if you don't find it, that's
Course
course-
tenacity.
I don't know that I agree with that.
This is tricky. Oh,
There's a
is that
Guzma.
Guzma?
That should do it.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
There it is. Yeah, it just took a little too long to find those pieces.
Well,
And Lee is able to seal the deal. Now, granted, Lee was the favorite from how this game progressed. It was just a fascinating underdog story that we were looking at there.
yeah, no doubt. Well, you know what they say. Things are chopped and cooked before they're served and ate. And Lee definitely went through the grinder there. Looked like he had it locked up from maybe turn 5. And then past that turn, played the Draconium Z, discarded all his energy on his active. And then we were just thinking maybe there's something there, right?
Yeah.
Maybe there's a way to get around, finagle a win from the colorless side of the field in that position. Unfortunately, wasn't able to drum up much of an attacker, right? All those Snorlaxes really just getting bodied by Lee's Dragon Pokemon. And Lee taking it there, limping across the finish line, but ultimately coming up with the dub.
Yeah, I mean, well played by both players overall. I mean, it's a really tough spot if you're William to just be that far down. You have the legs taken out from under you, really,
Yes.
with how aggressive that Raging Bolt is. But that is the whole sell, in my opinion, of the basic Dragon deck, is the fact that you can be so aggressive, Lost Zone key components of the Pokemon on your opponent's side, and carry that through to victory, even if your top end potential is lower than some of these other decks.
I think Lee made an awesome play when he sniped with the Raging Bolt that Snorlax. That was so cool because then when you wanted to attack with the Snorlax, got revenged, knocked out by its own damage, its own recoil damage, and then that sets Lee up for, again, an even more dominating position. Didn't quite capitalize on that. We saw that past turn. But I think that was, like, in my opinion, the play of the match, just setting up, making sure that Hop Snorlax was going to get knocked out on the following turn.
Absolutely, JW.
So let's call into Andrew, see if he is ready for a winner's interview.
Yeah, Andrew seems to be
MIA.
Well, he's in the middle of that crowd there. You can see him
getting mobbed.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in that specific section of the room. I think we got him, folks. Please hold while we get Andrew on the floor. I agree with JW. This is a really fun match to watch. All right. You good? Yeah, JW's got hold of Andrew now, so I think we're about ready. JW, maybe put us on speaker so he can hear when we're about to hand him over.
Yeah, hey, we're good to go. We're good to go on our end.
Okay, all right. Hello, everybody. I am here with Lee Hoffman, your round number 7 winner. Congratulations, Lee, on the dub there. Record of 5-1-1 with your Drago box deck. I know you've had some heartbreakers here before. How'd the day go for you so far?
I mean, we had a little bit of friendly fire with the Turbo Blaze collusion up here, but that's okay. 3 matchups. Had 2 grass out of the 9 in the field, I believe, for rounds 1 and 2. Cricket Tune and what was it? Lee Vanny. Some really sticky matchups. I feel like I've had to fight my way out of the cage all day, but feels good being here and not 5-2 like the previous 2 events.
There you go. Previous 2 events, 5-2, 5-1-1, so a chance to make top 8. I'm hearing that there could be a bubble, so I don't want to I could be.
Who's saying that?
My sources.
Okay.
So I don't want to tell you you're in, because I don't know. I just don't know yet, right? So 5-1-1. I mean, yesterday we had 4 5-1-1 bubbles for standard. This is smaller than that. There's 90 players. There was 113 yesterday. So I don't know. It depends on how the games all fall. Sure. So I'm being requested to ask, why did you pass? Presumably you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I literally just talked about that. I'm just a chill guy, I'll let you catch back up after a Hoplax. I'll hit you 120, let you knock yourself out with perfect math, and then yeah. I just I don't know. Honestly, I forgot. I crispin, got lost in the sauce, and I'm just nothing left to do. I guess I'll just pass. I'm just a chill guy like that.
Yeah, I mean I get it. I mean, yeah, the commentators, the viewers at home, they might not have gotten it, but I see what you're saying. You'll get there when you get there. Yeah, it's about the journey, not about the Yeah. Anyways, so Drago box. I know you had your buddy Spence made top 8 at each of the last 2. What does it mean to you if you were able to make top 8 at this event? What would that mean to you to break through and get to represent your team on the stage here?
Yeah, I mean, it means everything to me. Going back to our conquest, I mean, I know we bickered a little bit back, you asking me a little bit about my expectations and all that, and I do put that kind of pressure on myself because I do think I'm the best player in the world. But, if it's a great feeling just for myself personally getting over the hump and for my team to be able to represent, I'm just super excited, and hopefully we play better than that.
Yeah, I saw you guys got the Blazers shirts. Yeah, those are looking mighty nice. So, you want to shout out your team at all before we go?
Yeah, shout out Spence, shout out Logan, shout out Ghouls, shout out Evan, shout out our sponsors out at Collection Duluth, Minnesota. Without this team, none of this is possible. I just take random webcam games and whatnot. Otherwise. To prepare me for this moment and moments leading up to this, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, and it's not an easy game, but we get through the game.
Excellent. Well, thanks so much for giving us some of your timely. Good luck, and may resistance be in your favor. I'm excited to see which players are going to be featured in our top 8 of the Mega Evolution Gym Leader Challenge $3,000 championship here at Full Grip Games. We'll have to find out who those top 8 finalists are after this, after all the matches finish up here. So back to you, JW and Riley.
Awesome. Thank you, Andrew, for that awesome interview with Lee.
All right, dude. All right.
And JW, it seems like there's some turmoil out in the field about what this top 8 may look like.
I don't know. 5-on-1 might not be safe. I don't think so.
I don't know if that's true.
That has to be.
I don't know if that's true. I think there may be misinformation being spread.
Well, and I think Andrew doesn't want to get Lee's hopes up, right? Lee, you kind of heard in that interview, has been close a number of times to making top 8, and I'm sure this would be a pretty big accomplishment for them to finally break through at this tournament. You can tell Lee puts a lot of time into this game. Lee puts a lot of time.
You know
in
what? When we were
with
looking
his
last
team.
round, other players.
You got some more info for me, Riley?
Oh, there might be a bubble. I think
At 5-1-1 though.
Yeah.
Okay, so 5-2 is out then. So we did see, if that is the case, we did see the elimination of Ben Morse. What? What are you looking at me for?
No, I'm just thinking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we had, I think the picture I saw was like half the pairings. So there was like 5 5-1s or something total.
Okay.
5-1s or better total, but then they're all paired into someone else. So there's like 10 of those people.
Right.
So it depends on how many people played versus ID'd. We'll determine it. Now, we've seen a good amount of variance at these full grip tournaments. We've had runs where a lot of the tables just ended up playing. Nobody felt safe. And we've had tournaments like yesterday where a lot of folks ended up IDing. So it's hard to say for sure until we see those final standings. But I think it's safe to say that we're going to see a good mix of Psychic and Colorless and Water and Dragon is kind of what I anticipate as like our top contenders in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all of the decks that have
And fighting.
Yeah, fighting.
I think
also,
those are the big 5 are those.
Yeah.
Which I think is too many types. That's what I told Andrew yesterday. So if I had to narrow it down to 3, I think for me it's Psychic, Fighting, and Colorless. I think.
Colorless. Yeah. We'll probably see some combination of those 5. And then no metal.
Some combination of the
No
10
dark.
types, that exist.
Well, there's 11 types to be fair.
Yeah.
No
you
fairy.
think Fairy's got a shot today?
Well, considering there were no fairy players, I think it's gonna be a hard sell.
Yeah. Well, no Fairy players at the last 3 full grip tournaments. Unbelievable.
Where did they go?
Unbelievable. Guys, do you think Fairy could come back if we allowed them to play a Gardevoir and Sylveon?
Sylveon, dude.
I think that could.
Wait, that might actually I think we were talking about the fire.
That would be balanced.
Okay, now everyone that already had their letter in the mail for Reshiram and Charizard actually sent it in for Gardevoir and Sylveon. That might be pretty fun.
Yeah. Well, maybe we could get both. I feel like Fire and Fairy both deserve it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, folks, we got a lot of exciting stuff ahead. We have a top 8 ahead of us.
Yep.
So 3 more rounds left to go at this tournament, and they're all big cash money games.
Well, cash money and the clout. Right, the clout.
And
these
so much
players
clout.
are like into this format. They love this format. They go to a lot of locals. Most of these players are playing this format every single week on webcam, locals, solitaring, crafting their brews, building their decks, blinging out their decks. Like they put so much time and effort into this, and this is the tournament to showcase all their efforts.
Yes.
Right? There's like really no tournament bigger than this. And this is the time. A top 8 at the Full Grip GLC event, that's a big deal for these players. That puts them on the map. That gets their name out there. That's what they want to see. The clout, I think, maybe even more important than the money. I don't know.
Some are saying this. Some
would say this.
Some are saying this.
absolutely.
Yeah,
So-
some are saying this. So we'll have to get our Full Grip fact checkers taking a look at how much the
Clout or
clout
money.
to dollar conversion ratio
Right.
hands out. But while we take a look at that, let's take a quick break, and we'll be back shortly.
This tournament is sponsored by Dragon Shield. Dragon Shield makes the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games, like the Pokémon TCG. Dragon Shield sleeves are super durable, making them perfect for tournament play and collecting. They also come in a huge variety of colors, so there's always a great choice to match your deck. You can even turn your favorite photograph or design into a custom box of Dragon Shield sleeves using the Sleeve Crafter on DragonShield.com. Head over to DragonShield.com and place an order for your favorite sleeves today. Use code TrickyJim at checkout for 5% off your order. Again, that's DragonShield.com for the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games. Huge thank you to Dragon Shield for being a continued sponsor of the channel.
Happy Valentine's Day.
All right, gamers, your top 8 players have been decided, and there was a bubble.
Unfortunate.
Oh, poor Lee and Chucky from the Turbo Blaze team. Both bubbled out at 5-1-1, unfortunately. But for those who had stronger resistance at records of 5-1-1, they were able to punch a ticket to top 8. Here is our top 8 players and the decks that they played. First seed, Chris Hill. That is Ghouls, who you may know from the Gym Leader Challenge Discord scene. Also part of the Turbo Blaze team. Player credited with creating the Egg Meal deck. Now here with the first fighting top 8 in all of our cash GLC events.
And at top seed.
Yeah, and then run us through the rest of top 8 here real quick.
Absolutely. Noah Zoldak with the Togekiss-based version of Psychic. Luna Dunham, saw them in top 8 yesterday as well with the Egg Mill Grass deck. Brooke English on the Psychic. DeAndre Ratcliffe featured both days on our stream with this colorless deck. Ayana Meziska with their Psychic deck. Jesse Parker with the Garbo Box, your creation. Andrew, Psychic, and Trevor Redding with Water.
Yeah, now Trevor Redding did make top 4. Just a couple storylines here. Trevor Redding, top forward, our Destined Rivals event, losing a close, I think, top 4 match to Chucky, who went on to win the Destined Rivals event with Hydro Pump. And then we had Luna top 8'd yesterday.
Yes.
Back-to-back top 8s, both formats. Very impressive. And yeah, we've got Trevor Redding with Hydro Pump versus Chris Hill with Fighting. I think this is going to be like the feature match of top 8. You've got like 2 incredibly strong Gym Leader Challenge players getting ready to duke it out. Ghouls versus Trevor, and they are getting ready right now, folks. You can see them shuffling up. I'm going to get the overlay going. And JW, you got any predictions from this match?
Man, I think that if you're able, as Chris, to establish the quick Lunatone and Soul Rock, get some energy in the discard pile, start swinging before Trevor's able to get a board established, I think that's probably how you win. So to me, the coin flip is a major determining factor. If you, as Chris, if you're able to go second, get a supporter, again, get that combination of Lunatone, Soul Rock, and start swinging, that probably tilts the match in your favor. As Trevor, there's a little more going on, right? You're trying to get your Frostmoth up, your Baxcalibur up, something to accelerate a bunch of energy into play, so that naturally is going to take at least 1 additional turn. If you can survive that early onslaught that Chris is sure to put out, then I give the edge ultimately to Trevor. Now we see the players shuffling up. Trevor on the left-hand side and Chris on the right. Chris does seem to have a mulligan. Very helpful for Trevor as he looks to establish a board in the early game. And so we do have the cards here, the lists for both players, and it's pretty light from Chris's side in terms of the amount of Pokemon. We got a Riolu and a Lucario, the Tinglu, the Lunatone Soul Rock, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, Okidogi, Hawlucha, and Marshadow.
Yeah, that's the thing about these big basic decks, JW, is that just don't really need to play a lot of basics. It's about just optimizing. Like, am I just playing like the handful of best ones?
Right.
And doing that. Now we are going to be playing a best of 3 top 8 cuts. And Chris opening first with that Tinglu. And the Tinglu could be a big deal in this matchup. I'm curious to see if Trevor is playing Manaphy. Do you have that information for us, JW?
Yeah, we do not see a Manaphy from Trevor's side. So there will be, free reign from this Tinglu to damage all the evolving basics that Trevor plays. Trevor, of course, looking to get out. There's the Frigibacks. Sobble's in the active and attach. Will we see a call for family here?
Call for family. Like I said, I actually stopped playing the Call for Family Sobble as much as I would like to play the Call for Family Sobble because I'm just worried about Raging Bolt. And, Raging Bolt Double Dragon does knock it out. But something that's really cool here, since Trevor is playing the Call for Family Sobble, is that if he's playing the Rapid Strike Remoraid, he could go and use Call for Family to go get Remoraid turn one.
And that's like really the only
This is the only reason that you do it, and it looks like it actually is getting ready to happen.
Yeah.
Right here.
There's the Remoraid from from Brilliant Stars. Is that the Rapid Strike? Yeah, that's Rapid Strike, right? Brilliant Stars, Remoraid?
Remoraid, it's got to be the one. We're seeing
there's no reason you would play the Sobble if not.
No,
we're seeing. I think that's thumb to the front, so I think we do see
it. It is the Rapid Strike Remoraid. Yes, it is.
So this is like quite literally the only
I've never seen it happen. I've never actually seen it happen.
Yeah, why would you expect it to happen?
Well, because sometimes you have to open Sobble, you have to not have another out to Remoraid, you have to want to put the energy out.
It's so low odds.
But that's the reason that you run them.
Yeah,
is because you could pull off this one trick, and here it is right here. Is you could use the Sobble and you could call for a Remoraid who is also a Rapid Strike Pokemon, and that's hype. Honestly, that is really cool.
Two best friends. Name a better duo. I'll wait. Than the Sobble and the Remoraid. You can't.
Chris has got that Tinglu in the active spot. Now, Tinglu's Ground Crasher requires that you actually have a stadium in play in order to spread 30 to everything. You have to discard the stadium. But Chris, pretty lackluster turn, just has Hex Maniac and a Ground Crasher for 30. That's not that bad, though. The Hex Maniac does make it so that Trevor's not really going to have anything either, right?
Well, and the Sobble only having 60 HP does leave it in range for a knockout. So you have to make a decision as Trevor. Do you evolve it for no effect just to save the line from getting knocked out? Or do you leave it as a Sobble and let Chris potentially either snipe it on the bench if it retreats or take it out in the active with another attack?
We got a timer ball heads.
So we will see whether or not Trevor values having the Inteleon option on a future turn. I gotta think it's probably the Octillery is the grab. No, there's the Arctibax. He is going to come out. We have the Octillery in hand. Okay, and then we have an Evo Incense as well to guarantee it. So Trevor correctly identifying that he would want to use a timer ball first, do the unknown before the known, grab an evolution, and then potentially play the Evo Incense. And instead, actually opting to hold that. And there's the the Basculin coming out, gathering the crew, harvesting more Pokemon from the deck. There's the Snom that hits the field. So a full bench from Trevor. And the action passes back to Chris. I see a Professor's Letter. That's actually massive, right? Because that does a couple of things. One, it opens up the draw engine on the Lunatone, be able to cycle for 3 additional cards, and then it allows you another energy drop. So whether or not you go on the Tinglu or maybe build up another attacker, we will have to see.
Yeah, that Professor's Letter grab there is huge. And this is the difference between the fighting of yesteryear and the fighting deck of 2025. The fighting deck of Mega Evolution is that Solrock and Lunatone combo. And the fact that just getting energy into your hand now can be turned into draw power. Lunar Cycle, drawing 3 cards from the deck. Professor's Letter also going to allow Chris to get an energy drop. Each energy drop is so important in Chris's deck because Chris is not playing any other way to accelerate energy into play. This is a manually attaching fighting deck. Kind of like your classic fighting guys deck where we're just doing fight guy stuff.
Tried and true.
Yep, we're just putting energy on the guys doing the thing. And with Lunatone and Solrock, that possibility just gets a lot stronger because you can dependably draw into what you need with Lunar Cycle. Soul Rock allows you to put on a lot of early pressure, which the deck just really wasn't able to do for one energy before Soul Rock came out. So this deck has a lot of low energy cost attackers. Ting Lu is a single energy cost attacker. Soul Rock's a single energy cost attacker. Lucario is a single energy cost attacker. But then you've also got your big guys. You've got your Ogie Dogie with the good punch attack, could do 170 damage thanks to the Adrena Power ability, which is very good. We've also got there's the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which can clean up bigger attackers after some spread damage from Ting Lu. Also accelerates energy onto itself with its ability. And Chris does find a Brooklet Hill off of the
Brooklet Hill is quite strong for both decks. Of course, Trevor having the full bench means that he will not be able to take advantage of it, at least this turn. So Chris finding that Okie Dokie, and will commit that to the bench. Now, will we see? I suppose, I would probably discard the stadium, right, on the Ting Lu, and then you ground crasher. You do take that knockout on the Sobble. That's actually a huge deal. So, Chris here setting up a bunch of damage on Trevor's side of the field. Now, Trevor has some counter to this Ting Lu, and that would be in the form of the Stormy Mountains, or the Stormy Seas.
Rough Seas?
The Rough Seas, but I don't see that.
There's no Rough Seas.
So, yeah, that damage is going to stick.
Yes, it is, JW. Yes, it is. Gym Leader Challenge, and you can only play 60 cards in your deck, and at this point, you're dealing with...
You don't say.
Oh, my... And does the Snom just have 40 hit points? No way. That Snom's got to have 50 hit points, right? I see Chris is going for the Halucha.
He might just be thinning. It's possible he's just thinning.
Right. There's not a lot of other basics to get, right? No, the Snom has 50 hit points. Yeah, the Snom has 50 hit points. All right, it's good. It's good. I was going to say, that'd be devastating, right?
That'd be broken.
Getting the energy drop on the Ogie Dogie here is absolutely insane. Ground Crasher, taking the knockout on the Sobble is really good. Putting pressure on all these other Pokemon that are on Trevor's board as well, right? Because you're knocking out Sobble, which takes out your Drizzile angle, right? So no shady dealings there. Also putting pressure on the Snom. Snom has only got 50 hit points, and makes it so that Wishy-Washy also has to flip just to stay in play because of its scatter ability. And if Wishy-Washy has damage counters on it, at the end of the opponent's turn, you have to flip. If Tails, it runs away back into the deck.
That's a pretty fun interaction.
It is. It is very cool, actually. And it's something that happens just all the time because this Wishy-Washy is a staple card in Hydro Pump decks. It's got 180 hit points as a basic. It's just as big as they come, right?
Yeah, it's just like, on the one hand, the ability can be quite good if you take a hit and you intend to put that Pokemon back. And on the other hand, it can have this unintentional effect of just taking a little bit of ping damage and then being shuffled back out where you need to find it again.
There are definitely times where players have lost games getting dunked. Like the turn one Wishy dunk. Where like you start Wishy going first, pass, your opponent does like a little 10 damage.
Gross.
Yeah, little 10 damage poke, and you lose. So, not likely, but I have heard tell of the Wishy dunk multiple times. So this is definitely a strong start from Chris, but there's one thing that I've learned about Trevor in this Hydro Pump deck. I mean, he knows his way around this deck very well. He also is a player who is able to find those kind of narrow routes in order to pull off wins, is very cognizant of the opponent's board state, what threats he's going to need to neutralize, how he needs to use his own resources in order to come out on top in various different situations. I mean, I've seen Trevor, throughout the years play out of some very precarious spots at his GLC games, and I'm sure that this game has got a lot of life left in it, despite the fact that Chris has had a pretty decent start so far and is already up a prize.
Now on Chris's side plays 3 stadiums: the Brooklet Hill, which we saw discarded off of the Ting Lu, a Silent Lab, and a Training Court. So if Chris wants to keep the pace here with the Ting Lu, he will need to find one of those 2 remaining stadiums. Now on Trevor's turn, he attaches that Splash Energy onto the Wishy-Washy. And draws with the Octillery, and we do see that Frostmoth come down. So that will at least save the Snom from getting knocked out. You got to think that Chris would be eyeing up another spread. Like that would be made a priority from Chris if that Snom remained on the field. Now I think you potentially look at pivoting into the Okie Dokie on your next turn. Trevor here, looking through the deck. Off of the
He's got
Professor's
an
Letter.
attack this turn.
Oh, he does.
Oh, yeah. Prof Letter.
Yeah, he does.
2 water. Scoop up net in hand.
Pretty good.
And here we go. However, notably, this is not a KO. Ting Lu's got 140 hit points. Wishy-Washy swings for 130. So this is just going to soften up the Ting Lu. But at a certain point, I'm sure Trevor doesn't mind getting the 180 hit point Wishy-Washy into the active spot. It might, toss itself back into the deck. If it does, whatever,
Well, I'm looking at the Okie Dokie. We didn't get a great look at Chris's hand, so we don't know whether or not he's able to activate it. He'd have to find a way to retreat the Ting Lu, and then he'd have to find a way to get a multicolored energy onto the Okie Dokie.
Right.
But that's not asking that much, right? There's certainly
not crazy.
A lot of supporters that can get you there. So we'll see here. Chris draws his card. Trevor doing 130 to that Ting Lu. And what is Chris looking at? I see a Hisuian Heavy Ball. I see an attach of the U-turn board to that Lunatone. There is a Float Stone, so can move the active, but do we see a colored energy? Do we see a supporter? I don't think so. There's not even a fighting energy to use the Lunatone.
No.
So this is just going to be a spread. One more spread for Chris, bringing everything to 60 damage. We'll see another flip from Trevor on that Wishy-Washy.
The thing about this is it almost doesn't matter, right? Like you said, Chris plays 3 Stadium. At some point, I guess it's possible that later on in the game, and the Wishy stays, it's possible that at some point later on in the game...
Actually huge.
It is huge, yes. Maybe Chris could bring back Ting Lu with the final Stadium in his deck and finish off that Frostmoth on the bench,
right.
At some point.
Well, and the Octillery. That would be a 3-prize turn or a 4-prize turn as it stands.
Yes, but what are the odds of that happening? I guess bringing that. There's 1 Stadium left. It's certainly possible, right?
So I think we see an N from Trevor. He's eyeing up whether or not to play it. Does opt for the N here. Chris getting 5 cards. Trevor getting 6. I don't know. I might try to go for the Ting Lu on the next turn, right? That to me, you got 4 prizes on the board. Depending on what evolves from Trevor, you at least have 2 from the Octillery and the Frostmoth.
And I think that's why Trevor decides he needs to play the N, because if Chris does Ting Lu again next turn, then he's in a bad spot. So I think Trevor's saying okay, I want to find Baxcalibur. I want to find Drizzile, right? Because that turns the 4-prize turn potential into a 2-prize turn potential, which is much more manageable at this point in the game. So Trevor's saying, I don't care if he didn't play Supporter.
Well, there's a Rescue
turn.
Stretcher and a Fighting Energy. 2 Fighting Energy. The play is very live. The play is very
there,
real.
Dude. There's a U-turn board on the...
We just need a Stadium. So Trevor needs to have the situational awareness not to drop a Stadium.
Yeah, Trevor would never.
I don't think Trevor would, make that mistake.
Trevor would not. No.
It bears noting here.
All right, Wishy-Washy going back in. 130 damage, Hydro Splash, and with the power of Town Map, Trevor gets to play the rest of this game with his prize cards face up.
A lot of energy prized.
Yeah, that's 3 water energy prize. Not great.
So there is the Stretcher.
Dude, this could be the 4-prize turn, dude.
Well, do we see a Stadium?
Needs to be a Stadium. Teammates. Right. That's it.
Oh, my gosh. But does he have the Stadium in deck? That is the question now.
Oh, we're about to see.
I think I would draw first with the Lunatone and Soul Rock. You don't need to use Raihan this turn, but that's 4 prizes. How do you win? And he could shuffle the Wishy-Washy back into the deck.
No, it's prized, dude.
It's prized.
It's prized.
No. Well, you can. You still have a play here. You still have a play. Go grab a colored energy. And
it's not.
Oh, it's there. Okay. Yeah.
It's not prized.
You're baiting me, Andrew. You're baiting me.
Well, he didn't grab it. He just scanned right past it on the first search. He was Definitely serving up prized energy
Chris Kintinglu, there's the knockout on the Arctibax. There's the knockout on the Octillery. There's a knockout on the Frostmoth, and there's a knockout on the Sobble. With the shuffle, if Trevor flips tails on the scatter ability, he could be left with a field of just Whalmer.
And then, basically getting a double attach this turn because of the Raihan played. Again, I would have preferred to see Chris go for that Lunar Cycle before the Raihan. Really just sequencing thing, right? Like, what if you drew this Brooklet off of the,
or the training court? Yep.
Then what if you drew the training court off the Lunar Cycle, right? Then wouldn't you want to just go get something else with the Raihan?
I think you might.
Gives you a little bit more selectivity over what you get out of your deck. So just a little optimization there. Would have liked to see from Chris, but this is a dream come true. And we see, Trevor used this Sobble effectively to call for family and get the Octillery online, but now is about to lose the Sobble because it has 60 hit points, right? Which is exactly what we talked about. And here we go.
So there's knockout
it's
on.
It's a 4-prize turn.
And again, the flip. The flip is a big deal. The flip is a big deal here, too.
Dude, no, ain't no way, dude. Ain't a 1 prize left. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. All 3 stadiums.
And the Okie Dokie in back, too. That's crazy. Oh, okay.
The
wishy-washy stays.
You got to be joking me. And the Okie Dokie stays. Like, dude, this is insanity.
Trevor's got to be just dazed at this point. Chris has pieced it together in a pretty insane way, right? Playing 3 stadiums.
Yep.
And then finding 3 stadiums. And then attacking with Tinglu every available turn.
Oh yeah,
that's
if you're up against
that's a lot to ask
yeah,
for.
If you're up against a water deck with no mana fee and you do 30 damage to everything 3 turns in a row, they're having a bad time. There are a lot of Pokemon in that deck with 90 hit points. Drizzile.
Yep.
Frostlass.
Yep.
Or Frostmoth. You've got Octillery. Those 3 are almost always there, right? Yep. And if you're doing 90 damage to those suckers, not to mention the Arctibax, which didn't get to evolve up yet, like Trevor didn't find the evolution, it's just all bad news, right? But if there is any silver lining here for Trevor, it's that Chris is about to get Iono to 1 and has a Tinglu in the active spot doing 30 damage, and there are no stadiums left in Chris's deck.
But you got draw on board. You got the Lucario potential. And then you have, if you draw into a fighting energy, you got the Soul Rock Lunatone, right? So, yes, it's maybe precarious, but you have an attacker active.
There's draw on board. There's not draw on board.
And then there's draw on board.
Lunatone is not draw on board without an energy in hand. And an Iono
I'm saying,
to 1.
all the pieces are there, right? It's not like you're just decimating the board if you're Trevor. If you can find some, there's a lot of time Chris has to find something to draw.
Oh, there's definitely time. That's a fact.
And there's Lucario.
Lucario Lily for 6. Oh, no. Yeah, if you're Trevor, you're having a really brutal time there with the... Ooh.
Couldn't have been, I think, any better cards.
Insane.
Off of the Iono, right? I can't think of 2 better cards to draw in that situation.
Yeah, that was quite good. 6... New cards, Floatstone. Ooh, yep.
Floatstone, that should be
there's a Dogie, and that is game number 1 with Chris Hill. Whew.
Wow,
putting on a clinic there. Now Trevor did have a slower start in that game. I will say that is not the pace that he wants to be getting going at. Chris did attack with Tinglu on turn 1, but didn't spread on turn 1. I just did a little 30 poke to Sobble, and everything came together very quickly for Chris after he started actually using that attack to spread 30 damage to everything, with Trevor unable to basically establish a Whaler. That's kind of like the thing, is the spread doesn't matter if you've got an attacker that can one-hit KO the Tinglu.
Right.
But I think Trevor having his first attacker be the Wishy-Washy, which is 10 damage shy of the KO on the Tinglu. I think Trevor might be playing a Muscle Band in his deck. I'm not sure. I feel like that's a card that he likes to give the it gives that little bit of extra
Yeah, a little bit of
damage
extra
to
damage
the.
buff.
No, I don't think he's. Oh, he is. Yep, he plays it. Yeah, so Trevor is playing Muscle Band. It allows the Wishy-Washy to like get in there versus a lot
And
more.
it allows the Whale Lord
Intellion
to hit for 230.
Yep.
Which
It
is
allows
a good
Intellion
number
to hit for
against
140.
Okie
I mean, there's just like a lot of different guys. Intellion doing 140, Wishy-Washy doing 150, Whale Lord doing 230. It's good. It's just a good card.
Yep.
And it also gets your Lapras like, up
little more
over a
juiced
little.
up.
Yeah.
Yep,
So
yep.
a lot of different uses for that Muscle Band, but obviously didn't have access to it there in that game where it would have mattered a lot. I mean,
Yes.
if Trevor's able to one-hit KO that Tinglu, it's a different landscape. But we've got Chris now, 1 win away from advancing to top 4 with Fighting. This is Fighting's first ever debut in top 8.
Well,
one of our GLC tournaments.
Andrew, are we sure that Chris is playing Fire? Because they're Fighting? Because that first game was Fire.
I know. If you hadn't just like fumbled over the delivery a little bit, it would have been.
That would have been a good line.
I know,
And
it would've
I
been
was like
good. I know,
cooking
you
it up,
fumbled-
and I was
you
like
fumbled
waiting
the
for my
bag.
spot, and then it came, and then I just
I know.
I didn't execute.
No, there wasn't. It's poor execution. But,
Yep.
The effort, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Definitely not going on my commentary reel, though. for
No.
later.
Oh, well, Chris has got a pretty lackluster opener with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. JW, this is just not the guy that you want in the active spot, like
Sure isn't.
at any point.
No, it is not.
Yeah, he is like way too big.
Way too ugly.
Yep.
Way too Blood Moony. Way
Yep.
too Ursaluna-y.
No, this guy is just. I think he's got a retreat cost of literally 4. Like that's how fat this guy is.
Gray heavy ball target.
Goodness, why is that scan not the correct size?
Yeah, retreat cost of 4. I mean, gotta say, like the worst starter.
Worst starter in the deck? Probably.
I mean, just like everything else is pretty reasonable, or you can retreat it, or
Yeah, like Halucha's
whatnot.
not a good starter, but at least it's got a single retreat.
Yes, exactly. Marshadow is fine. Obviously you prefer the Lunatone Soul Rock. In this matchup, it certainly seems Tinglu can get in there.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah, Blood Moon or Selena, not
not the
not the
premier
card you wanna
opener.
see.
I suspect that Chris is playing a Scoop Up Net.
Yep, ways to move this Pokemon. You have the Float Stone. You got Guzma. You got Scoop Up Net.
Yeah.
That's what I'm seeing here as options. So, or you could manually attach 3 energy and start swinging.
With Mad Bite. Yeah, if we see that.
Escape Rope as well.
If we see that JW, then there's going to be some problems, for Chris if it's a 3 manually attachment to Blood Moon or Ursaluna. I mean, that's just not. It's not going to cut it. I mean, Trevor's deck, I suspect, will set up quite quickly. He's got the Snom in the active spot. He's got Brooklet Hill, courtesy of Chris, which he can actually use as well. And I think maybe even a Lily's Determination in the opening hand to go to 8.
Let's see. There's an energy attachment on the Snom.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a Lily's. Huge pickup for Trevor. The Stadium, of course, is quite good as well. But he could go for the Basculin,
Yep.
the Hisuian Basculin, retreat off the Snom, and then fill his bench. So no matter what happens here, Trevor's in a fine spot.
Yes.
Right? Trevor is going to stabilize. Chris, I don't know. I think you probably do go for the Brooklet Hill so that you can get set up a little bit, but far and away, this benefits Trevor much more than Chris.
For sure. No, this is going to be a huge turn from Trevor. Getting to start with 8 cards in the opening hand. I mean, if Chris doesn't have hand disruption to limit this 8-card opening hand from Trevor with basic Pokemon galore, I mean, he's guaranteed 3 basic Pokemon because he's got the Snom in the active. And then if he goes, if the thing is not prized, the Basculin, right? We see Quick Ball as well.
There's a lot of good cards in that hand from Trevor. So there's the Brooklet being enabled. You have Level Ball to, if you opt to go for a Sobble, you have a Level Ball for that, or the Frostmoth, right?
Yep.
There's a lot of options that Trevor's giving himself with this hand here. So the Brooklet coming down. I don't see the Basculin. Maybe.
But also, you might just not need it. And you might have enough outs in his hand to not have to put it into play.
Yeah, but I
we
think
do
you'd
see-
prefer to save like the Dive Ball and the Level Ball for the evolutions.
For sure, right?
So
Yeah, I mean, Basculin is probably the premier guy. Despite it's always weird, right? Because like you have to put it into the active and then get it out of the active,
it's priced.
right? Oh, we got Scoop Up Net in hand and Floatstone, actually.
I think it's priced.
Not that those matter, but they would help you to move the Basculin.
I think the Basculin's priced.
You think it's priced?
I think you would have gone for it here. That seems like the obvious choice.
Maybe.
Maybe? Really? You think
Or
you're
are
going to do a
things-
Brooklet Hill on the...
Are things not what they seem, dude?
Okay.
Or are things just like maybe not as clear as you would make them out to be?
Okay.
Is it going to be more of like a not?
Well, maybe Trevor is a little
Basculin.
shell-shocked
No,
from
because
that
Basculin
first
is in
game.
the deck. I told you, he is. I've seen it twice now. I'm telling you, things are not what they seem. Trevor is saying like, I am not going the Basculin because Ting Lu just eats that thing alive. It's like a free prize.
Yep.
And I don't need it. I've got Quick Ball and Brooklet, right? That's
Yep.
2.
Yep.
All I need, I mean, he's got Evo Soda and Earthen Vessel in hand.
And Level Ball.
This is like a turn 2
it's a
whale situation
Yep,
that
yep.
we're looking at, right? Like he's brewing it up in the lab. You could see it happening, right? There's the Level Ball and Evo Soda. He's going to retreat into the Remoraid. Because
I think that's the safest.
Well, right, because and you gotta think, like, dude, the way that Trevor's built his deck, and this is the thing that I have absolutely loved about it. Tag call here. I mean, Chris is gonna have the option to go into Ting Lu. If Guzman Hall is in deck, which it is, it's gonna have the option to go into Ting Lu and actually start swinging with that groundbreaking. Yeah, with that groundbreaking attack.
Absolutely.
Is it groundbreaking? It's something like that. Ground hardening. Yeah. But anyways, so Chris is going to get an attack with Ting Lu this turn, but the way that Trevor has built this deck, Ground Crasher, that's right.
Ground
It's got
Crasher. I hardly know her.
It's got 3 different item-based energy search cards in it. It's got the Professor's Letter, the Earthen Vessel, and the Capacious Bucket. So that means
That's
that
true.
all Trevor really needs to do is kind of like find Frostmoth
And then a
and
couple
Whale
of
Lord,
energy.
and
Yeah.
then like you just kind of like draw into those item-based
Yep,
you
you
know
do.
things. And
Yep.
there's already the Earthen Vessel in hand. That's 2 energy there.
Yep.
You know, Tate and Liza is the draw supporter in hand. That's not the best, but like if you find one more of those item-based that or just 2 energy, then you're attacking with a Whale Lord this turn. And that is what the Water deck is offering, is that explosive Whale Lord play. And that is why Trevor is 5-1-1 in top 8. I mean, it's why he was able to top cut the last Gym Leader Challenge event as well. This is my favorite way to play the Water deck, and I'm thinking that we're going to get to see why on this next turn from Trevor, where he's basically going from like kind of like a nothing board, like from 0 to hero is what I'm expecting that we're going to see.
Yeah, that's interesting. So from Chris, do you try to power up the Okie Dokie this turn? Is that your play? Like, do you
not
try to
what
get
he's
an extra
doing.
attachment there?
That's not what he's... Oh, there's an Artisan too. Is there more stadiums than you told me about in Chris's deck?
Well, I see 3 here in a row. There is one Artisan. It's not grouped in with the other
There's
ones.
4
So
stadiums.
there's
You
4 stadiums.
lied to me, you
Well,
liar.
they're not. It's just the way that he's written his... The way that he's written his...
You lied. You're a liar. You told me 3.
Well,
I trusted you.
Hey, listen. It's not intentional. Can we agree with that?
I do agree that it wasn't intentional. You unintentionally fibbed.
I unintentionally fibbed. And you know, I mean, people tell lies all the time, right?
That's true.
So,
Doesn't make it right.
well, we can debate.
Yeah.
So maybe in certain situations.
Artisan is going to be an out to another basic Pokemon. This Soul Rock and this Ting Lu. Now this Brooklet Hill, I was going to say, like, gets discarded, but then he's got Artisan for next turn, right? That makes sense. So it's just 30 damage spread
energy
to everything.
attachment.
No energy
I
attachment.
really would have liked to see like even an attachment to the Soul Rock. It's not great, but it at least frees up your energy attachment next turn to go on to an Okie Dokie. I think that's kind of where this is all heading. And so the fact that this is not happening, I just am worried about how Chris is going to maintain pressure as the turns go on.
It's going, dude.
It's happening.
Look, it's happening. It's exactly what I said is happening right now.
You are the prophet.
We've
right?
got Level Ball We've got Moth. We've got Energy in hand. We've
There's the
got Evo Soda.
Oh my goodness.
It's
How are you moving the active though? The
His
auxiliary
Floatstone
does
is in
have-
hand.
Oh, the floatstone is in hand.
It's
Okay.
all here, dude.
So
It's all
there
here.
is that evolution. There's the Frost Moth. There's the
Three energy
waters.
floater, Tate and Liza.
Incredible
Bang.
stuff.
Now, Trevor, notably here, I think got rid of an N with the Earthen Vessel in order to play Tate and Liza. I think sensing that Chris's hand kind of sucks, right? It's like not a lot been moving on
No,
here. I mean, you got
no.
Sinlin and Goose Hollow, right? Like, so
Right.
next turn, you're like, all right, baby, draws 3. I don't want to give him a fresh hand of 6. And Trevor's saying, you know what? I got 5 cards to find 1 energy. If I do, this Wailord is up and running, courtesy of.
I almost wonder from Chris. I'm gonna just say it again. Like I almost wonder if you couldn't have set up the Okie Dokie, try to get an energy attachment, and then you at least have a response if you can find a colored energy onto the Wailord. That to me feels like just not
Yes.
quite thinking ahead that one additional turn. Like what is Chris doing realistically on the next turn? He could maybe get into the Okie Dokie with
Trevor,
the
oh,
Artisan.
there it is.
He
The
could get-
whale.
He could get into the Okie Dokie with the Artisan.
Yeah.
But then you have to also hit Raihan and the double tails on the
Timer ball.
on the timer ball. That would have really solidified things. I think getting up the
Octillery,
would have been big, but still a very successful turn. Whaler coming into the active, hitting 210 onto this Tingler.
Turn 2.
Turn 2.
It's turn 2 whale, baby. That's turn 2 whale. You're going to win a lot of games doing that. It's just like
Hard to lose.
You're going to win a lot of games doing
Hard to
that,
lose.
man.
Yep,
Just gonna
absolutely.
do it. If you can get a turn 2 Hydro Pump for 210 with a 240 hit point Pokemon, that's a winning strategy right there, JW. I'm gonna go ahead and say that I don't think that Chris adequately prepared his board to deal with this whale. Maybe not expecting it. I mean, you're looking at a board with like a Remoraid,
I think
a
he, like
Snom, and
from
a...
Chris's perspective, I don't know, because I think he got a little bit greedy
Yes.
off of the Tinglu. The first game, he's like, oh, I can just spread
Yes.
3 turns and then just like wipe the field. But
You're not gonna get
that
to
was
do
an
that.
anomaly.
It was an anomaly.
In the first game, right? And Trevor's deck, it was an anomaly both from Chris's perspective, finding 3 of his 4 stadiums in the first 4 or 5 turns, and then from Trevor's perspective, not being able to pressure and knock out Tinglus and Okie Dokies and stuff like that. So
because he's got the materials in his deck to like one hit KO Tinglu very easily.
yes,
Yeah.
right. So we're seeing, I think, in the second game, probably how this matchup should go. Like that's a little bit more accurate, I would say. Trevor building up those big attackers and comboing very well, whereas Chris just having a very minimal board that is struggling to keep up.
Yeah, and now it's like, what do? Do you tickle the whale with your Soul Rock? Like that doesn't feel good. It doesn't, at this point. And like I said, Chris's deck is all single energy attachments, right? It's no.
Well, he might be committing to this thing.
Dude, we're just going back in, and then okay. So the vision. Hold on, the vision, bro. Well, eventually you're gonna need to scoop up the bear and use it to like juice energy into play.
True.
If you you can Tinglu, if you can keep churning and keep pressuring with Tinglu, you're knocking out Remoraid here.
You can find a Raihan play maybe.
No, it's got to be scoop up net to bring up the bear to use its ability to accelerate the 3 energy to it or the 2 energy to it.
Sure.
Because it's got the ability allows you to attach 2 from hand. So like that, like hypothetically, wiping the board is still very good with Tinglu. The whale is very big, but the bear can eventually deal with it. So I think that's a thought. Looks like a ball guy play. And we've got that Team Magma's Great Ball, allowing you to get a basic fighting energy out of the deck. It's pretty neat.
Quick ball, discarding that battle VIP pass. And thumbing to the top, the Okie Dokie.
Finally, some real doggy hours out here. Who let the dogs out, am I right?
Yeah, there were 13 Bahamen.
Whoa. No, I did not know that.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
how are you going to, you probably don't know any other names.
I wonder how they're doing these days.
Do you?
I
mean, they're definitely...
in this moment, I am.
Yeah, definitely without pets.
All right, okie dokie. Hits the bench. And it's going to be strong energy to Ting Lewis.
Yeah, I guess I do see the vision.
Try and take a bite out of this whale.
Yeah, you're getting rid of the Artisan, which can only help Trevor.
Yep.
You're getting rid of that Remoraid, which can only help Trevor.
Yep.
You're setting up that Frostmoth for a knockout on a subsequent turn.
Yep.
And you are putting a bit of damage onto the Wailord. So, all in all, Chris is just kind of piecing it together. You can maybe make an argument that they are in an okay position, but like you were saying, with all these manual attachment attackers, I just don't see how he's getting over the hump of the Wailord.
Just got to go Ting Lu one more time, man. We just got to... Well, the problem is, Trevor, like at this point...
Why didn't Trevor play the... Why
research.
Didn't
I'm saying good research here.
Well, no, he had a dive ball, too.
I don't know, man.
Like, I don't know what he's saving it for, right? Get a Sobble out. Get a... I don't know, a Lapras out, right? Or a Frigibax out.
Dive Ball gets the Evos, man.
Of course it does, but now what are you looking at? I don't see another basic there.
Yeah, Trevor could just lose here. Not quite, I mean, but like pretty close.
Well, like, yeah, I mean, imagine
you do
if...
have like Prof Letter. You have like Prof Letter and you have like attackers in hand. Like you've got Kyogre and you've got Sobble Surprised. Checkmate. You've got...
Get the Frigibax. Get the Frigibax. Get the... Lapras. I don't know, dude.
No, you don't know.
Get anything.
You go wishy-washy, letter.
Get
put
Kyogre.
2 energy. Get 2 energy on this thing.
Get something. Okay, so there is a Kyogre. Okay, then.
Letter.
Forgive me.
Can get 2 energy, and you can kind of just like slam those onto the Kyogre. So that,
Kyogre!
So that
go!
Correct. So that at a certain point, you can manually attach to the Kyogre or get it going. The big thing is that Trevor is kind of safe right now in that Chris cannot handle both the Wailord and the Frostmoth in the same turn. So
oh no, the Wishy-Washy gets
Wishy-Washy's getting the energy, and
incredible.
That's okay.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I don't know, but is this better for Ting Lu? Because imagine, like, I think a Ting Lu attack might be pretty good here because you could potentially shuffle back in the Wishy.
With the back in, be kind of crazy.
Like imagine an Iono plus a Ting Lu attack, and you shuffle in the Wishy.
Another Ting Lu attack would be pretty impressive. You need to find another recovery card. You need to find another energy to attach to it, and a Stadium. And that's a 3-piece combo.
There is Clara.
It's looking like Arving going to be the supporter of turn. I mean, yeah, Clara's good.
Clara can do it, but yeah, the Rescue Stretcher was played, I think, to recover that Ting Lu.
Arvin's going to go
Night
get
Stretcher.
Focus Sash.
Night Stretcher? That's an option. I mean, it's here. It's here, I think, if Chris wants it. If Chris identifies this Frostmoth as being a major threat, which I think it is... He just needs to buy a few more turns, I think, before getting the Raihan to establish the Okie Dokie. And this kind of all comes back. I think if Chris were to go back and watch this game, I feel like those early turns where he had an energy drop early, he could have put himself in a position where he could take a knockout on the Wailord. But that's just not accessible.
Even
to
just
him
a
with the
single
Arbiter.
energy drop on like the Blood Moon,
yes,
makes it so that you can Raihan into the Blood Moon, right?
That as well.
Yeah,
absolutely. And maybe wanting to save, I don't remember the exact context of that opening hand, but maybe wanting to save it, the fighting energy for the Lunatone to be able to draw. But now we're seeing it, the consequences of his own actions kind of paying off here, where he's struggling to find attackers every single turn.
Right. So, like, what do you go in with to the 240 hit point Wailord? It's got 80 damage on it. It's like still has 160 hit points, right?
Yeah.
It's still just really, really big, and it is one-shotting everything that comes into the active spot, right?
So you could go Night Stretcher Sash. Oh, we're seeing a scoop. Oh, that scoop up net, I should say. So that might be a scoop up net on the Blood Moon. Try to set that up for a play in the future. I was thinking maybe you could go Night Stretcher and Focus Sash, and then you draw 3 off of the Lunatone. That's kind of a Hail Mary play. Okay, so we see the professor's letter. I think that is. So you might sash the Okie Dokie.
You could
attach.
You could
attach the Okie Dokie, and then just like try to you sacrifice the Blood Moon. Actually, that maybe makes sense. You retreat into the Blood Moon.
Sacking the Blood Moon could be good,
right? And then it goes to the discard pile. You could Clara back later. I don't hate this.
No,
I mean that's about
energy.
as good as you can get.
You get a
though.
little draw here too if you want it off of the off the Lunatone.
So the piece that I think Chris really wants, he wants to draw 3 off the Lunatone, the Lunar Cycle ability, and then get into, I think, Night Stretcher, a Stadium.
I mean that would be,
that would be crazy.
Like, sure, like that would be.
I mean, we've seen crazier things. This
Lucario Muscle Band, could do it as well. It's Premium Power Pro is there, but
see a lot.
No, I mean, like you can hit for like 100 with Soul Rock, but again, you got to like make your energy attachments go somewhere, right? So you're thinking like, okay, 170 over the course of 2 turns. That actually would be a KO. So like, if you put up the Soul Rock and you just hit it, right, and you say, all right, save everything in my hand. You could blow the Premium Power Pro now and say like one more 70 damage.
Smack
does actually hit the Wailord. I agree with saving it. Just go in with the Soul Rock, hit for 70. You don't want to kind of like reveal the Premium Power Pro play preemptively, right? And just kind of maybe lull Trevor into a false sense of security with the whale sticking around one more turn.
So that Wailord has how much HP left? I see 150 on
90 hit points left.
So 90 hit points left.
The Premium Power the Premium Power Pro would handle it. But now Trevor's got Irida as support for turn, looking like Field Blower. No funny business with the Focus Sash.
Yeah, we
got to keep it moving, right?
Looking rough. If you're Chris, you got plenty of time to finish the game 3, but going down 2 prizes against Trevor, who's has energy on board in the form of the active, is building up energy on a benched attacker as well. This is looking quite strong in favor of the water deck.
Yeah, and the thing is like that again, like so long as you got the energy on the Wailord and Wailord is not in range of a Ting Lu,
yes,
then you're safe, right?
Yes.
So like so long as a Ting Lu can't attack and then wipe the Wailord at the same time, then Trevor's cool.
Yep.
So that's why he's like, okay, that's fine. You either Ting Lu to knock out my Moth or you knock out the whale. You can't do both. And so long as you can't do both, Trevor's still in a fine position. He is grabbing the Frigibacks now. Well, knockouts. The Soul Rock takes the Sobble off of the prizes. Not superior. Not the water energy. Does find the Sobble is thinking to himself like, okay, at some point it might be nice to go get Drizzile, start using Shady Dealings. I do like Trevor's little trick that he uses to remind himself about wishy-washy. This is something that we see all the time in Gym Leader Challenge. You put a little marker on top of your deck. It's a reminder to check for scatter before drawing a card, because it can actually be a game-breaking situation.
Right, because you need to flip in between turns.
Yes.
Right.
Before you draw your card.
Yep, absolutely.
Because you could draw into the whale if you flip tails.
Yep. So there is the Raihan. What does Chris grab off of the Raihan if Chris wants to attack with the Okie Dokie? I think that is probably where you go. Maybe eyeing up another Stadium to get into play preemptively.
I mean, it needs to be the the rainbow style energy, unless there's one.
I think he has one in his hand.
Okay.
I think he has one in his hand. So it might be just be
Lucario could be good.
Yeah, that's true. It could be some kind of disruption supporter.
How many evolution search cards does Chris play in this deck? Like Ultra Ball, it's probably just Ultra Ball.
I'm seeing. Well, the ball guy can fetch Ultra Ball,
and then
Karina.
It's so those are the only ways. But the only ways to truly kind of search out the Lucario. So
there's not much.
Right. So taking an opportunity to find Lucario off of Raihan is not a bad deal, because you really only have Ultra Ball and Karina to search it out.
But is that the most impactful card?
Looks like Energy Retrieval was the grab, which also is quite good.
Yeah.
If you can piece together the Scoop Up Net Energy Retrieval. But again, Yeah, it's like, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. The scoop up net on
Are we
the
gonna see
Blood Moon.
Oh, are we gonna see a reset stamp? When is the best time to use it?
Who has reset stamp
Chris.
in his deck?
He's got it in his hand, bro.
Really? Where?
I mean, let's take a look. He's gonna thumb through when he plays this Blood Moon. That looks like a stamp to me.
Is that not muscle band?
There's a little red card,
There's a
like
little
midway
red.
through his hand.
It's not,
So-
and it's not muscle band. You have it's muscle band. You have the deck list right in front of you, dude.
He has a reset stamp in his deck, brother.
Oh, does he?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Dude.
You are correct. He does.
There's a reset stamp right there. Okay.
Here's Ogie Dogie. I see it. I'm looking. I see it now.
So maybe Chris can tank a hit. Although in that scenario, I just don't know why you wouldn't. Oh, Guzma is pretty strong. I just don't know why you wouldn't play the reset stamp there and try to. I
NASA
guess
here is crazy too.
I guess you hope that Trevor takes a knockout, which is very possible, right? Trevor could do that in a number of ways. He's out of the Guzma play, but he could snipe with the Kyogre. I don't think that's the worst, right?
No, that's not happening. I mean, you got to figure at this point, like the mobility of the Wishy-Washy, like Floatstone is down, I think. Right?
That's not a knockout.
Is that this game? No, this is just 130, and you put the 3 onto the. And this is something that this deck does really well, is that this version of Hydro Pump, with all the different ways to get your energy out of the deck, I feel like really maximizes the turns that you do have access to your energy accelerating abilities.
Hawlucha.
Yeah, Hawlucha is just 10 damage, softens up the Kyogre, maybe an damage counter onto like the Frigibacks or something. I don't know that like any of these really matter.
It's probably just to get it out of the hand, right? I mean,
Yeah,
at a
I'm a
certain
little.
point, like, I don't
I'm a
think the
little
damage
like.
matters.
I guess like the Hawlucha with Scoop Up Net can certainly fix some math with like when you're doing Ting Lu stuff. But yeah, he's definitely playing it out of hand.
Moon.
Blood Moon to accelerate 2 fighting energy.
Please just validate me, Chris. I want to see the reset stamp. That is a muscle band. There is a muscle band.
I do not see a reset stamp in this hand.
Okay, it's the angle that I'm looking at clearly.
Clearly.
So another commitment of the energy to the Blood Moon. We do see the muscle band attached to the active.
So that can knock out the Wishy-Washy, yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And a knockout, so saving the...
Didn't play Lily.
Yeah, saving
Maybe he
the
has
supporter.
something in his hand that he likes right now?
Well, it's not a reset stamp, allegedly. So...
The ping does... That 10 damage ping from the Hawlucha does allow Blood Moon to reach up for a KO against the Kyogre. So it is relevant for sure. And the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It's got the Mad Bite attack, which does 100 damage plus 30 more damage for each damage counter in your opponent's active Pokemon. So 130 to a Kyogre right now, which is...
That's good. That's good.
That's actually perfect math.
Sure is. So I think
this game's actually kind of close right now.
Well, Trevor has a decision now, I think. He either knocks out the active, which does more damage, or he knocks out the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which has more health.
Right.
So where do you go? I almost think that the Ursaluna seems like the sweeper at this point. So I almost think you target that down with this Kyogre play. Because you're leaving yourself a bit vulnerable. You got to shuffle some energy back in off of the Kyogre. So...
Like very vulnerable.
Yeah, very vulnerable.
Like extremely.
Absolutely. So
I think you got to knock out the Ursaluna here, and you try to like hex the Dogie later. Yeah.
Oh, Hex could be huge.
I mean, I don't know. Does he play Hex? He didn't play Hex at the Destined Rivals one.
I do not see a Hex Maniac.
No, Hex is like the one. That is the only card I've changed about Trevor's list. Is I've taken out Muscle.
Well, Hex is so broken.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I cannot stomach.
Hex is so broken.
I cannot fathom playing the deck without.
Well,
Hex.
imagine like a mirror situation. Right? Imagine this situation knocking out the Dogie and taking another knockout.
It's hard to argue with success, but that is the only card I've changed about. For my personal collection, Hex is the only card I've added to Trevor's list. I love Trevor's list. I think it's the perfect Hydro Pump deck, except I cannot play it without Hex.
Well, it's just Hex is one of those cards in this format, in the expanded format, in the GLC format. That is a Hall of Fame card.
That's what I'm saying.
It enables so many plays, both on the aggressive and on the defensive. There's very few cards that can be played like that are good throughout the entirety of the game.
I know.
Right? That enable those, game-breaking turns, both on as the aggressor, as the defender. I mean, it's really a card that can help you come back in bad situations. Yeah, I agree with you there. Hex is an all-timer.
All right, energy retrieval, couple water energy, one going on to Drizzile. Drizzile with a muscle band is a valid attacker, like we said. And we're in this situation now where it's like, okay, Kyogre is knocking out either Blood Moon or
the Blood Moon, I think, is the correct play. So Chris maybe could have waited a turn to activate that Blood Moon, or he's playing 5D chess with us and wants the Okidogi. Okay.
I don't know where you're going with this, man.
Yep, me neither. And so Chris also didn't play the Lilies last turn. I'm not sure. Okay, has an Iono, so that is going to accomplish.
What's crazy is that
needs.
Trevor's hand stinks right now.
Yeah.
He had Guzma and a bunch of energy and took a nest ball off the prize.
Yeah. But two cards. I think I would still play the Iono.
If he finds the dive ball, Trevor played you.
That's true. Trevor would shut me up if the dive ball.
If the dive ball is
gets
here,
found,
and then he could go get muscle band with the.
Is that an Inteleon?
It's right here. It's
really?
right here. Dive ball.
Are you for real? No, Capacious Bucket. Nuck if you buck. Gonna draw 2 water energy out of the deck. I don't know that I see much in that hand, though.
No, this hand stinks, dude. No, there's the telly.
Oh my gosh.
There's the Ultra Ball. Burst Seeker was the next card.
No, Trevor, no.
It's like this,
Not
dude.
like this.
It's like this.
Not like this.
It's looking like it's happening like this.
This would be an upset.
This is an upset.
This is really formulating into, I would argue, the biggest upset of the tournament. Because you look at
huge.
fighting, it's good. It's good. I'm not arguing against Chris, but I think in this matchup,
Trevor should win.
I think if they play this matchup 100 times, Trevor probably wins 75.
Trevor should win, like I said.
That's a retreat and a pass. Oh my goodness. We might have the Okidogi sweep. I think you're looking here as Chris, maybe knockout on the Frost. Could we see a Ting Lu knockout on the Frostlass? That would be crazy. That's a lot. That's a lot to expect. I don't think that's going to happen. But
Trevor's on the ropes here, man. Chris has got cards in hand.
Chris has got a lot of cards in hands.
Yep.
And there's the
Gear.
Pokegear 3.0.
Lysander. Dude. That's
enormous.
nearly lights.
Enormous. Because Trevor has 2 cards in hand. Oh, he's going to take the Clara.
Clara, going for Clara instead. I like this play.
Okay, just setting up another attacker because you're going to take a knockout. So you set up the Blood Moon.
Yep.
And
or the Lucario.
That's checkmate.
Or whatever.
Oh, my goodness.
Yep. And that's it. You Clara, get the energy.
Chris.
Yup.
Really incredible stuff from Chris. I like this deck. I think fighting's fun. I did not see it winning this matchup in the way that he did. He did it 2 separate ways, right?
I know.
The first game, the spread of the Ting Lu took 4 prizes, and he just got up by too much. Was able to piece together a final knockout to take the game. In game number 2, we're seeing just a very methodical, slow approach, just chipping away at Trevor's board. And to be fair, Trevor hasn't been able to get much established in terms of backup attackers.
No, this was a turn 2 whale situation, but nothing else.
Nothing else.
Yeah.
Nothing else. And so, you got to think from Trevor's side, he's just in pain.
Oh, for sure. You just wish that you could have maybe kept the Octillery in play to continue drawing cards.
That's a big
Sobble
miss.
was prized this game, so you didn't have that consistency crutch.
Wow, he's gonna rope. That's interesting. And we'll see a rope into the Lunatone. Of course, that has free retreat with the tool attached. And then
I think if Chris just drops an energy on Lucario, that is kind of game.
Yeah, energy on Lucario or Blood Moon. Yeah, Chris. Please, Chris. Please. Maybe he's thinking about whether or not he wants to use the Lunatone ability. I don't know what he wants. I agree with you. Just energy drop is probably good enough.
I think he's starting to like really think a lot now. He's like, I guess I could just poke this moth with like a Tinglu for 30, you know.
Yeah, that also I know.
Or like with like the Soul Rock, you could do it. I don't like those. I think just you could just slap it on the Lucario, take the knockout, keep your rocks, right?
Yeah, I'm not.
Like maybe a little bit of overthinking.
Well, yeah, I don't know about this Ultra Ball either. Getting rid of the Marshall. Okay, those are two useless cards.
Useless
I take
cards.
It back.
Yep, that's fine. For sure, right?
Yeah, I'm just
get those out of the deck.
I'm not sure. It's just a little bit of overbaking, I think, at this point. I'm sure Chris, has to feel great about their position, but it's just they're trying to optimize, and whether or not you're optimizing in the proper way. I mean, you still have a win condition even if Trevor takes the knockout on the Okidogi, which you're trying to preserve, because if they don't evolve the Arctibax, you knock that out, right? You find a Lysander, which we know is in the deck. But you do leave a little bit of room open here.
One prize left for Trevor. It's looking like it's too little, too late, though.
It's an Iono.
Like, oh man,
that's not good.
No,
is that the right promote of the Frigibax?
I don't think that there's a single thing in Trevor's deck that allows him to win from this board state. I do not think it is a winnable board state if you assume Chris just simply plays cards next turn.
Yeah, I don't see like a counter catcher.
There's nothing. Like
that's gonna do it.
Well, maybe okay. I see the. Well, yeah. So like the logic is that you're like, okay, I guess, but you know that Chris has 2 energy in hand, right?
Yeah.
Like, but if you promote the Frigi, then you Guzma the Ogi and knock it out.
Well, he's Ionoing.
I know, but like if you top deck Inteleon,
I see. I see. That's true.
And it's like technically it's not guaranteed on board, but Lucario would just clean up. Which is funny because Lucario does 150 and there's 10 damage on the Drizzile, which that's game. Chris is going to advance to top 4. That was a crazy top 8 match between Trevor Redding and Chris.
Well, are we sure, Andrew, that Chris was playing fighting? Because that set was fire.
Did he nail it, chat? That was definitely a strong performance from Chris Hill and his fighting deck. I mean, that was crazy. That was a crazy comeback in game 2. The turn 2 Wailord. But Trevor couldn't really get anything else in the deck going in order to back it up. Didn't have the board state to power up those final attackers that he needed in order to take the final 2 prizes. And I think we saw like the high-end potential of the water deck there. But then we also saw just the whole reliability of basic Pokemon and attaching energy turn by turn, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's hard to argue with just getting consistent damage output and having your attackers on board early, right?
Yeah.
And that was the difference between the 2 decks, where you saw Trevor was just struggling to get energy attached turn after turn, right? He was able to build up these big attackers, but on the Wishy-Washy, that shuffles itself back into the deck, or the Kyogre, that's going to shuffle energy back into the deck. Really the only stable attacker that he was able to get up was the Wailord, and that could just be chipped away. 70 damage here, 60 damage there, turn after turn, until finally that goes down, and I mix an Iono in there, a reset stamp, something like that to disrupt the hand, and it's hard for Trevor to pull himself out of that.
Yeah, taking a quick look. Really, really cool to see the audience, by the way. We see, Chris's whole Blazers team there to support him. I mean, this is another match that I was really excited to get to watch. I suspect that this is game 3.
Yeah, why don't we send a text down to down to the room.
Let's see. DeAndre overcame his game loss and 2-0'd Brooke.
Wow.
DeAndre had a deck list error. This is common. PSA: do not write heavy ball.
That is
on your deck list.
Very common error.
And
in
proceed
GLC.
to play Hisuian heavy ball.
Yep.
for the whole day. Okay, because heavy ball is a legal card.
The other one is Juniper.
Oh yes,
you
there
need to
are
write
multiple.
Professor Juniper because there's
Juniper.
like
Cedric.
Professor Cedric Juniper or
It's
Cedric
Cedric
Juniper.
Juniper. Yeah,
yeah. That's another common one that has gotten people in the past. So looking like Jesse on the advantage, at least prize-wise. 4 prizes for Jesse in the yellow. Remind me Jesse's opponent.
That is Noah.
Noah with the blue. Countering that Parallel City with the Tropical Beach and getting some energy in play. Do you see the Togepi? And with Togepi, all things are possible.
All right, I'm getting word that Jesse is up game 1. This is game 2.
Wow, with about 30 minutes left.
30 minutes remaining. So yeah, I'm kind of locked in. We had a really good interview with Chris earlier, so I'm kind of locked into this match right now.
Yeah, I don't want to cut away.
No,
I think we
yeah.
missed a prime opportunity earlier.
I'm actually still kind of like messed up about the match we cut away from earlier. So like, we're actually going to stay locked in here.
Yep.
And watch this one until conclusion. Ihana and Luna going to game 3.
Excellent.
Luna is on Eggmill. Ihana is on Psychic. So, yeah, this is crazy. We see that on Jesse's board. He is playing Psychic. This is Psychic Mirror, but very different Psychic builds. We've got Jesse with a Stage 1 basic focused Garbodor Psychic deck, and Noah with the Cursed Kiss variant of Psychic that we saw earlier on stream take a very exciting win via Togekiss's Wonder Kiss ability. It looks like Noah's having a little bit of a slow start here. Tropical Beach with like a curly
passing a curly
well, and there's
activate?
Garbodor in play.
And there's Garbodor in play.
And
I know, I was
Jesse
just going to call that out from Jesse.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Jesse's just got those.
What you want.
Jesse's just got the game locked out. I mean, a brilliant like board from Jesse. It looks like he's got Mimikyu, he's got Necrozma. Mimikyu can just use the filch attack, draw cards, and when you get to those like stalemate situations, this Garbodor deck is not playing any of the is not playing like Tropical Beach, right? And,
Right.
And the reason is because you never want to give your opponent that advantage to draw with their blocks, right?
Right.
So like it's just one of those things like you're playing cards like Judge, Marnie, Iono, and you just like always want them to stick. So it's a situation where maybe Jesse is like, I'll beach. I don't know what his hand is looking like now, but no, he's got the shopping center.
So he can shut off his Garbodor
Yes,
by picking
and
up
here
the
it
tool.
goes.
Oh my goodness. We caught it. We caught it, Andrew.
That's
That's
it.
the combo.
That's the combo, baby. And then here you go, Zatu. That is the beauty of the deck right there.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
And the Malamar.
And the Malamar. Holy cow, dude.
Wow, and that Necrozma is just beefy. 3 energy attached.
Dude.
That can do some work. Maybe you even move the Mimikyu out of the active.
It's got free retreat because
It
it's
does
got the
got free
mystery
retreat.
energy on it.
Yep. And then
And they lock her back up with Garbodor, right?
Jeez, dude. That is oppressive. Taking a 2 prize lead in this game number 2.
And Lysander?
Oh my
On the
goodness.
Mimikyu, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, this is good. This is good.
Yeah,
this is good.
Yeah, that's just.
Yeah.
Well, this is a world championship winning strategy right here. This is like Zoro Garb.
I know, it really
right?
is. Yep. It really is.
And those decks used to play a ton of field blowers so that you could remove your own tools,
Yep.
trade, and then lock it back down, attack.
Yep. It was a really fun strategy back in the day because you could, have these pivot turns where, you're like deciding whether or not to field blower your own tool and you maybe didn't have one in hand. So you're trying to draw into a tool, but also get some other resources. Or you say at a certain point in the game, like, I don't need my abilities anymore. And you just enable the Garb lock and it sticks for the rest of the game. And you disrupt your opponent's hand.
Right.
Maybe combo that with a huge attacker and you sweep from there. But yeah, this Garbodor strategy, picking up tools, removing them from play, using your own abilities, putting it back on. Tried and true over the years.
Yeah, it's freaking sweet, man. I'm just excited to see it here working, doing its thing. I mean, and the fact that like Noah doesn't have access to abilities to counter this play right now. Parallel City is a little bit tough. But
I think you discard the Wobbuffet.
For
I
sure.
think you discard the
Zatu at this point, yeah.
Or is it Malamar?
Nah, at a certain point, there's not like a lot of energy recursion in this deck, so Zatu is always the better card early, and Malamar is always the better card late.
Sure.
Just kind of like the way it is.
Yeah, just
it's a tough choice. I mean, it's one or the other, right? This is crazy.
Garbodor!
I think Jesse's saying like I'm winning by enough. And I agree.
Okay, that's interesting. That is actually
Yeah.
a really fascinating play.
Yeah, no, I like that play. I like you up
Well,
two.
and then you're losing the stadium as well. So it's like, how realistic would it be for Garbodor to,
I like this.
the tool to come off?
He's
the
up game
Garbodor?
one. This is game two. He's up game one. He's up 2 prizes in game 2.
I know.
Just like,
I know.
and that's the thing.
My default is to question every play Jesse makes. So, the fact that this might be optimal, I'm just like,
that was like a really good play, actually. Now, the more I think about it, like that is like a really good play from Jesse.
Because what do you need? You just need attackers turn after turn.
Yes, you do.
Right.
Like,
You
just
don't really
finish
need-
the job.
Finish the job.
Yep. Like, enough disruption. The disruptions worked. Like, you led,
It's
right?
stuck. Yep.
It's stuck early. And now you're like putting pressure on Noah to like have to claw back in this game. And Jesse, valuing keeping the draw of Xatu, keeping the energy acceleration of Malamar. It's all very good. Now Togekiss has got 140 hit points.
That it does.
Does 140 damage. So Mimikyu can answer Togekiss.
Oh yeah, that's maybe a reason to keep the Garb in play though, right? Because that shuts down through Togekiss, all things are possible. Right, you can talk about
like
prize deficits.
3 heads in a row, like
No, like a knockout here. If you flip heads here, you tie it up.
Yeah, 2 heads in a row. Oh yeah, flip heads here, tie it up, but you're still like
You give Jesse the action, but I don't know. Maybe I'm questioning that now.
you have to flip 2 heads in the next. If you assume Jesse's taking a prize each of the next 3 turns, you have to flip 2 heads in a row.
Sure,
which is possible. I mean, it's possible, right?
2 out of 3. I mean, that's.
I still think Jesse's.
I mean, I actually prefer that position more than what it was. Right? I don't know. Okay, well, it wouldn't be a good game of Pokemon if we didn't say it was a great play and then immediately walk that back.
I know, right? Dude, what is it? I forgot there's this Klefki that you could play.
Well, it's not a psychic. No, it's a fairy.
Oh, it's fairy. That's right. You can attach it as a tool.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah. That was very common back in the day.
Tails on the Togekiss.
Yeah, really needed that. He's gonna need to go runner, I suspect, for the game here. Jesse draws, and we do see some disruption from Jesse, so he could play an N. Looks like there's a litany of supporters in
Tulip is going to be the one.
that hand.
That's what we're doing here. Like Jesse is just racing right
probably.
to the finish line.
Yep, probably.
Recover attacker, get energy into play with Xatu.
Yep.
Because you're going to get to pull some out of the discard pile.
Yep. You're 1,000% correct.
That is and that's exactly why he decided to sack the Garb, because he's like, and he's actually getting Garb back. That's so beast. Unnecessary. I would say get the freaking Necrozma, dude. Stop playing around. Or yeah. So long as you get Boulder, I'm not mad at the play.
Can he thin the hand down though to match his opponent?
You got to keep. There's so many Psychic in the discard pile. Like, get one more of those for sure. Forget the Garb. Forget the Garb. Like, just forget the freaking Garb, Jesse.
No, now he's worried about the Togekiss because runner flips.
No.
Runner flips, bro. He could lock down the Garb for the last.
Noah
turn.
is not going to be able to power up attackers back-to-back turns.
Dude, believe. Yeah, he's now he's like, oh no, I realize what I've done. Because before, when he discarded the Garbodor, there wasn't the Togekiss.
No, the
Togekiss was not
online,
online, right? He didn't have rare candy, but then Noah was able to piece together rare candy Togekiss, and now that's got Jesse's scared. Jesse's scared, bro.
Yeah, the Troubadour is back. All right, but we've got Mewtwo as well. All right, Mewtwo is quite good at this point in the game.
Yep.
Jesse has the option to accelerate 2 energy into play. Can use Xatu and Malamar. The Mimikyu is going to need to take one of those.
How many cards in his hand? I think they're trying to match hand sizes. So
I'm not sure.
Hopefully that's not a misplay from Jesse.
Mimikyu can take the knockout on Necrozma because it's got a special energy on it.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't matter. I like the energy of the Mewtwo. Mewtwo just is the guy, just does 180 at the end of the game, right? Like when hand size get low, Mewtwo's your goat. So you see teammates off that, so that's good. You just kind of like hold on to that card, right? And say like, all right, as the game is kind of coming down, you see how good like breaking the own ability lock was here. Now that you kind of have the lead, you've got control of the game. You're just trying to trade like a normal Psychic deck.
Yeah. Great. So retreat on that Malamar into the Copycat Mimikyu. And we should see a knockout of the
Special
Necrozma.
laser.
Yep. And I think you just take the Psychic Energy off the prizes.
Take the energy, baby.
That's all.
Oh, yeah.
you
It's
need.
Necrozma's weak to Psychic. I forgot about that.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Psychic Pokemon used to be weak to Psychic. Yeah. It's true.
I hear that was a big issue with the Gen 1 games.
I heard there was a big issue with Mewtwo EX from Next Destinies.
Oh, baby. I don't even want PTSD, dude. Don't even bring it up.
Bro, that's a regional win for you. I don't even want to hear it.
Ah.
Here we go. Noah now. He's got Duskull promotes. And it's tough. I would pause. You never say never.
What can you do?
Dusknor the active. Flip heads on
But he's already
Togekiss.
used Rare. Oh, no, he didn't use Rare. Wait.
Dusknor the active.
No. Oh
my
goodness.
God, dude.
But what do you follow it up with?
You have to have an attack for sure.
There's a Malamar.
I mean, it's like almost possible. You got like Raihan
You
energy
could,
attached
like
D-Valley.
Mimikyu. Oh yeah, D-Valley is a play. Yeah.
The fact that Jesse doesn't have like an HP boosting tool in play means everything can die to a Togekiss.
Holy.
No, dude. The Gallade
Oh,
can go search out whatever supporter you want from the deck, dude. I mean, this is a crazy game for sure. There's 18 minutes left in the round. Like, if this goes to a game 3, it's going to get dicey.
Yeah, it really will. Oh no, I would feel very sick for Jesse if
I would feel very sick if it's double
the
heads.
Dusknor knockout heads into an attacker knockout heads, or attacker knockout.
I'll give it to
heads
Jesse.
on
He gets sacked if that's
yeah, we're taking him to dinner tonight for sure. Oh my. Well, it is crazy because that has to have heads, right? We saw the tails flip on the attack last turn, so that could have made it a little bit easier.
Could have made it so there's one heads gets the job done, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so now.
So now, are you still thinking that the discard of the Garbodor was?
I'm questioning it. I'm really questioning it now.
Because he could have like made the alternate play. I think of like you sack the Xatu, and then like get it back with Nessa.
Yeah.
And try to reestablish. So
yeah, I like that.
You got to do it to the active. Yep, I'm sure that no one knows how his deck works. So
Oh,
hopefully
yeah,
he will pop the active.
Oh yeah. And then who does Jesse promote there?
I think you kind of like play it closer to the vest. I don't love the Gallade play ability used to grab the Raihan. I would have just popped the Dusknor and had seen what happened, right? Because if you flip tails, then I don't know, maybe you like Iono, like you maybe make different plays. I don't know. Yeah, and then now I just think like pop it, flip, see where you're at, and then figure it out from there.
No way this is a double heads flip win, right? Because you Raihan, if you go get D-Valley,
25% chance.
Then you got a 1 in 4 chance of making it happen. If Dimension Valley, you got Malamar too, so you don't even need D-Valley. You can go get anything. If there's like a Lux Cape in the deck, then
oh my gosh,
then you're kind of crazy, I guess.
Well, we know.
Jesse just used his field blower.
We know. We have the list.
Yeah.
We also know that Jesse has a Lysander left.
It's true. Holy cow, dude. All right, and here comes Malamar. See, look at it must have been Dimension Valley that got grabbed then.
What's the attachment here?
It looks like Malamar is maybe attaching, to the Togekiss. So I'm thinking D-Valley is getting played right now, and then Noah's going to go for game with 4 prizes left. All right.
Well, it's got to be a heads here.
Got to be a heads here. All right. Wonder Kiss.
No.
Tails.
Jesse dodging a bullet.
Jesse did dodge a bullet there. We see Riley is like locked in. Yeah.
Oh my
God. Like way too close. No, you don't summon up the turn. Like, dude, keep it now, right? Because like you don't want him to be able to flip for game next turn.
It's fine because, like you said, like there's an attacker built up.
No,
right?
It's not fine. Oh, Jesse has 1 prize left. It is fine. Yeah. Never mind. Yeah.
I don't see the issue.
No, yeah. And then Jesse
because the Mewtwo
wins.
just comes up.
Yeah.
He has the energy in hand. So.
Yes. And Jesse wins.
GG.
Yep. Oh my gosh, dude. What a crazy game. That one was insane.
That was epic. See, I almost think though, again, like if Noah had an N, maybe there's a well, no. I think Jesse just had too much on board.
Yeah, that
was great.
Shoot.
That was great. A 25% chance there. Foiled.
Yeah, that was crazy. You know, I'm curious how much of our top 8 has wrapped up at this point. I think it would be cool to hear from Jesse about his day with the Garbodor deck.
Yeah, well,
we've heard from Chris already, so yeah, I give Riley a call right here. See what it do. Yo, let's get Jesse on for an interview. Yeah. Talk to Mr. Parker, World's semifinalist 2024. Excellent. Okay, we have got Jesse Parker hot off his top 8 win. It does look like Riley maybe has to check and make sure the microphone's on. It doesn't look like I'm getting any okay, it's good. Yep, now we are. It's just way more quiet than it was earlier, so it wasn't giving any feedback, which is kind of funny. Excellent. All right, we've got Jesse Parker and Riley. Jesse hot off his top 8 win. Just punched a ticket to top 4. Take it away, fellas.
What's up, everybody? We're down here on the floor. I'm joined by Jesse, who just had a triumphant victory in your top 8 match. We have one more top 8 match ongoing. Jesse, how are you feeling going into top 4?
I feel really good. I feel like the deck is very strong. Shout out to Andrew and Andrew Mahone, Tricky Jim there, and Alex Holtz and Ben Morse for giving me the list and letting me play it, because Psychic's been my favorite type. It's like the only type I ever play for GLC. I just have a blinged out Psychic deck, and I just update it every set. And it turns out right now it's really good because Fighting got a buff, so with the Luna Rock package. And yeah, I've just been Garbodor locking people, hand disrupt with N, Iono, kind of like the old days. You know that very well, Riley. Playing, the N's Garb deck. But yeah, feeling really good.
Yeah, well, that's super exciting, Jesse. So is this your first time playing this variant of Psychic? Was round 1 of this tournament?
Yes, it was. But I'm pretty familiar with most of the cards in Psychic, like Iron Boulder. You get to play that little mini game of you have to match hand sizes with your opponent. Necrozma with the special laser attack, you have to have a special energy attached. Copycat Mimikyu. These are all very familiar to me, cards I've been playing with for a while. I don't really focus on GLC much. I'm more of a standard guy, because that's where all the regionals are standard format, so that's what I focus on. But so yeah, this is the first time I've been playing with this particular version of Psychic, which is really cool. It's very low to the ground, no stage 2s, none of that nonsense, which helps with your prizing, because your prizing is a lot more manageable when you don't have these stage 2 pieces in your deck, and I think that's been helping my win percentage a lot.
Yeah, just less volatility game over game with prizing in a singleton format. That makes a lot of sense. So in top 4, we got DeAndre locked up with his colorless deck. We got the Fighting deck as well, making it through. Are there any matchups that you'd be nervous to see from here? We have the Egg Mill still ongoing against Psychic.
Oh, geez. Yeah, Egg Mill probably be what I don't want to play against, because I don't really know what's going on in that deck. So, yeah, probably that. But, Garbodor is really strong against control decks. I play a lot of hand disruption, so I know control doesn't really like to see that. But I'd say probably maybe that and normal. I think DeAndre is just playing normal attacking colorless. And that was what I lost to. That was my one loss, which that deck's just really, really powerful. So, yeah, maybe the control deck. If I could play it just against a normal attacking deck, I'd love to just play against that.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Well, Jesse, I know you said you're a standard head, but it looks like your time to shine for the Full Grip 6K weekend is actually here in GLC, going on to top 4. Is there
third Full Grip GLC top 8 so far?
Yeah, well, it seems like maybe you're low-key a GLC legend. Maybe it's time to put standard behind you.
You might be right. Let me just get a major win in standard. That's what I want, and then I got my Worlds finish. I've placed top 8 at regionals. I just need a major win. If I just get a major win, then I can, maybe take a break from standard.
Yeah, Jesse, I think if I had a piece of advice for your major win journey, it's probably to put the Miraidon in the deck box. I think that's where I would start.
I've been testing a lot of Grimmsnarl. Nobody's been trying to get me on the Grimmsnarl, so you might see me playing some Mr. Grimothy Snarl at the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
Well, there you go, folks. Sneak peek at Jesse Parker's potential deck choices going into Milwaukee. You get GLC, you get Standard, you get everything here. Well, folks, I think we're about to head back to the booth, but before we do, Jesse, do you have any shout-outs or folks you'd like to recognize before we sign off?
Yeah, shout-outs to Andrew Mahone and Alex Holtz and Ben Morse for giving me the deck list. It's been great, and so, yeah, shout-out to them.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Jesse. Always appreciate your time, and we'll head back to Andrew and JW in the booth.
All right, thank you very much, Riley and Jesse. Really cool to see that Garbodor deck in top 4. Yep. It's a first appearance for a Garbodor deck in top 8 of one of our GLC tournaments. And
you got a shout out.
Feels good, man.
Yeah, I bet it does.
Feels good.
I bet it
does.
That's
what there was some discussion before the event about the whole situation, right? Because it's like I had this deck that I liked a lot, but I can't play. I'm commentating. So like I want enough of my friends to play it, but then some of my other friends got mad that I was sharing the deck with other friends because they wanted to be the only ones playing, and it became a big hubbub.
I can't believe that. Yes, the drama surrounding this list, you guys can't imagine. I mean, it's pretty fascinating.
Some slight crash outs.
I was going to say, it's pretty fascinating how mad some Pokemon nerds can get
about a deck
over a deck list.
For sure. Oh, easy. You leaked the deck. You leaked the deck.
I can't believe you told it to this guy.
You leaked
and
the
then
deck.
he told it to this guy. And then everybody's going to play this tech. It's unbelievable stuff.
I'm very, very excited for Jesse in top 4. We've got, again, DeAndre in top 4 as well. Just barely missed top 8 yesterday in Standard. I was able to overcome a game loss because of a deck list error. And then we also got Chris in top 4 as well. So it's shaping up to be an exciting top 4 ahead. Gamers, we're going to take a quick break before we cut to top 4, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Make sure to check out the sponsors, FullGripGames.com, for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed products. Full Grip is also always buying bulk and singles, so if you want some extra cash or store credit, you can trade in your cards for that right on FullGripGames.com. Also, DragonShield.com for all the best sleeves and accessories. You can use code TrickyJim at checkout for 5% off your order. We'll be right back with top 4 at the Mega Evolution Gym Leader Challenge 3K here at Full Grip Games after this quick break. This tournament is sponsored by Dragon Shield. Dragon Shield makes the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games, like the Pokemon TCG. Dragon Shield sleeves are super durable, making them perfect for tournament play and collecting. They also come in a huge variety of colors, so there's always a great choice to match your deck. You can even turn your favorite photograph or design into a custom box of Dragon Shield sleeves using the Sleeve Crafter on DragonShield.com. Head over to DragonShield.com and place an order for your favorite sleeves today. Use code TrickyJim at checkout for 5% off your order. Again, that's DragonShield.com for the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games. Huge thank you to Dragon Shield for being a continued sponsor of the channel. Yo, what's up, gamers? Welcome back. We are getting ready for the top 4 of the Full Grip Games Mega Evolution Gym Leader Challenge 3K. And our feature match is looking like a really exciting one, a Psychic Mirror, but these two decks are not the same.
Absolutely not, Andrew. So we had just talked to Jesse, and he's playing the Andrew Mahone, created by himself in a room, brew of Garbodor Psychic, featuring no stage 2s. And Ayana on the left, their deck is a much more traditional, like Gallade Psychic build. Now, part of the intent of the Garbodor build is to be a little lower to the ground and deal with these stage 2 versions of the mirror. So I'll be really interested to see how this plays out. Jesse felt very confident going into this top 4, though. So we'll have to see if he lives up to his word.
Yeah, Jesse did just have a good showing against Psychic in top 8. Was playing against Noah with the Cursed Kiss deck. We just saw the conclusion of that on stream. Got to talk with Jesse a little bit about how he's been feeling with the Garbodor deck so far. I think he beat a Psychic deck, a more traditional Psychic build during Swiss as well. So this is, I like...
He's running the gamut of Psychic.
For sure. We've had a lot of Psychic decks in the field today. Jesse is like, is comfortable playing against them, and we see he's got like the best opener possible, I think.
Yeah, just starting the Frillish right off rip is incredible. I mean, we've seen the impact of item lock in standard format with Badoo, and Jellicent on the rise as well in standard, but this Frillish is really good. 20 damage and item lock. I mean, think about it, Andrew. That's twice as strong as a Badoo. So every time you get 2 Itchy Pollens off, that's 1 Oceanic Gloom. You pair that with something like a Fighting Fury Belt or a Muscle Band, and all of a sudden, Frillish is putting on pressure early game, preventing your opponent from setting up, and then you have Garbodor to lean into as the game progresses to prevent them from closing.
Exactly. That's exactly right, Riley. That is exactly right. And this is just going to allow Jesse to take control of the game in a way that, like, Wobbuffet sometimes doesn't. What I was finding, with this deck, Wobbuffet's like one of the best leads that Psychic has available to it, but sometimes it is not good. Notably in the mirror, which there's a lot of Psychic decks in the field today. Yeah. Wobbuffet is a worthless lead if you're trying to slow down your opponent. And then also against decks like Water, I was finding that sometimes Water can just like go get a Wailord and attach 4 energy to it the old-fashioned way. It's like if you've got Wobbuffet in the active and you're taking a little too long, like they'll just do that, and then eventually they'll like Guzma something up, and it can get ugly. So the item lock, Oceanic Gloom, like actually can make it so that players' entire hands are unplayable, because most Gym Leader Challenge decks are not being built to accommodate for item lock right now whatsoever.
Definitely. Yeah, and you combine that with just starting it right off rip means that Jesse's going to go into that starting on the first attack of the game, potentially. And we saw that Ayana's setup on the left is just a little stunted, right? Only got an energy attachment down, no basic Pokemon put into play. And all it takes is a couple turns of stunted setup for Jesse to, dare I say, get a donk.
And this is crazy, right? Because Jesse does have that Cleffa there, but is looking like he's just going in with the Oceanic Gloom. I think had teammates in hand, but like didn't have another really incredible turn 1 draw supporter. But doesn't matter. I mean, Ayana cannot play items from their hand right now, and the Buddy Buddy Poffin Ayana just drew into, that's a nothing burger.
Yeah, absolutely. So much of the way we play the game is defined by item cards, right? You use items to search out your Pokemon. You use them to establish your board presence. And when you're locked out of those key pieces, it can be really difficult to actually get going in a game. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now from Jesse. And still not drawing too much himself, it looks like. He has a Float Stone, which is useful. Okay, there we go. There's a Marnie.
Had Marnie, Iono, and N in that hand, I think.
Yeah. The way he was moving, I thought he was just using the Oceanic Gloom on the Frillish. Okay. He like kind of pushed it forward a little bit, but no, clearly he had plenty of options available to him. And we'll see what he decides to go for off of this Marnie.
Now, this is a weird one. For me, that Marnie makes me a little nervous. I actually don't like it. And the reason I don't like that Marnie is because he had Iono and Marnie all in the hand, and then just like sent
you would have preferred N.
and I think is like the safest play there because that is a high like percentage of your of like your draw supporters are just like in that hand. And now we see Jesse, sure enough, has a suboptimal looking hand right now and has to decide like, okay, am I going to go Cleffa or am I going to keep the status quo with the Oceanic Gloom? It's a tough one, right? I mean, it has the option to retreat, and Cleffa is kind of weighing that decision right now and keep the item lock going.
Yeah, I think... Oh, here we go. Yeah, Jesse saying, I can't do enough with this hand. It's not worth the item lock. And using Cleffa.
Yeah.
Now, because Jesse didn't shuffle his deck there with any of his game actions, the supporters are still on the bottom.
For sure.
So still didn't have great odds to hit one necessarily.
Found Judge.
Did find a Judge there. But definitely unfortunate when you send those cards to the bottom. It's not something people always think about.
Ihata's head is terrible.
Oh.
Off the Marty, actually insane. It's like 4 Pokemon and a Raihan.
Yeah,
like literally it's 20. It's 20 with the Latios.
Oh my word.
That's like perfect outcomes for Jesse there, who now has Guzma and let's see, Parallel, has got Lusamine, has got Psychic Energy.
Yeah, I mean, you could Guzma and establish the lock on something like the Inkay. You're hitting for weakness, I believe.
And you kind of know Ayana doesn't have like an energy in hand right now.
And slowly charging up that Mewtwo for future turns. Now, Mewtwo is still a little ways away from really getting to its impactful phase of the game, but I mean, it does still hit for okay damage, even if it's not fully
like 100.
activated. I think it's 90.
Yeah, or like 90 or something.
Yeah.
And it's just Lusamine from Marnie back. And I like that from Jesse. Jesse's got like Judge in hand, which is okay when paired with the item lock for sure. We do see Ayana, I think, just top decked into Lily's Determination. So that is going to be an incredible draw for Ayana.
Yeah, 8-card draw there.
Yeah, that's big. That's big.
Yeah, Lily, it feels like Lily's trademark is like early game.
Yeah.
Is kind of the vibe I get. The original Lily letting you drop to 8 on your first turn. This iteration of Lily letting you draw up to 8 if no prizes have been taken yet. Kind of fun. I like it when individual trainers have their like little flavor to them,
Yeah, for sure, right? It is cool. Now that this is like, is this the second? I feel like there's one more Lily supporter.
There was
that's
one
like horrible.
Yeah, there was one that was pretty bad. I think during Sun and Moon as well. Was there a Lily supporter for Lily's trainer Pokemon? Do you know? That one was probably also bad.
Yeah,
if I had to guess if it existed. Either way, Determination seems to me like a callback to the very original Lily.
Yeah.
And because you're drawing 8 cards, even under item lock, you can find these pieces. And we see the capture energy on the Iron Boulder to start to establish a more firm board presence. Now with Parallel bumped and Lusamine down, it's unlikely that Jesse is able to reduce that bench anytime soon. So you're incentivized to go a little more wide.
Yeah, Dimension Valley is kind of going to become a key card in this game. I mean, just the fact that you can decrease your attack cost, everything just becomes cheaper, easier to negotiate. It's funny when you're playing a Psychic Mirror because Dimension Valley helps both players. So you kind of have to decide, when does it stay in play? When do we counter it? And both players kind of having the ability to turn it off, turn it on. Since I have not seen a Psychic build that does not play Dimension Valley.
I would sure. I mean, what would you even do with that slot? That's better than Dimension Valley.
It's nothing, right?
Dimension Valley is so generically strong,
right,
in Psychic decks.
All right, Jesse was able to find not to there. An energy nest ball as well, and that's the thing is like Jesse's deck still had not been reorganized. So like, over the course of those last couple turns, it just took those handful of supporters that were in that original hand and Marnie them to the bottom. That's why I was like, N is just, I think N was like the feel good play out of that original hand, and now it's been like a Marnie. I mean, granted, Marnie has been nice this last turn. I mean, really, it kind of kneecapped that Lily's Determination hand. So that is nice. Chuck that to the bottom.
Yeah, and now Jesse's starting to go for that Garbodor line. Needs to get a tool on it on some point, of course, to activate that Garbotoxin ability. And Jesse does play that Spicy Shopping Center as well, which is not only a way to bump the Dimension Valley in this matchup, but Jesse could also use it to retrieve the tools off his Garbodor and kind of do like a Zoro Garb type thing where you're turn after turn activating and deactivating Garbodor so you can use your own abilities, but your opponent can't use theirs. Very, very powerful stuff from Jesse.
Yeah, I got like a little nervous about going in with the Mewtwo. I get it, like the math worked out. You could just like send up the Mewtwo and take a KO. But now, I mean, you see the way Ayana's deck's built, you basically can Iron Boulder with 2 different Pokemon. You've got this Mew from Fates Collide in the active spot, and Mew can copy any of your basic Pokemon's attacks as its own attack. So you can just attach 1 Psychic Energy to Mew, match hand sizes, and you can do 170 with it. So like that's really good. And Mew kind of operates as this additional basic attacker for Ayana's Psychic deck.
Yeah, it's like an extra copy of any of your other basics.
Mimikyu, Iron Boulder, Latios, right? If there's like a guy that you want to be able to go in with twice, it's also got free retreat, so it can pivot to the bench very easily.
Yeah, the opportunity cost on the Mew is, well, you're not playing the Mysterious Tail Mew, so you can't use that to retrieve item cards out of your deck. And of course, Mew does have pretty low hit points, so it can be fairly vulnerable to easy return KOs. Oftentimes, I think that trade is worth it. I think in Standard and GLC alike, we've seen those sorts of strategies where, you know, you're willing to take the trade so long as you're taking the knockouts when you need to. But if you're against maybe more of a spread strategy or an ability locking strategy like Jesse's, the Mew all of a sudden becomes a little bit more of a liability. We'll see what Ayana is able to put together after this Colress. Colress, I feel like we haven't seen as much of Colress, especially since the Kyurem came out. But it doesn't feel like Kyurem is as much in the spotlight anymore. Kyurem, of course, being able to snipe 110 damage to 3 different Pokemon if there is a card with Colress in its name in the discard pile. And I think a lot of players over time have come to the conclusion, hey, there's a lot of really great supporters out there. Why even take the risk? Like, maybe I don't play any Kyurem, so why even put myself in a position where Kyurem could do that to me? Even though Colress is a good card, there's plenty of other good cards.
Here we go. Ayana's board getting a little bit more wide, and here comes the Boulder, the hand match. And this was something that I was like a little bit nervous about Jesse's. A little bit nervous about about Jesse's going in with his Mewtwo is like the rest of the hand is like not looking good. So like if a Boulder does come up, what's going on? Well, here's an Evo Incense. I think there is a Psychic in hand.
Yeah, there's a Garbodor too.
There's a Garbodor. You could lock. You could maybe accelerate some energy into play with Xatu, right? So there are things.
The Evolution Incense will be able to get you a Xatu or a Malamar, but you don't really have great acceleration targets right now.
Is there a Mimikyu in the hand? I felt like maybe there is.
Oh, is there? I didn't get a good look at his hand.
That would be big. I can't quite tell.
And of course he is got the hand face down right now, so we can't get a good look at it at the moment.
There might be a Mimikyu in hand, but yes, other than that, there is nobody.
Yeah, Jesse did put out I've noticed Jesse doing this throughout the day. He'll ask his opponent their hand size and put it out as that die in the middle of the board. So that's his target.
There's the
5
Mimikyu.
Cards.
And Iono. All right.
Yeah, so Jesse could just attach an energy.
No, it doesn't even need it because the D-Valley.
Yeah, D-Valley's still in play. I thought it maybe was bumped.
So yeah, could go Garb,
Iono.
Lock, Iono.
There is no tool in Jesse's hand right now. And unfortunately, will not be able to play any new cards after this Iono.
Unless Prof Letter.
Yeah. Unless there's a way to profit the lost card back into the hand.
Yes. Yeah, so
doesn't look like it.
No, Prof Letter I think is the only 2-for-1 card, like in the deck.
Yeah, Xatu can be quite helpful for hitting those exact numbers as well, since it trades energy in a 2-for-1 fashion, but already used there. So, yep, just copycat for the knockout.
Yep. There we go. That's the power of Mimikyu, Riley, just like that. And Dimension Valley, like I said. I mean, Jesse very much just kind of benefiting from Ayana's Dimension Valley there. And we see the strength of Mimikyu.
Yeah, Mimikyu with Dimension Valley is an extremely strong Pokemon.
But ridiculous. Like, copycatting for 1 energy is ridiculous, Riley.
It's nuts. Yeah. An interesting quirk is that because of the way Copycat works, you also can't be copycatted in return by an opposing Mimikyu. So in the Psychic Mirrors, like finding the right times to use the Mimikyu can actually be a pretty impactful choice, since your opponent can't just slam down their own Mimikyu and copycat your copycat.
Right.
It's an infinite loop type scenario.
Can't do it. Right. So Mimikyu can't answer it. You have to build up somebody else. It looks like Ayana.
Ooh, yeah, just using the Dimension Valley to collect on the Ralts.
Oh, no. I was wondering. I was like, where'd that draw come from? That's right.
Yeah.
A free collect because of Dimension Valley. Yeah. Pretty cool.
It is cool. You don't usually want to call collect here.
No.
Now, Jesse should not copycat collect, because if you wanted to draw a card, Filch is better.
That is true. That is true.
Did Jesse just read the Natu that he has in play?
Yes.
That was cool.
Read his opponent's Natu, yes. Which he also plays.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool.
Now, I think I saw Ayana is playing the blindside TM. So, like, there is this loop you could do with Giratina where you use Giratina and Distortion Door and ping 10 damage on 2 people. And then you can use blindside TM to snipe 100 with the Natu and take 2 prizes doing it. So, like, that is a play that Ayana's deck can do, which is really cool. Jesse's deck cannot do the blindside thing, as this deck does not play blindside or Giratina. However, Natu is still there, and there are like certain situations that you get into where like Natu can technically take the knockout and take an additional prize card. Like its attack is not good.
It's quite bad.
Yes, it's 10 damage times the amount of energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon. So like, if it's 1 energy, it's 10 damage. If it's 3 energy, it's 30 damage. It's not a lot of damage, but it is possible, in some situations, like if you maybe swing into a Wailord for not enough, or if you swing into anybody for not enough and then finish it off, or there's like this Frostlass in some water decks that puts damage counters on itself till it has 10 remaining. You like knock that out with a Natu. So like weird situations that come up where it's like, well, I might as well take 2.
Yeah, I guess if presented the chance, why not take it? Unless the Natu is like strictly suboptimal in every other way, right? But the stats are fairly comparable.
You're talking about the difference between a 40 hit point Natu and a 50 hit point
right.
Natu.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's not enough of a difference. If there were like 60, 70 HP Natus, maybe that'd be a different story. But yeah, 40 and 50 is not really super noticeable.
So the one thing I want to see from Jesse here, I would like to see Jesse probably go item lock, right? And then he's got the Garbodor lock if he wants it. And he got Pokegear for next turn. But the thing is, he doesn't have any other energy or like very solid attackers in play. Is a problem. He's got this
on his
MK
whole
down.
board.
Yeah, on his whole board, right? It's like Mimikyu. So like, what are you doing here? Are you just gonna are you gonna Frillish things to death? Like, is that what's going on?
Grabbing that U-turn board so he can activate his guard potentially. And to be fair, from Jesse's perspective, yeah, he doesn't have an attacker in play currently. There is Mimikyu as that backup option if he wants to respond to an attacker. And if Jesse is just using the Oceanic Gloom turn after turn, and Ayana isn't knocking out the Frillish, that means Jesse's probably winning.
Probably? Yeah, I mean, Jesse's up a prize right now, and this is like the strength of the Garbodor deck, right? You've got the Oceanic Gloom, you're item locking, your ability locking. I mean, it's rough out here, right? This game is kind of screeched to a halt, and now Ayana doesn't have any of their Pokemon evolved up. I mean, there's no Xatu. Oh, well, here's the Xatu. I could say no Malamar, right?
Oh, here's Malamar.
No Curlia. Yeah, no Curlia. Oh, well, here's Malamar. Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, no Curlia. Oh.
The commentator's curse.
I know, right? And Arven. It's like, so Arven as a supporter card
You could Arvin for a field blower.
No, you can't because item block.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you can't play it.
Like Arvin as a supporter.
It's
when
Faba hours.
Yeah.
It's Faba hours. Let's get a Faba.
Yeah. Arvin as a supporter when you're item locked is like horrendous.
I know. Yeah, this is one of the reasons I don't like Arvin decks in standard anymore as much is the Badoo is so prevalent that you don't really want to be playing Arvin as your primary supporter for turn. Not even a supporter at that point. It's just grabbing a tool card. There's items that do that.
Yeah, for sure. Got like Adventure Bag. Adventure Bag's been a card that I've been kind of like enjoying lately. Had Adventure Bag in this Garbodor deck like earlier on in its existence. But eventually it's like, well, that's one of those cards where it's like, yeah, don't really need it. You kind of just find the tools.
Yeah, I mean, if you play enough of them, you're likely to find them. Adventure Bag does help you with finding like the exact tool that you want. Floatstone is colloquially referred to as the Garbodor Spirit Link because of how intimately connected those two cards have been.
Like, literally, right?
In the Pokemon TCG's history. Air Balloon, I think, is a fine enough substitute. You really don't. You would prefer not to have U-turn board consistently on your Garbodor. It's fine to sit there for a turn or two, but that does leave your Garbodor potentially vulnerable to getting trapped in the active, which is
sure
not what you want to see.
Oh, you end up doing some funky things with your Garbodor in this deck, right? Because there's only one Floatstone. Yeah. So like you end up, he ends up with all sorts of stuff on him.
Oh, for sure.
He'll wear any of them, really.
Yeah. Well, my point is more so Adventure Bag makes it a little bit easier to find exactly Floatstone for exactly Garbodor.
Right. Yeah. We got the Horror Psychic Energy going on to Mimikyu. But again, like the Mimikyu is only as good as the pressure that Iona is putting on, and right now that pressure is not much. So it's this weird situation where Jesse has the advantage, but didn't leave enough bench space to put an additional attacker into play, which I think is his major weakness. Like right now, right, is that this Gloom needs to go down. I mean, not the Gloom, the Frillish, which is using Oceanic Gloom, which is where I got the Gloom
and
from.
Gloom is a different thing.
Is a grass Pokemon,
I guess in theory, I guess it would be
poison.
dark now.
Yeah, it could be dark, yeah. The Dark Gloom.
Has there ever been a dark type Oddish line? I don't think so.
No, for sure.
They could print Venusaur as a dark type as well.
That'd pretty weird. Yeah. I know. They never use the second types on Pokemon.
No, they really don't.
No. With the pass. Wow. All right.
Yeah, with no deval in play, you can't even collect anymore.
No, Jesse shut that down.
Yeah, enough of that, Jesse said.
And the Frillish just provides.
The Frillish provides. Yeah, the Frillish does provide.
I was going to say, Jesse needs to not waste this first Seeker on something stupid.
I like the grabbing the parallel back. Marnie's not a bad choice either. Just get a little more disruption options available. Marnie also useful for Iron Boulder shenanigans. I wouldn't have hated Jesse to use parallel on himself here.
Yeah.
Get rid of the Cleffa.
Yeah. Because the Cleffa's a free prize. If the ability lock ever goes, I mean, Iona was very quick to discard the Giratina because the Giratina can Distortion Door, knock out the Cleffa. I mean, honestly, Jesse would probably love to see that Cleffa go down so that he could bench a real attacker. It's like the one really problematic thing with his board state right now.
Yeah, it's looking likely that Frillish is going to take a potential KO on Ralts here just by Oceanic Gloom over and over and over again. Pretty scary stuff. Really, I mean, Oceanic Gloom isn't really meant to take knockouts turn after turn, but if you're locking down your opponent for long enough, it adds up.
Oh, yeah, dude. I mean, listen, there's a Fighting Fury belt in this list. You can put that on there.
Yeah, well, Jesse can't. Jesse can't. He has a Floatstone on that guy.
It's true. I mean, but he could have Field Blower that.
Can only wear so many hats at once.
Didn't want to.
Probably the Floatstone.
It's probably better. It's got a retreat cost of 3.
Yeah, it's really large jellyfish here.
Iona just having to pass again. And here we go. Frillish with the KO.
Don't want to play Marnie here if you're Jesse. I mean, you've seen turn after turn, Iona just cannot play the game.
Look at the hand, dude.
Yeah, it's not looking pretty.
No. Not even a basic Psychic Energy to go, draw was Atu.
See, an interesting inclusion of the Devolution Spray in there as well. Gets to pop the Gallade back into a Kirlia?
pop the Zatu into Natu and blindside.
Yo.
I think that's a scoop. All right.
Yeah, well, that makes sense.
Yeah, that was getting really rough. I mean, Jesse did have kind of a flawed board state. Like I said, like didn't really have room to create a strong backup attacker. There was the Mimikyu, so like if at any point Iona came up and did like, I don't know, take a KO with Giratina or anything, Mimikyu could copycat it. So like that's fine. I think that at a certain point, since Jesse kind of knew that he was going Garbodor, he should have not benched that Inkay.
I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah.
I think saving the Inkay slot, since you had already used a slot for Cleffa.
Yeah.
Right? If you had never benched the Cleffa, never had to use it, then maybe there's a better case for benching the Inkay, but you can only use so many support Pokemon effectively.
For sure.
Right? You need to have room for your attackers. And if there was a world where Iana was getting a little more set up under the item lock, well, then Jesse would be in a little bit of a pickle because they didn't have the opportunity to power up his attackers.
Right. Yeah, no, but like all things considered though, you can see why Jesse is here in top 4 just knocking on the door of the finals with this deck. I mean, it's like you got the Frillish, you got the deck could do everything. You've got energy accelerators, you've got ability lock, you've got item lock, you've got ability lock via Wobbuffet, you've got big basic attackers, you've got copycat. It's nuts. The deck is crazy. It's got everything.
When you were creating this deck in a room by yourself, was it like you kind of had a vision and you saw the future and knew this was the line? Was it like an out of body experience sort of thing where, you almost like the deck kind of produced itself in front of you and it was almost like magic, or was it just pure brain power?
let me tell you, Riley. I had two Psychic GLC decks, okay? For the Destined Rivals event, I was very high on Curse Kiss. That was and my thought was, okay, Iron Boulder is the most broken attacker, and Mimikyu is the most broken psychic attacker.
Yeah, you must have talked to me about that boulder for like 2 hours straight.
Oh yeah. Let me tell you about Iron Boulder. It's a really, really good card.
Yeah.
So
it is very good.
So then my thought was like, okay, well, if Psychic can just power these guys up very easily and has like a very solid core with just Mimikyu and Boulder, then why not spend the rest of your space on like the most broken stage 2 Pokemon imaginable? That's where you get like the Gallade, the Togekiss, and the Dusknoir, take bonus prizes. We saw Noah playing that deck, effectively made top 8. But then I was getting frustrated at the Dragon matchup and big basic matchups just kind of running you off the table because they could bully you sometimes if you started lower HP Pokemon, weren't able to get your Boulder up going quickly, and things like that. Or if your Boulder, God forbid your Boulder got like lost zoned, you could just lose the game on the spot there, which is something that happens a lot with Lost City. So then I had this Garbodor deck, which I played on stream before, and just had like a lot of different evolution Pokemon in it and things like that. And I was like, what if you just took like the best cards from like the Gallade Psychic deck? Take the best cards from the Gallade deck and smash them together with the best cards from the Garbodor deck. And just play it like a low to the ground big basic deck that uses Garbodor sometimes when it's convenient, and seems to be working out.
That it does, Andrew. That it does. We see Jesse start again with the Frillish, and this time straight away benching an auxiliary attacker.
Thank goodness, honestly.
With that Necrozma, and gets the special energy on it right away. So a special laser will be activated in the future with just a basic energy attachment. And we'll see what Iana is able to put together. They did start the Mew, which is another really excellent starter Pokemon. It can copy the attacks of Pokemon on your bench. So if you have like a utility attack you want to use, Mew can utilize that. Or worst case, it can retreat. It's got that free retreat.
Yeah. Another Frillish start from Jesse's crazy. I mean, it's so good, right? Like opening the Frillish might just be the best lead in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think realistically, you're trying to get into the Frillish early game and in a lot of situations, and so just starting it off rip, like there's no journey to even get in the active.
No,
where's the thrill? Where's the thrill of the chase?
You control so much of the game with that thing. It's really insane, and the difference between 20 damage and 10 damage is like night and day. The difference between like 30 hit points on a Badoo Yeah, the difference between 30 hit points on Badoo and 80 hit points on Frillish also very
Yeah, that's
substantial.
even more than double.
Yeah, exactly. That's like 4 times the amount of not 4 times.
No, it's not.
Okay, all right. It's almost nearly
It's like
3 times.
3 times.
Yeah, it's like a little less than 3 times. I stay in school, kids. All right. Anyways, it's a lot more HP. Well, if you have a Fighting Fury belt on, it is 4 times. There you go.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah,
man.
spun that into a dove, I think.
Yeah, thank you. So the Frillish really nasty lead. Shout out to Alex Holtz. Alex Holtz was really preaching the good word of Frillish with Garbodor. Had been for a long time. He's the one who kind of keyed me into that being a good card. And then the Frillish has been a total game changer for the deck.
And look at this, Sayana, seeing the opportunity, getting that Arven, TM Evo, 2 basic Pokemon on the bench, and it also loads up an energy on the Mew, which is likely to survive this next turn. So it could use something like Copycat or copy its Iron Boulder attack if that's able to hit the bench. And right away, getting a Kirlia and a Xatu into play, and this will make a significant difference in playing through the item lock, right? Having the refinement in play, having the Xatu to be able to draw additional cards. You're no longer as reliant on items now that you have this baseline setup.
Yeah. And this is a crazy start for Mayana, for sure. I mean, with Kirlia, you could fight through the item lock. I mean, that's basically the perfect response to what Jesse is kind of is showing from his side of the board. So this is, let's see, Lily for 8. Got the Horror Psychic Energy on the Frillish. So if you decide to hit it, you're going to be hitting yourself.
Why are you hitting yourself?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. Now, if I'm Jesse here, I'm looking across the table and I'm thinking, man, I really want to prioritize getting a Trubbish this turn.
Yep.
I see so many threatening abilities and I don't want to deal with any of that crap. I want all the stuff to be locked down and to reassume control of this game just like I did in game number 1.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Garbodor would be absolutely massive. Let's see what Jesse finds.
There's a Trubbish.
Yes.
And I think I saw Floatstone too.
And Hisuian Heavy Ball, so we could take a look at those prize cards. Unless Jesse kind of already knows that he doesn't need anything.
You see, the optimizer in me says that you should never play a Hisuian Heavy Ball just to take a peek.
No, you shouldn't.
You've already taken a look at your deck.
You shouldn't, but we see Treasure and Ultra Ball in this hand, so like that is a prime card to get rid of if there's nothing worth getting.
Exactly, Andrew.
I know. You're right on that one. Mysterious Treasure, discard Mewtwo. Mewtwo is famously not good right now in the first half.
Famously.
Yes, famously only good in the back half.
Interesting.
Yeah, Mewtwo has got the limit break attack, 90 damage plus 90 more if your opponent has 3 or fewer prize cards.
Pump isn't terrible.
Side Pump's not terrible, and yeah, it's just not great. It's not what you're really looking for. Especially we saw last game how precious your bench space can be. I do think that this is Jesse's first look at the deck, though, right?
I think so.
So now he's checking the price, and this is like really heads up baseball by Jesse, checking the deck before committing to the Hisuian Heavy Ball, right?
Yeah, and especially in a singleton format like GLC, you can't afford to discard things exceptionally recklessly.
Right.
So you do want to know, okay, if I can discard this Hisuian Heavy Ball, that's huge. That's an additional singleton resource that now I get to keep in my deck that I wouldn't have had to discard if I burned the Hisuian Heavy Ball just to check my prizes.
Exactly. So there's definitely a heads-up play there from Jesse. Looks like Jesse is kind of shuffling up, so maybe thinking that the Ultra Ball will go towards the Garbodor next turn, which I do like.
I like that.
Counter energy on the Necrozma, just it feels so good. And that's what, like, Necrozma was a card that was kind of getting a lot of second looks in this deck because, like, you do have to play at least a few special energy in order to actualize it, right? With the special laser attack. And it's like, we could cut special energy for more basic energy if we cut the Necrozma.
Make your Xatu more consistent, make your Malamar more consistent.
The thing is that there's so many times where you just rather would not be matching hand sizes early on and can just, like, go out with a Necrozma, ability lock with Garbodor, and then you're swinging for 160 every single turn. The card's like an insane lead in the deck. You're usually only attacking with it once, but that one time is, and sometimes it goes 2 for 1 if you're disrupting your opponent enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And in the mirror, too, like, it helps deal with opposing psychic Pokemon fairly well. The pre Scarlet and Violet psychic Pokemon were often weak to psychic. So even just a special laser for 3 and doing 100, if that's doubled, that's knocking out most pre.
Well, Necrozma's weak to psychic.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
it can handle itself fairly well.
It looks like Jesse unable to bench that Iron Boulder because he is parallel locked.
I think that's fine, though. Like, you'd already used your Xatu, you'd already attached an energy to the active, so not really able to do any, like, attachments to the boulder preemptively, and realistically, like, Necrozma is probably your next attacker anyway, so I don't think Jesse's going to be too hurt by that.
Now, Ayana going to an 8-card hand now with Lily's Determination. That is a huge draw. I think Ayana had just a 1-card hand, right? But it must have been the Lily.
Yeah, well, so it's going to be pretty intense, right? Because you also have Xatu access so long as you get basic energy, and you have Refinement Kirlia. So this could be as many as 12 cards seen this turn after the supporter.
Yeah.
And that's pretty intense. You could even potentially evolve your Kirlia into something like a Gallade and utilize that Buddy Catch ability prior to any Garbotoxin going online.
It's true. It's kind of interesting with this Frillish having the Horror Psychic energy on it, because if, Ayana wanted to, play the item lock game back, right? You could copycat the Frillish to try and... You can't do that, right? Yep. Yeah, good catch.
Deck wasn't looked at yet.
No, it
so
wasn't.
It's really fine. Yeah.
Yep. I understand the want to play Buddy Poffin. I do. Yep. It's a good card. But
all as well.
Yep. We got
Refinement.
Giratina to the discard pile.
It's where he likes to be.
But yeah, if you go out and you start trying to item lock the Frillish, you're going to be taking 20 from the Horror Psychic energy, then 20 from the item lock. It's just, you're going to lose that fight.
Yeah, and the Mew is already nearly knocked out. The Horror Psychic energy would actually KO it.
Yeah, this Mew only has 50 hit points. It is a weak little guy, but it does have free retreats. So that is the trade-off.
Very cute, too.
Extraordinarily cute, yes. Very nice artwork on it. It's in like a lush green forest.
Yeah, Mew likes to kind of scamper about in the forest, I think.
I would agree. Looks like we've got Xatu, Clairvoyant Sense, Draw 2.
And like I was saying, Andrew, that's 12 cards between the supporter and the abilities on these Pokemon. That's a huge chunk of the deck at that point.
It is massive.
So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some play in there, though there's also a huge chunk of any given deck that's typically devoted to item cards.
And I think we saw Mew copy Filch.
Yeah, that was a Filch angle.
So this is a situation where if Jesse can establish Garbodor, item lock while knocking out the Mew, right? 12 cards in hand. This is like a if you can Marnie, if you can Judge, those are the cards you want to play right here. Put Ayana down to a very small hand, evolve that Garbodor into play. Jesse does have one more use of Xatu, Clairvoyant Sense, before he decides what to do. So we're going to see that here.
A Special Laser now queued up, ready to go.
Finds Air Balloon. Could retreat the Frillish if you want. There's no point.
There's no real point right now. Could even just Air Balloon the Trub.
Or the Trub, because you're going into Garb, right?
Yep. There we go. Ultra Ball saved on the last turn, like you were saying, Andrew.
Yep.
To grab that Garbodor.
And there it is. I think we're probably going to see Air Balloon, Garbodor, item lock KO.
Yeah, item
but
lock
is
KO
there a
is
supporter?
Nasty. And even though Ayana's hand is massive, his hand is massive, they did not attach an energy from hand after using Xatu. So I'm wondering what their resources are in hand. We didn't get a good look on their turn, but it makes me maybe they have some supporters you can't play a supporter obviously after playing one already in your turn, and then I have to imagine the rest is probably just items.
Yeah, there's a significant chunk of the deck unavailable, and the thing about items is like the less you play them, the more they show up in your hands because you're item locked. So then you just keep drawing into more because they keep swimming around in the deck. You can't get rid of them.
And they are only playing 6 basic psychic energy, which does make it hard to consistently find them turn after turn.
For sure.
Jesse, by contrast, is playing 7, which, isn't a transformative amount of additional energy, but absolutely it makes it that little bit easier to find them. And this has always been kind of my problem with Xatu is I feel like if you're not playing enough energy to utilize
the Marnie,
it well,
dude.
Yeah, okay. Well, here we go. Marnie down to 4 cards. Item lock, knockout, ability lock, in play. No more refinement. No more clairvoyant sense.
Insanity, dude.
How do you respond?
12 card hand down to 4. Jesse finds Judge as well. But no, I hear what you're saying about the and that's kind of consistently been my issue with Xatu as well, is that you just need to have the energy to fuel it, or else it's not doing anything. It has to be energy in hand fueling it, right?
Yeah.
So I do like the 7th. The 7th was a big difference maker. It was actually a later add. I started with 6 in a letter, and we went up to 7 eventually after finding some more optimal cuts. And the 7th has been a huge buff for the deck for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting that energy routing is really, really important for these decks, especially when you kind of acknowledge that you're not going to have access to your abilities every single turn. You won't have Malamar and Xatu every turn, so it's really critical that the turns you do are impactful.
Right. All right, now Ayana set to a 4-card hand. No abilities. Cannot use refinement. Cannot use clairvoyant sense. Cannot use items because of Frillish.
It's brutal out here.
This is crazy.
We could see Jesse just run away with this at this point.
If Jesse ever finds a counter stadium and builds up another attacker, it's like that's...
Yeah, and even then, the Necrozma is a pretty solid option, just waiting on the bench.
For sure,
it's
right?
time to shine. And by the time that the Frillish is knocked out, Jesse can then use the Necrozma and start powering up something else. But with Dimension Valley in play, that's all the easier.
Oh, yeah. Dimension Valley is good just to free up those bench spaces. The Parallel City locking Jesse to just a 3-card bench. I think he had Iron Boulder in the last hand. Would have liked to bench that, but was not able to. We'll see if he's got a basic Pokemon worth tossing down here or a way to search one out.
Now, an interesting consequence of this is it is significantly easier under Dimension Valley for Ayana to put together responses.
For sure.
You can copycat for 1 psychic energy. You can retreat into this Giratina and attack for 2. You can attack with 1 psychic energy on the Iron Boulder. And so even under these lock circumstances, so long as you can find an energy, you can pretty much attack with whoever you want with Dimension Valley in play.
Yeah, this D Valley is it's only acting as a stadium bump.
For sure.
I think for Jesse right now, yes, but it is certainly helping Ayana more. Ayana could also attack, with Boulder. I mean, just like a float stone or a U-turn board into Boulder situation. I mean, all those plays become live very easily. Now, Mystery Energy, Arvin.
See, we don't.
There's our Boulder.
Yeah, getting the Boulder down is
and
nice.
Mystery Energy to it, that feels good.
Jesse debating. Now, the Mystery Energy is useful for Garbodor as well. It does prevent it from being trapped ever, but I think just getting the attachment aggressively is more valuable at this point. And yeah, another round of item lock.
And Jesse does have Arvin in hand, so could go and transition into a more aggressive strat this upcoming turn. I don't necessarily think that's necessary. I necessarily think it's necessary. I think it could be like an Arvin for Fury Belt, and let's item lock for 30. Let's pick up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, seeing how strong the item lock has been so far, you have to imagine Jesse's thinking about plays like that. MVP of both of these games has really been the Frillish, I feel like.
And it's Guzma and Hala. I know, confusing there. Looks like it could be an Ultra Ball. No, it is a Guzma Hala play. Both discard 2 other cards from the hand. Ultra Ball cannot be played because of the item lock, but Guzma and Hala can go search out a tool card, special energy card, and a stadium card from the deck. And I have to imagine that with Guzma and Hala, Ayana will be able to piece together an attack this turn.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Just a U-turn board is enough, to be honest, because Dimension Valley does reduce Giratina's attack cost to just those 2 psychics. So a tool alone is enough, and could also attach an energy to the Iron Boulder, for example. And I don't really see a compelling reason to bump the Dimension Valley right now, but I suppose you could if you really wanted to. Though if you did do that, you would definitely want to make sure you get a 3rd energy on the Giratina before you attack.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Ayana's going for here. We must have a close to the chest shuffle going on in a search. Yeah. Can't see that hand or deck search at all.
Meanwhile, an update from the field. JW shared that Chris has won game 1 after a dominant showing with his fighting deck against the colorless from DeAndre. And DeAndre admittedly did say in his interview that he had not really prepared for the fighting matchup significantly, had not really tested it out. But you can understand why that might be a difficult one for the average colorless build.
Colorless. Oh, yeah. Into fighting. Yeah, I could see that for sure. Is it Guzma Hala just for capture energy? Oh, my gosh.
No tools?
I think so. Ayana's deck also features a Crisis Punch. I don't know if you saw that.
I do see that. Yeah, there's actually 3 different technical machines. The Blind Side, the Crisis Punch, and the Evolution.
Giratina just going to take a KO. On this Frillish, takes 2 damage counters.
40 onto itself, and then...
So up to 6.
That's quite a lot of damage.
Yeah.
For not doing anything on Jesse's side. I don't think it really matters, probably. Your route to KO the Giratina is probably relatively the same.
Yeah.
But it's kind of funny.
Now, this is weird. Jesse's hand is, like, not good. But
he has Special Laser.
His Special Laser and Garb is up, right? I think he's trying to say, like, do I just put up...
Is it even worth attacking? Why would you attack with the Boulder here instead of Special Laser?
I don't know. Just because you can, I guess.
Yeah,
it's like play nothing.
Play nothing attack.
Or you Arvin for, like, so long as you get 1 card with Arvin, you're fine. I think, like, Arvin for gear
or get
here
2
is, like,
cards
okay.
and play 1.
Yeah. I think Arvin for gear here is okay.
You could put a U-turn board on the Zatu.
Yeah. You like gear, U-turn board is fine. It's hilarious how much you Arvin for Poké Gear. It's like, it is quite silly. But it's under Garbodor lock. Like, that's the kind of thing you do, right?
Yeah.
I just need to get a different guy.
It's a fine play. I mean,
you get Arvin for Verse Seeker too.
You think of like the Skyla for research type plays, and this is very comparable to that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, Skyla for Juniper.
Yeah.
Yeah, Verse Seeker Fury Belt.
Yeah, I mean, Fury Belt sounds pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Then VS Seeker gives you a lot of different options for the following turn.
Exactly. And that's one of the reasons that Arvin is just, like, kind of solid. With gear and Verse Seeker, you could just go get a tool and turn it into something else. Kind of keeps the ball rolling. You're not just stuck, looking for nest balls and things like that. You actually have cards in deck that can turn Arvin into a draw card over the course of a couple of turns. And that is a big boulder with the adjusted horn for 180 hit points, or for 180 damage.
With 180 hit
With
points.
180 hit points, yes, both. Because Fighting Fury Belt gives this Pokemon plus 40 HP and its attacks do plus 10 damage. So, big adjusted horn there with Garbodor. And this was kind of like the board state that I was saying, like, this is where Jesse's feeling really dominant right now. You've got Boulder leading the charge. You got Necrozma in the back, right? Yeah. And that's why they both got to be in the deck, because, like, these two guys could take control of a game with Garbodor established. If your opponent ever does Field Blower Garbodor, that just gives you a turn to use Zatu if you want to.
Right.
It's really nice.
And here's an interesting predicament now, is that
it's a filch for 2.
Yeah, because Jesse drew a prize card. So they were at equal hand sizes. Jesse drew a prize card. Ayana draws a card for turn, but that means they can no longer play an energy down and still match hand sizes. So could not go, for example, for the copycat and still be matched.
Yeah. It's crazy out here.
It's really unfortunate, and because there's no hand manipulation with cards like the Xatu, with the Refinement Kirlia, it's just very difficult to maintain without access to a supporter the hand size.
For sure. Let's see what Jesse does. It looks like Ayana's got 5 cards in hand. Jesse maybe considering a judge. You got to watch. You can't put every single tool down because like you might want to reestablish Garbodor.
Yeah, at this point, though, you're going up a handful of prizes.
Like, who cares, right?
I was thinking about this when I was watching Jesse in top 4, and he willingly discarded his Garbodor.
I know. That JW and I talked about that a lot. I said I thought it was the right play.
I'm not sure, because I think the only way
that he lost was because of Togekiss, right?
Right.
Yeah,
the only way Jesse could have lost was because he discarded the Garbodor.
Yeah.
To be honest. So
yeah, it's tough.
Although I will say, especially in this specific matchup where there's not the Togekiss, the Garbodor has kind of served its purpose to some extent. Like, it has allowed you to get several turns where you have aggressed without any significant response.
Exactly.
So if, for example, this Air Balloon and Float Stone were to be field blowered away and Jesse couldn't find an immediate tool, that's probably fine. Like,
totally fine.
You could give abilities back at this point, because if you trade evenly the rest of the game, Jesse is ahead by 2 prizes.
Exactly, right? And that's kind of was my original defense for Jesse discarding the Garbodor in top 4 when he got paralleled, was that like all he needs to do is just finish the job, right? Like, you're up 2 prizes.
No, he definitely should have discarded Xatu there.
Yeah, that was like my initial thought was Xatu. And then I was like, well, you know, I see it, but like the Togekiss got really scary, and Noah had a chance to win if he flipped double heads.
100%. Yeah. It was just like the only way.
All right, here comes the field blower. Abilities are back, baby.
Yeah, this is
field
big.
blower. This is the field blower turn. Now, one of the reasons, Lieutenant Surge's strategy.
Oh, are we gonna see something crazy here,
dude? What about the crisis punch on the Natu?
Yeah, what about the Devo
to win with any to win with to win?
Much
and
to
take
think
2
about
prizes when your opponent has 1 prize remaining.
Yeah, you could also do something like use TM Blindside to snipe the Garbodor.
That'd be crazy.
That is an option available as well.
There's the blindside, dude. I mean, but like at a certain point, do you think Jesse cares if the Garb goes down? Like, no.
Well, this is kind of what I was saying, where you don't need Garb from here.
No, you don't.
You really don't. So it's almost like doesn't matter at this point. Now, it's interesting because from Ayana's perspective, they definitely want to still have access to their abilities for the rest of the game, because that's the only way they could win.
Yes, for sure.
Is with abilities. But from Jesse's perspective, it's like, whatever. If you have abilities, we'll just trade back and forth and I'll win that way.
And that's why the deck is still playing Xatu and Malamar and Garbodor, right? Because you can just say, I don't need it anymore. Let's just play our abilities, right? And just like go fast for the rest of the game. Yeah. And you could do that.
Yeah, it takes me back to what I was saying earlier as well, of just like stage 1s to me are kind of the platonic ideal of Pokemon cards.
For sure, right?
You know, they're a little lower to the ground, they're a little more streamlined, so the evolution is there, but it's a little more consistent, and you feel that really strongly in GLC too. Jesse was talking about this in his interview, where those stage 2s are really vulnerable, where any single piece of them being prized makes it basically inaccessible for the game. Whereas these stage 1s, they're just more resilient to that. They're less likely to be prized. There's 2 of them as opposed to 3.
Yep. You just slap them down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like that, right? You slap them down. It's really not a big stress on the deck's resources, on
100%,
on deck space, prizing. Yeah, they're just so much more consistent.
Look at all those little damage counters.
I know. That's another Giratina Distortion Door. Ayana weighing which supporter to play for their 3rd supporter of the turn, because you got Surge. Surge says if you're behind on prizes, you can play 3 supporters during your turn. It is a supporter. So then we saw the Marnie. Marnie limits Jesse's hand to just 4. Ayana draws 5 off the Marnie. Ayana finds teammates, so now Ayana can go search their deck for whatever 2 cards they want, put into their hand.
What do you think are the targets here, Andrew?
Shoot, dude. tough, right? The boulder. The boulder. We need a hand size match, and there's 4 cards in hand, so like it's part of it. I would like to see like a letter or a retrieval or something that gets Iona psychic energy to hand to maybe draw Wazatu, but then you also need a card that's going to allow boulder to match hand sizes. It's like
it's tough.
You need to build up a backup attacker because you're going to need to go through this boulder and then through the Necrozma. Gallade could be good if ability lock doesn't come back online.
Yeah, I mean, Gallade's good. Gallade's also a fine attacker.
Yeah.
Does 160 damage. We'll see what the choices are here. I didn't see exactly what those cards were when they were plucked out of the deck. Yeah, I mean, I keep going back to the same thought of, yeah, we might be able to take individual knockouts at this point, but getting...
we're seeing prize cards, all right. There's prize cards, angry prize cards.
Teammates for the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Inkay is coming out.
That doesn't feel like a super
Mystery
impactful
Energy,
use of teammates
Tulip.
to me.
I think Mystery Energy, Tulip, maybe Prof Letter, all prized. That's all. It's a tough situation. It's like Iona's board is not quite developed enough that like none of the plays really feel fantastic.
It's true. The thing is, getting an evolving basic off a Hisuian Heavy Ball from your teammates doesn't feel like a power play. You know, Jesse could always relock abilities the next turn, and then you basically wasted half of your teammates.
I am doubting Iona's ability to match hand sizes right now. I mean, it's looking really close. All right, Gallade, and now we've got it. Okay, that's 4. So it is. So basically, Iona decided to go for Gallade, and it's like, that's it. Boom, knockout. Okay, so now we go to 4 prizes. And you're kind of just hoping that Jesse kind of stalls out somewhere is what I kind of, I think that's the game plan, right? Like you have your abilities back online. You're just kind of hoping that Jesse's deck stalls out, that you have the ability to like knock out Necrozma with Giratina, and that Jesse somehow doesn't answer Giratina, right?
And that's like theoretically possible, but practically speaking, I don't think that's particularly likely. Jesse has a guaranteed knockout this turn. So all he needs to do is piece together 2 more attackers from there.
Right. And it's like, this is why it's actually good for Jesse to have the ability lock broken, right? Because he's got Malamar and Xatu online, which is more than Iona has, and can accelerate up to 2 energy into play. I think he's got this weird situation where he's got a psychic energy in hand right now, and he like wants to draw cards and accelerate with Xatu, but there's just nobody worth
fly or something.
Yeah, it's like a little fly on the prize cards. There's nobody worth accelerating to, and Jesse's only draw supporter is Iono. So
fly has no intention of leaving.
Yeah, do not flick the prizes over, right? Yeah, that would be so bad.
Yeah, just trying to burn the U-turn board, hoping that the Necrozma either stays alive and is able to keep taking knockouts.
Yeah.
Or if it gets knocked out, then the U-turn board just comes back to hand. Now,
I do agree with Jesse's decision not to lock abilities back.
Yeah, I think you want to wait and see if you can get another attack. Oh my gosh,
I think he
this
did.
fly is causing problems.
I think he killed it, dude.
wiping the guts off his fingers and immediately putting them back on the cards.
Oh yeah, baby, let's go.
I think ideally for Jesse, he's able to find a shopping center because Floatstone is still in play. So he could grab that Floatstone off the Malamar and transfer it at some point to the Garbodor.
And Jesse did find Rescue Stretcher off that Iono, so that's big. If he's got an attacker in the discard pile, he's got Boulder, right? And you could Psychic Recharge to the Boulder with the Malamar, just get an energy on it. Feels pretty good. Mewtwo is also like super good right here. Goodbye, Fly.
This Fly is causing all sorts of problems.
Yeah. So energy to Mewtwo feels super good here for sure. Jesse also does have Necrozma there, and not Necrozma, Nihilego. And I freaking love this card. This Nihilego was a super late add to the deck, just to help in those really nitty gritty like end game sequences where you're having trouble kind of like piecing together the final couple prizes. having just a 1 energy copycat in your deck that you don't need to like rescue stretcher for or anything, just go get it, lay it down, right? And then when your opponent goes to 2 prize cards remaining, you can nightcap for 1 energy, choose one of your opponent's Pokemon's attacks, use it as his attack. Amazing.
Yeah, it's even better than the average copycat, right? Because you can pick any attack.
100%. And then Void Tentacles is actually like one of the other really big selling points, is that if you get yourself in a situation where your opponent's got like a runaway attacker and you need to slow it down, you could just go up and Void Tentacles, Confuse, and Poison, and just like if they don't, and if you have like Garbodor up, and if they don't have like a switch, then you could slow the game down, you know, deal some incremental damage with Confusion Flips and Poison, and then like kind of basically bide a turn while you get some more stuff going.
So what do you think is the route here for Ayana, Andrew? I honestly, I feel like it has to somehow come down to the Natu. Right?
Oh, 100%.
I feel like the Natu is the only realistic way to come back in this game, and probably needs to Natu twice, to be honest.
Goodness gracious. I mean, yeah. So like Natu Blindside is like technically a live play, right? Because the Devolution card is in this deck.
Yeah.
So you could devolve the Zatu, attach the Blindside. Like it's like possible, but you're asking a lot.
I mean, you can teammates this turn.
We got Surge. Okay, it is when the deck needs a lot. Lieutenant Surge's strategy allows you to play 3 supporter cards. So you know
that's true. That's very true, Andrew. Astute observation.
Yep. So Lieutenant Surge's strategy now. Gallade can go get whatever supporter from the deck.
Yeah, like maybe you could get a Lusamine here potentially as well.
Yeah.
Recycle some supporters.
Hand is not looking fantastic. It's like a 1 card hand, and it's like a Mr. Mime. But Gallade is in play, right? So Gallade.
Yeah, I feel like the route has to be you blindside this turn and somehow Crisis Punch next turn.
Blindside this turn. Yes, that's the line. Yeah, if there is, I mean, that would be the most insane comeback in like in GLC history for sure. All right,
which makes me like kind of question the rescue stretcher on the boulder.
Yeah, I like this play of like Gallade for Colress, because Colress is the card you play when you need everything.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 9-card Colress here.
This is like, I need it all, baby. Let's go.
And there will be another supporter on the other side.
For sure.
Too.
Yes.
So could Colress for 9 hit something like a Raihan to piece together one of those combo pieces?
Blindside, yeah. But then also needs a pivot because there's a Malamar in the active.
The pivot, I feel like, is... That's just, you got to assume they're hitting the pivot. For sure.
You got to assume that the pivot's being hit. I'm not assuming.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, the pivot has to happen, but yeah, a lot of things need to happen. So the pivot's just part of that equation. I see a Raihan in hand.
Just trying to get a better look at this hand here, yeah.
So I think it's going to be something like, I don't know. It's not going to happen. I can tell you that. We're not going to be matching hand size with Jesse.
No. Just got what, 2-card hand? Yeah, no.
Yeah, not without something like a Judge, which I don't think is in the list.
Professor's Letter. There's no energy left.
And this is the weakness of playing only 6, is that you can just run out. And to be honest, I think the Zatu being able to attach energy is kind of critical for this path to victory.
There is a Night Stretcher in hand. Can get one from the discard pile.
Okay.
There's Raihan. Can accelerate energy from the discard pile. There's Devolution Spray in hand. Can devolve the Zatu.
Come on.
We don't have a pivot for sure. There's no pivot. But like Raihan could get it, I guess.
Yeah, but then you still need the TM as well.
Goodness gracious. All right, Raihan is number 3. All right, we had Surge of Strategy, Colress, Raihan. Here we go. Bang.
Okay, yeah, and not going for the Natu play, which, yeah, I don't think the
Counter energy.
I don't think the Natu was happening, but how do you win sans Natu?
Knock out this Necrozma. Hope Jesse doesn't do anything with 2-card hand.
Jesse does have Malamar
and D-Valley still in play. Yeah, the problem is that
Mewtwo is activated.
Yeah, Mewtwo's live. Yeah, with one more knockout.
Right.
Counter energy would retreat.
Oh, that's kind of
that feels bad.
Kind of icky.
I think it's the only option though.
Yeah, man. Wow.
Ugh. Not good. Ooh, can Malamar knock?
I think with weakness it can.
Does it do 60? Yeah, I think
it does. It does do 60. It's like Psychic Sphere or something.
Yeah, dude. Malamar is Malamar about to give hands? You've got to be kidding me. Please, Iona. Please, Iona, see it. Please see it. Yes.
This was a key part of Malamar mirrors back in the day. Is you'd Malamar the Malamars.
Oh yeah, that's beast for sure. All right, Iona taking a clutch knockout. Was about to retreat the Malamar, and then had a vision, saw Malamar.
So Jesse's got a guaranteed attack slung off this coming turn with Mewtwo.
One more attacker lined up, and I feel like that's the set.
Well, here's the thing, Andrew. Nihiligo's activated at 2 prizes. Iona's currently at 3, but if they don't take a prize, that means Mewtwo is still swinging.
Right.
And if they do, that means Nihiligo's ready to go. So I think the game is basically sealed so long as Jesse can get 1 energy.
Raihan and Tulip are both in this gear, which is like...
Yeah, if you could just Tulip... Yeah, like Tulip is fine here, or Raihan. Just use one of them to attach an energy to the Nihiligo and get a 3rd on the Mewtwo, get a full 3, so that way no D-Valley bump shenanigans. And I think you just guaranteed win with that.
Yeah, I like the Tulip. I think that's just the play. You get the...
Sure.
Yeah, just get some energy back, right? And then just like accelerate the energy into play. You go boom, boom, both your abilities. You go Xatu, you go Malamar. Yep. And you're just feeling really good about that.
Yeah, I think this should be checkmate for Jesse with the Tulip. Get a couple Psychic Energies out of the discard pile. Get 3 on Mewtwo. Get 1 on Nihiligo. And that should be it. That should be all Jesse needs.
And here we go with the Boulder. You could like think about the Necrozma, but I think he's like out of special energy, so the Necrozma's probably not him right now.
Do you have to be careful not to take all your Psychics out of the discard
You
pile?
want to leave 1 at least, yeah.
Maybe just the 2?
Yeah, just going for the 2. I like it.
Yeah.
Right, I don't even... Does Iona play Hex? Probably not. There's a lot of stuff on Iona's deck, and I
There is a Hex.
There is a Hex.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Iona's got everything in their deck. Yeah. It goes Xatu on to Mewtwo, draw 2. Nice stretcher 2. This is pretty much exactly what Jesse wants to be finding right now.
I would really love to see an energy come down on the Nihiligo. Personally, just lock up. There we go. Yeah, this would be even better with a 3rd energy on the Mewtwo, just to prevent weird stadium bumping stuff. But Jesse didn't find a 3rd energy. Didn't have access to quite enough basic Psychics, even though he is playing the 7.
I know. I think that Jesse's not... I mean, like, what if Iona goes to 1 prize remaining with a Xatu, right? I guess you could take the KO with anything, right?
Yeah, like Crisis Punch, you're thinking?
You could, like... Yeah, you could, like... You could like knock it out with like a Xatu. Like it's put the Boulder down. Like just put it down.
Yeah,
like,
you definitely put it down.
Yeah. Right. Because like Iona could skip over the 2 prize turn for Nihiligo. It's like a little weird. So you just want to like be prepared for that.
Yeah, I feel like in anticipation of that, I would be actually exploring the Garbodor here for the U-turn board.
Yeah. Well. At this point, I agree just with like leaving your abilities live. Malamar can just like in a pinch power up anybody.
Sure.
Just feels really good.
Yeah.
The U-turn board on the active Mewtwo, I like that a lot. The Mewtwo goes down, you get the U-turn board, which gives you a free pivot on the Xatu. I like that. It's really good.
Yeah, you have free pivot anyway. There's Malamar on the bench.
And Field Blower's already been played. Yeah, so like right. Yeah.
So I don't know if the pivot element to the U-turn board matters tremendously. I'm just trying to, like, I think the one way that Iona wins is with Xatu and somehow, like, bricking Jesse.
Yes.
But to be able to do that, they need abilities. I don't think they can Xatu from nothing.
Well, yeah, because they have to, like, Well, they could blindside, right? And counter energy's down. So,
right.
Yeah.
They need 3 energies for either
not
of those attacks.
Great, right? Because with the energy on and this is exactly why I love the Nihilego, because like you're here, right? You're like, yep,
right.
You
So
go
I'm trying
to
to
2,
think-
I go copy whatever I want.
So I'm trying to think if I'm Jesse, like, how could I throw this game?
Oh, yeah.
Basically, how could I throw this game? And I think the way I could maybe throw this game is by not having a attacker ready on the bench and not to like starting to do work on me. Because if a 1 prize is taken, then Nihilego always wins the next turn.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You can tell Ayana is in the grinder right now, just trying to figure out, like, is there a route? Like, what is it? What are we doing here? This is an extremely intimidating situation to be in. Down game 1, fully established board full of attackers on Jesse's side.
Yeah, and I'm getting word as well that Chris has won game number 2, so that's a 2-0 victory, fighting over Colorless in top 4, which means we will see Fighting and Psychic in the finals. Now, Chris, for those of you who remembered, alleged that Psychic is a very easy matchup for Fighting.
That's what he said.
We'll have to see how that plays out. Although I think some of his confidence in this tournament seemed to have been warranted from our earlier interview. He was very confident, and here he is showing up in the finals.
His win over Water in top 8 was like insane. I really had my money on Trevor in that one. I was like, yeah, there's not really much that like this Fighting deck is doing to compete with like a Wailord situation. And it just, that's why you got to sit down and play the game. I was like watching it happen, but still not understanding how it was happening. Just the Ting Lu spread just kind of really got in there. I mean, it took a 4-prize turn in game 1 against Trevor. It was absolutely insane.
Yeah, that's basically unheard of.
I mean, it was absurd, right? And there's like little things that like, Trevor's playing like a Manaphy, that kind of stuff like doesn't really happen. Yeah, Trevor's in the chat now, and he's like, yeah, it was nuts. I'm like, I'm in disbelief. I had my money on Trevor for that one like 100 times over. But, sometimes bad things happen.
Sometimes bad things happen. That is what it is. There's the Hex.
And a knockout, but then Jesse will just bring up.
Yeah, so Nihilego does.
Yeah, Nihilego copy, and that's it. Yep, and just kind of
well played.
It. And that is your game. Jesse Parker will advance to the finals, 2-0 over Ayana. And congratulations to Ayana. Congratulations to DeAndre on their semifinalists showing here at the Gym Leader Challenge Mega Evolution 3K. Your finalists, Chris and Jesse. Psychic versus Fighting.
Yeah, very cool stuff. And Psychic getting a little bit of a comeuppance finally in these GLC tournaments. And Fighting, what a storyline for Fighting, Andrew. Fighting has been down on its luck for the entirety of GLC. And now with Lunatone and Solrock and Premium Power Pro and all these things finally coming together, Fighting finally, for the first time, having a serious engine to it. And it immediately makes finals. It turns it over right away into finals. I think that goes to show how strong the card pool was for Fighting, kind of on the face of it. But it was lacking that little bit of extra consistency and oomph to take it all the way.
Yeah, no, it's incredible to see Fighting's glow up here at the Full Grip Games GLC 3K. I mean, having Lunatone and Solrock make half of top 8 at our standard event, right, in the Goldengo deck, but then also seeing it represented here in the finals of the GLC 3K is really something special. So what I'm hoping is that JW will be able to get both Jesse and Chris kind of side by side, give us a little back and forth interview action, ask if they're ready for the finals, ask each of them how they think it's going to go. And I think that would be a fun way to dive into the finals, and then we won't need to do like a post-finals interview or anything like that. Just kind of get them to, say a little something back and forth, see how they're feeling going into the finals match, and then play ball,
That would be awesome if that could happen, Andrew. We'll have to see what the field has for us today.
We will. Yeah, it looks like the field right now is that both of our finalists are heading to the bathroom. So
that makes sense. You got the finals right in front of you, so you probably want to go nice and clear.
Take a little break. Don't want to have to be worrying about
clear mind and clear of other things.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure. So, psychic versus fighting. I want to hear, Riley. What are you got any thoughts on how this is going to go? I mean, Chris seemed very confident. I know
Chris did seem really confident, and it's hard not to get bought into his like confidence and charisma, but I do have to think I give the edge to Jesse. And you have things like the boulder with the minus 30 resistance on it.
It's a lot.
And Jesse in particular is playing a more low to the ground version of the psychic deck, right? There's not as much of the multi-stage evolution stuff going on, which means that there's less opportunities for Chris to do what exactly he described in the interview earlier today, of taking those early prizes turn after turn with Solrock to get a little bit of a lead before Psychic starts to surge into the game.
Yeah, I mean, this match can go either way. If Jesse has like a slow start and it's just like Solrock, and then here's like a big guy, like a big Dogi, right? And you just like can't answer it in the turn it attacks because like the Dogi's getting one hit KO'd. But it still does 170 damage, so it does one hit KO Boulder, right?
Without a belt.
But there are lots of HP boosting tools. So like Mewtwo also resists fighting by 30. I mean, there's just like a lot of attackers in this deck that resist fighting, and a lot of different options for playing around. I think what fighting is like trying to do here. So it's going to be a question of, can Chris just like go fast and outrun Jesse?
Yeah,
that's like the big question.
I think so. Yeah, and I think that's really what it boils down to. But to be fair, that's kind of the crux of how I think of fighting as a type. Even outside of GLC, that's kind of what I think of when I think of fighting, is fast, aggressive, taking efficient knockouts before your opponent is even ready to get going.
I know, and it makes me so happy to finally see fighting embodying that in Gym Leader Challenge, because that's like always been the promise of the type. Back in 2015 when I was playing my favorite
Furious
fighting deck,
Fists and stuff.
Furious Fist, Landorus, EX, Halucha, your single energy, muscle band. I'm doing 90 damage on turn 1, 30 damage to the bench. That's insane, right? In standard at the time. That kind of aggressive damage output for just one energy was kind of what defined fighting type Pokemon to me. And then like all these years later in Gym Leader Challenge, it's like fighting could never really actually put out that low effort damage output that it kind of like had seemed like was like the mission statement of a fighting deck. But now feels like that is finally being realized in like a fun, very fun way. The Ogie Dogie, the Solrock, the Lunatone, it's all coming together.
Yeah, I mean, the thesis of the fighting type, in my opinion, basically boils down to like, it's like a fun trick you have. Like, what if I just punched you in the face really hard?
Right.
Right. Oh, that's cool. Like you're tinkering with your little toys over there. Boom. You're done.
I got you.
It's like the high school bully, shoving people into lockers and stuff.
I know, right? It's true. Dude, fighting versus psychic.
I know.
It's
Who could have predicted this? Not even a handful of months ago, before we knew about this Solrock.
Crazy. I know. Fighting first tournament out with draw support, fighting in the finals.
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying.
So much can change, man. So much can change.
And fighting has a lot of really good cards outside of its like support engine. Like their attackers are pretty good. You have strong energy, which is just nuts. Though Cullis kind of like copied the homework there, which is a little lame. But fighting did it first. Right?
You've got literally an A-Spec power level card with the Focus Sash.
Yeah, Focus Sash is
Chris
crazy.
Does play.
Yeah, lots of really strong options in the fighting deck. Fighting is one of those types that I feel like it's gotten a lot of like thematic support over the years, and it uses it very well. Just didn't have a way to draw, really. which in a non-singleton format, maybe that was a little more passable, where you could play, 4 of all your supporters, you could play 4 of all your Pokemon. But in a singleton format, you really want to have that kind of churn going through your deck. CJW just idle animationing in the middle of the hall. Yeah, that's the animation you unlock if you wait for 5 minutes as JW without doing anything.
Yes, the brain rot. Yes. Yes.
You think he's watching an AI YouTube video on his phone over there? I don't know.
AI TikTok. Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice stuff.
Yeah, dude. So I'm really excited to get into our finals match. We're going to take a quick break before we do, and then we'll hear a quick word from our finalists and
Jump right in.
Jump right in. That's what it sounds like. All right. So we'll be right back after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. The finals is coming up. This tournament is sponsored by Dragon Shield. Dragon Shield makes the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games, like the Pokemon TCG. Dragon Shield sleeves are super durable, making them perfect for tournament play and collecting. They also come in a huge variety of colors, so there's always a great choice to match your deck. You can even turn your favorite photograph or design into a custom box of Dragon Shield sleeves using the Sleeve Crafter on DragonShield.com. Head over to DragonShield.com and place an order for your favorite sleeves today. Use code TrickyJim at checkout for 5% off your order. Again, that's DragonShield.com for the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games. Huge thank you to Dragon Shield for being a continued sponsor of the channel. It all comes down to this, folks. The finals of the Gym Leader Challenge Mega Evolution 3K. The last match of our Mega Evolution 6K double-header weekend. Had Emma Hagen take the dub yesterday with her EV Terrabox deck in the standard format. And today, we've got an exciting finals for the entire Mega Evolution event. Jesse Parker, the 2024 Worlds semifinalist, is here in the finals of the Gym Leader Challenge event. This is actually his third GLC Cash event top 8.
That's right.
At Fulgrip Games. I mean, he's top 8 at a couple.
He's been surprisingly consistent.
Yes, in GLC with Hydro Pump before.
Yes.
It was like he used to be a big Hydro Pump fan.
Big water guy.
Then he jumped ship and like got really into Psychic.
Yep.
I think like last year or like maybe a little longer ago.
Yep.
And has been like just rocking Psychic. Texted me last night and was like, "Hey, you got a new Psychic deck?" And I'm like,
"Last night?
Yes, I do." Like it was literally like that. I was like, "Yes, I do. Here it is." And he built it. And here he is.
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about Chris as well. Chris, with the fighting deck, that's the first time fighting has made top 8 here at any event. And now we see it all the way to the final. So we talk about maybe the 2 decks of the tournament.
Yeah.
These are it.
I agree.
Right? Fighting gets the new Soul Rock Lunatone package. You have a pretty low to the ground set of attackers. And then you have Jesse's deck with the, maybe more high energy, but more ways to accelerate that energy. Still focused around the basics, but then, of course, you have that Garbodor line and all the funky stuff you can do there.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be an exciting finals because Chris seemed very confident in his ability to take down the Psychic deck with what he's packing in his fighting build. And Chris, very notable player in the Gym Leader Challenge scene, goes by the screen name Ghouls, is very well known in the I think Turbo Blaze and Cardboard Warriors Gym Leader Challenge discords. And it's been awesome to have him here. He was able to fly out and is very excited to do so, to attend this event. And to be at your first Fulgrip Games Cash event, to be so invested for years in Gym Leader Challenge format, like I said, very invested into the online Gym Leader Challenge community. You see he's got his Turbo Blaze shirt on. He's got his squad here cheering him on in the crowd, all the Blazers shirts.
Look at that.
The crowd, the
in
posse,
full force,
the posse here.
I
to
know.
Watch this finals.
I know. It's incredible stuff.
It is. And Chucky Davis, who won the Destined Rivals event, was also one of the Turbo Blaze players. So like they a ton of pride, I think, if they could win back-to-back events.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's always fun to have an entourage when you are in the finals of a tournament.
Yeah, it is.
And I can only imagine the pop-off that would occur should Chris take this one down.
Oh, yeah. It's going to get crazy up in here. If fighting wins.
Imagine, dude. Imagine.
I know.
Because fighting was the talk of the town. Yesterday, we had Goldango.
I know.
Rocks.
The
4
Rocks,
of the top 8.
The Rocks are serious, dude.
They're legit.
The Rocks are incredibly serious. And here we go. Our finals has begun. Chris opening the Mars Shadow, maybe not the strongest card. I mean, there is a combination of cards that Jesse could hit and end the game right here on turn 1. D-Valley, hand match, energy, game. I mean, it's possible. Likely, no. This deck doesn't play like your Culver's Tenacities. Doesn't play your Guzma and Halas. It's not super likely to occur. We do see that the D-Valley is in the deck. As Jesse kind of flashes past it.
Arvin for computer search. Just kidding.
Arvin for the secret box.
Yeah, that's...
Is deciding which supporter to grab. He's got Iono. He's got Juniper. Juniper just is a feel-good supporter, I think, in order to just kind of shuttle into the deck, get going.
Yeah, without a doubt. I wonder if Jesse is eyeing up that Wobbuffet. We see that in hand as maybe a potential drop, right? At worst, you could find some way to move the active and just shove up a Wobbuffet, and then that shuts down the Lunatone draw. that I'm sure Chris will be relying on in heading into this next turn.
Exactly. Lunatone and Soul Rock. I mean, not a very strong turn from Chris on turn 1. No cards played. No items or anything like that. Energy on Marshadow. Marshadow does like 60 damage for 2 or something, and if you take a knockout with it, then it becomes invincible.
Yeah, this was the way I was watching the games from the top 4 match, and this is basically the card that let Chris win
against
the colorless,
like very easily.
I mean, and it really wasn't close.
Yeah.
He attacked, I think, 4 straight times with the Marshadow.
Oh my god.
And it was just absurd.
Oh yeah, because it's invincible.
It's invincible.
It's hitting things for weakness.
It's hitting things for weakness. It's invincible, and yeah, there's nothing really with that much HP that can withstand a hit, right? Even if it has over 60 HP, it's weak to fighting. So,
and if you put buffs on it,
I was going to say, and he had the strong energy and the muscle band, and it just was a slaughter.
Oh, that's actually insane. Yeah, it's got the shadowy sidekick attack, 60 damage. If your opponent's Pokemon is knocked out by damage from this attack, prevent all damage for this. Oh my goodness. Like, yeah, it's literally knocking out everything.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's insanity. Oh my goodness. So yeah, I mean, in this matchup, it's weak to Psychic. I mean, Iron Boulder resists fighting by 30. A lot of Pokemon in this deck do. The Marshadow, fortunately, does just have a single retreat cost, and I'm sure that Chris will be looking to pivot into anybody else.
Yep. I mean, for Jesse, it's pretty decent that he starts an Iron Boulder, because that can take some damage,
For sure.
So you're not in danger of the Lunatone coming up and swinging for a knockout.
Jesse deciding to go for double Psychic off of the letter and then pitching them immediately.
Yep.
I think eyeing up that like Malamar is in deck, getting those energy into the discard pile early means that like a quick Malamar could just allow Jesse to shuttle energy into play. And I think that this is how Jesse wins. Like Garbodor is not really... It doesn't really matter. If Jesse can actually just go faster than Chris, then like his deck is one-hit KOing everything in his Pokemon are one-hit KOing everything in Chris's deck, and Chris's Pokemon are gonna have a much more difficult time one-hit KOing all of Jesse's Pokemon because of that fighting resistance.
Well, Andrew, is this a game where we see Tinglu?
Absolutely, we could.
Right? I mean, I'm looking at Jesse's field. He's got the active. That's a bit concerning, but those bench sitters having 90 HP or less, and so a couple of attacks. I mean, at this point, 2 attacks from Tinglu, assuming Jesse can't get an evolution, and that will. What are we thinking about here?
What is going on?
They are. People seem to be in good spirits, so I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a attach pass type of deal. Maybe Chris is just lamenting his situation.
There's 1. 2.
What is it?
I don't know. It's there though.
Well, if there's anything that I've learned from watching the
Goosebump.
Oh yeah, that is a supporter. You were right. Oh, and a knockout. So that makes it invincible.
You got to be kidding me.
So that's like, that's pretty good. That is pretty good.
That's kind of crazy.
That buys Chris another turn.
That is kind of crazy, dude.
That's really good.
That is really good.
Chris has, by and large, done just enough.
Just enough to play another turn.
And sometimes, just enough is all you need. So Jesse coming up with, I don't know that I would lead the Inkay. Maybe he's thinking...
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on here.
I would put it to sleep. I mean, that's a play. You could Hypnosis and
he's
put
got
that Marshadow
Arvin,
to
so
sleep.
maybe he's thinking like I'm getting a tool. But like...
Yeah, I don't know if I would want to pigeonhole myself into that play.
No, I don't know. Like the Boulder just goes, right? And he's got a Horror Psychic on it. Like, who cares?
Yeah. So we do see the Arvin. And if you're Jesse, what are you fishing out of the deck? I mean, maybe looking at
item
getting
lock.
something. Yeah, I was just going to say, like, getting the Frillish established.
Yeah.
Maybe something like just getting more Pokemon out, right? You could play...
You want to item lock because Chris did not develop a board. That's the one thing, right? So like here, if you can like buddy Poffin, or like it's tough because you kind of do want to buddy Poffin, right? But like you also really want to item lock.
No, item lock could be really good. I do agree there. I think that you go for maybe an air balloon or rescue board. Oh, and a Poffin. Okay.
So like not the Frillish, right?
I don't know if that maybe is prized or maybe Jesse just doesn't see the line, but I'm in 100% agreement that item lock off Frillish here would be devastating for Chris.
Yeah, instead, Jesse's getting like more Pokemon that could get knocked out by freaking Marshadow.
Yeah, that is a consideration. Absolutely. Yeah, if I'm Chris, I'm like, wow, you're playing right into my hand, Jesse.
I know.
Maybe
because if it's like rope, then you're like, well,
right, rope.
I
Lysander.
know, and like Jesse didn't bench the Wobbuffet,
right?
So like none of these Pokemon survive a hit from this Marshadow.
Yeah, I mean honestly, even like a retreat into Wob would have been fine too. I
know.
Think. You know, it's like a softer lock, obviously, but
I know
still kind of hampers Chris on his next turn. So it's a bit of a confusing play. I mean, it maybe makes sense if we knew the prizing from Jesse, but considering we don't quite have that, it is going to be the attach of the rescue
Judge in his hand, so like.
But that doesn't. I don't.
It's a Lux Cape.
I mean, he played the art.
Did he put the Lux Cape on
no,
the
No,
that's right.
No,
okay.
It's the retreat.
All right, and then just pass with this thing active. Okay. Do you drop a Lux Cape on something on the bench to prevent the escape rope play?
You can't. No, because
the
escape rope is the copycat, or you go into the Mimikyu because that has 70 HP.
Yeah, you force a buff. You force the muscle band, basically.
Yeah, you force the muscle band or the energy, the strong energy. So.
Lunatone, Gatorade.
Dude.
Is this it?
That's crazy.
Knock.
So what Chris is trying to do, I think, here is pare his hand down as little as possible, and maybe thinking like Jesse can't, match hand sizes. Maybe that's what.
And we got Iono. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
He's got it, dude. He's got the sauce. He's got the sauce, dude. He's got the sauce.
He's got the sauce. The sauce never left.
No, it was never in question.
No, he's always had the sauce.
I know. We were questioning it. We should have not.
We sure were. So, will we see the rope? That would be a big card.
Rope with like a pivot would be like, okay, we got the rocks, dude.
Do we have a fighting energy?
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, dude.
Are we sure that play is available? Do you see an escape rope?
There's a rope in the list for sure.
No, I know there's a rope in the list. Do we know if it's in deck? It's kind of Chris is kind of holding his cards, perpendicular, so it's pretty hard to see.
I don't know. I just have to imagine. Odds are it's available for sure.
Yeah, it's not good odds, but again, if Chris can find a pivot,
like a rope and a pivot, yeah,
that would be crazy. I mean, he didn't attach return, so that would certainly work.
Yep. And I think this is Chris's first deck search. God, I'm so torn. I want both players to win because fighting win would be really hyped.
That would be insane. I think that would just shift the meta entirely.
And then Garb
win out of nowhere.
I feel like this final shifts the meta regardless.
That's probably true. I mean, now fighting's on the map, right? So fighting's the deck that heading forward, GLC heads are going to be investing a lot of time into.
Oh, for sure.
Right. And then you have a new wrinkle for the Psychic deck. So, by and large, Psychic, you know the big players in that deck. All the basic Pokemon are by and large the same. But then you have the Garbodor wrinkle, which is quite strong.
Yeah.
And so I think, you're absolutely right. It's players are going to be figuring out ways to play around the Garbodor. And then players are going to be investing time into the fighting deck to either improve it or figure out how to play it or figure out how to play against it.
Right. For sure. All right, here's a Lunar Cycle. Discard energy, draw 3.
And no real...
Fighting Gong. It's got Professor's Letter.
No indication that we have...
Blood Moon with a letter. I mean, could just be a kind of slap it down type situation, but it looks like Chris is not playing Professor's Letter right now.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, maybe that's good. I almost feel like you want to save the letter.
Oh no, it's happening right now because you just slap the Blood Moon down, right, and then you poke this boulder for 30, and then you can clean it.
Well, if you have another energy in hand, do you ever just attack with the Ursaluna?
No, Ursaluna does.
Because then you can retreat, save the Marshadow for the next turn, right? You poke the boulder. And then you
70,
take the final knockout
and then hit it for 30. Dude, this thing resists. You're not doing. Oh, I guess you're doing.
Because you're
doing 100.
You got
and then you would be doing 30 the next turn. I mean, it's still not. The math still isn't mathing even with the Gatorade. Yeah.
So there's the Ursaluna just coming down, just making use of that ability.
Just while it's here.
Yep.
Right. I
while
like
it's
that.
here. So the play is very available.
Training core, bring the
there's
energy
training
back.
core. And an attach. Okay, a retreat into the Soul Rock that goes through weakness and resistance. So
Yeah, it's 100
doing
damage
100
hit.
damage,
Yeah.
that is fine. I have no problems with that.
Right.
Action would pass back to Jesse, though. I don't know what's good
Well,
here
and then
from
you got
Jesse,
like the
right?
Mimikyu. Like, does the Mimikyu like it does 30, or not the Mimikyu, the Marshadow does 30. But like, if you could buff the Marshadow at all next turn and take it,
I know. I think that's
book.
really what Chris is looking at. Being able to Marshadow, set up a Marshadow, force Jesse to have a way around the Marshadow, and even if Jesse has a way around the Marshadow, it can just, if he pushes it out of the active, it can come back up again and attack on the next turn.
Oh, for sure.
So it's a problem. This Marshadow is a problem.
Yeah, the Marshadow is kind of insane. Actually, this is certainly a card that I kind of underestimated. Its ability to just take control of games, deny KOs. It's really impressive.
And it's a turn like this that is really the only time that Jesse could take advantage of knocking out this Marshadow, because without an escape rope, you can't do something like escape rope boss. Of course, when you push something to the bench, it removes all effects on it, so that Marshadow would reset essentially, and then you could go escape rope boss. But I don't see an escape rope in Jesse's list.
No, there's no escape rope in there. I'm wondering if Jesse is kind of like, he needs to be just like splashing energy into play right now.
I wish we went
like,
for the Frillish.
Yeah, the Frillish on that one
Frillish
turn
would have been good.
Would have been really good, because we see how much Chris's board has kind of exploded in those couple of turns, right? I mean, the turn 2 Guzma with the Marshadow was crazy for sure, right? Like, you don't see that coming. I get it. And like, even ability locking here almost feels like it hurts Jesse more. If that's like what
yeah,
you're going
actually,
for.
I don't disagree, and that actually makes Chris's play with the Blood Moon much more relevant, right?
Yeah,
you're
for sure.
accelerating into an attacker, even if the Garbodor comes down. I mean, you have 3 attackers on board already. You do need a couple, energy. You need an energy
Please
attachment
use
for the
Psychic
Ursaluna.
Recharge first, Jesse.
Need an energy attachment for the Marshadow. But
So an Ultra Ball in here, yeah.
he's trying to figure out, does Jesse have enough cards to attack with the active and also...
He's trying to get to a 3-card hand.
Right. So gonna get out the not to. Debating on whether or not to play it. Is that 5 cards in hand?
Needs to keep in mind Training Court is like also live, so you can like bring a card
Yes,
back to hand
you
that
could,
way.
You could.
Like, but he might not even be thinking about that.
Yeah, and it's maybe not obvious the way it's kind of positioned on
I know,
Chris's
right?
side of the field. No, it's not. I don't think Chris is in any way trying to obscure information from Jesse, but it's just, there are certain things you don't think about when it's on your, opponent's side of the field.
For
like
sure,
that.
right? No, that Training Court is like a way to +1 to your hand.
Yep.
Which can make all the difference when you're trying to hand match.
Sure, you just like Ultra Ball, because you can Ultra Ball it away, right? So
Right.
it's like when you have the perfect hand to be able to manipulate to get that knockout, but how you want to do it, there are maybe some optimal ways you could, based on whether or not you recognize that you can take a card back with that Training Court. So we do see the Ultra Necrozma hit the bench. That will most assuredly be a major factor in this game. It does seem like Jesse is identifying the Training Court, because I'm seeing that, or that might be
Psychic
the
Recharge, for
Psychic
sure.
Recharge. Okay.
But he would like, you got to attach from hand too. And you
That's
Training Court.
3.
Nah, Training
That's
Court.
a
He
not-
missed an attachment from hand. I think he could have Training Court attached from
I don't
hand
know if
too.
he had. Did he have Psychics?
His 2, I think, in discard.
Are we sure? Yeah, because I guess he lettered, right?
He lettered and discarded 2 early.
Oh.
Pretty positive.
Yeah, that is a whiff there.
Yeah, now all Chris has to do is like buff this Marshadow and take a knockout. And Chris has got tag call to go get Guzma and Hala to do it.
That would be insane.
That would be insane.
Take a look at this Iron Boulder with the resistance. So you're looking at 70 HP remaining. Of course, that Marshadow does a base of 60.
Yeah, but if you just go get the muscle band off this
Just go
Guzman
get the
and
muscle
Hala,
band. You're doing
or the
80
strong
minus
energy.
30.
I mean, just like either
I know,
of those.
really anything.
It's crazy, man.
Wow, Chris.
I know.
Chris.
The Marshadow getting 2 turns of invincibility in game 1 is like ridiculous.
Yeah, now
right
imagine, right, that you're DeAndre.
And you're playing a colorless deck.
And you're playing a colorless deck
Yeah,
against
for sure.
Marshadow. Wow. So we see the tag call. We see the Guzmahala be played. Or at least deciding what to discard off the Guzmahala.
Yeah, here's Guzmahala. I mean, this is going to be a low hand size.
Well, that's a pretty obvious discard, I'd
Garbodor's
say.
in play, so like can't use... Lunar Cycle is like offline.
That's true.
Yep.
You do need an energy. I'd be wary of discarding energy. You have the
Training
training
cord,
cord, of
yeah.
course, to pull it back, but and I'm sure Chris is well aware of this at this point in the day. But yes, Jesse. I mean, I gotta be.
I think Jesse just missed that energy drop. I think it's huge.
I don't think the energy drop is that big. You think the energy drop is what's gonna do it for him?
He's got like a Lysander in hand, you know. He might miss an attack. Garbodor's up. Like,
yeah, Garbodor is up.
That's what
yeah,
I think. I think it's really bad.
That's a good point.
I think it's quite bad, I would say.
But maybe Jesse has a plan. It's not looking good. I think yeah, Jesse's routing in that early game is like I do feel like wanted to go into the Frillish early, just try to stunt on Chris a little bit, make it so that, you know, take maybe a prize lead in that slow early game. Unfortunately, being behind is not going to serve him well, as Chris has some pretty potent late game attackers. You look at that Blood Moon Ursaluna on the bench.
And it really is like just a Marshadow and a Blood Moon, like, right? Like, that's all that there's here.
But that's really all it's been for Chris.
I know,
right? It hasn't been like these explosive wide boards with a lot of energy in play.
I know.
It's just really been like, okay, I got this. I got just enough to make a play, take a knockout. That's all you really need. I mean, Chris, like, just having exactly what he wants when he wants it. The invincibility on that Marshadow is going to be huge.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch of like the Soul Rock being able to soften things up and then to finish it off with Marshadow is like kind of nuts too.
Very good.
Yep. You know,
Very
kind
good.
of pivoting back and forth between those guys.
Or Soul Rock into an Ursaluna, right? If it's a huge Pokemon. Or just Soul Rock taking the one-shots itself, right? I mean, that is quite a potent attacker. And of course, this Marshadow is something that Jesse, I think, is... I don't know his matchups from the day, but I have to imagine he hasn't played against Marshadow that much.
Jesse did identify Training Court here, so that's good.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Picks that energy up from the discard pile.
He's got
Where will
Lysander, but he
commit
doesn't
it?
have like a live, like a really good live play. Like if he's got like Frillish Lysander hit into Blood Moon, like I guess. He's got Raihan, which is horrible right now.
Does he have energy?
He does, because I told you he had one and he
yes,
missed the
yes,
attachment
yes.
last turn.
Yes.
And that sucks.
Yes. She can go on to the Mimikyu. But we see it on the Necrozma. Yeah, I'm wondering from Jesse what he's gonna opt for. I think you do have to just sack a
Like
Pokemon.
Wobbuffet should have not been discarded early, right?
I agree.
Because it's like that's like one of these fatties that you just kind of just send.
I agree.
And you say, don't draw any cards.
Don't do anything.
Don't do anything.
It's gonna take you a lot to knock me out.
Marshadow can't KO it.
Right. Yeah, this is really tough without the escape rope. I think Jesse does have quite a number of plays if you have escape rope. I mean, you may not even have to deal with the Marshadow at a certain point, right? Because Marshadow can be soft countered in the late game if you have a fat attacker and then you Iono, right? And then you just say to Chris, hey, you're not going to find a way to get around my guy, and I effectively nullify your Marshadow.
There's still a lot of meat
sure
left
is. There
in
sure
this
is.
game.
But I just like, it's tough right now. You look at this and you say, how is Jesse getting around this? Like, Chris could take a 2-prize lead and get more energy in play, like build up another attacker, maybe get that Okie dokie started.
It's like Jesse's like considering like a Psy Pump this turn or something.
Yeah, let's take a look at that Mewtwo. I want to see that. So
Gotta.
Yep. Go there. Give me the Mewtwo. Psy Pump. Attach 2 Psychic Energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon, and that Limit Break. 90 damage.
Is Jesse just like gonna come up and
Jesse
barrier attack? This feels
remember?
bad.
Does Jesse remember?
No, he's gonna barrier attack.
Okay, and just like
Be like, he needs to not die, right?
he needs to not die. So any way to prevent that, I think, is good by and large, right? So barrier attack during your opponent's next turn. This Pokemon takes 30 less damage. So
barrier attack.
That's fine. I see
It's like
no
the
issue with
least
that.
bad thing because like Blood Moon's not doing it, right?
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
no amount of buffs is getting Blood Moon there.
You're still taking 50 damage from the Marshadow, but
it's a 2-hit KO.
But it's like very real that Chris does something where he just goes, Rescue Stretcher, Soul Rock,
Yeah,
ping for 30.
it's possible.
Right? You got the training cord in play, so you can get that all back, presumably. So let's see what Chris has. I'm assuming that there wasn't a draw supporter in hand because I would assume that would delay the training cord access or the training cord use. So opting to pick that energy back up indicates to me that there's either not a supporter or only supporters that can search the deck for a resource.
Well, and there's quite a few of those that could be
for sure.
in hand.
For sure.
Looks like the training court gone. It's going to be Brooklet now.
Brooklet Hill.
As
Okay,
Chris
that's
decides
another.
he needs to start attaching energy to a different Pokemon.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised to see Okidogi come down.
Okidogi would be a great Pokemon to get an energy on. I would say like Jesse's odds of winning this game decrease drastically if Chris gets like the third attacker powered up here.
But is it prized?
We're also eyeing up Riolu.
Yeah, I see a Riolu. That's a strong revenge attacker. On the evolve into the Lucario. I think Tinglu towards the front. But Tinglu I don't think is the route. That just maybe is a little too slow. And there is the Okidogi. Okay,
yeah, it's gotta be Dogi.
Very good, very good. Chris identifying that as a card that he really wants in play and puts back into the deck. Oh, puts it on the field. Oh.
Now keep in mind, Dogi, his ability doesn't work because there's Garbodor in play.
That's facts.
So, that thing does 70 damage.
That's a pretty pitiful attack.
Yeah, it's a pretty horrible card actually without the Adrenabrain ability or Adrenapower ability.
Does get the energy attachment.
Lysander with the muscle band.
Oh
my
gosh,
god.
dude, Chris is just...
You've got to be... Now, Jesse has Lysander this turn, but still...
He's going insane.
This is
going
crazy.
Sicko mode.
I know. Jesse has Lysander in hand this turn. He could just knock out
he has to go after the Okidogi.
The Blood Moon. Oh, no, because
he's got to go after the Okidogi. Because the Okidogi
it's the only thing that can kill
knock out Jesse.
Yeah.
Right? So Jesse could get multiple turns.
Good lord, dude.
But like I said, Chris just has like exactly what he needs. Just enough. Like that.
Marshadow.
He's cycle drawn once.
I'm so dead that this Marshadow is just like... I mean, this is one game in the finals, right? Like, it's been kind of like an exceptional thing where like it was just like a perfect Guzma, perfect buff.
Yes.
Perfect Lysander, right? Has used...
But like Chris has had... I mean, Chris...
been like that.
He's a main character.
He's a main character
He's a main character. Remember that triple Tinglu against Trevor?
Of course I remember.
In the top
Trevor's
8.
like, I don't know how it happened. It just happened.
Life comes at you fast, Trevor.
Life comes at you fast, man.
So we see the Nye.
This game is like still not over.
The game is still not over.
Which is like insane.
No, I mean...
I thought Jesse had Lysander in hand.
I'm not sure.
He does. What does he do? Oh, he's got air balloon.
He's trying to...
I don't know why you do that stuff. If you just like, the Necrozma's going. You kind of commit yourself. Oh, that's right, because he's got his abilities back. I forgot.
But he doesn't have any energy in the discard, so
no,
it did not matter.
Energy to Nihilego. Guess what? It's got to be a Dogi take, I think.
You got to go Dogi. Yeah, you got to go Dogi. Got to identify.
This is crazy.
That would have been my last choice.
I think of all the cards, this is the last one I'm picking for sure. But we'll see how this plays. We'll see how this plays out.
I don't. Maybe Jesse thinks that he still has ability lock, because that is a very potent okie dokie.
Yeah, the Dogi could just
annihilate
this thing.
Yeah, I am. Because Jesse basically guarantees another
I think
turn.
Jesse's trying to catch him slipping, and actually he might. Chris's hand does not look good this turn, from what I could tell.
Yeah, but even so, I think you still knock out the Dogi, no matter the strength of the hand. But Chris needs one card.
I know.
Right? Chris needs one Unit Energy, Prism Energy, Aurora Energy, and there are 3 in the deck.
No, this is there's got to be something in that hand. It's hard to see. Marshadow coming back.
Which maybe is very interesting from Chris. I almost wonder if off of that Guzma Hala, he maybe should have taken a colored energy and then just used the muscle band. I guess this works
He took
now.
the strong, and I mean,
right? He took the strong, and it was pretty good against the. But he could have bossed up something else, right?
Yeah. All right, here's Riolu. There's Brooklet Hill. Obviously, can get used again.
Wow, and Chris's hand.
No, there's a supporter here. I think right here at the front.
Heat.
And energy could allow Ting-Lu to spread, which could allow for... So there's no draw on the board now. I mean, Chris is saying, well, no rocks.
Playing with what I got.
That's Arvin.
Okay. Off the Arvin. What are we looking at?
You're looking at a way to get... Okay, Focus Sash.
Yep, Focus Sash. That's a card. You could get the Magma Ball.
Yep.
Magma's Great Ball and find an energy. So
spread 30 to everything.
That could be a thing for sure. You don't really care about the Ting-Lu going down, but that gives Jesse, I feel like, enough time. I guess doing 30, and then that maybe gives Chris way more targets off of the Marshadow.
What's insane is Jesse could, God, if Jesse had a Guzma or a Lysander, he could cap the Marshadow.
I know. That's what I would want to see.
Yeah, that's a really cool play, right?
Yeah.
Dude, this is crazy for sure.
This is crazy.
Oh my gosh, the way the game. It's I'm watching, and it's how is this happening?
I know.
just detaching one energy at a time, just knocking things out with Marshadow, who's just been invincible the entire game.
It's crazy for sure.
Yeah.
I do not believe my eyes.
This little guy.
Who would have thought?
Has taken 3 prizes.
90 HP.
Yep. You get a rope here.
60 damage.
Here, I think
it's Mewtwo. It's Nihilego, maybe.
This is why I didn't want Jesse to just throw that air balloon down, because then you can just send Mewtwo.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to.
Right, but Jesse threw that air balloon down for no reason.
I agree.
The Necrozma was always getting the send.
I agree.
And
then there's the Ting-Lu, and then discarding the stadium, spreading a bunch of damage, maybe catching Jesse slipping here.
That's what I'm saying. Jesse just ditched that air balloon for no reason.
Yeah.
And now here we are.
Getting hard punished.
Reaping and sowing, dude.
Reaping and sowing.
I just love it. I love it when you reap what you sow,
Yeah.
Especially in the Pokemon trading card game.
Yeah, no doubt. Jesse will be thinking about this the entire night if he doesn't top deck Guzma.
He's got a Lily.
Yeah, that's not a Guzma.
No.
We already know. We know that the
Floatstone's down, air balloon's down. It's just dude, why would you?
Yeah.
Why would you throw that?
Right. And why would you throw it on a
Natu?
Right. The Natu, who cares? You just attach once.
And it's and if Jesse's just playing a little bit more thoughtful, it's a fighting deck. They don't play Ionos and crap, dude. He's not gonna go Iono, not gonna go N.
Well,
there's an Iono.
Take that back. There's a reset stamp.
There's one reset stamp, right?
Yep. And then there is a Marnie.
That's it.
And there is an Iono. So those are the
there's
3.
some, but not as much, right?
Well, how much more can you play?
I'd say
there's no N, I guess.
Yes, but you're not gonna get punished as hard for holding that air balloon there, is what I'm saying,
I agree. Yeah, a reset stamp you don't care about. Marnie is somewhat problematic.
But here, this is a scoop angle. Jesse just got caught with the Mewtwo active.
Yeah, that's so crazy. And you have to make that play too, because if you push up anything else, it gets obliterated by the Marshadow. So Chris has really backed Jesse into a corner. And dare I say Jesse has backed Jesse into a corner?
A little bit of that. Yeah, this Mewtwo being stuck active. I mean, granted, doesn't have the stadium guaranteed, right?
Oh, that's so tough, right? Because then you attached to the Nihilego instead of attaching to the Mewtwo.
Yep.
You're like leaving the ball in Chris's court, and really just giving Chris a huge advantage.
My! And
is that a knockout on
the
Halucha
Halucha takes out.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, dude.
Jesse
could just skip over the 2 prize. Go straight to 1. Yeah, Jesse's like, get me out of here, man. Get me out of here. That's game 1, dude. Chris is 1 step away from the dub, from finishing the job.
I know. The boys are on the edge of their seat watching their leader take this finals match to game number 2 with a 1-0 lead. Look at them. They're like,
crowd,
okay, we are invested. Look at Lee. Zoom in on Lee.
I know,
look at that guy. Look at that guy. He is hunched. He's hunched, bro. He's like looking at.
Blazers are locked in.
They are locked in, without a doubt.
Are locked in.
There you go.
Let's go. Chris. He's locked in.
He's locked in.
Yeah.
He's been locked in for the entire tournament.
The entire
losses.
time, bro.
No losses with this deck.
Dude.
I think it's just like I'm watching some of these games. I mean, yeah, the Marshadow's insane. But then he's gotten a lot of good like draw luck, opponent luck. Jesse played right into some of those.
Well, I think the part of it is that the fighting deck is just an unknown quantity.
Exactly.
You just don't know what you're up against.
You don't know what
you're up
against.
That's what Trevor even was in the chat.
Yep.
Trevor was in the chat and he's like, game 1, I didn't really know what I was up against.
Yeah, it's gonna be way worse next week. Right? I mean, but that's not to say it's not going to be good. It's just, you're absolutely right. When you're playing against something that you have never played against, you're bound to make a mistake. It's easy for us to sit here and say, oh, why did Jesse do what he did? Certainly there's some of that. But at the same time, you don't know what your opponent's trying to do, right?
No.
You don't know the exact game plan your opponent's trying to execute. You don't know that there's a freaking Ting Lu is about to come up and wipe your board.
The Ting Lu, dude, you got to look out for that dude. He's sneaky, man.
Yeah.
He's sneaky spread.
Yeah.
A lot of the psychic guys are not very big. It's a sneaky spread deck.
Sure is. I think that's a Frillish start. And if so,
Frillish would be very good for Jesse.
If so, that would be huge. Big if true.
I still think Jesse is favored in this matchup. I just think that
I have to agree, man.
Yes.
Like
I figure if you play this matchup like 100 times.
Yeah, that is a Frillish start.
It's Frillish versus Ting Lu. I mean, like,
wow.
Here we are, right?
I think you're fine if you're Jesse. And you have the energy attachment.
The Frillish resists. Right?
The Frillish does resist.
And every time Ting Lu wants to spread, you need a stadium.
Yeah.
So, like, Jesse needs to be a little bit aware of the whole stadium situation.
Frillish with that minus 30.
Yep.
You don't want to play into the Ting Lu, right? You want to force Chris to use his resources to go grab, stadiums and replenish stadiums. But yeah, I'm impressed by this Lu. Ting Lewis.
Oh yeah, dude. It's crazy.
Making a name for himself.
It's crazy. Just the consistency with which we've gotten to see this attack fire off. And the amount of plays you can make in combination with like Blood Moon, even if you're just softening things up.
Yep.
It's like, all right, well, Blood Moon's here. You can just one tap anything that you got.
Wow, just an attached
Ting Lu
pass.
This is
bad.
the ideal situation for Frillish, right?
This is what you're looking for if you're an item locker.
And with the Horror Psychic energy, it's really big because if Ting Lu wants to spread, it's not dealing any damage to Frillish and is taking 30. A Cleffa bench from Jesse would be
the worst thing.
Just a free prize, yeah. Jesse, I think, has 2 stadium in hand. You don't want to play those.
Yeah, please don't, Jesse. Let's see. I was wondering about that weakness on the Ting Lu. So it does look like grass. So I'm not going to be doing any extra damage off the weakness. But does the Horror Energy proc if it doesn't take damage?
Damaged? Oh, it might be damaged by. You're correct. It does not proc. Yeah. That's pretty funny. Yes, if the psychic Pokemon this card's attached to is damaged by an opponent's attack. That's true. That's true. So it would not proc.
Do you see a fog crystal from Jesse? So going to search out he could search out a psychic energy. I think you just go for a basic Pokemon, get something established. Trubbish could be okay, right? You just shut down the Blood Moon. You shut down the Soul Rock Lunatone combo. That might be an angle. You maybe go for an attacker here to get that started.
I'm thinking like an attacker.
I could see I could also see like a Natu. Like if you ever are going to use Yatu, you want to use it early.
I don't know, man. With Ting Lu right there, I'm just getting attacker. I want to be showing strength versus this thing. I do not. I like Jesse's hand might be looking like it's a Lusamine for Marnie do it again type beat. Like I just want to have
something fat
to put an energy on.
Yep.
I think he's got a special energy in his hand. Like go get freaking don't get anything that Ting Lu can knock out in 2 turns, please. Like do not, dude.
Unless you know that you can evolve.
No. Like the worst thing Jesse could do would be to like go get Trubbish right here. I'm thinking Boulder. Yep. Just put a stupid energy on Boulder and say go.
No, but the problem with Boulder, I don't mind the Trubbish play, dude.
I'm telling you, it's horrible, bro. He's gonna go energy 30 to Trubbish pass, and Jesse's gonna go pass, and then he's gonna go Lusamine for Marnie pass. Yes, this play is better.
The problem with
he's
Boulder,
gonna go Lusamine for
the problem with Boulder is huge. Better. It's huge though.
No, Boulder's fine.
Boulder's huge. It's got 3 retreat, dude. Now, imagine Chris Rope. Oh, well, he can't play Rope under the Frillish, but he goes boss.
No, he can't. No,
right?
It doesn't matter. He's got an energy for next turn. He's fine. He's not doing any damage to the Boulder. It resists 30 as well.
Yes, I understand, but if it goes to the active and then he can't move it to the bench to continue the item lock.
Who cares? It gets
probably Chris cares that he can play items.
Fine, dude. I'm telling you, the low HP guys, they're a trap right now. There's a Ting Lu active. It's a trap. You just got to get a fatty. You got to get your fatty going.
Which I think I would argue is Necrozma. I think that's a better fatty because it limits the amount of negative plays that can happen. To be fair, Jesse has
he's got the mystery.
It's just like a 1-turn clock, right? It's like
the mystery in hand too.
Yeah, but he can't.
He has
a mystery. Oh, he has a mystery. Okay.
And air balloon.
All right.
This is the wave, dude. This is the wave.
Okay, you might be right. I'll concede that.
I know I'm right.
Hey. But that's
that Trubbish should have been looking sorry, dude.
That's true.
Trubbish should have been looking sorry.
Well, now you know what we're gonna see here. The Iono into the Rope. That would be crazy. And then I would look like the smart one.
You would look like the smart one for a change.
Oh, hey!
Yeah, Silent Lab actually turns off Dogi. It's kind of like an interesting
interaction for sure. And then
doesn't actually take 20 from the Horror Psychic.
Yeah, we do need to make a call down for that. So, I think, is that right? Like, because it's not taking damage.
Correct,
so.
The Ting Lu does not take 20 from the Horror Psychic because it didn't deal damage.
Oh, there is no... All the walkie-talkies are up here. You need to call Natalie.
Yeah, it looks like they're reading it now, so like I trust that their reading comprehension will shine through.
Judges. Yep.
Yep. There we go. Very good.
Yeah, this Frillish is in danger, right? As soon as this Ting Lu gets the 3rd energy attached,
could go for 100.
It's going down.
That's why it's good that Jesse's got a big fatty on the bench that can actually do things, unlike a Trubbish.
Yeah, but another spread, and then you start getting knocked out. Like you can get if Chris can find another stadium, or if Jesse plays a stadium for him, Chris could just spread again and then put that Boulder in range for something like Soul Rock.
This matchup's actually really interesting because you just like have these like basic Pokemon duking it out. It's kind of fun. You know, they're just like. It's very much like I feel like we're just talking like it's Pokemon fundamentals, right?
It is Pokemon fundamentals. Pokemon 101.
This is just Pokemon 101, right? Like who do you attach to? Who do you attack with?
How do you manipulate, your board to make it so that it's harder for your opponent to take knockouts?
It's fun. This just like classic Pokemon right here.
And then you throw in the wrinkle of the Garbodor. That's certainly a wrinkle on Jesse's side. You throw in the wrinkle of the Marshadow.
Yep.
And the Okidogi on Chris's side.
Oh yeah. That's kind of interesting. You got the Focus Sash.
Yep.
can be a difference maker.
That you do.
The item lock is being a thing right now, obviously.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jesse's really got to think about what's happening next turn. Because if Chris gets another energy, which it's fairly likely to happen, there's 10 energy in the deck. 2 of them used there on the attachments to the Ting-Lu, but probably will take the knockout. That Ting-Lu does just enough to hit through weakness with its second attack to
hammer in resistance.
So you got to think as Jesse, how do I go from here, right? How do I respond to the Ting-Lu who's going to knock my active out? I've done what I wanted to do in the sense that I've slowed the game down a considerable amount.
Yeah.
But that doesn't help you if you're not able to follow that up with something very powerful. Now Jesse is looking to play the I really don't
Trouble
mind
here
this.
is fine.
I don't
Trouble
mind
here is fine. Trouble's last turn was bad. Trouble here, I'm fine with this.
Because you're presumably knocking out with the boulder.
That's what I'm saying. You get an energy drop on a boulder.
This might be
Mimikyu here. I'm a little bit less. I'm a little bit less good on the Mimikyu.
I don't know if this.
But I think you do almost go energy to the Mimikyu.
No. It's got to be the boulder. It has to be. It has to be.
Yeah, you're right. And Judge
has to be
the 4.
Yep.
And
then you just ping. Pray for another turn or two. Hope that Chris doesn't find an energy. It's pretty good odds, but you are removing a lot of the item search ways that Chris can get energy. The letter, the magma ball, great ball, things like that.
Oh yeah, Focus Sash. Natu can clean up a Focus Sashed Pokemon for
Sure
2
can.
prizes.
Sure can.
Yeah, so that's kind of interesting, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that is really interesting. Obviously, Xatu prized, Garbodor prized.
Yeah, okay, that makes
fine.
That makes the Trubbish bench maybe a little more interesting, but so wait, Xatu and Garber prize.
That's right.
Oh, interesting. Yikers. So just another attack from the Frill.
That guy.
Yep, Oceanic Gloom. So 40 damage on the Ting-Lu from 2 turns of Oceanic Gloom. And Chris, a very big contrast from the first game.
Right.
And this is what we thought Jesse should have done game 1. May
for
not
sure.
have had access, but look at this board. Jesse's got a full bench. Jesse's got energy on his main attacker. And what's Chris doing?
Yeah.
He has to decide, do I commit energy? If he even has energy, do I
another
commit it to the
energy
active?
to this thing, right?
Do I and he has the prism.
Yeah.
Do I attach it to the Okie Dokie? That's kind of cool, right? I don't hate that. Attach to the Okie Dokie and just, essentially pass. I don't mind that at all. That might be your best play. Now, is it a play that's going to win you the game? I think this game is, certainly in Jesse's favor. We see the prism to the active. Wow, so he is challenging Jesse. Jesse, of course, played the judge.
And Hex.
Ooh. Okay, if I'm Chris, I actually don't want to be playing cards for my hand. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to have 4 cards in my hand, because I think Jesse has 3 right now. You're going to take a prize. If you had kept the Hex Maniac in hand, it would have been pretty hard for Jesse to commit an energy and then match hand sizes with you. So I actually...
Really tough.
As much as I
Jesse's
understand the Hex...
horrible.
Yeah, as much as I understand the Hex, I actually think that you're better off not playing.
Top deck energy. It's a Cleffa.
Nope. Wow.
It's horrible.
Wow, this is awful.
Yeah, Jesse's falling apart.
Truly terrible.
These are a bad 4 cards.
Nothing doing.
Can't do this. Yeah, no, because of the Hex. Yeah, nothing in the discard. That's just
Pass.
a free turn back.
Wow.
Yeah, dude.
Big. Chris, again, doing just the bare minimum.
I'm saying, dude, it's blowing my mind,
and
man.
it's fine. That's the thing with these big basic decks. Something like the fighting deck. You're really not looking to do a whole lot. You got just enough. You're putting on a lot of just consistent pressure.
Right.
From the first turn of the game to the end. And that can overwhelm a lot of opponents. This is a free turn with items, mind you.
I know.
And we could see the Lunatone and Solrock come down, right?
If
You can
there's
go find
a basic
those.
fighting in hand, yeah, you could go get them both for sure.
Yep.
But I think if I'm Chris, I really want to prioritize getting an energy drop here on the Dogi.
Yeah, I agree.
Feels really good, right? You could go get a tag call. It's like one of those Karina. You Karina for Yeah, the tag call, which gets 2 supporters, right? So that's like a 1 for 2 cards, really good. Because he's got like a low hand size, not really drawing a lot right now. So then you like go get one of the rocks and a tag call. Tag call, get both Goose Hala and Cynthia Caitlin. Like both fine cards right here.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, really on Chris's side, like, I come back to like playing the Hex maybe wasn't the greatest idea because at a certain point, like Jesse judged. And so, Jesse's hand size is not going to get bigger than 4 unless he plays a supporter. Jesse did not play a supporter. So I almost want Chris to, like Karina, and keep all that stuff in hand and make it that much harder for Jesse to match. So like even if Jesse draws into an energy, that's not a live card because he has to match the hand size to actually do damage.
Like if Jesse like top decks an energy there, like this game is just so much different.
The game is so different, yeah. But Jesse couldn't have matched hands though.
Yeah, he could have. He had
it was 3.
It
was 3. Yeah,
he definitely could have.
Right. Yeah, Chris. Again, I think Chris maybe. That's
the Premium Power Pro with the knockout,
dude, and the energy attachment. Yeah, that
Holy
is
God.
gross. That is gross.
You gotta be kidding me. The Ting Lu.
And Jesse just fumbling around.
I mean, just like
that
has
might be your best
nothing.
attacker. I don't.
It's like this situation where
Why the Mimikyu is your best attacker? Am I wrong?
Yes.
With 2 energy, you take a response knockout. Why would you put that active?
I don't know, because he's tilting.
That's possible, I suppose. So there.
Yep.
That's a pass. Yeah. That's just.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Unbelievable. We are watching
just undefeated 7-0-2.
Absolute decimation.
Yeah, Chris's fighting deck, dude.
Really just had it all the entire tournament. I mean, there were a number of rounds I watched both on stream and off as I was following him. Just had it all, man. Like,
it's craziness. Really. It's crazy. I mean, game 1 kind of was like, if you weren't like it, like if you were watching game 1, like, dude, the Marshadow lead, the Goosebas, the Lysanders, my God, just the absolute decimation at the hands of the Marshadow was just like absolutely nuts. But here it's just like I think that there's a certain amount of like this fighting deck's just such an unknown quantity in Gym Leader Challenge, right?
I agree.
I think the Ting Lu was an unknown quantity for a lot of players. This specific build was not like a deck that was on a lot of people's radar, right? It's certainly not for our locals.
Nope.
And it looks like, Jesse's out. That's it. Chris is your winner. And
He
look
did
at
it.
that.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. You can
I'm
tell
sure
how
Chris's
stoked
wife
they are.
is so proud, and certainly his teammates are as well.
Yes,
that is a big hug.
Yes,
that is
congratulations to Chris.
Long hug right
Ghouls, the Turbo Blaze team, taking a dub.
I hear them cheering.
You can tell how excited they are. And fighting with a $3,000 tournament win. Congratulations. Jesse played amazing. I mean, Jesse really just dabbles in Gym Leader Challenge. I mean,
just dabbles. To have this finish, that's a great finish from Jesse.
That is an incredible finish from Jesse.
He got the list yesterday.
He got the list like a day or two ago. Jesse is like a standard player through and through who just kind of dabbles in Gym Leader Challenge and honestly had an incredible run with a deck he'd never played before round 1 of today.
Nothing to be ashamed of if you're Jesse.
No, Jesse had a great day.
You just ran into the buzzsaw.
You ran into the buzzsaw, dude.
You know, it was Chris's tournament from start to finish. I mean, undefeated.
Yeah.
Right? Really just like had everything, the best draws, I would say, of any player that I've seen on stream today.
Yeah, it was pretty magical to watch.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
This was his tournament. I mean, he's going to think about this like in terms of, I doubt, and I hope this for him, but I doubt he's ever going to have a run like this because that was just tape to tape.
It was nuts.
Unbelievable.
It was nuts, dude. It was nuts. You're just like watching it happen, and I heard about the decimation in top 4.
The decimation.
The Marshadow business in the finals. And then not to mention like after like mentally, if you're Jesse, like getting Marshadowed like that in game 1, like you have to like tilt sideways.
Yeah.
You're like, what?
What am I dealing with here?
Right. And like with a card like Marshadow, you're like, oh, well, okay. That card's seeing play. So escape rope stocks, like tick up. People start
Sure.
playing more escape ropes
Sure.
and things like that, more ways to help push around it. I mean,
Pokemon Ranger.
no, escape rope. Yeah, just rope. It's like good,
Yeah.
But yeah, that was an incredible thing to witness. So huge congratulations to Chris, aka Ghouls.
Yeah.
Yeah, just an
Congratulations.
awesome
That's awesome.
job.
Yeah.
Huge congratulations again to Jesse for the finalist appearance and all of our top 8 finishers. Huge thank you to everybody who came out and attended the Full Grip Games Mega Evolution 6K doubleheader. It was a huge success, and we are so thankful for everybody who made the trip out. We had representation from 4 different countries here. Okay.
Wild. Yeah.
Yes.
What? U.S., Canada, Portugal,
and Norway.
Norway. Yes. Right.
Yeah. Crazy.
It's an international event.
I have 4 different countries represented here.
Multiple continents.
Yeah, multiple continents. Yep. We had many states. I talked to players from Minnesota. I talked to players from Michigan.
Wisconsin.
Talked to players from Wisconsin. Talked to players from further down south.
Kentucky.
Yes. I mean, it's
Pennsylvania.
I talked to players from New Hampshire. Craziness. Like people from all over the region. So it was really awesome to get to see the amount of excitement for this release weekend event. So a huge thank you from the bottom of my heart to everybody who showed up for the event. A huge thank you to everybody who tuned in to watch on Twitch and YouTube over the weekend as well. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to give the video a thumbs up. Huge thank you to all the subs and stuff over on Twitch as well. Everybody who supports the channel. And a huge thank you to Full Grip Games for hosting. And Dragon Shield for sponsoring the event. Also, a huge thank you to my co-casters, JW Kriewall and Riley Hulbert, for helping me to produce this event this weekend.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. What fun.
Yeah, it was a ton of
It
fun.
was just a great celebration of Pokemon this weekend.
For sure. Stay tuned for our Phantasmal Flames release weekend announcements. We'll be planning that event next. So if you want to make a trek out to beautiful Akron, Ohio to play Pokemon cards with the best in the region, the best in some states and continents, actually, then make sure to mark your calendars because that'll be announced soon. But for us, this will be